Lin Wei has traversed through time. He has arrived in the ancient era of the Zhenyuan Empire. Furthermore, he has awakened the demon god system. Can he level up simply by slapping faces? At this moment, news about Lin Wei's parents suddenly arrives. His father is a general stationed at the empire's borders, a figure of great power, who has been conferred the title of King of Zhenyuan, revered by thousands. His mother is the eldest daughter of the Li family, one of the 5 prominent families of the empire. This is undoubtedly a perfect life. Even a pig could soar in such circumstances. However, Lin Wei soon discovers that reality is far from his expectations. After being fostered by his uncle for over a decade, he has finally awaited news of his father and mother. Unexpectedly, the first to return is a so-called exceptionally gifted younger brother, the evil god of the demon realm. Kid, you have just reached the fusion realm. Do not stir up trouble. What? You killed the master of the Xuanyin Sect, of the Golden Dan Mirror. The righteous cultivator, fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of the Zhenyuan Sect, and I came out only to exterminate demons. Why are you hitting me? The Forbidden Zone beast. When I saw him enter the Forbidden Zone with a list of item requests, my mind suddenly felt overwhelmed. Cultivators from various nations. This guy is too sneaky. He runs away after every fight and only targets faces. Chapter 1. Binding the Demon God System. Can slapping faces lead to leveling up? Lin family. In a neglected courtyard overgrown with weeds, 2 individuals clad in plain clothing are loudly discussing, gesturing towards the interior of the house. Is that useless still not up? TSK, living is merely a waste of resources. He's still at the initial stage of body refinement. Lin Wei lies in bed, listening to the mocking voices outside, his expression darkening. Indeed, Lin Wei has traversed through time. He originally lived on Blue Star as an online novel editor, often working late into the night. However, one day, he encountered a girl who captured his heart. They shared an unforgettable night together. The girl's background was far from ideal: an addicted father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken home. Lin Wei intended to help her, but unexpectedly, the very next morning, he found that both of his kidneys were gone. Consequently, Lin Wei fainted from excessive blood loss, and, thus, found himself in the Lin family of the Zhenyuan Empire. The original host was abandoned by his parents at a young age, reportedly leaving for the empire's borders and never returning. Organizing his thoughts, Lin Wei slowly sat up from his bed. In truth, Lin Wei harbors no feelings for the parents who abandoned him. He was cast aside within the clan from a young age. All his peers mocked him as a bast *RD, devoid of parents, and his cultivation talent was woefully inadequate, still at the lowest level of body refinement. Lin Wei suffered endless ridicule and was often bullied, serving as a source of amusement for others. In this new life, I shall aid you in returning to your rightful place, starting from you. With this thought, Lin Wei slowly stepped out the door. Outside, 2 servants stood less than a meter from the entrance. Indeed, they were the same 2 individuals who had mocked him moments ago. Oh, young Master Lin has risen. However, before the servants could finish, Lin Wei had already lunged at them. Slap! Slap! Lin Wei concentrated all his strength into his palms, delivering a resounding slap to each of the 2 servants. You. As Lin Wei's slaps landed, the servants' faces swelled up like pigs. They stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Lin Wei had struck them. For the original host, such an action would have been unthinkable. He wouldn't even dare utter a curse. Yet, the Lin Wei of today is not the same. If he is displeased, he will strike. If something is troublesome, then let it be abandoned. You too, as servants, should not privately discuss your master outside. Shouldn't you be punished? Lin Wei's expression was icy as he gazed at the 2 servants, emanating a powerful aura of intimidation. The servants, paralyzed with fear, could hardly stand, unable to utter a single word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your first slap, successfully bound to the Demon God System. First slap, reward for realm enhancement. Level up to late-stage body refinement. Just as Lin Wei fell into silence, a sudden mechanical sound echoed in his mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of power within him, at least doubled compared to before. Is this a system binding? This is akin to having a cheat. Listening to the voice of the system, Lin Wei felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, he was a novel editor, well aware of the significance of such a boon. Young master, the family head has summoned you. A servant gently interrupted Lin Wei's thoughts as he was immersed in the system. Lin Wei cast a cold glance at the 2 before striding towards the council hall. Inside the Lin family council hall, a middle-aged man set down his teacup, a hint of authority etched across his brow. Lin Wei, news from your father has arrived. They are reportedly at the border of the empire, his second uncle, Lin Dan, the acting head of the Lin family, spoke with a broad smile directed at Lin Wei. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's gaze turned icy. He had been abandoned since childhood. They had never even sent a letter. Nevertheless, a flicker of longing for the parents he had never met lingered in Lin Wei's heart, prompting him to look at Lin Dan and nod slightly. All right, second uncle, I understand. Lin Wei prepared to depart, but Lin Dan called out to him. Xiao Wei, this potion was specially concocted for you by a master. I'm unsure of its efficacy, but take it and try. Lin Dan slowly descended from his seat, placing a delicate jade vial into Lin Wei's hand, then smiled and exited the hall. Holding the exquisite vial, Lin Wei felt a surge of emotion. Only his second uncle truly cared for him in the Lin family. Despite his meager talents, his second uncle still went out of his way to procure a potion for him. Contemplating this, Lin Wei turned to leave the hall. Thanks to the Moshan system, he had already advanced to the late stage of body refining, but he could not easily reveal his identity as a demon cultivator. In this world, demon cultivators were akin to rats crossing the street, universally reviled. Anyone who spotted one would rush to beat them. As Lin Wei walked towards the exit, lost in thought, an unwelcome voice suddenly pierced the air. Oh, young Master Lin Wei truly is imposing today, daring to strike someone. With this remark, a middle-aged man entered, flanked by two servants whom he had just slapped. Lin Wei turned his gaze, realizing it was actually the steward of the Lin family. The original owner of this body had it quite rough, being a young master, yet treated so poorly that even a passing dog could relieve itself beside him. Oh, when did I strike anyone? Lin Wei coldly questioned the steward, his eyes glinting with frost. The steward, taken aback by the sudden aura emanating from Lin Wei, faltered momentarily. But soon, he regained his composure. Why should he fear such a worthless individual? With that thought, the steward glared at Lin Wei and shouted, You just assaulted my two guards for no reason, and now you refuse to admit it? Are you referring to those two dogs behind you? I did indeed strike them, and I'd still strike one more. With that, a sharp slap echoed through the hall once more. You, slap. There, now it's balanced, Lin Wei remarked as he flexed his hand and turned back towards his quarters, leaving the steward and his companions fuming in place. Ding! Detecting the host has struck again. Reward, Moshan Huango body. Cultivation speed increased 5-fold. System begins automatic binding for the host. Ding, binding successful. Is this force trading? Lin Wei walked, listening to the voice of the system echoing in his mind, his expression turning dark. He had now completely become a demon cultivator. After returning to his room and locking the door, Lin Wei sat on his bed and began to cultivate the Lian Tianju, a technique he had obtained through his second uncle's negotiations with several elders. In this ancient epoch, cultivation techniques were classified into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xuan, and Huang, each further divided into low, middle, and high levels. What he acquired was merely a low-level Huang technique. He hadn't expected such a grandiose name to belong to something so basic. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Wei began forming hand seals, channeling the surrounding energy into his body to transform it into source qi. Meanwhile, outside the Lin residence, dozens of armored warriors rode on horseback, standing in a neat formation at the entrance. At the forefront of these warriors stood a young man clad in luxurious robes, his gaze cold as he fixed his eyes on the Lin Manor's gate. Lin Manor, Zhang Xuan, my father said that the waste is here, right? Chapter 2, Advancing to the Foundation Establishment Stage. The first encounter with my genius younger brother as Lin Wei stood there. The surrounding energies of heaven and earth seemed to respond to an unseen call, swirling towards him and gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex above his head. This vortex, akin to a whirlpool of energy, spun rapidly, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Subsequently, these celestial energies transformed into pure source qi that flowed like a gentle stream along his meridians, incessantly circulating within him. At that moment, Lin Wei's eyes suddenly flew open, as if a flash of lightning had ignited within them, and a sharp brilliance erupted from his gaze without warning. This radiant light, substantial and searing, appeared capable of penetrating any obstruction. In an instant, the source qi within him erupted uncontrollably. This formidable surge of energy surged forth like a torrential flood, indiscriminately toppling everything in its vicinity. Tables, chairs, and other objects were violently thrown about, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds, as if protesting against this sudden force. To his astonishment, he had directly advanced from the late stage of body refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment. This demonic cultivator was indeed extraordinarily powerful. No wonder throughout history, the antagonist would proclaim, "You know nothing." Lin Wei, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his body tremble slightly. Unable to contain his inner joy, he rose from his bed and extended his palm gently, an action that appeared tender yet harbored an invisible strength. Before him, a pale blue source chi swiftly gathered in his hand, shimmering with a faint azure light, resembling a flickering blue flame. The ability to externalize source chi was a hallmark of the Foundation establishment stage. At this level, one could project their source chi outward, enhancing both the range of their attacks and significantly boosting their combat prowess. However, just as Lin Wei reveled in his breakthrough, a series of heavy knocks resounded at the door. More accurately, the sound resembled a battering against the door, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force that made the entire room tremble slightly. A spark of fury ignited in Lin Wei's eyes. This morning, he had endured the gossip of his subordinates, and now, someone dared to disregard him so brazenly. The incessant provocations stoked the flames of his anger. Lin Wei slowly opened the door, the hinges creaking softly. Upon seeing the butler standing outside, his expression turned icy. Without a word, he enveloped a surge of source chi within his hand, which swiftly coalesced around his fist. Clenching his fist tightly, he swung his arm forcefully towards the butler, delivering a punch. With a resounding thud, this blow, infused with Lin Wei's ire and strength, sent the butler flying. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily into a nearby rockery. The stones of the artificial mountain scattered in all directions upon impact, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. "If you dare to knock like that again, I shall not hesitate to dispose of you." Lin Wei's gaze was icy as he fixated on the steward, his voice deep, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. At that moment, the steward's eyes were filled with panic, the calm demeanor he once possessed having vanished without a trace. He slowly extricated himself from the rocky facade, his body coated in dust and debris, appearing quite disheveled. Clutching his chest, where a dull ache lingered, he cautiously addressed Lin Wei, saying, "Ahem, young Master Lin. I had pressing matters that compelled me to knock rather forcefully." The steward's voice trembled slightly, fearful that Lin Wei might unleash his wrath with another blow. Upon hearing the steward's explanation, Lin Wei's expression softened marginally, though a hint of frost remained. He replied coolly, "Speak, what is it?" "Young master, your brotherly Chun has returned. It is said he is the young master of the Xuanyin Sect." The steward, sensing a slight easing of Lin Wei's demeanor, gathered his courage to reveal the purpose of his visit. However, upon hearing the steward's words, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Influenced by the original owner's sentiments, he still harbored some illusions about familial bonds, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. "Very well, I shall know where my brother is. Lead me to him," Lin Wei stated, casting a glance at the steward before speaking slowly. The steward, upon hearing Lin Wei's words, dared not to hesitate further and quickly led the way, guiding Lin Wei toward the conference hall. Yet, as they passed the training grounds, Lin Wei beheld dozens of armored warriors standing in perfect formation. These warriors, with their erect postures, resembled towering pines, their armor glistening with cold light under the sun, exuding an air of majesty. Could these be the warriors brought back by my brother? Lin Wei mused, noting that these soldiers were all at the mid-stage of body refinement. Retracting his gaze from the training grounds, he couldn't help but reflect on the past. It was no wonder others had labeled him a waste. In this world, a typical practitioner, after nearly 2 decades of cultivation, would at the very least advance to the mid-stage of body refinement, while his own progress had indeed been painfully slow. Lost in thought, Lin Wei soon found himself at the entrance of the conference hall. Inside, he saw Lin Dan seated at the head of the table, his posture upright, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Beside his second uncle sat a young man clad in elegant robes, whose features radiated vigor and whose piercing eyes seemed to contain boundless strength. "Second uncle, I have heard my brother has returned. Is this young man beside you he?" Upon entering the conference hall, Lin Wei respectfully clasped his hands in a salute towards Lin Dan, then shifted his gaze to the young man beside him. Lin Dan gazed at Lin Wei with a warm smile, gesturing gently as he began to speak. "Indeed, come and see, this is your brotherly Chun, who has surely come to fetch you." After speaking, Lin Dan cast a glance at Li Chun beside him. However, scarcely had Lin Dan's words left his lips when Li Chun slammed his hand heavily upon the table. The resounding thud echoed throughout the conference hall, causing a dull roar to reverberate in the ears of those present. Who was he to be my brother? This worthless creature does not deserve to call me brother. Li Chen's voice was laced with fury and disdain. Where was he when I accompanied our parents to war? I have endured for 2.5 long years solely to confront this good-for-nothing and drive him from the Lin family. After uttering these words, Li Chen fixed a frigid glare upon Lin Wei, his eyes brimming with rage, as if they sought to devour him whole. Surprisingly, Lin Wei felt little dissatisfaction towards Li Chen's actions. Rather, he was taken aback by the intensity of his brother's resentment, despite having never met him before. Lin Wei furrowed his brow and calmly inquired, "Brother, it seems we have never been introduced, nor do we harbor any grievances. So why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Father and mother have long since disowned you. I have no brother like you." At Lin Wei's words, Li Chen's demeanor only grew more arrogant, his gaze filled with contempt. Before long, Li Chen's hand began to coalesce a surge of energy which shimmered within his palm. He stomped his feet upon the ground, causing it to tremble slightly, before charging directly at Lin Wei. "Stop!" Lin Dan, witnessing Li Chen's rashness, swiftly interposed himself between the two. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided, producing a deep sound. The force of their clash unleashed a powerful gust of air, akin to surging waves, shattering the nearby tables. It was evident that Li Chen had only recently advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Lin Dan had already reached the later stage, revealing a significant disparity in their strengths. Li Chen stood no chance against Lin Dan. Their confrontation lasted but a moment before Lin Dan repelled Li Chen with a forceful blow. Had Lin Dan not held back, Li Chen would have sustained at least a minor injury from the impact. "Li Chen, Lin Wei is your elder brother. How could you lay a hand on him?" After forcing Li Chen back, a flicker of anger crossed Lin Dan's eyes as he spoke sternly. For many years, he had regarded Lin Wei as his own child, which was why Lin Wei had remained in the Lin residence despite his poor cultivation talent. Li Chen, however, merely scoffed, looking at Lin Dan with a low, disdainful voice. "I only wish for him to understand that this worthless one is unworthy of our family. Mother can only have one son, and that is me." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei grasped the situation. His younger brother simply did not wish for him to return. His gaze gradually turned frigid. "I harbor not a scintilla of desire for that so-called home of yours." After uttering these words, Lin Wei's icy stare fixed upon Li Chen, exuding an overwhelming fury that rendered the surrounding atmosphere stifling. "Moreover, whether I am a waste is not for you to determine." Li Chen, confronted by Lin Wei's murderous glare, instinctively took 2 steps back. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Are you daring enough to challenge me?" Li Chen looked at Lin Wei, wearing a mocking smile, attempting to provoke him. Upon hearing Li Chen's taunts, Lin Dan shook his head repeatedly at Lin Wei, hoping to dissuade him from becoming embroiled in this unnecessary conflict. Yet, Lin Wei seemed oblivious to the warning, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded Li Chen. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he slowly replied, "Very well. Let me witness the prowess of your so-called genius brother." With that, the source energy within Lin Wei surged forth, flooding every part of his being like a tidal wave. The momentum of his initial foundation stage erupted instantaneously, sweeping through the council hall like a tempest. Chapter 3. A genius brother? Defeated by me in a single move. Little Wei, has he truly advanced to the initial foundation stage? Lin Dan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment, but even more so with uncontainable joy. However, Li Chen's complexion paled slightly. He had come with the confidence of teaching his older brother a lesson, believing Lin Wei to be nothing more than a mere waste at the initial body refinement stage. To his shock, Lin Wei had also ascended to the foundation stage. This sudden turn of events doused his arrogance like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Guan, was it not reported that this waste was merely at the initial body refinement stage? What is happening? Li Chen tilted his head slightly to the side, softly questioning Zhang Guan. His voice, though subdued, was laced with suppressed anger. Upon hearing Li Chen's inquiry, Uncle Zhang's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, resembling a startled fawn. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, "The intelligence I gathered was indeed as such. I hope your highness will not hold it against me." His voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Li Chen, having heard this, did not spare him another glance, but instead fixed his cold gaze upon Lin Wei, as if it could freeze a soul. In that moment, Li Chen's own momentum erupted, crashing toward Lin Wei like a surging tide. Mia Brusta. Li Chen's hands moved swiftly, rapidly condensing a source energy that shimmered with blinding brilliance. He let out a thunderous roar, launching a fierce attack towards Lin Wei. Unperturbed, Lin Wei calmly summoned the energy within him. The source energy surged through his meridians, ultimately converging in the palm of his hand. With a forceful sweep, he unleashed the energy towards Li Chen. Accompanied by a muffled sound reminiscent of distant thunder, a formidable current of air erupted. This gust of wind howled like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings. Soon after, both their energies gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. Do not presume that enduring my strike allows you to match me. My body has been sanctified by the blood of magical beasts. Li Chen's voice resonated with profound confidence, as he believed his body, enhanced by the blood of magical beasts, was immensely powerful. Hardly had he spoken when he charged at Lin Wei once more. This time, he refrained from employing source energy, opting instead to defeat Lin Wei with sheer physical strength. However, upon hearing Li Chen's words, Lin Wei's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a hint of mockery gracing his expression. He mused inwardly that comparing his own ancient divine body to one fortified by the blood of magical beasts was akin to juxtaposing an ant with a mountain. In a mere moment, Li Chen stood before Lin Wei, forcefully pushing off the ground with his right foot. Harnessing this momentum, he raised his right fist high and swung it down at Lin Wei with tremendous force. This punch bore the weight of his full strength, accompanied by a whistling wind. The prince's body is reinforced by the blood of a sixth-grade magical beast. How could this wretch hope to withstand it? Zhang Quan observed the scene below with a malevolent grin, envisioning Lin Wei being utterly defeated, his eyes gleaming with malice. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. As if enchanted, at the moment Lin Wei's fist collided with Li Chen's, a crisp sound rang out. In an astonishing turn, Li Chen was sent hurtling backward like a rag doll, crashing against the tables and chairs behind him, scattering them to the ground. The cacophony of their destruction echoed, narrating Li Chen's defeat. If you had fought me with source energy, it would have been a different story. Yet you insisted on posturing. Lin Wei flexed his fist, appearing unscathed. He looked down at Li Chen sprawled on the ground, his voice laced with disdain. You're courting death, boy. Witnessing this, Zhang Quan's expression twisted with fury. His chest heaved violently, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The source energy surged within him, enveloping his body like a relentless tide. He suddenly propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Lin Wei with astonishing speed, stirring up a tempest in his wake. Just as Zhang Quan was about to close the distance, Lin Dan's form materialized between them like an unexpected barrier, intercepting Zhang Quan's assault. The impact of their fists collided with a tremendous force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that howled like a tornado, sweeping through the surroundings. Tables and chairs were shattered, wooden splinters flying like raindrops in a storm. Zhang Quan was thrust back dozens of steps before regaining his balance, leaving deep marks on the ground with his feet. His eyes blazing with fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared menacingly at Lin Dan. If you wish to cause a disturbance in my Lin residence, you must first seek the approval of the head of the Lin family. With that, Lin Dan took a step forward, and the aura of a late-stage foundation establishment burst forth, a formidable presence akin to a tempest radiating outward, slightly surpassing Zhang Quan in intensity. Thank you, second uncle, for your intervention. Lin Wei expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow towards Lin Dan, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. He then strode directly towards Li Chen. Upon reaching Li Chen, he effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick, and with a powerful throw, sent Li Chen hurtling toward Zhang Quan. Listen closely, Lin Wei, was abandoned by those two from a young age and harbor no feelings for them. Do not presume that I yearn to return to that so-called family, which never truly existed. With those words, Lin Wei cast a cold gaze at the motionless Li Chen on the ground. Zhang Quan's eyes burned with rage as he fixed his gaze on Lin Wei. After a fierce glare, he picked up the unconscious Li Chen and departed from the Lin residence. Dear Wei, do not be too disheartened, Lin Dan consoled, gently patting Lin Wei's shoulder after Zhang Quan had taken Li Chen away. His eyes reflected genuine concern, akin to that of a benevolent elder. At this moment, Lin Wei composed himself, managing a strained smile that carried a hint of bitterness. Wordlessly, he exited the conference hall, sighing to himself. Perhaps I should take a stroll in the back mountain. Initially, Lin Wei sought someone to confide in, but after much contemplation, he realized that aside from his second uncle, no one in the Lin family had ever treated him kindly. He felt like a solitary wanderer, devoid of true support within the Lin household. Arriving at the tranquil and picturesque back mountain, Lin Wei sat down on the ground and began to meditate, circulating the Lian Tianju. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond to his call, swiftly forming a cyclone that surged into his body. This vortex, akin to a colossal whirlpool, radiated a gentle luminescence. On Mount Luojia, within the confines of the Xuanyin Sect. What? Chen Er has been gravely injured. Who's responsible for this? A formidable middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, thundered with rage. His voice resonated through the hall like a clap of thunder, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, chilling the atmosphere to an almost palpable degree. The speaker was none other than Zhang Quan, who had just returned from the Lin residence, his legs trembling slightly, for he had failed to report his itinerary to the sect leader. It was Li Chun, upon hearing his father mention a brother still in Shimo City, who insisted on leading a contingent there, driven by the fact that he had been raised by Lin Dong since childhood. I shall pursue this matter later. You are to issue a decree from the sect. Tomorrow, annihilate the Lin family of Shimo City, and that one named Lin Wei as well. This will sever Lin Dong's aspirations, he declared, his voice icy and resolute, as if commanding an inconsequential task. Sect leader. But Lin Dong is also a member of the Lin family. Wouldn't exterminating them lead to complications? Zhang Quan blurted, cold sweat breaking out at the sect leader's direct order to besiege the Lin family. Although the Lin family had diminished in power, Lin Dong was a general of the empire. His voice quivered with apprehension, his eyes betraying his concern. Fear not. While Lin Dong possesses some strength, he will not uncover the truth if we proceed discreetly, the man replied, turning without a backward glance as he strode toward the rear chambers. At the Lin residence, in the council hall, Patriarch, that young one Lin Wei has recently reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. But do you know who he just injured? The Grand Elder cast a somber glance at Lin Dan, his voice tinged with ire, his eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, isn't he merely Lin Wei's younger brother? What significance could he possibly have? Lin Dan questioned, his gaze laden with confusion. The Grand Elder sighed deeply and shook his head before responding. That Li Chun is the direct disciple of the sect master of the foremost sect in the Zhenyuan Empire, the Xuanyin Sect. I fear we may invoke their wrath. His tone carried a note of foreboding. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Lin Dan's expression grew grave. He understood the might of the Xuanyin Sect. They were a colossal entity. Just one elder could easily bring the Lin family to its knees, akin to an elephant crushing an ant effortlessly. There is no need for excessive concern. My elder brother is now a general of the empire, even bestowed the title of Prince of Zhenyuan. They should think twice before acting too recklessly. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Dan offered a response that even he found uncertain. Nightfall descended swiftly. Aside from a few patrolling guards, most within the Lin residence had returned to their chambers to rest. The entire compound was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional sound of the guards' footsteps. At that moment, a multitude of colossal fireballs suddenly manifested in the sky, radiating an intense glow. They raced towards the Lin residence, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chapter 4. Sacrifice for Justice. With a thunderous roar, the fireballs plunged relentlessly toward the Lin estate, each impact accompanied by a deafening explosion. The sound reverberated through the night like the crack of thunder, enveloping the entire Lin residence in its overwhelming resonance. As the fireballs collided with the structures of the estate, they erupted into dazzling sparks, and the searing flames swiftly spread. Lin family guards, assemble immediately. The instant the fireballs struck the Lin courtyard, Lin Dan sensed the surging energy waves with acute awareness. His form darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, arriving aloft in an instant. His gaze was imbued with both gravity and determination, standing tall like a majestic mountain above the Lin family, ready to confront the impending storm. As Lin Dan's voice echoed, shadows began to intertwine below, and in the blink of an eye, the courtyard was filled with figures. Armed guards of the Lin family, though tinged with a hint of anxiety, exuded a greater sense of resolve as they swiftly gathered, prepared to defend their home. Several elders gracefully leapt onto the rooftops, standing as imposing guardians, releasing their vital energy outward. This energy formed a translucent shield, emanating a faint glow, steadfastly resisting the relentless barrage of fireballs raining from above. At that moment, a dozen figures soared through the air. Their speed was astonishing, accompanied by a howling wind. All were formidable cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage, each radiating a powerful aura that suffocated the very air around them. Humph. The Lin family possesses great audacity to harm our young master. Today marks your annihilation. A deep voice resonated from above, laced with palpable anger and intent to kill. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes emerged at the forefront. His garments billowed in the wind, and his gaze was cold and haughty, as if surveying a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin Dan remained suspended in the air, his eyes locked onto his adversaries. However, the disparity in strength was stark. He faced 20 opponents of equal cultivation level. Your young master provoked us for no reason and was merely injured by my nephew. Lin Dan's voice was steady and resolute, unfazed by the accusations directed at him. Since you are so obstinate in the face of impending doom, let me see if your Lin family has the strength to withstand the wrath of my Xuanyin Sect. The middle-aged man was evidently incensed by Lin Dan's retort. He bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the sky. Subsequently, his figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, rushing towards Lin Dan. His speed was astonishing, slicing through the air with a blurred trail of light. Lin Dan, undeterred, lightly pressed his feet against the air as if harnessing its very essence, and charged towards the middle-aged man. A resolute determination shone in his eyes. Both of their fists enveloped in a radiant aura that shimmered with brilliance. Under the tense gaze of the onlookers, their fists collided with a resounding thud. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Following this, Lin Dan was forcefully knocked back several paces, struggling to regain his balance in the air, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Your strength as the head of the Lin family is quite lacking, it seems. Hand over that Lin Wei boy, and I shall grant you a swift death today. The middle-aged man's gaze was cold and indifferent as he spoke to Lin Dan, his tone dripping with arrogance, as if his words were an unquestionable command. At this moment, Lin Dan had stabilized his internal energy, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Lin Wei was entrusted to him by his elder brother before his departure, who had implored him to take good care of the boy. Although Lin Dan had been unable to provide Lin Wei with an ideal environment for growth, he had devoted himself to nurturing the boy over the years, considering him as his own child. The thought of surrendering Lin Wei was utterly inconceivable to him. You so-called foremost sect of the empire are nothing more than this, engaging in petty schemes. If you wish to uncover Lin Wei's whereabouts, you must first kill me. Lin Dan's voice resonated with anger. All Lin family members, prepare for battle. Though our clan may be weak, we shall not allow others to tread upon us. Lin Dan's voice, imbued with his aura, echoed like a resounding bell throughout the corners of the Lin residence. Instantly, the spirits of all Lin family members were ignited. Although Lin Wei had often been bullied within the clan, he remained one of their own. Now, these outsiders not only disregarded the Lin family, but demanded the surrender of Lin Wei. The sentiment among the Lin family was clear. They could bear the internal strife, but they would not tolerate outsiders infringing upon their dignity. In that moment, the fighting spirit of the Lin family surged to its zenith. The members of the Zhenyuan Sect descended to the ground, like a tumultuous tide, clashing with the Lin family. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of weapons, reverberating throughout the Lin estate. Lin Dan and the leading middle-aged man once again engaged in fierce combat, their struggle akin to the eye of a storm, with energy radiating and light flickering all around them. Something felt amiss. At that moment, Lin Wei had just concluded his training on the back mountain. Sensing the intense fluctuations of energy emanating from the direction of the Lin family. Occasionally, flickers of fire illuminated the dark night sky, appearing particularly glaring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Wei sprang to his feet and dashed towards the mountain's base without hesitation. His speed was akin to a tempest, sweeping through the landscape. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, the grim scene left Lin Wei gasping in horror. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of his kin, the earth stained crimson with blood, and the air thick with the acrid scent of carnage. In the sky, Lin Dan appeared somewhat weakened, his figure wavering like a wounded solitary goose. What on earth has transpired? Shock and fury flickered in Lin Wei's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. The source energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, and he directed his gaze towards the figure locked in combat with Lin Dan. At his current Foundation establishment level, he calculated that a surprise attack from behind would offer him less than a 30% chance of defeating the middle-aged man. This was a perilous gamble. Yet for the sake of the Lin family and his uncle, he deemed it worth attempting. However, he lamented his lack of martial skills. Having only mastered a rudimentary yellow-tier technique, the flowing cloud fist, Lin Wei's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield above, and despite his sense of helplessness, he refused to yield. The source energy within him began to traverse a unique path, and his right fist started to emanate a faint glow. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Wei propelled himself off the ground with his left foot. Utilizing the powerful recoil, his body shot upwards like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing, creating a whistling wind as he instantaneously appeared behind the middle-aged man. He thrust his right fist forcefully toward the man's back. Not good. Who is that? The middle-aged man sensed the imminent danger but had no time to react, hastily channeling a surge of source energy to protect his back. With a resounding thud, Lin Wei's fist connected brutally with the man's back. The impact jolted the man violently, causing him to uncontrollably spew blood as he plummeted towards the ground. Ding! Host detected first-time level-up combat. Reward: movement skill, inch of earth. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonate in his mind, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden bestowal of a movement skill. He rapidly contemplated the implications of this unexpected reward. Yet in the next instant, as dozens of Foundation establishment late-stage experts ascended from below, understanding dawned upon him. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Although the reward appeared promising, it seemed rather meager in the face of such formidable adversaries. You, young man, we have not sought you out, yet you have come to us willingly. The members of the Xuanyin Sect glared at Lin Wei, their eyes brimming with palpable malice. Uncle, are you all right? I will take you with me. Lin Wei disregarded the Xuanyin Sect members and soared to Lin Dan's side, his gaze filled with concern and his voice tinged with urgency. After speaking, he prepared to flee with Lin Dan. However, as Lin Wei began to channel his energy according to the technique recently imparted by the system, he unexpectedly discovered that while flying with Lin Dan, his speed was only marginally faster than normal, insufficient to elude the formidable foes pursuing them. What is happening? Lin Wei was enveloped in confusion. Host's current power is too low to be shared. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. At that moment, despair washed over Lin Wei. If there was anyone in the Lin family he cared for, it was Lin Dan. He did not wish to lose his uncle. Yet the current situation rendered him utterly powerless. Little Wei, I am sorry for not providing you with a better environment since childhood. Allow me to assist you one last time. Just as Lin Wei was lost in thought, Lin Dan gently patted his shoulder. A kind smile adorned Lin Dan's face. It bore an undertone of resolve. Suddenly, Lin Dan's energy surged outward like a torrential tide, enveloping him entirely. His body appeared to be engulfed in a faint, flickering flame, radiating an intense heat. Is he burning his soul? Lin Dan, are you out of your mind? At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Xuanyin Sect, who had just been knocked to the ground, returned to the sky, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Dan. He understood that burning one's soul was an exceptionally perilous act, signifying that Lin Dan had resigned himself to the certainty of death. Lin Dan then gently struck Lin Wei with his palm. Though tinged with reluctance, there was a predominant sense of determination in the gesture. Lin Wei was propelled hundreds of meters away, his form heading towards the members of the Xuanyin Sect. Just as everyone believed Lin Dan was preparing for a final, desperate fight, he unexpectedly detonated the energy within him amidst their astonished gazes. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a powerful gust of energy erupted instantaneously, swirling like a raging tornado and engulfing everything in its vicinity. The members of the Xuanyin Sect, in that fleeting moment, activated their own energies to resist. Their expressions grew grave. None had anticipated that Lin Dan would take such a resolute action. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Elder. Has Lin Wei been deceived? Uncle. Lin Wei's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with anguish. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a wave of searing pain radiating throughout his body. Lin Wei's eyes turned crimson, a hue interwoven with fury and sorrow, and his frame trembled slightly. However, he refrained from rushing forward. He understood that such impulsiveness would only lead him to an irretrievable abyss. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between his strength and that of his adversaries. To act recklessly would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, resulting only in futile demise, without avenging his uncle. All disciples of the Xuanyin Sect, heed my command. Capture the remnants of the Lin family, Lin Wei. Just as Lin Wei hesitated, the members of the Xuanyin Sect recovered from Lin Dan's recent self-detonation. The leader, a middle-aged man, glared at Lin Wei from a distance, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Lin Wei merely let out a cold chuckle, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips, betraying his disdain. He swiftly began to channel his energy along a specific path, and his feet shimmered with a faint light, akin to the first rays of dawn, gradually intensifying. In the next moment, Lin Wei's figure vanished from sight, like a fleeting apparition, leaving no trace behind. What happened? Where is he? The middle-aged man widened his eyes, astonishment and anger mingling within his gaze. The thought of returning without completing the mission sent a chill down his spine, for he knew the sect leader would impose severe punishment. The image of the leader's cold visage and harsh methods of retribution loomed in his mind, intensifying the murderous intent in his eyes, which seemed almost tangible. Chilling the air around him, he turned to the others behind him and commanded, "Employ the art of elusiveness. We must find him today. If we allow a mere Foundation establishment novice to escape, the sect leader will not spare us." His voice was laced with urgency and trepidation, a testament to his fear of the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the Xuanyin Sect arranged themselves into a peculiar formation, their movements synchronized as though rehearsed countless times. Heaven and earth, Xuanyin Sect, seek the traces of all things. With a resonant incantation, the air reverberated with an ancient chant. A pale yellow energy sphere gradually coalesced in the air, emanating a soft glow. The sphere appeared almost alive, swaying gently before soaring toward the outskirts of Shimo City. The disciples of the Xuanyin Sect dared not lag behind, closely trailing the energy sphere, their figures casting fleeting shadows across the sky. Outside Shimo City, at the Godfall Gorge, Lin Wei found himself perplexed as he murmured to himself, "Why has the spell failed?" His figure suddenly materialized above the gorge. However, deprived of the support of his spell, he fell unceremoniously from the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. Thud! Lin Wei crashed heavily to the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air. Hastily, he employed his senses to assess his internal condition, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. He discovered that the source energy within him had been utterly depleted, resembling a parched pond. How absurd it was that in such a brief span, his energy had been consumed so thoroughly. If his enemies were swifter, they would soon be upon him. Lin Wei could not help but voice his frustrations, a hint of helplessness lacing his tone. Nevertheless, a sliver of relief washed over him, grateful that he had managed to escape. Gazing at the emptiness within him, he furrowed his brow once more, filled with questions. He could not fathom why such a spell would drain his energy to such an extent. Just as Lin Wei was deep in thought, he suddenly realized he felt no pain at all. Despite the fall from such a height, his body appeared to be unscathed, which astonished him greatly. Who was the blind fool that failed to notice this old Taoist sleeping here? This is painful. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from below, imbued with an overwhelming sense of resentment, as if it had emerged from the very depths of the earth. Startled by the unexpected voice, Lin Wei's body tensed, and every hair on his body stood on end. Like a frightened rabbit, he sprang up from the ground. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head while casting an apologetic glance at the spot from which he had just fallen. At that location stood an elderly man with a beard, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his stomach. Where did this little brat come from? Did you not see me? Ouch, my old bones. The elder slowly rose, his movements sluggish, and fixed Lin Wei with a reproachful gaze, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. Realizing his indiscretion, compounded by the fact that he could no longer run due to his depleted energy, Lin Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. My apologies, senior. I mismanaged my martial practice just now." The elder stood facing Lin Wei, scrutinizing him intently. His gaze was sharp, akin to two keen blades surveying Lin Wei's form. To the elder, Lin Wei bore the air of someone from a prominent family, and a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a wily fox spotting its prey. Ahem, it's nothing serious. It's good for the young to acknowledge their mistakes. However, after that little mishap, you should at least offer me 2 heart-purifying pills to put this matter to rest. With that, the elder extended his palm, presenting it before Lin Wei. Lin Wei's eyes gazed at the elderly man before him with a look of exasperation, realizing that the old fellow was attempting to swindle him. Although Lin had inadvertently struck him earlier, he could tell that the elder possessed considerable strength. Thus, he had considered merely compensating him. To his astonishment, The old man had audaciously made an exorbitant demand. "Surely, you jest, esteemed elder. Do I appear to be in possession of such elixirs?" Lin Wei's lamented, shaking his head in resignation and spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference, as if to convey his utter helplessness. The elder, noticing Lin's brazen demeanor, furrowed his brow in irritation. He mused inwardly, "This lad seems to be no easy mark. If he will not yield to gentler persuasion, I shall resort to more forceful measures." With that thought, a sinister smile crept across the elder's face as he advanced toward Lin Wei's, each step seemingly slow, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. As the elder drew closer, Lin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. His internal energy had only just begun to recover, akin to a flickering flame newly ignited. Should the elder choose to strike, Lin would stand no chance of resistance. Realizing this, he regarded the elder with a serious gaze, his right hand subtly curling into a half-fist, positioned behind him, an instinctive defensive posture in such dire circumstances. "Esteemed elder, I truly cannot procure the clear heart pill, but I do possess a vial of spiritual essence. Please accept it," Lin exclaimed, producing a finely crafted jade vial from his pocket and offering it to the elder. This vial of spiritual essence had been gifted to him by Lin Dan and had remained unused until this very moment. "Now that is more like it. I appreciate dealing with a clever young man such as yourself," the elder responded, his demeanor softening upon receiving the vial. After securing it, he continued, "I am known as Yin Jin, commonly referred to as the Taoist Lord of Yin Yang. It seems we share a certain affinity. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name." After finishing his introduction, Yin Jin stroked his beard, an action that exuded an air of authority. Lin Wei's could not help but internally scoff at the elder's self-aggrandizing words. This man had attempted to pilfer from him, yet spoke of himself with such grandeur. "If only my strength matched yours, I would have slapped that smug expression right off your face," Lin muttered quietly, resigned to the reality that in this world, strength reigns supreme. However, upon hearing Yin Jin's offer of help, Lin's eyes brightened with intrigue as he pondered the implications. "Might I inquire, esteemed elder, if you have heard of the Xuanyin Sect?" I have indeed heard of it. Is it not the so-called premier sect of the Zhenyuan Empire? What of it?" Yin Jin looked at Lin Wei with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why Lin Wei suddenly inquired about the Xuanyin Sect. However, before Lin Wei could respond, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the air, revealing themselves to be disciples of the Xuanyin Sect. "Lin Wei, what do you think you can run? Quite clever of you to find a helper," a middle-aged man leading the group remarked, his voice laced with mockery. Upon hearing the words from the figures above, Yin Jin was momentarily stunned. When had he become a helper? He widened his eyes, looking around in confusion. "Since you wish to assist this lad, do not blame us for our actions. Attack!" As the leader's command resonated, the dozen figures in the air surged toward Yin Jin. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not with this kid." Yet, when Yin Jin turned to look behind him, he discovered that Lin Wei had long since vanished. Chapter 6, A Moment of Crisis. "Damn it, this kid actually dared to set me up." Yin Jin's face twisted in anger. Gazing at the spot where Lin Wei had disappeared, veins bulged on his forehead, his expression dark. Having navigated this realm for quite some time, Yin Jin was accustomed to manipulating others, leading them astray. He never anticipated that he would be outwitted by an unknown junior, a bitter pill he could hardly swallow. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities." Yin Jin glared fiercely at the Xuanyin Sect disciples, his eyes seemingly ablaze. At that moment, the source energy within him began to circulate slowly, akin to a surging river, tumultuously flowing through his meridians. In an instant, his aura escalated rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. This formidable presence permeated the surroundings, causing the very air to seem to solidify. However, just as the Xuanyin Sect members anticipated Yin Jin's counterattack, an unexpected scene unfolded. To their astonishment, Yin Jin turned without hesitation and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. After them, do not let either of them escape. The leader's eyes burned with fury. Filled with rage, he could scarcely believe that he was stationed here, yet allowed both to slip away under his very nose. With a single command, the disciples of the Xuanyin Sect darted after the fleeing Yin Jin and Lin Wei. At this juncture, Lin Wei had already traveled a considerable distance, his figure tracing an arc through the sky. His source energy had recovered significantly, having replenished itself even before the Xuanyin Sect members arrived. As he soared through the air, he murmured to himself, The old man surely cannot be killed, for he appears quite formidable, albeit lacking in virtue. Reflecting on the recent events, Lin was acutely aware of the old man's cunning nature. Having learned from previous encounters, he approached this situation with heightened caution. After utilizing a technique to traverse a significant distance, he paused to channel the energy within him, preparing for continued flight. He understood the necessity of conserving both his stamina and energy. Should he be caught, it would spell trouble. One could only hope that this old rogue would not meet his demise, though Lin was certainly not one to be easily exploited. A sly smile crept upon his lips. Had it not been for Yin Jin's timely intervention, Lin doubted he would have escaped so easily. He had no desire to fall into the clutches of the Xuanyin Sect so soon. Boy, halt! How dare you scheme against me? As Lin soared forward, a furious roar erupted behind him, akin to thunder, reverberating in his ears. How could this old fellow move so swiftly? It seemed likely he was accustomed to being pursued. Lin was astonished at how quickly Yin Jin had shaken off the pursuers from Xuanyin Sect, now hot on his heels. His heart raced, yet his actions remained swift. He unconsciously quickened his pace, resembling a fierce gale rushing through the air. Nevertheless, Lin's speed could not compare to Yin Jin's. The latter appeared like a blazing meteor, swiftly closing the gap beside Lin. Hey boy, I've caught you. Handing you over to the Xuanyin Sect will earn me a handsome reward. Yin Jin's face was alight with joy, a sight that Lin found utterly detestable. In a flash, Yin Jin conjured a swirling mass of crimson energy akin to a flame, radiating an intense heat. He directed this energy towards Lin, the air distorting in its wake due to the searing force. How shameless of you, old man, to attack me while trying to take my belongings. Lin seethed, witnessing Yin Jin's direct assault. Yet, he did not falter, gritting his teeth. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he quickly summoned his own energy to meet the oncoming threat. Boom! The clash of their energies produced a deafening roar, reminiscent of an explosive thunder echoing across the heavens. However, this tumultuous exchange was fleeting. Lin soon felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground. As he landed, a cloud of dust erupted, and he felt as though his body had been shattered, pain radiating through him. Fear not, young one. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Come with me, and perhaps you shall suffer less. A smirk of satisfaction adorned Yin Jin's face as he leisurely approached Lin Wei, resembling a hawk that had spotted its prey, now rendered incapable of resistance. Could this truly be the end? Lin Wei, observing Yin Jin drawing ever nearer, could not help but let out a bitter smile within his heart. He yearned to rise and struggle, yet his body betrayed him, leaving him prone on the ground, helplessly watching as Yin Jin closed the distance. Suddenly, as Yin Jin was about to reach Lin Wei, a white longsword, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind, surged forth like a white serpent striking with its tongue, aiming directly at Yin Jin. The sword's speed was astonishing, arriving before Yin Jin in the blink of an eye. Upon sensing the blade, Yin Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a hint of peril emanating from the longsword, sending chills down his spine. With a slight tilt of his body, he narrowly evaded the strike. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Wei, despite enduring immense pain, swiftly distanced himself from Yin Jin. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself. Yin Jin's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety as a source energy surged forth like a turbulent tide, enveloping him in a thick protective shield. He scanned his surroundings with wide eyes, vigilance etched across his features. Lin Wei, equally astonished, surveyed the area. His mind raced, attempting to discern the identity of his unexpected ally. He was acutely aware that he was alone in this place, devoid of acquaintances, friends, or influential figures. It was unfathomable for someone to come to his aid. Humph, you old scoundrel, how shameless of you to still engage in deceit at your age. A melodious voice echoed from afar. In an instant, waves of white source energy emanated from a single point in the air, rippling outward in a peculiar rhythm. At the center of this energy, a graceful figure gradually materialized, enveloped in the ethereal white aura, resembling a celestial being emerging from the mists. As the energy began to dissipate, the visage of the figure became clearer to both Lin Wei and Yin Jin. It was an exquisitely beautiful face, with skin as delicate as mutton fat jade. Upon recognizing the figure in the air, a flicker of panic crossed Yin Jin's eyes as he spoke. What brings you here? Ah, it is you. Last time, I inadvertently allowed you to escape when I brought you back to our Hua sect. Do you wish to accompany me once more? The woman in white floated gracefully in the air, her presence enchanting. Her gaze gently descended upon the embers below, and an almost imperceptible smile graced her lips. With a voice that was both cold and detached, she spoke. This seemingly delicate smile, however, struck Yanjin as if he had been struck by lightning. In that moment, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if gripped by an invisible terror. Yet, Yanjin quickly composed himself, a resolute expression emerging on his face, and he frantically circulated the energy within him, fleeing like a lost dog in a panic. This fellow runs quite swiftly. It appears he has engaged in many misdeeds in the past. Lin Wei crossed his arms, casting a casual glance at the hasty retreat of Yanjin. He then slowly turned his gaze to the ethereal figure in the sky, momentarily captivated. The woman, clad in flowing white garments, danced with the wind. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, her countenance exquisitely delicate, exuding an irresistible charm. Thank you for your rescue, fairy. May I inquire your name? After a brief moment, Lin Wei seemed to awaken from a dream, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he respectfully clasped his hands toward the woman in the sky. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, the woman in white merely smiled softly. She then leisurely replied, "It is nothing much, merely a trivial act. However, you do possess quite the sweet tongue. My name is Linger, and within the sect, everyone affectionately calls me Senior Sister Linger. Young man Lin Wei, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Senior Sister Linger." A smile illuminated Lin Wei's face as he expressed his heartfelt thanks once more. He was acutely aware that had Linger not intervened in time, he might have already been captured by that detestable old man, Yanjin, and subsequently delivered like an object to the Xuanyin Sect, where he would undoubtedly face endless suffering and torment. And Linger descended gracefully, akin to a pure white feather floating gently to the ground, landing softly beside Lin Wei. Lin Wei, your name is rather intriguing. What has led this old man to pursue you? Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Wei, filled with curiosity and inquiry, as if she sought to see through his very being. Upon hearing Linger's question, Lin Wei's taut nerves began to relax. He let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of pain and sorrow crossing his eyes, and then recounted his harrowing experiences in detail. From the tragic annihilation of the Lin family to his perilous escape, and the relentless pursuit by Yanjin, his tale unfolded like a poignant tapestry woven with blood and tears. Alas, dear Lin Wei, your experiences are indeed tragic. Do you find yourself with nowhere to go now? After listening to Lin Wei's story, Linger could not help but sigh softly. Her gaze filled with sympathy and compassion as she tenderly looked at Lin Wei and inquired. Indeed, at present, I truly do not know where to turn. Lin Wei's gaze dimmed momentarily, yet soon transformed into one of unwavering determination. At that moment, his animosity towards the Xuanyin Sect reached its zenith. Given the opportunity, he would obliterate it entirely. Upon witnessing Lin Wei's expression, Linger allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Dear Lin Wei, would you accompany your senior sister Linger back to the Flower Sect? Her voice was as gentle as a babbling brook, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she regarded him. Upon hearing Linger extend her invitation to return to the sect, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. She had just rescued him, and now, with nowhere else to turn, perhaps the Flower Sect was his only sanctuary. Thus, Lin Wei looked at Ling, his gaze resolute and earnest, and declared, Senior Sister Linger, I am willing to accompany you to the Flower Sect. Then let us depart. I shall guide you back to the sect. And Linger replied, her hand gently covering her mouth as she smiled softly. She then raised her delicate hand and waved gently at Lin Wei. In an instant, a warm, white source energy enveloped them, cocooning them as if in a shroud of mysterious power. They were swiftly whisked away, leaving only a radiant trail of white light in their wake. Shortly after their departure, disciples of the Xuanyin Sect caught up to the scene. This aura could belong to that sect? The leading middle-aged man wore a grave expression as he slowly expanded his formidable perception, casting it like an enormous, invisible net. Cautiously sensing the lingering energy in the vicinity, his brow furrowed tightly. We must retreat. Lin Wei has gone to that sect. We shall return and report to the sect master. He commanded loudly to the several dozen figures surrounding him. In an instant, the disciples of the Xuanyin Sect vanished like phantoms, leaving behind a silent wilderness, as if no one had ever traversed that land. Senior Sister Linger, where exactly is our sect? We have been flying for quite a while, yet we have not arrived. Lin Wei inquired, a hint of perplexity in his eyes as he flew beside Ling. They had soared for nearly 2 hours, heading deeper into the mountains, but still, no sign of civilization had appeared. Only the endless mountain ranges and dense forests surrounded them, occasionally pierced by the calls of distant birds. Do not be so anxious, dear Lin Wei. We shall reach our destination shortly. And Linger replied with a playful smile, her expression instilling a sense of calm. Upon hearing her reassuring words, Lin Wei decided to relinquish his concerns, silently following her lead as she guided him onward. Thus, after another half-hour passed, and Linger, with Lin Wei in tow, suspended gracefully in midair. She then gently raised her delicate palm, for which a stream of white source energy began to coalesce. With a soft motion, she directed it into the air. As this seemingly gentle gesture was executed, the tranquil atmosphere, akin to a mirror's surface, suddenly began to ripple violently, as though a colossal stone had been cast into a serene lake, sending forth immense waves that spread outward. In the next moment, an enormous iron door materialized in the air, seemingly unremarkable, yet towering into the clouds, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, adorned with an array of peculiar runes that shimmered faintly. Let us proceed. We have arrived. And Linger smiled gently at Lin Wei and, with a light step, approached the iron door. As they drew near, the door began to open slowly, as if imbued with life. Under Linger's guidance, Lin Wei followed her through the threshold. The instant they entered, a blinding radiance assaulted his eyes, rendering them nearly unresponsive. Is this another realm? Once his eyes adjusted to the brilliance, Lin Wei was utterly astonished by the scene before him, exclaiming in awe. The world beyond the door resembled a celestial paradise, replete with buildings of varied styles, some soaring into the heavens, artfully scattered across the landscape. On the peaks of various mountains, disciples were engrossed in their training and cultivation. Chapter 8. Annoyed? Then I shall send you flying with a single strike. Sister Linger, this is the flower sect concealed within this space. Lin Wei endeavored to steady his racing heart, his eyes brimming with wonder. Turning to Linger, he inquired softly, surely, you do not expect me to believe that our flower sect is merely an obscure, insignificant sect? Indeed, Lin Wei, you must not think so lowly of us. A faint smile graced Linger's exquisite face. Her voice is clear and melodious as mountain spring water. Allow me to introduce you to your surroundings, she continued, playfully winking, observing Lin Wei's expression, which seemed to convey that he had never encountered such marvels. She could not suppress a gentle laugh. Before Lin Wei could react, Linger waved her hand, and in an instant, they found themselves atop a majestic peak. Greetings, senior sister. The multitude of disciples who had been diligently practicing in the training grounds halted their activities at the sight of Linger, collectively bowing in respect. Their eyes filled with admiration. There is no need for such formality. Today, I have brought back a little junior brother for you all to care for. And Linger said softly, a tender smile gracing her lips as she gestured to Lin Wei with her slender finger. Upon finishing her words, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her form resembling that of a graceful swallow, as she swiftly darted towards another peak. Lin Wei then steadied his mind and began to scrutinize his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that the entire mountain was exclusively populated by male disciples, with not a single female disciple in sight. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to maintain a low profile as a newcomer. Thus, he bowed respectfully to the assembly of disciples and courteously proclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when an incongruous voice interrupted him. So you are the junior brother Lin Wei? I wonder what cultivation level you possess to warrant being personally brought back by Sister Ling. The tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Wei turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a rather unremarkable young man, whose face bore an expression of arrogance, and whose eyes glimmered with a scrutinizing gaze. Oh, well, my cultivation level seems rather beneath your concern, does it not? With your meager prowess as a late-stage body refinement disciple, do you believe you possess the right to prattle on before me? Lin Wei's countenance darkened instantly, and he retorted without reservation, a chill emanating from his gaze. You dare speak to a senior brother in such a manner? You are courting death. The young man, infuriated by Lin Wei's audacity to counter his remarks and deliver such disdainful words, though he was unfamiliar with the term little dog, felt a surge of embarrassment and rage. His internal source energy surged like a tempest. With a forceful stomp of his right foot upon the ground, A resounding crash echoed as the earth trembled slightly, and he propelled himself towards Lin Wei like an arrow released from its bow. However, just as the young man closed the distance to within half a meter of Lin Wei, the latter's right hand shot out with remarkable speed, carrying a fierce gust of wind, and delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face. This strike, imbued with a modicum of source energy, resonated like thunder throughout the entire mountain. The young man was sent flying as if severed from his tether, tracing a hapless arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! The surrounding disciples gasped involuntarily, taken aback by the spectacle. This person is incredibly formidable, one disciple exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He defeated him with but a single slap. Another disciple marveled, unable to contain his awe. All the disciples atop the mountain were utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. They had never imagined that Lin Wei would dare to strike out so decisively upon his arrival. Furthermore, to so swiftly and efficiently vanquish a late-stage body refinement disciple in such a humiliating manner was beyond their expectations. What is the matter? My junior brother has just arrived and is still unfamiliar with the rules. Is there anyone among the senior brothers who would be willing to offer some guidance? Lin Wei's expression was icy, his gaze slicing through the surrounding disciples like a sharp blade. Few dared to meet his eyes, lowering their heads in shame. No, this is unfair. It was I who was unprepared. The man who had just been struck and sent flying struggled to rise once more. The right side of his face was swollen grotesquely, resembling an overripe bun, which lent a comical air to his countenance, though traces of resentment and indignation lingered in his eyes. Suddenly, while everyone was still in a daze, Lin Wei moved like a specter, instantly appearing before the man. With a swift motion, he delivered another resounding slap to the man's left cheek. The force of this strike seemed even greater than the last, causing the man to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a limp rag doll. Now, it appears the score is even, Lin Wei remarked, lightly brushing off his hands as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. He softly intoned, "Ding, host has been detected to strike again. Reward, 100 Demon God Points." Demon God Points can be directly used to enhance martial skills and techniques. How could I have almost forgotten that I have a system? Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, esteemed senior brothers, is there anyone else willing to offer some pointers to a humble junior brother like me? I wish to learn from your experiences. Lin Wei beamed at the gathered disciples. Yet his smile bore an unsettling resemblance to a cunning fox eyeing its prey, exuding an air of danger. The disciples felt a chill at Lin Wei's gaze. Although they were all novice disciples, some among them possessed considerable strength. I, Lu Xiaoming, shall have a word with you. At that moment, a muscular disciple stepped forward from the crowd. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath him, his eyes locked onto Lin Wei, radiating fierce determination. Lu Xiaoming? Why is he a man? Lin Wei's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the male disciple stepping forth, involuntarily exclaiming. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Lu Xiaoming's face flushed crimson with rage, akin to a burning ember. He had always felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority due to his name, and now Lin Wei had the audacity to mock him in public. It was an affront he could hardly endure. Damn it, are you doing this on purpose? My name is Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming's entire body was taut with bulging veins, resembling serpents writhing beneath his skin, exuding an aura of impending fury akin to that of a raging bull. As a peak cultivator of the body refinement realm, he stood among the most formidable of the outer disciples, providing him the audacity to challenge Lin Wei. Shall we begin? Lin Wei inquired nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, to Lu Xiaoming, this smile was rife with mockery, prompting him to channel his inner energy and charge at Lin Wei like a wild beast. Chapter 9. Shocking the crowd. Younger disciple, allow your senior brother to impart some lessons on decorum today. Lu Xiaoming's voice brimmed with arrogance as he moved with the swiftness of a wraith, reaching Lin Wei's side in the blink of an eye. With muscles coiled like a spring and veins bulging on his arms, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Wei's chest, the wind from his strike howling as if imbued with immense force. Yet, just as Lu Xiaoming's fist was about to make contact, a hand, akin to a bolt of lightning, emerged from the side and firmly grasped his fist with unerring precision. The owner of this hand was none other than Lin Wei, his expression as serene as still water. What is happening? Lu Xiaoming's face contorted with disbelief, his eyes widening as he stared at Lin Wei, as if encountering a ghost. He could hardly fathom that his full-powered strike had been effortlessly intercepted. After all, he was the strongest among the outer disciples, and no peer would dare to confront such a blow head-on. A crisp slap resounded in response, as Lin Wei raised his right hand high and delivered a merciless strike to Lu Xiaoming's face. The impact was tremendous, and with the sharp sound, Lu Xiaoming was sent flying like a kite with its string severed. Nevertheless, possessing considerable strength, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air, scraping his feet along the ground to leave long marks before finally regaining his footing after retreating several steps. At that moment, Lu Xiaoming felt a searing pain on his face, a burgeoning rage born from humiliation igniting within him. Since you favor the use of hands, allow me to demonstrate this. The mountain-shattering palm. His eyes blazed with fury, as if sparks of wrath were about to erupt. In a flash, he surged forward once again, his garments billowing behind him, determined to repay the previous insult with compounded vengeance. Since you are so eager to assist me, I shall not hold back. Lin Wei gazed at the approaching Lu Xiaomong, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He was secretly calculating how he could utilize this encounter to acquire the demonic energy necessary for his advancement. This oblivious individual had unwittingly presented himself as an opportunity. However, this time, Lin Wei resolved to make an example of him, sparing no mercy, thus averting potential inconveniences in the future. The source energy within Lin Wei surged forth like a tumultuous tide, yet he exercised caution, refraining from unleashing its full force. He was acutely aware that a complete release of his aura would reveal his demonic cultivation, risking premature annihilation before he had the chance to mature. In a swift motion, Lin Wei shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging at Lu Xiaomong with precision. His movements were crisp and decisive as he raised his right fist, a flicker of light shimmering around it, and met Lu Xiaomong's palm head-on. The moment their fists clashed, a powerful gust of energy erupted, radiating outward like surging waves. Surrounding disciples of lesser strength were instantly toppled, tumbling helplessly to the ground, their faces etched with terror. Yet, within less than 2 seconds of their confrontation, one figure was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain peak. The resultant sound echoed like thunder, causing the mountain to tremble slightly, with loose stones cascading down its slopes. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This junior brother's strength is extraordinary, one disciple murmured, lacing his voice. Indeed, to defeat our strongest outer sect disciple with a single punch is nothing short of monstrous. Another echoed, his eyes wide with reverence. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the disciples processed Lin Wei's displayed prowess. They had anticipated Lu Xiaomong would offer a formidable lesson to the newcomer. They had not expected such a conclusion. Is there any senior brother willing to offer guidance to this junior brother? I will be most receptive, Lin Wei remarked, observing the incapacitated Lu Xiaomong before directing his gaze towards the other outer disciples, a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. No, junior brother. You are quite fine as you are. Our sect is not overly strict. We enjoy a fair degree of freedom. A disciple hastily waved his hands, a conciliatory smile adorning his face. Yes, junior brother, your initial encounter has come off as somewhat stilted. Another chimed in, his voice quavering, fearful that Lin Wei might redirect his attention towards him. The disciple beside him promptly rejected Lin Wei's request. In their eyes, Lin Wei resembled a formidable demon. With their strongest member, Lu Xiaoming, having been defeated, who would dare to confront him again, unless they were seeking punishment themselves? By the way, junior brother, the senior sister has instructed me to show you to your quarters. Shall we take a look? A slightly plump disciple smiled at Lin Wei, though his tone was laced with caution. Each word was articulated slowly, as if he feared that offending Lin Wei might result in being sent flying with a mere wave of his hand. His body trembled slightly, and his gaze remained averted from Lin Wei's. Oh, very well. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Lin Wei responded to the rotund young man with a warm smile. His gentle demeanor eased the tension within the little chubby disciple. Thus, he led the way, his footsteps heavy, each step taken with trepidation as he cautiously glanced at Lin Wei's expression. Lin Wei followed at a leisurely pace, and the two descended the mountainside. By the way, how should I address you, senior brother? Lin Wei inquired, intrigued by the amusing little fellow beside him, who had not shown any hostility. However, upon hearing Lin Wei's question, The chubby disciple appeared startled, as if jolted by an electric shock. His body quivered, nearly disrupting his stride. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, Junior brother, my name is Chao Xuesheng, but they usually call me Chao Pongzi. His voice was low, as if he feared being overheard. Ah, Chao Xuesheng, I am Lin Wei. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Lin Wei replied, recognizing that Chao Xuesheng was likely the type to be teased by others. This reminded him of his days in the Lin family, where he too had often been bullied and ridiculed. Thus, he felt inclined to lend a hand to Chao Xuesheng. Under Chao Xuesheng's guidance, Lin Wei arrived at a secluded little courtyard. The area was modest, encircled by low stone walls adorned with some unidentifiable small grasses. Within the courtyard stood 2 rooms, their doors and windows appearing somewhat antiquated yet remarkably clean. There was also a set of stone chairs and a stone table. Lin Wei, junior brother, this is your little courtyard. According to tradition, you may rest today and are not required to follow any duties. Someone will come to fetch you tomorrow morning. Chao Xuesheng said with a silly grin before awkwardly darting away, as though something terrifying were pursuing him. Once Chao Xuesheng had departed, Lin Wei meticulously examined the little courtyard. He stepped into the room and discovered that, although sparsely furnished, it was impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Opening the cabinet, he found it neatly stocked with various daily necessities, along with 2 sets of garments worn by disciples of the sect. The attire was modest in hue, yet appeared to be of fine quality. At the peak of a certain mountain within the flower sect, a stunningly beautiful woman spoke softly to Enlinger. This young man you have brought back is indeed intriguing. Be sure to keep a close watch on him. Yes, Sect Master, Enlinger replied respectfully, bowing her hands together, and the 2 figures subsequently vanished from the mountaintop. Chapter 10. Advancing to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Morning exercise. The room occupied by Lin Wei was somewhat disordered, with various items scattered haphazardly. He frowned, deciding to tidy up the space before attending to other matters. Once he had completed this task, Lin Wei felt satisfied as he approached the bedside, slowly settling into a cross-legged position, preparing to commence the operation of the refining heaven technique. As Lin Wei began to channel his energy, the surrounding natural forces seemed to respond to a mysterious call, gradually converging towards him. Initially, these energies drifted towards him like delicate threads, but soon they amassed in increasing numbers, forming a vortex above his head. The surrounding energy surged violently into the whirlpool, continuously flowing into Lin Wei's body, nourishing his meridians. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Lin Wei's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. A gleam of awe-inspiring brilliance erupted from his gaze, as if it were a tangible force. In an instant, an aura several times more potent than before surged forth from Lin Wei's being like a tidal wave, causing the previously tranquil air within the room to ripple violently. He had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Wei was filled with elation, acutely aware of the powerful energy coursing through him. With excitement bubbling within, he slowly rose from his bed and made his way to the courtyard. Standing amidst the yard, Lin Wei raised his hand, beginning to condense the source energy. A pale blue mist gradually materialized above his palm, with a sharp glint in his eyes. He delivered a powerful punch towards the stone chair beside him. Bang! With a resounding and crisp sound, the stone chair shattered under the immense impact, fragments scattering in all directions. With his current strength, coupled with the prowess of his demonic god physique, he should be able to handle a late foundation establishment expert with ease. Lin Wei mused to himself, before gently retracting the source energy back into his body. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with no signs of dawn approaching. He thought it an opportune moment to return to his room and utilize the demonic god points he had acquired today. The host has acquired 800 demon points today. These can be directly added to options. Current strength, mid-foundation establishment, cultivation technique, refining heaven technique, low yellow rank. Martial skill, flowing cloud fist, low yellow rank. Martial skill, shrinking the earth to an inch, beginner level. I could directly augment my strength. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing this option. He couldn't help but ponder that if the demon points he obtained could directly enhance his power, then he could continuously challenge opponents weaker than himself, acquiring more demon points through their defeat. Even if he encountered a formidable adversary, there was nothing to fear. He had already mastered the martial skill of shrinking the earth to an inch. After a fight, he could simply flee, knowing that his opponent would be unable to pursue him. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to invest 400 points into his strength. Ding! Consumed 400 demon points. Strength. Mid-foundation establishment. Enhancing. Enhancement complete. Current strength. Minor success in mid-foundation establishment. Could it be? 400 points barely elevated me a minor tier. It seems I must wait until I accumulate more demon points to further enhance my strength. Lin Wei couldn't help but silently critique as he observed his little change in power. It appeared that any significant improvements in the short term would necessitate allocating the demon points towards martial skills and techniques instead. With half remaining, it would be prudent to conserve them for later use, especially since he was unfamiliar with the circumstances in this flower sect. After closing the system panel, Lin Wei gradually gathered his thoughts. He slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that dawn had already broken outside. Time to rise. Morning practice awaits. Just as Lin Wei remained momentarily dazed, a melodious voice of a girl rang out from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing her voice, he hastily stood up and quickly walked to the courtyard, opening the door. Before him stood a remarkably sweet-looking girl. Her large eyes sparkling yet adorned with a hint of irritation, her lips slightly pouting in annoyance. Why did you take so long to come out? What were you doing inside? It's time for morning practice, and you haven't even changed your clothes. Hurry and get dressed. The moment the girl saw Lin Wei, she began to speak in rapid succession, her words raining down upon him like a shower. Upon hearing her words, Lin Wei didn't overthink it. After all, he had only just arrived at this place. Without further ado, he returned to his room, swiftly retrieved his clothes, and dressed as quickly as possible before stepping back outside. Let us proceed. It is truly tedious. The new recruits have become increasingly subpar. Lu Xiaoming, the most formidable disciple from the outer sect, rises half an hour early each morning to don his attire and prepare for his morning practice. The girl, briskly leading the way, turned her head to offer a continuous stream of criticism directed at Lin Wei. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoming's name, Lin Wei could not suppress a chuckle. As an image of Lu Xiaoming's disheveled appearance from the previous day flashed through his mind, a sight both comical and absurd. What are you laughing at? I must inform you that Lu Xiaoming is the strongest among your outer sect disciples. You ought not to mock him in his presence. The girl, noticing Lin Wei's audible laughter, abruptly halted, pivoted, and fixed him with a serious gaze, reminding him sternly. Acknowledging her good intentions, Lin Wei refrained from further remarks and quietly followed her. Before long, under the girl's guidance, they arrived at the mountain peak where Lin Wei had first arrived the day prior. By now, nearly 100 disciples had gathered atop the summit. Rather than engage in training, they had formed small circles, animatedly discussing various intriguing topics, interspersed with bursts of laughter. The girl led Lin Wei to stand before a slightly older man who exuded an air of authority. Elder Yun, I have brought the newcomer, she announced respectfully. Very well. You may step back, Elder Yun replied, waving his hand dismissively, a hint of sternness gracing his features, indicating for her to withdraw. He then turned his scrutinizing gaze upon Lin Wei. You must be Lin Wei. Please join the others for training. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult your senior brothers and sisters. Thank you, Elder Yun. Lin Wei responded with a respectful bow, appreciative of the positive reception from the Hua sect members, thus choosing to maintain a humble demeanor. He rejoined the throng, where the girl who had escorted him flashed him a smile. At that moment, the towering figure of Lu Xiaoming abruptly rose, his robust physique resembling a small mountain. He strode purposefully toward Lin Wei, each footfall resonating with an intensity that heightened the surrounding tension. What is happening? Look, Lu Xiaoming is approaching that newcomer. Indeed, could there be some past grievances between them? I doubt it. Perhaps Lu Xiaoming intends to teach him a lesson. The disciples observed Lu Xiaoming's advance toward Lin Wei, buzzing with speculation, as many had missed the previous day's confrontation atop the peak. Chapter 11. While others are just joining, you're already delving deep? From a distance, Lin Wei spotted Lu Xiaoming approaching him, a flicker of confusion stirring within his heart. How could Lu Xiaoming, who had fiercely clashed with him just yesterday, now appear as if transformed? Was it possible that the altercation had rendered him somewhat daft? Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Xiaoming strode directly in front of Lin Wei and gradually bent down. Ah, dear junior brother Lin Wei, he began, a broad smile plastered across his face, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing an inscrutable glimmer. Regarding yesterday's incident, I must admit my fault. It has weighed on my conscience, prompting me to come and offer my sincerest apologies. What? A disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. murmuring softly, Lu Xiaoming is actually trying to curry favor with that newcomer? Another disciple echoed the sentiment, his gaze filled with curiosity and bewilderment, fixating intently on Lin Wei and Lu Xiaoming. The other disciples on the peak, upon overhearing their exchange, gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a most extraordinary spectacle, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Among the most astonished was the young woman who had just guided Lin Wei up the mountain. Her mouth agape, she looked as though she could fit an egg inside. Her eyes round with shock. Just that morning, she had informed Lin Wei that Lu Xiaoming was the most formidable among the outer disciples, a figure of considerable prestige and status. Yet now, he was making the effort to ingratiate himself with Lin Wei, a twist of fate so sudden it left her reeling. However, at that moment, Lin Wei felt a surge of annoyance. This man, presenting himself so obsequiously so early in the day, resembled someone confessing affection. Anyone unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly believe Lin Wei harbored some peculiar inclination. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift kick to Lu Xiaoming. The force behind the kick propelled Lu Xiaoming several meters away, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Keep your distance. A grown man should not be prattling on like this. Lin Wei scowled at Lu Xiaoming, who lay on the ground with an expression of disdain. After rising and dusting himself off, Lu Xiaoming bore no ill will towards Lin Wei for the kick. Instead, he smiled again, this time tinged with a hint of apology, before slowly returning to his original position. As this brief interlude passed, the crowd quickly shifted their attention elsewhere, the moment fading from their minds. Just then, Elder Yun, seated at the head of the assembly, suddenly stood up. His white robe billowed gently in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. The morning practice for the outer disciples of the Flower Sect had officially commenced. I shall now elucidate a foundational martial technique for everyone. Elder Yun's voice resonated with authority and clarity, echoing across the mountain peaks. After concluding his remarks, Elder Yun gradually ascended into the air. With a flourish of his hands, he began to gather streams of vital energy into his right palm. As the energy coalesced, a delicate layer of white light enveloped his hand. With a commanding utterance, he proclaimed, "Star Shatter Palm." In an instant, Elder Yun's right palm struck fiercely towards the open air before him. A shadow of his palm shot forth, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing heavily against a nearby peak. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. The onlookers gazed in awe, witnessing a colossal hole blasted into the mountain by Elder Yun's strike. The gaping maw was dark and ominous, surrounded by swirling dust from the impact. A sight both startling and mesmerizing. Elder Yun is truly formidable, one disciple exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Indeed, it is said that Elder Yun has reached the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. One more step, and he will ascend to the late foundation stage. Another disciple interjected, his voice laced with reverence. The nearby disciples gazed up at Elder Yun with shining eyes. For them, the ability to soar through the air was already a distant dream, let alone creating such a vast chasm in the mountain with a mere palm strike. He was akin to a divine being. I will now impart to you the operational route and methodology of this palm technique. Commit it to memory. Elder Yun hovered in midair, beginning a detailed explanation of the Star Shatter Palm's cultivation method. As it was a beginner-level martial skill, relatively straightforward in nature, Elder Yun completed his explanation without much delay. Practice on your own for an hour, and I shall return to assess your progress. With that, Elder Yun swiftly departed from the mountain, leaving a group of disciples to commence their training. Lin Wei diligently etched Elder Yun's instructions into his memory. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to channel his vital energy along the route of the Star Shatter Palm. Gradually, his right hand began to respond, a faint blue glow emerging and swirling around it like a delicate flame, an enchanting spectacle. Ding! New martial skill detected. Star Shatter Palm. Low yellow rank. Level beginner. Upgrade. Just as Lin Wei was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind once more. Has my cultivation succeeded? Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Wei felt a tinge of disbelief. Previously, during his training in martial arts, even the simplest techniques required nearly a month of arduous effort to achieve a semblance of success. Yet now, astonishingly, he had succeeded in less than half an hour. Lin Wei began to speculate that this might be attributed to his demonic physique, a unique trait that perhaps enhanced his cultivation aptitude further. At 200 points to star-shattering palm, Lin Wei gazed at the system panel that was visible only to him, and without hesitation, he immediately spent half of his remaining demonic points. Ding! Enhancing the proficiency of star-shattering palm. Consuming 200 demonic points. Enhancement complete. Star-shattering palm upgraded to proficient level. Moments later, the system confirmed the completion of the enhancement. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction, silently lamenting that had he known this would occur, he should have invested his demonic points in martial arts earlier. If he had allocated his points to boosting his overall strength, he might not have even attained a minor breakthrough. Yet using them on martial arts had propelled him directly to a new minor realm. It is worth noting that many individuals require at least half a year to progress from the beginner stage to the proficient realm in martial arts. The disparity is indeed significant. Cough, cough, an hour has passed. How have you all fared in your comprehension? As the disciples continued their diligent training, Elder Yun's figure appeared once more, ethereal as a specter, hovering above them. He looked down upon the crowd, his gaze discerning, and slowly inquired, "Alas, I have yet to grasp the operational route." One disciple lamented, his face etched with frustration. "Indeed, I too struggle. I keep losing my focus halfway through." Another disciple chimed in, shaking his head in dismay. "Yes, how can one master this in such a short time?" The disciples murmured in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions. However, amidst the crowd, 3 or 4 figures gradually stepped forward. Reporting to Elder Yun, "We have reached the beginner realm in our practice." Lu Xiaoming stood at the forefront, chest slightly puffed, a hint of pride gracing his features as he addressed the elder hovering above. Well done," Elder Yun remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with approval as he regarded the group. However, just as he was about to extend his praise, a voice emerged from nearby. "It appears that I have successfully cultivated my skills, reaching the subtle level." Upon hearing this proclamation, Elder Yun's previously cheerful expression froze, as if struck by a sudden chill. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he fixated intently on the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Lin Wei, who was now gradually rising to his feet, casually stretching his limbs. Chapter 12. The competition with Zhang. A victory with ease. The entire mountain peak fell into a profound silence, soon interrupted by a cacophony of fervent discussions. "This lad boasts too much, doesn't he? Achieving the subtle realm in just an hour? How is that conceivable?" One disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, who does he think he is? It's utterly ridiculous." Another disciple shook his head, a slight smirk of derision curling his lips. "I believe he simply seeks to draw attention to himself." Others chimed in, their tones laced with disdain. The disciples exchanged remarks, their voices rising and falling in a continuous, tumultuous wave of chatter. Meanwhile, Elder Yun slowly descended to the ground, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of excitement, gazing at Lin Wei with a fervor akin to that of discovering a treasure. Lu Xiaoming stood nearby, though somewhat taken aback. He remained silent. He could never shake off the memory of being sent flying by a single slap the previous day, recalling that moment sent a shiver down his spine. I refuse to believe he could master the shattered star palm to the subtle level in just an hour. We have barely reached the foundational realm. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly broke through the din. Everyone turned their eyes toward the speaker, a man named Zhang, who stood near Lu Xiaoming and his companions. Zhang wore an air of arrogance, his eyes radiating disdain. Upon hearing Zhang Da's words, Elder Yun snapped back to reality. After all, even if Lin Wei possessed some talent, he would likely only reach the foundational realm at most, although the shattered star palm is merely a low-tier yellow-grade martial technique. It cannot be mastered to the subtle level in just an hour. Elder Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his expression shifting to one of confusion. "Indeed, Lin Wei, let us not jest about this matter. Skill cultivation must be taken into account during assessments." Elder Yun's expression returned to calm as he regarded Lin Wei, speaking in a measured tone. His words carried a note of seriousness, as if to remind Lin Wei not to underestimate the significance of the evaluation. However, Lin Wei merely cast a nonchalant glance at the recently vocal Zhang. "Oh, is this senior brother skeptical of my achievement to the subtle level?" Lin Wei's lips curled into a playful smile as he addressed Zhang. "Indeed, you, a mere newcomer, claim to have mastered the intricacies of the craft?" Zhang regarded Lin Wei with an air of arrogance, puffing out his chest in confidence. "Since my senior brother doubts my abilities, shall we engage in a contest?" Let us see whose fractured star palm prevails. Lin Wei's gaze remained fixed on Zhang De. He had long discerned the latter's prowess, mid-stage body refinement, comparable to Lu Xiaoming. Even without employing any martial techniques, Lin Wei was confident that he could easily send him flying with a single strike. The suggestion was merely to test the power of the fractured star palm. Upon hearing Lin Wei's audacious challenge, Zhang Da's anger ignited instantly. He had never been provoked by a newcomer before. It appears I must teach you a lesson today. Zhang De glared at Lin Wei, his competitive spirit thoroughly awakened. He turned to Elder Yun, respectfully stating, Elder Yun, I humbly ask for your approval to verify the truth behind my junior brother's claims. After speaking, Zhang De regarded Lin Wei with unshakable confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Elder Yun had been skeptical of Lin Wei's assertions. Thus, the prospect of someone willing to corroborate the matter pleased him immensely. Very well, you may engage in a friendly spar, but let it be a contest of restraint. After concluding, Elder Yun and the other disciples retreated a considerable distance, clearing the area for the two competitors. Junior brother, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall allow you to make the first move, shall I? Zhang De smiled at Lin Wei, his single hand resting behind his back, exuding an aura reminiscent of a seasoned master. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Da's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Wei's right hand began to coalesce a brilliant blue radiance, dazzling enough to dissuade direct gazes. A formidable aura emanated from Lin Wei's hand, spreading outward like surging ocean waves. Do not attempt to dazzle me with your theatrics. Zhang De quickly regained his composure, for in his mind, Lin Wei was merely a novice. All this was mere bravado. Zhang De too summoned a white glow in his hand, energy pulsating from his palm, fractured star palm. Zhang De swiftly completed his hand seal and thrust his right hand toward Lin Wei, sending forth a palm-sized imprint that raced toward him. However, Zhang Da's imprint appeared somewhat translucent, indicating his lack of mastery over the technique. His movements were tinged with impatience, despite the power behind his strike. It lacked stability. Fractured star palm. Lin Wei shouted, unleashing a blue imprint from his hand. The imprint was solid and formidable, evidently far superior to Zhang Da's attempt. Lin Wei's movements exuded a remarkable composure, his palm strike resonating with immense power, instilling a profound sense of pressure. With a resounding thud, the palm strikes of both combatants collided instantaneously, producing a deep, sonorous echo. However, the confrontation lasted less than 2 seconds before Zhang Da's palm imprint shattered first. Lin Wei's strike surged forward with residual force, aimed directly at Zhang De. The overwhelming potency of Lin Wei's attack left the spectators in a state of astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Just as the palm imprint was a mere half-meter away from Zhang De, Elder Yun's figure materialized abruptly in front of him, demonstrating remarkable swiftness, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Dispense. Elder Yun conjured a surge of elemental energy, launching a powerful blow toward Lin Wei's palm strike. The collision echoed with a thunderous boom, unleashing a torrent of force that stirred the dust from the ground, obscuring the view for the surrounding disciples. The formidable strength of Elder Yun permeated the atmosphere, enveloping the disciples in an overwhelming pressure. As the dust gradually settled, the onlookers beheld the situation with clarity. At that moment, Elder Yun stood with one hand casually resting behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, while Zhang De lingered behind him, his breath slightly uneven. Elder Yun's expression remained remarkably calm. Indeed, Lin Wei's palm technique has reached a commendable level. His talent is worthy of participation in the Sects tournament in 3 days. Elder Yun remarked with a smile, addressing Lin Wei and the surrounding disciples. Yet, none noticed the subtle tremor in Elder Yun's left hand at that moment. Chapter 13. The Sect Tournament. What? He can participate in the Sect Tournament just after entering the Sect. A gasp shattered the silence, and the crowd's eyes brimmed with astonishment and envy. Indeed, we have been here for over a year, and we haven't even qualified to compete. Another voice chimed in, tinged with bitterness. As Elder Yun's words hung in the air, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd. Huh? What Sect Tournament? Lin Wei inquired, gazing at Elder Yun with a look of confusion. The Sect Tournament is a biennial event held by our Flower Sect, where 3 spots are allocated for external disciples, while the remaining participants are chosen from the internal disciples. Elder Yun explained, his gaze filled with admiration for Lin Wei. Upon hearing Elder Yun's words, Lin Wei slowly nodded, though he felt little interest in this tournament. To him, These competitions seemed largely disconnected from his current path of cultivation. I appreciate Elder Yun's kindness, but I am not particularly interested in this sect tournament. Please seek others. Lin Wei stated, preparing to turn away. But what if participation could lead to immediate advancement to the inner sect, along with rewards of 2 advanced martial arts manuals? The voice of Elder Yun resonated from behind, imbued with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing Elder Yun mention the reward, Lin Wei abruptly halted in his tracks, then retreated 2 steps, turning his body around. If there's a reward, why not mention it earlier? It's merely a sect competition, after all, Lin Wei exclaimed, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Elder Yun. Nearby, several disciples cast him disdainful glances, perhaps pondering how this individual could be so opportunistic, so easily swayed by the prospect of a reward. Elder Yun, unfazed by Lin Wei's antics, merely smiled gently before stating, "All right, let us conclude today as morning practice. You may return and contemplate at your leisure." With that, Elder Yun departed from the mountain peak, his figure gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind a group of contemplative disciples. The disciples began to disperse, some returning to their quarters, while others set off together towards different peaks. Lin Wei, however, found himself alone. After regaining his composure, he prepared to return to his abode for a spell of cultivation. "Hey, junior brother Lin Wei, would you care to join me for a stroll?" Just as Lin Wei was about to turn away, the voice of Chao Xuesheng shattered his thoughts. Lin Wei turned to face Chao Xuesheng, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he wondered why this senior would extend an invitation to him. "Is there really anywhere worth visiting within the sect?" Lin Wei inquired calmly, his tone betraying a lack of interest in the matter. "You may not know, but there's a street within the sect where individuals can set up stalls for free, facilitating the exchange of goods." Chao Xuesheng chuckled softly as he spoke. "Never mind. I have nothing on me, so I want to go," Lin Wei replied, initially inclined to accompany him. However, upon reflection, he realized he possessed neither money nor items. Deciding it was best to decline, Chao Xuesheng, discerning Lin Wei's apparent lack of belongings, guessed that he had recently arrived at the sect. After a brief hesitation, he gently proposed, "Junior brother Lin Wei, why don't you come with me? I can gift you something valued under 20 spirit stones." "All right then, let us go. Lead the way." Lin Wei responded eagerly, placing his hand upon Chao Xuesheng's shoulder, prompting him to guide the way. Chao Xuesheng, slightly taken aback, felt it peculiar that Lin Wei did not exhibit more politeness before accepting. Yet, he nonetheless led Lin Wei onward. As they descended from a mountain peak, they unexpectedly encountered a cluster of buildings reminiscent of a town. These structures were arranged in charming disarray, exuding an ancient aura. "It's just ahead, junior brother Lin Wei." Chao Xuesheng cast a cheerful glance at Lin Wei, then turned his gaze with a hint of anticipation towards the architectural marvel ahead. Lin Wei followed suit, and the two soon stepped inside the premises. To their surprise, the entrance was lined with stalls showcasing an array of dazzling items, each radiating a mysterious glow that enchanted the onlookers. "Lin Wei, my junior brother, could you wait a moment and accompany me to a certain place?" Chao Xuesheng implored with a hopeful gaze. Although Lin Wei was unaware of Chao Xuesheng's destination, curiosity filled his heart, compelling him to nod in agreement. Eager to uncover the secret his senior held, Chao Xuesheng led Lin Wei through the bustling streets, their figures weaving through the crowd until they reached a rather secluded corner. Suddenly, his eyes brightened at the sight of a young woman in that very corner. "Ah, so this lad intends to flirt. I didn't see that coming." A true romantic warrior, indeed. Lin Wei chuckled at Chao Xuesheng's infatuated demeanor, yet he continued to follow closely behind. However, just as they prepared to approach, a furious voice erupted from the crowd. "What are you pretending to be, you wealthy fool? You come out here to peddle goods? Is it just for money? Here, take this." The voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shattering the tranquility of the moment. "Is that enough? Treat my young master well, and I shall double your pay." A man clad in luxurious robes berated the girl at the stall, his words dripping with malice. Fuming at the scene, Chao Xuesheng's eyes turned a fierce shade of crimson, and a torrent of energy surged within him. Filled with righteous indignation, he charged towards the man in the ornate robe. "Shut your mouth. Bullying a girl like this, what kind of cowardice is that?" he bellowed, swinging his fist towards the man. "Umph, how dare a mere mid-level practitioner approach me? Very well, I shall oblige you." The robed man retaliated, hurling his fist toward Chao Xuesheng, and their fists collided with a resounding thud. Bang! With a dull sound, Chao Xuesheng was knocked to the ground, wincing in pain as he clutched his hand. A grimace of agony crossed his face, as though he were enduring an immense torment. You lack the ability, yet you aspire to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Since you initiated this altercation, be prepared to face the consequences. The robed man smirked cruelly at Chao Xuesheng, relishing the sight of his prey. He suddenly lunged forward, his foot slamming against the ground as he charged at Chao Xuesheng. However, just as the robed man was about to reach Chao Xuesheng, a sharp clap echoed throughout the street. Instantly, the robed man's form was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Are you all right, Brother Chao? Lin Wei slowly approached Chao Xuesheng and extended his hand to help him up. Initially, Lin Wei had been troubled about where to acquire the demon god points, but unexpectedly, this individual had presented himself. What fool dares to lay a hand on me? However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air once more. Chapter 14, Mastery of the Shattered Star Palm. A talent assessment. Is being in the late stage of body refinement truly remarkable? Lin Wei's voice reverberated through the space as he looked down upon the man sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Lin Wei resembled a deity of death, emanating a chilling aura. The man lying on the ground gazed up at him with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xuanyin, are you okay? Just then, a voice filled with urgency rang out. Chao Xuesheng rushed to the girl's side, his expression filled with concern as he scrutinized her from head to toe. A trace of barely perceptible panic flickered in Xuanyi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at Chao Xuesheng, and gently shook it, indicating that she was unharmed. Seeing her response, Chao Xuesheng let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet, his expression soon grew grave as he lowered his voice to Xuanyin, saying, "We should leave quickly. This person is named Xingyu. His father is the 7th elder of the Flower Sect, and we cannot afford to provoke him." He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wei, who was still standing over Xingyu's face, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin shuddered involuntarily. Instinctively, she reached out to lightly tug at Chao Xuesheng's sleeve, signaling him to flee this troublesome place. She then turned her gaze back to Lin Wei, her eyes filled with concern. However, in the face of everyone's stares and the warnings from Chao Xuesheng and Xuanyin, Lin Wei appeared unfazed. He merely smiled faintly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Wei slowly raised his right hand and struck Xingyu's right cheek with great force. A sharp smack resonated as Xingyu's face immediately swelled, 5 distinct crimson fingerprints visible. Simultaneously, an immense force surged from Lin Wei's palm, propelling Xingyu several meters away, where he collided heavily against a nearby wall, producing a dull thud. Who is this guy, that he dares to strike the son of the 7th elder? Indeed, I have heard that the 7th elder is extremely protective of his kin. It seems this fellow is merely putting on a show, trying to impress. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet, Lin Wei paid no heed to the gazes around him, delivering a final kick to Xingyu's face before he ceased his actions. Brother Chao, did you not promise to show me around? Why have we stopped? Lin Wei approached Chao Xuesheng and offered a gentle smile. However, Chao Xuesheng appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head for a considerable while before responding. Junior brother, thank you for your help earlier. Given the situation here, I won't be able to accompany you any longer. But here are some spirit stones for you. You can use them to explore and purchase whatever you like. After saying this, Chao Xuesheng retrieved a small pouch from his robe and tossed it to Lin Wei. Without hesitation, Lin Wei accepted the pouch and tucked it away in his clothing. This fellow had clearly intended to come here to flirt, yet he had dragged Lin Wei along and landed him in trouble. The spirit stones would serve as compensation for the earlier incident. Where had he gone? Lin Wei found himself momentarily dazed, and when he regained his senses, he noticed that the plump figure of Chao had vanished. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to wander among the various stalls. Most of the stalls offered trinkets of little value, and after meandering for quite some time without any significant finds, Lin Wei decided to return to his residence. Once he securely closed the door, Lin Wei promptly opened the system panel. Ding! You have gained 800 demon god points today. Remaining demon god points, 1,000. He immediately allocated all 800 points to the star-shattering palm. Without hesitation, Lin Wei infused the points into the martial technique he had just begun to practice. Having recently bested the 7th elder's son, he was uncertain of the 7th elder's true strength. Now, he needed a powerful martial skill to rely upon. Ding! Star-shattering palm is being upgraded. Upgrade complete. Star-shattering palm, level, major achievement. As Lin Wei pondered, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. The technique had been elevated to a major achievement realm. He felt quite satisfied with this enhancement. He had not originally intended to upgrade the martial skills rank. Raising his comprehension of the technique to such a level might indeed prove more beneficial than merely increasing its rank. Elder Yun's strength seemed to be around the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He wondered how formidable the so-called seventh elder truly was. After regaining his focus, Lin Wei recalled that he had indeed dealt with the seventh elder's son earlier that day. However, he was not overly concerned, as his own strength was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and with his demon god body, he could stand a chance even against those in the late stage of foundation establishment. He decided to invest the remaining 200 points into his cultivation. True to his cautious nature, Lin Wei allocated all the remaining demon god points into his cultivation and then sat cross-legged to commence his training. Time passed, though he remained unaware of how long. On the bed, Lin Wei suddenly opened his eyes, and a torrent of vital energy surged forth from his body, enveloping him in its embrace. To his astonishment, he had only achieved the peak of the foundation establishment stage. As he felt the shift in his internal energy, he murmured his dissatisfaction. However, should others learn of Lin Wei's sentiments, they would likely wish to chastise him. For an ordinary person would require months to cultivate to such perfection. Yet, Lin Wei had accomplished this feat in merely a few days. Lin Wei, are you there? Just as Lin Wei pondered his own strength, the voice of Chao Xuesheng drifted in from outside. After retracting his vital energy, Lin Wei stepped outside, only to discover that dawn had broken. Upon opening the door, he was met with Chao Xuesheng, whose face was alight with sycophantic eagerness. In the next moment, Chao Xuesheng lunged towards Lin Wei with open arms. Lin Wei, however, wore a look of disdain and promptly delivered a kick to Chao Xuesheng's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Lin Wei, what was that for? I merely wish to express my gratitude. Chao Xuesheng groaned, clutching his backside as he slowly rose. His face contorted in pain. Enough with the pretense. I barely applied any force. What is the matter? Do we have any tasks today? Lin Wei observed Chao Xuesheng's demeanor with a resigned shake of his head. Yes, junior brother, today is the talent assessment of our sect, and all disciples are required to participate. Upon uttering this, Chao Xuesheng's expression grew serious, and he sighed before continuing. Last year, I was assessed with a second-grade talent, which has led to some disdain from others in the sect. Talent ranges from 1 to 9 grades, with an additional divine grade, which our sect has yet to attain. A talent assessment? Very well, let us proceed. I am curious to see what my current talent may be. Lin Wei's interest was piqued by Chao Xuesheng's words, as his previous talent had been quite dismal. Now, possessing the physique of a demonic god, he wondered if his talent had improved. Before long, under Chao Xuesheng's guidance, the two arrived at the main peak, where a throng of hundreds had already gathered. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke through the air. You there? Are you Lin Wei? Chapter 15. The sect assessment commences. Upon hearing the provocative remark, Lin Wei instinctively turned his gaze toward the speaker. Just a single glance allowed him to discern the malevolence in the other's tone. Chao Xuesheng, standing nearby, turned his head only to see his complexion drain of color, leaving him looking somewhat pallid. He could be seen with his lips quivering slightly as he lowered his voice to Lin Wei, saying, Junior brother Lin Wei, I fear this individual has come specifically to confront Xingyu. His name is Yin Xianyi, and he is the cherished disciple of our sect's seventh elder. Before he could finish his words, Chao Xuesheng, as if having made a resolute decision, took a deep breath and declared, This matter has arisen because of me. Allow me to face him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chao Xuesheng stepped forward, slowly positioning himself in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei was taken aback by Chao Xuesheng's unexpected action. It was well known that Chao Xuesheng was timid and averse to trouble. Who could have anticipated that he would bravely step up at such a critical moment? At this juncture, Yin Xianyi, seeing Chao Xuesheng obstructing his path, instantly transformed from calm to menacing. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way at once. Otherwise, I might just beat you too, and you'll regret it. Do you believe me? Chao Xuesheng met Yin Xianyi's gaze for a fleeting moment, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if they had lost their command. Nevertheless, he steadfastly remained in place, showing no inclination to retreat. If you're asking for a beating, then don't blame me. Yin Xianyi snorted derisively, summoning a surge of energy in his palm and directing it at Chao Xuesheng. The surrounding disciples had instinctively created a clearing when Yin Xianyi first appeared, forming a circle of onlookers. At that moment, some of the more timid disciples had tightly closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the heart-stopping scene unfolding before them. A sharp crack resounded abruptly, echoing throughout the entire training ground. It felt as though everyone's heart had been violently jolted by the unexpected sound. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. As the crowd focused their attention, they were astonished to see the once formidable Yin Qian Yi being sent sprawling backwards. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, another figure appeared before Chao Shuesheng, none other than Lin Wei, who expressionlessly retracted his palm, the motion so leisurely it seemed as if he had merely waved his hand, as though the earlier strike had been a trivial matter. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Is he truly a new disciple? Someone in the crowd voiced the question that lingered in many minds. I don't know him either, but witnessing his prowess just now, being able to send Yin Qian Yi flying with a single slap, is truly astonishing. After all, Yin Qian Yi had recently advanced to the mid-foundation stage. Another disciple responded, his face a mask of disbelief. Even if he can defeat Yin Qian Yi now, so what? Our Sects, Elder 7 possesses peak foundation building strength. Once Elder 7 learns of this matter, that brat will surely face dire consequences. Someone remarked with a tone rife with jealousy and disdain. The crowd gazed at Lin Wei's figure, whispering amongst themselves, their speculations and discussions rising and falling like waves. Yet, Lin Wei remained impervious to the cacophony around him, standing still with an air of indifference, as though the world around him held no significance. Who are you to dare strike me? Do you not recognize my identity? Yin Qian Yi exclaimed, clutching his face tightly, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Lin Wei. In that moment, Yin Qian Yi's previously handsome visage contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. However, before he could finish his retort, Lin Wei's form vanished like a specter, reappearing before him in an instant. A sharp crack echoed as another resounding slap landed forcefully on Yin Qian Yi's face. The impact was tremendous, causing his head to jerk violently, and he spat a mouthful of crimson blood. Subsequently, he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily against a nearby tree. With a dull thud, the tree shook violently, its leaves cast skating to the ground. Yin Qian Yi slid down the trunk, collapsing onto the earth, unable to rise for the time being. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment filled the martial arts arena. All the disciples present were taken aback by the unfolding events, unable to fathom the sheer ferocity of this individual named Lin Wei. How audacious he was to strike Yin Qian Yi so ruthlessly in front of everyone, not once but twice, showing him no mercy whatsoever. This fellow is utterly brutal, one disciple muttered under his breath, instinctively stepping back a few paces, eager to distance himself from Lin Wei, fearful of inadvertently provoking this harbinger of doom. Shoo, keep your voice down. Did you not see Yin Qian Yi's fate? If he hears you, you might be in for it too. Another disciple urgently covered the first's mouth, his expression tense as he gestured for silence. Lin Wei gazed calmly at the now fallen, utterly incapacitated Yin Qian Yi, shaking his head slightly, letting out a gentle sigh filled with disappointment. How could he be so weak? 2 slaps and he's down. I had anticipated he would at least endure 3. Ahem, Lin, my junior brother, let us proceed over there. The test is likely to commence soon. Upon noticing Lin's expression, which still bore signs of dissatisfaction, Chao Shuesheng could not help but furrow his brow in concern. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Lin's arm to guide him aside. Hearing Chao Shuesheng's words, Lin finally emerged from his recent reverie and obediently followed him towards the far corner of the training arena. Atop the mountain, throngs of people had already gathered, most of the disciples oblivious to the events that had just transpired. As the crowd swelled, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted in the air. Then, a woman clad entirely in white appeared as if she descended from the heavens, her exquisite visage reminiscent of a figure from painting. Behold, it is Elder Lin Wei. As the disciples below beheld the ethereal woman, they promptly bowed in reverence, their voices unified in greeting. Elder Lin Wei's expression remained largely unchanged. She merely nodded slightly before speaking in a voice as cold as the moonlight. The Sects test shall now commence. Chapter 16. The test begins. Merely level 1. Upon concluding her announcement, Lin Wei descended gracefully to the stone platform, settling cross-legged with an elegance akin to a specter. Her serene features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared even more otherworldly, as if she existed apart from the clamor of the world. At this moment, the gaze of the gathered crowd converged upon the stone platform. filled with anticipation for the outcomes of the impending test. 3 outer sect elders approached the center of the platform with steady strides. Leading them, Elder Yun, clad in a flowing black robe, came to a halt, raising his right hand with a sudden flourish, unleashing a torrent of potent source energy. In an instant, a towering stone tablet, several feet high and wide, materialized in the center of the platform, exuding an aura of antiquity. Elder Yun tilted his head slightly, surveying the dense assembly of disciples below, and took a deep breath, enveloping his voice in source energy to ensure clarity for all, proclaiming, "Disciples, heed my command. Please ascend the platform in sequence for your assessments." As Elder Yun's words resonated, the previously noisy disciples fell silent, swiftly forming an orderly queue, each one eager and poised for the challenge ahead. It is worth noting that among the outer sect disciples, only those who had recently joined the sect were required to participate in this test, while those who had previously undergone the assessment were exempt. Conversely, inner sect disciples were afforded this testing opportunity annually, given the relatively straightforward and swift nature of the testing process. It was not long before the assessments for outer sect disciples neared completion, with most having fulfilled their evaluations, leaving only Lin and a few others yet to take their turn. Lin Wei, do not dawdle. Hasten to the stage and give it a try. With your prowess, I believe you can achieve at least a 6th or 7th level in this test. Chao Xuesheng urged Lin Wei, who appeared somewhat hesitant, with an anxious, gentle push. Deep down, Lin Wei longed to undertake the test. Ever since acquiring the system and cultivating the ancient demon god body, he had been filled with curiosity about his current abilities. He wondered what astonishing breakthroughs might arise from the combination of these two elements in terms of his cultivation level. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wei ascended the testing platform. At that moment, Elder Yun, responsible for the test, was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Wei approach, and a gentle smile graced his face as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "All right, my child, let us begin. Simply concentrate to gather a source of energy and then project it into this stone tablet," Elder Yun explained in a steady voice. At this juncture, the gaze of numerous disciples below converged upon Lin Wei. They had just witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Wei had effortlessly sent the inner sect disciple Yin Qinya flying with a mere palm strike. Thus, everyone was eager to ascertain the extent of Lin Wei's extraordinary talents, which enabled him to vanquish an inner sect disciple with such ease. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Wei calmly raised his right hand and began to slowly gather a rich, blue source of energy. The energy shimmered brilliantly within his palm. As time elapsed, the energy accumulated, intensifying and condensing until it formed a sphere of tangible energy. Once everything was prepared, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei thrust his palm forward, gently pressing it against the stone tablet. In that instant, as his slightly anxious palm made contact with the stone tablet, a dazzling light erupted from within, akin to a volcanic explosion. The brilliance instantly illuminated the entire square. Could it be that this light signified the legendary divine-level talent? Lung Yu, who had previously kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, astonishment flickering in her gaze as she involuntarily turned her attention to the radiant stone tablet. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Such a powerful and breathtaking light was something they had never witnessed before. Even the genius Mo Yuchen, ranked first in the Huazong Strong list during his test, had not elicited such an astonishing reaction. The radiant light persisted for a considerable duration before gradually fading away. Nevertheless, the eyes of all present remained fixated on the stone tablet at the center of the platform, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. At last, when the radiance completely dissipated, a line of text distinctly emerged upon the stone tablet. Talent level 1. Upon witnessing this outcome, the entire assembly was engulfed in an eerie silence, each countenance reflecting disbelief. Particularly, Lin Wei himself, at that moment, gazed at the glaring level 1 inscribed on the stone with an expression laden with confusion and perplexity. He could not fathom why he had sensed such a formidable surge of power only to arrive at this disheartening conclusion. After all, he possessed the formidable and enigmatic physique of the ancient demon god, coupled with the seemingly unfair advantages provided by the system. Logically, he ought to have surged forth triumphantly, unstoppable in his ascent. Yet, how had he found himself in such a predicament? This outcome was incomprehensible not only to others, but also an unbearable blow to Lin Wei himself. Level 1. Damn it, even a pig, given such an extensive period, could not possibly remain at a mere level 1. Seething with indignation, Lin Wei silently cursed. Seizing the moment while Elder Yun and others were still in a state of shock, he discreetly turned to make his escape, intent on vanishing swiftly. After all, this incident bore no relation to his actual prowess. It was purely an embarrassment. However, just as Lin Wei was about to successfully descend the steps, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Junior brother, please wait a moment." Startled by the voice, Lin Wei instinctively halted and cast a puzzled glance towards its source. He beheld a tall, youthful man, exuding a certain charisma, who was intently fixated on him. Elder Yun, to my knowledge, if an inner sect disciple's talent level exceeds 6, they may challenge anyone. Is this true? The young man inquired respectfully of Elder Yun, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Indeed, that is the case. Do you wish to challenge Lin Wei? Elder Yun asked, somewhat perplexed. The young man nodded with a beaming smile, then turned his gaze back to Lin Wei. You may not yet know my name. I am Xuanyin. Chapter 17. Your challenge, I accept. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Although Xuanyin's voice was calm, it resonated with a thunderous momentum that echoed throughout the mountain peak. At this moment, disciples below began to whisper amongst themselves. Is he truly Xuanyin, the legendary, second-ranked powerhouse? One disciple exclaimed, astonished as he gazed up at the figure above. Another disciple interjected, Indeed? I wonder what prompts him to seek out this obscure individual. Another person echoed, Indeed, it is said that this lad possesses merely a meager first-level talent. A stark contrast to Xuanyin. This battle appears to be devoid of suspense. He is destined to be thoroughly trounced. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, another disciple seemed to grasp the underlying reason and lowered his voice to say, I understand why he has chosen to challenge this lad. Have you all forgotten how this boy just thrashed Yin? It is rumored that Yin shares a close relationship with Xuanyin's cousin. Surely, Xuanyin has come here to vindicate his cousin. Upon hearing this, the disciples below were enlightened, their gazes toward Lin Wei now filled with pity. At that moment, even Elder Yun, who was spectating, revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the typically low-key Xuanyin would proactively challenge Lin Wei. Elder Yun could not help but feel a sense of concern for Lin Wei. He softly remarked, Lin Wei, according to the rules, he indeed has the right to challenge you, but you also possess the right to refuse. After speaking, Elder Yun gazed at Lin Wei with worry, hoping he would make a wise decision. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Wei merely shook his head gently and walked toward Xuanyin. Upon reaching Xuanyin, Lin Wei halted, lifted his gaze to meet the other's eyes, and spoke in a voice that, though not booming, was exceptionally clear. I accept your challenge. This declaration seemed to possess a certain magic, silencing the once boisterous martial arena instantly. Every ear echoed with Lin Wei's resolute words. Well, lad, your courage is commendable. You dare to accept my challenge. Let me see if you are worthy. Xuanyin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Lin Wei, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lin Wei's audacious acceptance of his challenge. Taking a deep breath, Xuanyin's internal force erupted like a volcano, a powerful wave of energy radiating from him and enveloping the entire arena. The surrounding trees rustled in response, and even the dust upon the ground was swept into the air. Yet, in the face of Xuanyin's formidable pressure, Lin Wei showed no signs of retreat. His own source energy began to surge wildly. It surged like tumultuous waves, racing through his meridians, growing faster and stronger. Finally, when the flow of source energy reached its zenith, Lin Wei let out a fierce shout, and his source energy erupted forth with a thunderous force. An aura no less formidable than Xuanyin's enveloped the arena in an instant. What? This lad actually possesses mid-foundation strength, a disciple exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is quite surprising that the disparity in strength between him and Xuanyin is merely a hair's breadth. Another disciple wore a look of astonishment. Even if this young man is at the mid-foundation stage, what of it? He can never hope to match Xuanyin, a tall disciple scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, the numerous disciples atop the mountain began to murmur among themselves, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Wei. Nevertheless, the majority still believed Lin Wei was destined to fail, for Xuanyin was widely acknowledged as a powerful figure among them. You have truly astonished me. A mere outer sect disciple possesses such mid-foundation strength? No wonder even Yin met a dismal defeat at your hands. Upon personally experiencing the potent energy radiating from Lin Wei, Xiao Yun's expression shifted from one of sheer contempt to one of grave seriousness. Humph, such excessive prattle. A character like Yin is hardly worthy of me exerting my strength against. Since acquiring the ancient demon god body, Lin Wei's demeanor has undergone a transformation. He now eschews superfluous dialogue with his adversaries, yearning only to crush all with absolute might. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right foot and forcefully propelled himself off the ground, his form shooting forth like an arrow aimed at Xiao Yun. When arrogant young man, observing Lin Wei's immediate assault, Xiao Yun's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he swiftly moved to confront the oncoming Lin Wei. In an instant, Lin Wei gathered his source energy into his right fist, which shimmered with brilliant light. Then, with a sudden tension in his arm muscles, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Yun. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun was not one to be outdone. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, coalescing a surging mass of source energy within his palms, and without mercy, he struck forcefully towards Lin Wei. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as their fists and palms collided with tremendous force, unleashing an incredibly powerful shockwave that radiated outward from their center. However, this fierce confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment. Lin Wei was the first to falter under the immense impact, retreating several dozen steps. Yet, Xiao Yun was not unscathed either. He had to take several steps back to stabilize himself. Young man, you possess considerable brute strength. However, do not presume that this is sufficient to contend with me. And do not claim that your senior brother is bullying you. Since you both practice the star-shattering palm, allow me to properly instruct you today. A smirk danced upon Xiao Yun's lips, his gaze fixed upon Lin Wei with a glint of amusement. It is essential to understand that his star-shattering palm has long been perfected to a consummate level, distinguishing him remarkably among the outer disciples. With his current prowess, vanquishing an inconsequential outer disciple would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Indeed, Xiao Yun harbored this very intention. He sought to obliterate Lin Wei's self-esteem through what appeared to be a fair contest. However, during their brief, skirmish moments ago, Xiao Yun found himself at a complete disadvantage. A humiliation for one ranked second in strength. He could not fathom achieving parity with an obscure outer disciple, thus resolved to employ the most degrading means to defeat Lin Wei. Junior brother, brace yourself and witness the true might of my star-shattering palm. As his words fell, a surge of vital energy coursed through Xiao Yun's being, swiftly coalescing into a formidable force. He then swung his arm with all his strength, delivering a fierce strike towards Lin Wei. In an instant, a handprint the size of a palm shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yet, Lin Wei's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any hint of panic. Within him, the source energy began to circulate along a specific pathway, emanating a faint blue glow from his palm. At that moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Lin Wei's hand. A dazzling radiance enveloped the entire training ground. Chapter 18. The battle against the strong-ranking Xiao Yun. Shatter Star Palm, Lin Wei exclaimed, his right hand darting forward with the speed of lightning. In an instant, a handprint, akin to a shooting star, was unleashed. At this juncture, Xiao Yun, standing opposite, retaliated with his own palm strike. However, in comparison to Lin Wei's display, Xiao Yun's handprint was markedly inferior in both momentum and potency. In a heartbeat, the two handprints collided with a resounding crash, unleashing an immensely powerful wave of energy that radiated outward in a circular pattern from the point of impact. This energy surge roared like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding disciples, whose strengths were somewhat lacking, to turn pale with alarm. They hastily channeled their source energy, bracing against the terrifying onslaught. Crack! Just as the onlookers held their breath in tense anticipation, a crystalline sound of shattering pierced the air. Looking towards the sound, they beheld Xiao Yun's handprint disintegrating upon contact with Lin Wei's blue imprint, utterly powerless to withstand the force. Countless fragments scattered like myriad stars across the sky, swiftly vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the blue handprint, having shattered Xiao Yun's imprint, surged forward with relentless momentum, bearing down upon Xiao Yun with unbridled ferocity. Confronted with such a fierce onslaught, Xiao Yun's face was etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? His star-shattering palm had astonishingly reached the realm of great mastery. In truth, Even when Lin Wei had just begun to condense his palm imprint, Xuanyin had sensed the formidable power contained within. Yet, due to an excessive confidence in his own abilities and a deep-seated pride, he had steadfastly refused to accept the reality before him. As this realization dawned upon him, the previously calm look in Xuanyin's eyes was instantly consumed by a surge of fury, as if he intended to incinerate everything in sight. With a fierce swing of his right hand, an immense force erupted, rapidly coalescing in the air into a pitch-black spear. Let me see what kind of storm you. A mere mid-foundation cultivator can stir. Xuanyin bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the skies. Simultaneously, he frantically summoned the source energy within him, which surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being and forming an indomitable shield. With the black spear in hand, he moved like lightning, striking down fiercely at the azure palm imprint. A deafening crash echoed, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. The spear clashed violently with the palm imprint, unleashing a dazzling burst of light and colossal energy fluctuations. Yet, this tumultuous confrontation did not last long. After all, Xuanyin's prowess was undeniable. With a single thrust, he cleaved through the seemingly invincible palm imprint. As it shattered, residual energy scattered in all directions. Junior brother, now you shall truly experience the might of my Lushan spear. Xuanyin proclaimed with a hearty laugh, having shed all reservations and prepared to unleash his full strength for a decisive victory. Meanwhile, the observing disciples below erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing Xuanyin wield the Lushan spear. Whispers filled the air, each disciple exchanging incredulous remarks. What? Lin Wei is actually so formidable that he has pushed Xuanyin to this extent, even forcing him to use the Lushan spear. One disciple exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. Indeed, who would have thought? After today, Lin Wei's name will surely echo throughout our sect. Another disciple concurred. As the onlookers marveled, their gazes remained riveted on the breathtaking battle unfolding in midair, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Damn it, I don't even have a weapon. How am I supposed to fight? Lin Wei lamented inwardly as he faced the spear-wielding Xuanyin, his muscles twitching in agitation. However, Xuanyin offered Lin Wei no respite or opportunity to respond. He wielded the long spear in his hand with the swiftness of lightning, thrusting it directly towards Lin Wei. In an instant, the spear tip gleamed with a chilling light, as if it were capable of tearing the very air asunder. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Lin Wei dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He hastily summoned the energy within him, channeling it steadily into his feet. With agile movements, he began to dart left and right, desperately evading Xuanyin's tempestuous attacks. For a fleeting moment, the arena was filled with two figures weaving past one another at an astonishing pace, each exchanging blows. Within a brief span, the two had engaged in dozens of exchanges. Each clash unleashed a wave of energy, stirring the dust around them into a swirling tempest. Finally, after yet another intense collision, Lin Wei managed to stabilize his stance, firmly planting himself in place. Although Xuanyin's relentless assault had not inflicted any tangible wounds, Lin Wei understood that if he continued to evade indefinitely, he would inevitably reveal a flaw and be defeated. Seizing the brief respite, Lin Wei swiftly contemplated his next move. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Perhaps he could try this tactic. It might just lead to an unexpected victory. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he regarded Xuanyin with an expression that hinted at mischief. At that moment, Xuanyin noticed that Lin Wei had ceased his evasive maneuvers, standing still. He misinterpreted this as a sign of surrender. With a disdainful snort, he proclaimed loudly, "Humph, boy, if you believe you cannot endure any longer, now is the time to concede. To be defeated by my hand would not be a disgrace for you." "Oh, if you were to concede now, I wouldn't consider it shameful," Lin Wei replied calmly, a trace of mockery evident in his smile. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin was instantly consumed by rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "You fool! You are courting your own demise." Before he finished speaking, he gripped the spear tightly, exerting a tremendous force. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from his spear, shooting towards Lin Wei like a meteor. In the face of this ferocious assault, Lin Wei remained steadfast, standing his ground with an air of unshakable composure. A faint smile lingering on his face, his eyes revealing no hint of trepidation. "You dare to underestimate me. Xiao Yiyun seethed as he observed Lin Wei's unwavering stance, igniting his fury to its peak. Gritting his teeth, he increased the pressure in his grip, continuously infusing the spear with his energy. In an instant, the radiance emanating from the spear intensified, its speed multiplying several-fold, hurtling towards Lin Wei in the blink of an eye. At the very moment the spear was about to pierce Lin Wei, his figure suddenly vanished from a spot. Chapter 19. I only strike faces. How is this possible? What kind of martial arts is this? It is utterly bewildering. Xiao Yiyun's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. However, he found himself grasping at thin air. His excessive force caused him to lose balance, and after staggering a few steps, he nearly fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. The surrounding disciples were similarly astonished, their expressions betraying deep shock. Lin Wei's speed in his sudden movement was so swift that he disappeared without a trace almost instantaneously, leaving the disciples bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Could this be the long-lost art of shrinking the ground to an inch? In that fleeting moment, when Lin Wei's figure vanished, Lung Yu abruptly stood up from her seat, her beautiful visage marked by grave concern. At that moment, Xiao Yiyun was far from his previous composed demeanor. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his complexion turned ashen, and a flurry of panic uncontrollably surfaced on his face. Stop with your tricks. If you have the guts, show yourself. Let us engage in a fair fight. Xiao Yiyun bellowed, gripping his spear tightly, its tip gleaming ominously. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scanned the surroundings vigilantly, leaving no subtle movement unnoticed. Suddenly, a crisp and resonant sound of a slap echoed throughout the expansive square, reverberating in the air for an extended moment. The crowd was startled, turning towards the source of the sound. They beheld Xiao Yiyun being propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moments later, Lin Wei's figure gradually became visible, as if he materialized from thin air. His expression was as dark as a stormy sea, coldly gazing at the fallen Xiao Yiyun. And he spoke without a hint of mercy. Do you still have any shame left? You are clearly a whole realm above me. Yet you dare to challenge me to a direct confrontation? At that instant, everyone present could clearly see that Xiao Yiyun's once handsome right cheek was now swollen to an alarming degree. Trembling, he lifted his right hand, gingerly covering his painfully throbbing cheek, though it did little to alleviate his discomfort. This fellow is exceedingly brutal. Lung Yu, witnessing the scene before her, could not help but gasp in astonishment. A glimmer of shock and disbelief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Typically, exchanges among peers are merely a formality. Yet here was Lin Wei, who without a moment's hesitation, struck directly at another's face. You dare to strike my face? Xiao Yiyun let out a furious roar, his voice brimming with indignation. Like a coiled spring, he sprang up from the ground with remarkable speed. Once his feet firmly touched the earth, his face contorted with rage as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Wei. In this contest of skill, he had suffered a tremendous loss of face. If he could not turn the tide, how could he continue to hold his place among the illustrious ranks? The thought ignited an even fiercer blaze of anger within him. Blood cloud transformation. With a thunderous shout, a powerful and tempestuous energy erupted from within Xiao Yiyun. His body radiated a dazzling crimson light, as if engulfed in flames. This brilliance swiftly enveloped him, forming a thick cocoon of red light. In the blink of an eye, the aura emanating from Xiao Yiyun surged dramatically, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The overwhelming pressure spread throughout the arena, causing weaker disciples to struggle for breath, as if the very air had become unbearably heavy. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Xiao Yiyun had successfully broken through to the perfected phase of the Foundation establishment stage, rendering him nearly unrecognizable in power. Elder Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the two combatants, pondering in silence. What extraordinary ability did this young man possess to ensnare the typically formidable Xiao Yiyun in such a predicament? Meanwhile, numerous disciples below watched with bated breath, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation as they absorbed the unfolding spectacle. Whispers filled the air. Some marveled at Lin Wei's astonishing prowess, while others were filled with curiosity and expectation regarding Xiao Yiyun's imminent counterattack. Today shall be your demise. Xiao Yiyun's face turned a deep shade of anger, his roar echoing throughout the arena. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Lin Wei with the force of a thunderous tempest. Simultaneously, He relinquished his tightly gripped spear, opting for the most brutal of assaults. He raised his right arm high, clenching his immense iron fist, and brought it crashing down upon Lin Wei with the weight of a mountain. Yet, as Xuanyin charged forth like a ferocious tiger, Lin Wei remained unfazed, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of disdain. Just as Xuanyin's formidable fist was about to collide with Lin Wei's form, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Wei's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty stage and a bewildered Xuanyin. Xuanyin's powerful strike met only air. He hastily retracted his fist, but the momentum propelled him forward, causing him to stagger a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Frustrated and humiliated, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes ablaze with wrath as he sought any sign of Lin Wei. However, no matter how he unleashed his formidable perception search, he could not detect even the slightest trace of Lin Wei's presence. Infuriatingly, this rascal seemed to know only how to scurry about like a mouse, evading capture. Xuanyin roared in exasperation. Unable to contain his inner fury any longer, he raised his fist and struck the ground with all his might. With a resounding crash, the hard earth was smashed into a deep pit, sending countless fragments of stone and dust soaring into the air, enveloping the space around them. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of thunder on a clear day, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see Xuanyin, once standing tall, now hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed. The scene was so astonishing that silence enveloped the gathering, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. This fellow was indeed ruthless, mercilessly targeting Xuanyin's face. Even if Xuanyin managed to turn the tide, his dignity would undoubtedly be irreparably tarnished. Elder Yin furrowed his brow, casting a helpless glance at Lin Wei in the arena, silently lamenting the situation. Just as everyone was still reeling from the earlier shock, Lin Wei's figure abruptly vanished from sight once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xuanyin, his speed utterly astonishing. Slap! 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 A series of rapid and resounding slaps reverberated through the arena. The crowd focused intently, witnessing Lin Wei unceremoniously straddling Xuanyin, his hands moving like a tempest, relentlessly striking Xuanyin's face. Each slap carried a fierce gust of wind, leaving Xuanyin's cheeks swollen and bruised, blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. After dozens of slaps, Xuanyin could no longer endure such a fierce onslaught. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of his previous imposing demeanor, collapsing limply to the ground like a lifeless puddle of mud. Observing this, Lin Wei slowly rose. Brushing off his hands, he then cast a detached gaze towards Elder Yin nearby, slightly raising his chin, and calmly stated, "Shall we now declare the result of this contest?" Chapter 20. Do you wish to lie down with him? Elder Yun's voice resonated across the square as he finally returned to his senses after the intense battle scene. He cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his brief lapse in focus. As Elder Yun's words fell, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd below. Most of the cheers emanated from the outer disciples, as if this triumph belonged to each and every one of them. Lin Wei had, indeed, fought fiercely for the honor of all outer disciples, instilling a profound sense of pride within them. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lin Wei stated calmly, offering a respectful gesture to Elder Yun before turning to descend from the stone platform. However, just as he was about to step away, a chilling and somewhat indifferent voice rang out from behind him. "So, you are Lin Wei? You have injured my brother. Today's matter is far from settled. I will seek you out." Lin Wei paused at the sound, gradually turning his head. He beheld a slender figure standing not far away. The person's expression as dark as water, their eyes fixed on him with unmistakable hostility. It was Xuanyin. Has he also decided to take action? A voice from the crowd was the first to call out his name, prompting a wave of murmurs and astonishment. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, recalling that he had previously been on the brink of ascending to the top of the strong list, only to vanish from sight after being taken under the wing of Elder Wu. Who would have thought he would resurface today due to this incident? In an instant, the atmosphere in the square grew tense and heavy, as all eyes were drawn to the confrontation between Lin Wei and Xuanyin. A faint smile graced Lin Wei's lips as he began to stride purposefully toward Xuanyin, each step resonating with the hearts of the crowd. When he stood merely a few paces away from Xuanyin, Lin Wei halted, raising his gaze. His eyes were as tranquil as water. Yet within that calmness lay an unsettling chill. "If you wish to join your brother on the ground, I would be more than willing to assist you immediately. His tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. As his words fell, the source energy within him began to circulate subtly. Though seemingly casual, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. The previously serene atmosphere shattered, giving way to an intangible pressure that pervaded the air. Upon hearing Lin Wei's declaration, Long Outyin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes then blazing with fury. The source energy within him surged uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching its dam, violently releasing his pent-up rage. "You shall pay for your words," Long Outyin bellowed, his right fist clenched, veins bulging on his arms as he radiated an imposing presence. As the two individuals stood poised for conflict, a voice imbued with authority suddenly resonated through the air like a thunderclap. "Cease this at once. The Sects examination allows no such insolence." This commanding voice echoed like a great bell, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Cold Moon appeared before Lin Wei and Long Outyin, as if conjured from thin air. Her face was as serene as still water, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with a chilling brilliance. A mere glance from her felt like a plunge into a freezing abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. With a seemingly casual flick of her sleeve, Cold Moon unleashed an unfathomable power. Long Outyin had no time to react before being struck by an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward for several dozen meters. Upon landing, he stumbled several steps, barely managing to steady himself and avoiding a humiliating fall. "Thank you, Elder Cold Moon," Lin Wei exclaimed, clasping his hands in gratitude. He understood that Cold Moon's timely intervention was a form of protection, and he was keenly aware of the importance of acknowledging such benevolence. "I beg your pardon, Elder Cold Moon. I did not mean to offend." Long Outyin, realizing that even Elder Cold Moon had intervened to shield Lin Wei, felt a twinge of resentment, but dared not press the matter further. He recognized he had crossed her threshold, and any further obstinacy could invite more trouble upon himself. Reluctantly, he bowed his head in contrition towards Elder Cold Moon. "Disperse. Do not disrupt the Sects examination," Cold Moon stated coldly, not even sparing a glance at Long Outyin. With the finality of her words, her figure vanished once more into thin air. After her departure, Long Outyin exhaled a sigh of relief. He cast a fierce glare at Lin Wei, his eyes flickering with malice and frustration. Yet, he understood that now was not the time for direct confrontation. He could only endure for the moment. With a heavy heart filled with anger and resentment, he turned to leave. Lin Wei, unfazed by Long Outyin's gaze, calmly watched him retreat before making his way down from the stone platform. "Lin Wei, you were absolutely magnificent just now. To have defeated Xiao Yun, who ranks second on the strong list," Chao Xuesheng exclaimed, rushing over with eyes gleaming with admiration. He was utterly astounded by Lin Wei's displayed prowess, particularly in overcoming the formidable Xiao Yun. "Do you wish to be like him?" Lin Wei shot a glare at the chubby Chao, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he raised his fist. Upon witnessing this, Chao Xuesheng promptly retracted his smile, stepping back a few paces, his face a mask of trepidation, no longer daring to jest. He was apprehensive that Lin Wei might strike him, so he hurriedly followed closely behind Lin Wei as they descended the mountain. The two walked in silence for a considerable time, until Chao Xuesheng suddenly hesitated and slowly spoke up. "By the way, Lin Wei, the person you clashed with at the end was named Long Outyin. He might participate in the Sect competition, so you should be a bit cautious." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei halted, turned around, and looked at Chao Xuesheng with a serious expression. "Oh, is he the one? I have said that if he dares to come over, I will make him suffer like Xiao Yun. Let them both lie down together." Chao Xuesheng remained silent. Chapter 21. Advancement to the late Foundation Establishment Stage. The Sect competition begins. After descending the mountain peak, the two returned to their respective residences. Lin Wei gently closed the door, and the first thing he did was eagerly open the system. "Ding! Today you have gained 2,000 Demon God points. Star Fragment Palm, Mastery, can be upgraded. Flowing Cloud Fist, Beginner, can be upgraded. Heaven Refining Technique, Low Yellow Grade, can be upgraded. Cultivation, Full Mid-Foundation Establishment Stage. Shortened Ground Technique, Beginner, can be upgraded." Lin Wei's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he finally made up his mind. Let us allocate 800 points to the Star Fragment Palm. After all, Lin Wei was eager to discover the astonishing power that would be unleashed if the Star Fragment Palm were to reach its perfected state. Ding! Consumed 800 demon god points. As the system's prompt rang out, a mysterious force surged into Lin Wei's body like a tidal wave. Star Fragment Palm is upgrading. At that moment, Lin Wei felt as if he had merged with the surrounding world, with an unending flow of energy coursing along the operational route of the Star Fragment Palm. Upgrade complete. Star Fragment Palm, Perfected Realm. When the system provided its notification once again, Lin Wei abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with fervent light. He felt the surging power within him, and an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy welled up in his heart. Haha, I have finally reached perfection. Let me personally test just how formidable the perfected Star Fragment Palm can be. With that, he rose eagerly and strode towards the courtyard. Soon, he arrived at the summit of a towering mountain in the back. Lin Wei took a deep breath, and a faint glow began to emanate from his body. Simultaneously, the source energy within him surged along a specific path, producing a faint rumbling sound. In an instant, the entire mountain was enveloped by the powerful aura radiating from Lin Wei, as if shrouded by an invisible pressure. Shatter, Star Palm. Lin Wei's voice resonated through the mountains like a muffled thunderclap. He abruptly extended his right hand forward. In an instant, a formidable and grand aura erupted from within him, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its restraints. Following this, a radiant handprint materialized, its brilliance dazzling. The handprint surged towards the towering peak in the distance with astonishing velocity, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar. The handprint struck the mountain like a meteorite. In that moment, the entire peak trembled violently, as if a powerful earthquake had transpired. Stones cascaded down, and dust filled the air. The area where the handprint had impacted was left in utter devastation, a deep pit several yards wide, glaringly evident, strewn with shattered rocks, reminiscent of a catastrophic strike. Indeed, this force was comparable to some intermediate-level profound techniques. Lin Wei surveyed the extensive destruction he had wrought and nodded in satisfaction. He exhaled gently, his figure flickering as he vanished back to his dwelling like a wraith. However, shortly after Lin Wei's departure, a white figure gradually materialized in midair, ethereal and enigmatic, as if not of this world. That perfected the shattering star palm. This lad is indeed intriguing. Then, the mysterious figure swayed, and in the blink of an eye disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed. The next morning, Lin Wei, hurry up. You are to participate in the Sect competition today. We need to head to the martial arena now. Gao Sui sang et galim, his face alight with joy as he knocked fervently on Lin Wei's door. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Wei slowly opened his eyes, enveloped in a faint blue glow. He had unexpectedly advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage. Lin Wei withdrew the aura surrounding him, feeling a surge of power within that was several times stronger than before, igniting a sense of grandeur in his heart. The energy coursed through him, instilling confidence. Lin Wei, come out. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Chao Xuesheng's anxious voice called from outside once more. Lin Wei adjusted his attire and stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he found Chao Xuesheng standing there, his expression fraught with concern, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, evidently anxious for Lin Wei's sake. Be quick, otherwise you might be deemed to have forfeited, Chao Xuesheng urged, grasping Lin Wei's arm and leading him towards the main peak. However, Lin Wei remained stationary, not following Chao Xuesheng. Lin Wei, what are you doing? Chao Xuesheng asked, his face etched with concern as he gazed intently at Lin Wei, his eyes brimming with care. He had genuinely come to regard Lin Wei as a friend. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time early in the morning to seek him out. Chao Xuesheng was acutely aware of the significance of this Sect competition for Lin Wei and understood that such opportunities were rare. He did not wish for Lin Wei to miss this chance for self-improvement due to a momentary hesitation. Oh, what are you doing? Just as Chao Xuesheng was lost in thought, Lin Wei abruptly seized him, a powerful force enveloping Chao Xuesheng in an instant. Subsequently, Lin Wei soared into the sky, with Chao Xuesheng in tow. Lin Wei, junior brother, no, you're my senior brother, I have a fear of heights. Chao Xuesheng clung desperately to Lin Wei's arm, his eyes refusing to glance downward, his face a mask of terror. At the training ground, numerous disciples stood in orderly rows at the side, clad in uniform attire, their expressions solemn, their gazes fixed on Elder Yun upon the elevated platform. Elder Yun's countenance was grim as his eyes scanned the crowd below, yet he could not locate the familiar figure of Lin Wei. Is Lin Wei truly going to stand me up? Elder Yun furrowed his brow, musing inwardly. He had high hopes for Lin Wei, but now, to find not even a trace of him was exceedingly vexing. What is happening? Why is there an empty seat for an outer disciple over there? A disciple was the first to notice the anomaly, pointing in astonishment at the vacant spot in the distance. This remark immediately drew the attention of the surrounding disciples, who turned to see indeed that a solitary chair in the outer disciple section remained unoccupied. How can an outer disciple have the audacity to keep everyone waiting? I truly wonder what he is thinking. Someone could not help but complain. Exactly. It's utterly unacceptable. He clearly has no sense of decorum. Others echoed in agreement. The murmurs of discontent rose among the crowd, expressing their considerable dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding Lin Wei's absence. Elder Yun, the disciple you recommended, seems rather unreliable. An outer elder remarked slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Indeed, I mentioned before that it would have been better to recommend my disciple. He possesses peak body refinement strength and is far superior to this Lin Wei. Now look, the spot was given to him, yet he has not even shown up. Another elder chimed in, casting a disapproving glance at Elder Yun. Faced with the accusations and criticisms from the crowd, Elder Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable response. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a dazzling blue light suddenly streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the training ground like a meteor. Chapter 22, Battle against Yin. With a resounding boom, the blue light descended upon the hard earth with the force of a meteorite, shaking the ground violently and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the sun. Am I late? A voice, tinged with playful mockery, drifted through the swirling dust. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy erupted, akin to a tempest, dispersing the thick clouds of dust in an instant. A tall figure gradually emerged from the dissipating haze. It was Lin Wei. Is this the Lin Wei? He can actually fly. His cultivation must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. One disciple gasped in astonishment. Indeed, I never expected such a formidable individual to be hidden among the outer disciples. Another disciple echoed, though a hint of jealousy laced their tone. What of a mere foundation establishment? Most disciples here possess strength beyond that. A burly disciple scoffed disdainfully, dismissing Lin Wei's arrival. In an instant, whispers filled the air as numerous disciples exchanged remarks. Yet the majority did not express admiration for Lin Wei. Rather, they mocked him, belittling his accomplishments. Meanwhile, Lin Wei maintained a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the idle chatter as he walked steadily towards Elder Yun. Upon reaching Elder Yun, he slightly bowed and, with a hint of apology, said, Elder Yun, I am truly sorry for my tardiness. I hope I haven't delayed the competition. In truth, Lin Wei was well aware that his lateness was due to a minor episode on the way. His companion, Chao Xuesheng, had been so frightened that he nearly fainted. Reluctantly, Lin Wei had to leave him behind midway to arrive at the venue alone. Not late at all. I thought you had completely forgotten about this matter, Elder Yun remarked, his previously furrowed brow finally relaxing as he spotted Lin Wei. It was important to note that Lin Wei was the one he had championed against the majority's dissent, a decision that had sparked considerable discontent among the elders. Should Lin Wei have failed to show up today, Elder Yun's standing within the council would have surely suffered a significant blow. Pray, take your rightful seat swiftly, for we have the drawing of lots awaiting us shortly, Elder Yun said earnestly, gently patting Lin Wei's sturdy shoulder, signaling him to proceed to his designated place. Lin Wei nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's intent, and made his way towards the solitary vacant seat in the hall. As he approached the empty seat, he passed by a man of elegant demeanor. Suddenly, the man remarked, You must be Lin Wei, the one who defeated Xuanyin yesterday. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei momentarily halted, then slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the man. Noticing Lin Wei's indifference, the man felt no anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as he continued. Allow me to introduce myself. However, before he could finish, Lin Wei unceremoniously interrupted him. I have no interest in who you are. Should fate bring us together in the competition, do not blame me for my mercilessness. I shall certainly deliver a sound thrashing. With that, Lin Wei strode purposefully towards the side seat without even a backward glance. Watching Lin Wei's retreating figure, the man's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of discontent. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, What an arrogant and ignorant youth, daring to dismiss me so lightly. When the time comes for the competition, you shall discover my true prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Wei reached the side of his seat, unceremoniously plopping down. He casually picked up a teacup from the table and took a leisurely sip, awaiting the commencement of the contest. Just then, a figure appeared in midair. As the crowd focused their attention, they recognized the arrival of Elder Lin Wei. Elder Lin Wei surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "This time, the sect competition will adhere to the traditional rules, with participants competing in pairs. To ensure fairness, opponents will be determined through a drawing of lots." After a brief pause, Elder Lin Wei raised his voice, announcing, "Thus, I declare the sect competition officially commenced." His voice resonated throughout the mountain, echoing for a considerable time. Together with the others, Lin Wei received the directive and walked towards the central judging panel to draw lots. He appeared unfazed, his gaze not lingering on the pile of bamboo sticks even for a moment, as he carelessly selected one. The elder at the judging panel scrutinized Lin Wei, observing his swift action in drawing the lot, and nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, you may step down." Lin Wei showed no concern for whom he had drawn. After all, in his view, no matter who the opponent might be, it would not significantly hinder his acquisition of the divine points. As long as his own strength was formidable enough, any adversary would merely serve as a trivial stumbling block on the path to victory. Once all the draws had been completed, Elder Yun leisurely rose from his seat. He first cleared his throat with a gentle cough, then spoke. "Esteemed guests, the results of the draw have been unveiled. Now, let us invite the two disciples for the first match to take the stage." As Elder Yun's words echoed throughout the arena, all eyes were drawn to the two competitors preparing to enter the fray. At that moment, Lin Wei's countenance darkened considerably upon discovering that his opponent was Yin Qinya, and several lines of tension appeared on his forehead. Was this truly the promised absolute fairness? Lin Wei could hardly believe that there was no underlying scheme at play. With a resigned shake of his head, he slowly rose and made his way to the center of the arena. Yin Qinya, meanwhile, ascended the steps from the opposite side, his gaze icy as it locked on Lin Wei. "I warned you, there's no escape," he declared. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap reverberated across the arena, capturing the attention of all present. Turning their heads, the crowd beheld Lin Wei standing resolutely before Yin Qinya, his demeanor unruffled as he withdrew his right hand, which had just delivered the blow. "You certainly indulge in excessive chatter. Can we commence now?" Lin Wei asked, his expression indifferent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yin Qinya. At that moment, Yin Qinya pressed his left hand against his slightly swollen right cheek, his expression dark and foreboding. His eyes bore into Lin Wei with a fierce intensity. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward. "You insolent brat, I initially intended only to teach you a minor lesson, but since you are so recklessly defiant, do not blame me for what follows." Yin Qinya growled in fury. As his words fell, he swiftly concentrated his energy in his right fist, causing it to emanate a faint glow. With a sudden push off his right foot, he lunged towards Lin Wei with a speed that rendered his figure almost indistinguishable. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of Yin Qinya, Lin Wei understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to underestimate his rival. He inhaled deeply, channeling a steady stream of energy into his own right fist, which soon became enveloped in a soft blue light. Without hesitation, he surged forward to meet Yin Qinya head-on. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a resounding crash, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the arena. A tempestuous surge of energy radiated from their center, spreading in all directions. Dust billowed and stones were sent tumbling. Even the sturdy stone slabs of the training arena could not withstand such immense shockwaves, developing fine cracks across their surfaces. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Wei had unexpectedly advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. Elder Yun, whose countenance had been as calm as still water, was suddenly overtaken by disbelief as he sensed the continuous surge of energy emanating from Lin Wei's being. How could this be? Lin Wei has actually attained the late foundation establishment strength, bringing great honor to us outer sect disciples. Someone in the crowd was the first to voice this thought, instantly igniting a fervent discussion among the disciples below. Just a moment ago, you dared to say Lin Wei was putting on airs. How does that feel now?" A disciple, brimming with pride, taunted a previously disparaging peer. "You get away from me. Stop your nonsensical shouting." The disciple who had spoken thoughtlessly just moments before was now crimson-faced, seething with embarrassment and rage. However, the majority of the disciples paid no heed to their quarrel. All eyes were riveted on the two figures in the training arena. It is worth noting that among the outer sect disciples, those who can reach such heights are indeed rare. Even exceptional disciples like Lu Xiaoming, who had already achieved late-stage body refinement, would only have the opportunity to advance to the inner sect after this sect competition. Now, with Lin Wei's astonishing breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, he undoubtedly became a legendary figure among the outer sect. At that moment, the violent energy storm at the center of the arena gradually subsided, the swirling dust settling, revealing Lin Wei and Yin Qinya once more to the audience's gaze. Lin Wei wore a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with an unmistakable playfulness as he regarded Yin Qinya across from him, and spoke softly. "How do you find my strength? Has it disappointed you?" Conversely, Yin Qinya's expression had morphed from initial disdain to one of sheer panic and unease. Faced with Lin Wei's sudden display of formidable power, his prior confidence shattered in an instant. "How is this possible? Your strength was clearly only at the mid-foundation establishment stage before." Yin Qinya's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Despite his desperate attempts to suppress the turmoil within, he found it impossible to quell the rising tide of anxiety. Nevertheless, Lin Wei appeared oblivious to Yin Qinya's incredulous questioning, as he merely focused on channeling the source energy within him. Waves of potent source energy coursed through his meridians, converging in his dantian, gradually enveloping his entire being in a shimmering veil of ethereal energy. "Let me allow you to truly experience the extent of my corporeal strength." A confident smile graced Lin Wei's lips as he shouted fervently. Before his voice had fully dissipated, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging fiercely towards Yin Qinya. His speed was so astonishing that it stirred a fierce gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei was upon Yin Qinya. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right fist and struck with unrestrained force. This punch was devoid of embellishment. It was a raw display of power, executed without the application of any martial technique. It was not that Lin Wei was unwilling to employ martial skills. Rather, his repertoire was limited to a mere 3 techniques. Among these was a method of swift retreat, specifically designed for survival. At that moment, Yin Qinya, recognizing the ferocity of Lin Wei's assault, dared not display any sign of complacency. He swiftly summoned the source energy within him, and in an instant, a brilliant red glow enveloped his right palm. Mountain-crushing palm. With a furious shout, he swung his hand to meet Lin Wei's descending fist with tremendous force. The collision of their formidable energies produced a resounding impact. However, this clash lasted only a fleeting moment before one figure was sent hurtling backward. When the onlookers discerned who had been thrown back, their expressions transformed into one of disbelief. Yin Qinya was, astonishingly, no match for Lin Wei. Indeed, he had long been a member of the inner sect, yet Lin Wei had managed to gain the upper hand. As Yin Qinya staggered back, the surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. "Elder Yun, your discerning eye remains unparalleled. This young man appears to have the advantage, and upon closer inspection, he hasn't even utilized his martial techniques." An elder remarked with a smile, his words dripping with admiration. "Did you not just claim that I usurped your position?" Elder Yun retorted sharply, refusing to grant the elder a pleasant countenance. The elder, having been met with such a rebuff, chose to remain silent, redirecting his attention back to the combat arena. "Young man, I confess I underestimated you earlier, but now allow me to conclude this." Yin Qinya slowly rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Wei. With a surge of source energy gathered in his hand, he, to the astonishment of the onlookers, thrust this energy into his heart. "Blood burst technique. Activate." As the words left his lips, Yin Qinya's aura began to swell uncontrollably, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm in an instant. Chapter 24. Lin Wei's Victory. A sudden turn of events? "Come, let me test your might with another strike." Mountain-crushing palm. With a fierce shout, Yin Qinya surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by an imposing aura as he charged directly at Lin Wei. The very air seemed to tear apart in his wake, unleashing a cacophony of howling winds. In the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Lin Wei exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, a spark of excitement and anticipation flickered in his eyes. "So it's a technique of palm strikes, is it? I shall see for myself whether your mountain-shattering palm is superior to my star-shattering palm." Before the echoes of his words faded, Lin Wei sprang into action. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals, while the source energy within him surged like an unbridled river, coursing rapidly along designated meridian pathways. As the energy continued to gather and swell, Lin Wei's right palm began to emanate an almost blinding radiance. It was indeed the star-shattering palm, and, astonishingly, this young man had already mastered it to perfection. Standing nearby, Lung Yu, who had been observing the battle with an impassive gaze, was now filled with astonishment. If my memory serves me right, this lad has only recently begun practicing the star-shattering palm. To achieve such prowess in just a few days is utterly remarkable. The most astonished of all was Elder Yun, for it was he who had imparted this technique to Lin Wei just days prior. Witnessing Lin Wei's displayed strength, a wave of pride surged within Elder Yun's heart. Having completed the hand seals, Lin Wei surprised everyone by not unleashing the anticipated palm strike. Instead, he opted for a more brute force approach. With an unyielding momentum, he lunged directly at Yin Qinya. A thunderous crash resounded, echoing as if the very mountain trembled under the force. At the moment their hands collided, an immensely powerful and terrifying wave of energy erupted, spreading outward like a tumultuous tide. As this formidable energy wave coursed through the area, those disciples of lesser strength felt their bodies sway, struggling to maintain their footing. They gritted their teeth, desperately channeling their source energy to withstand the incoming onslaught. Goodness! The power of this star-shattering palm must rival that of certain profound martial techniques, exclaimed one elder beside Elder Yun, his face a mask of disbelief as he focused on the fierce battle unfolding before them. Indeed, even I cannot claim to grasp the intricacies of this exquisite technique as thoroughly as this young man, another elder remarked with a resigned smile, shaking his head in admiration. Yet, amidst the discussions of the two elders, Elder Yun remained oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. His profound gaze remained steadfastly fixed at the center of the arena, unwaveringly observing the breathtaking duel between Lin Wei and Yin Qinya. Both combatants exhibited no signs of yielding, continuously channeling their vital energies into their palms. For a moment, it seemed that neither side would gain the upper hand. At that instant, however, Yin Qinya's palm began to tremble slightly. How could this be? He was merely employing a low-tier, yellow-level martial technique, yet I feel as though I am on the verge of collapse. While desperately infusing his attack with vital energy, Yin Qinya pondered inwardly. Yet, such seemingly trivial movements could not escape Lin Wei's keen perception. Suddenly, Lin Wei's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he summoned all the vital energy from within his being, swiftly gathering it into his palm. A thunderous explosion echoed, as if the very space around them quaked in response. In the next moment, Yin Qinya spewed blood from his mouth, hurtling backwards. Ultimately, his heavy form crashed forcefully onto the hard ground, raising a cloud of dust. What? How could this be possible? Yin Qinya has actually lost. Indeed, it was almost inconceivable that he could be defeated by this individual. The spectators below, witnessing their usually formidable peer being effortlessly vanquished, erupted into a cacophony of whispers and speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Wei gradually retracted the vital energy radiating from him back into his body. He then lifted his head slightly, casting his gaze towards the judging panel. Might I inquire if this match can be deemed concluded? Lin Wei asked with a calm demeanor. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the ancient demonic body, he now exuded an overwhelming aura, seemingly transcending this realm, rendering onlookers hesitant to meet his gaze. Elder Yun, observing the fierce battle, was still lost in the aftermath of the recent contest. However, when he witnessed the sudden turn of events, he was jolted back to reality. His face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly cleared his throat before speaking. Please remain calm, everyone. The results of the match are now in, and I shall announce them. Yet, just as Elder Yun was about to declare the final outcome, an unexpected event unfolded. The seemingly defeated Yin Qinya, who lay on the ground without any apparent means of retaliation, suddenly rose to his feet. Clutching a shimmering sword, he lunged towards Lin Wei with lightning speed. This is outrageous. How dare you openly defy the rules? Cease this at once. Elder Yun bellowed. However, at this moment, Yin Qinya was consumed by a blinding rage, completely disregarding Elder Yun's warnings. In the blink of an eye, he surged towards Lin Wei with the swiftness of a tempest. His eyes shimmered with a frigid, murderous intent, and the long sword in his grasp ruthlessly lunged towards Lin Wei's back. Since you seek death with such fervor, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Yet Lin Wei, with an acute sense of danger, perceived the imminent threat at the very instant Yin Qinya launched his surprise attack. Almost simultaneously, a faint luminescence emanated from Lin Wei's feet. Just as Xinya's sword was about to make contact with his back, Lin Wei's figure vanished without a trace. Clap, clap, clap. In the next moment, Lin Wei reappeared directly before Xinya, unleashing a flurry of strikes that landed squarely on Xinya's face. Weakened and at the end of his strength, Xinya was sent flying by Lin Wei's onslaught. Just when everyone thought this farce had come to an end, Lin Wei flickered and charged at Xinya once more, this time sitting atop him. Subsequently, Lin Wei enveloped his palm with source energy and began to strike with both hands. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the entire training ground. Chapter 25. Did the fifth elder come to settle scores? At this moment, the training ground fell into a profound silence, with all the elders and disciples staring, wide-eyed, at the unfolding spectacle. Lin Wei resembled a demon from the depths of hell, having suddenly descended upon the mortal realm, his once clear eyes now a crimson hue. His hands relentlessly struck Xinya, each blow carrying an unyielding gale of force. This fellow is exceedingly brutal. Elder Yun, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of surprise, but refrained from intervening immediately. After all, this conflict had originated from Xinya's initial breach of the rules. However, upon witnessing Lin Wei channeling all his source energy into his palms for a fierce strike to Xinya's chest after several minutes of continuous assault, Elder Yin could not help but draw a sharp breath. With a resounding thud, Xinya's body crumpled, being propelled backward before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Let us see how you emerge to harm others now. Lin Wei scoffed softly, gradually standing upright and dusting off his hands. He then turned to leave the training ground. At that moment, an authoritative voice, imbued with wrath, reverberated like thunder from afar. Boy, halt! How dare you unleash such cruelty upon my disciple? Do you wish to court death? As the crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, they beheld a venerable elder with flowing white hair, soaring through the air with incredible speed, swiftly approaching the training ground. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the arena. Yinshan, how could you stand idly by and watch my disciple be incapacitated? What manner of judge are you? The elder's face was a mask of fury, his countenance dark as the depths of a stormy sea, fixed intently upon Elder Yun at the judging panel. His questions unmistakable in their intent. In the face of the elder's reproach, Elder Yun remained unfazed, and a flicker of anger began to surface in his eyes. With a cold sneer, he slowly retorted, "Oh, do you, esteemed fifth elder, presume to suppress me by virtue of your status? It was clearly your disciple who struck first, witnessed by all present. Do you still wish to deny it?" Elder Yun's tone was calm, yet his words were sharp and incisive, leaving the fifth elder momentarily speechless. Unwilling to relent, the fifth elder glared at Lin Wei from a distance, his eyes filled with malice, as if he wished to consume him whole. Just as he opened his mouth, prepared to launch another tirade, Lin Wei interjected, his voice cutting through the air. "You old fool, do you truly consider yourself of consequence? If you have the gall, come down from your lofty perch, and I shall send you flying with a single slap." Lin Wei's gaze was as frigid as ice, meeting the fifth elder's with unwavering defiance. Meanwhile, he subtly summoned the energy within him, a faint glow emanating from his being. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, the fifth elder's face flushed crimson. He had initially believed that his position would easily allow him to dominate Lin Wei. However, to his astonishment, Lin Wei showed him no mercy, openly berating him with pointed and merciless words. To make matters worse, the other elders stood nearby, their expression one of amusement, their eyes fixed upon him, as if mocking his impotence and disgrace. "You insolent brat, you are courting disaster." The fifth elder's fury reached its zenith, and he could no longer afford to maintain any semblance of dignity or status. If he failed to teach this arrogant Lin Wei a lesson today, his standing within the sect would surely plummet. With a roar, the fifth elder's energy surged violently within him. A formidable aura radiated from his form, and he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward Lin Wei with fierce intent. A peak foundation establishment, this might prove to be quite a challenge. Lin Wei thought to himself, his expression sharpening with caution as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Unlike his previous encounter with Xinya, the fifth elder was a genuine peak foundation establishment powerhouse, his strength honed through years of arduous cultivation, and his prowess was far from mere reputation. Thus, in the face of such a formidable adversary, even the ever-confident Lin Wei dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Just as he took a deep breath, Preparing to summon the source energy within him to confront the challenge head-on, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted before him, akin to a violent whirlwind. Startled, Lin Wei focused his gaze, only to find that it was the esteemed Elder Lung Yu who stood before him. With a poised and regal presence, she resembled a goddess atop an icy mountain, instilling awe in all who beheld her. With a mere flick of her snow-white sleeve, an action seemingly gentle, yet imbued with staggering power, a mighty surge of source energy erupted from her hand, roaring forth like a colossal dragon. In the blink of an eye, this torrent of energy struck the fifth elder, who was poised to attack Lin Wei with unerring precision. The fifth elder had no time to react before he felt as if he'd been violently struck by a mountain weighing thousands of pounds. He emitted a muffled cry of anguish, his body hurtling backward with great force, crashing into several sturdy trees along the way before finally landing heavily on the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, Elder Lung Yu's countenance was as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes glinting with an icy light as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon the disheveled fifth elder, her tone chillingly stern. As an elder, you ought to exemplify the values of our order and uphold its regulations. However, not only have you failed to adhere to the rules, but you also dared to recklessly disrupt them, a transgression that is utterly unforgivable. Henceforth, you are to remain in confinement for 2 months to reflect upon your misdeeds. With that, Elder Lung Yu slowly turned her head, her breathtaking gaze piercing like twin beams of frost as they fell upon Lin Wei. Lin Wei, as a disciple, you are expected to honor your teachers and respect the hierarchy. Though your actions stem from a cause, you nevertheless violated the rules of our sect. Considering this is your first offense, you are to submit 100 spirit stones as a token of punishment. Do you have any objections to this decree? A wave of relief washed over Lin Wei. He understood that Elder Lung Yu was clearly showing him favoritism. In such circumstances, he would certainly not be ungrateful. Thus, he respectfully bowed and replied, I, the disciple, shall earnestly heed the elder's counsel. After speaking, Lin Wei gradually descended from the martial arena. However, not far away, a figure was intently observing Lin Wei. Chapter 26. Ascending to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. An ambush. Lin Wei descended from the martial arena, his steps somewhat heavy as he casually scanned the surrounding crowd, still tense with anticipation for the ongoing matches, yet lingering not a moment longer. At this juncture, he found himself utterly disinterested in the remainder of the competition. As he stepped beyond the main peak, Lin Wei inhaled deeply, his figure unfurling like an arrow released from a bow, racing swiftly towards his residence. As Lin Wei's cultivation continued to advance, his flying speed had transformed dramatically. In a flash, the once distant journey became but a fleeting moment. Before long, a quaint and exquisite courtyard materialized before him. Lin Wei landed gracefully within the yard and, with familiarity, stepped inside the dwelling. He mused to himself, furrowing his brow in contemplation, recognizing that he had likely offended many during his recent display at the martial arts arena. While his performance was commendable, it surely attracted attention and envy from numerous onlookers. With this thought, he felt an urgent need to accelerate his path to greater strength. Gently closing the courtyard door behind him, Lin Wei turned, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Despite the seemingly smooth days he had spent within the Flower Sect, an inexplicable unease lingered in the depths of his heart. Internally, all appeared harmonious and splendid. Yet Lin Wei sensed an underlying discord that eluded his grasp. Each time he endeavored to delve deeper, that peculiar feeling dissipated like wisps of smoke, leaving him bewildered. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that his foremost priority must remain focused on cultivation, striving to enhance his abilities to face any unforeseen circumstances. Casting aside these thoughts, Lin Wei's gaze fell upon the shimmering system panel before him. Ding! You have received 3,000 Demon God Points. Remaining Demon God Points, 3,800. Please select an upgrade option. The rewards from this contest were quite substantial, granting him such a wealth of Demon God Points. As he stared at the points displayed on the system, an unanticipated sense of security began to swell within him. After a brief moment of introspection, Lin Wei's previously hesitant demeanor transformed into unwavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his finger and decisively tapped the cultivation option on the system panel, channeling all 3,800 points into it. Ding! Consumed 3,800 Demon God Points. Current cultivation level, late foundation establishment. As these words materialized, The progress bar on the system panel began to move gradually, indicating that his cultivation was on the rise. Witnessing the system actively enhancing his abilities, Lin Wei felt no inclination to slacken his efforts. He promptly crossed his legs, seated himself upon the ground, and placed his hands in a mudra on his knees. With his eyes closed and incantations flowing from his lips, he engaged fully in the cultivation technique he had mastered. In an instant, the surrounding energies of the universe seemed drawn by some mysterious force, surging toward Lin Wei with fervor. These energies coalesced continuously above his head, forming a colossal vortex of power. Gradually, the swirling vortex of energy began to condense and compress, ultimately transforming into streams of pure primordial qi that flowed downward, akin to agile serpents weaving through the meridians of Lin Wei's body. With each cycle, he could sense the immense vitality and power bestowed by this primordial qi, continuously nourishing and fortifying both his body and soul. Time seemed to lose its significance. Suddenly, Lin Wei, whose eyes had been tightly shut, abruptly opened them, and in that instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him. He had remarkably broken through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. As Lin Wei felt the surging and inexhaustible strength within him, a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence. Should he encounter Elder Five again, he was assured that, without employing any martial arts, he could decisively vanquish him within just 10 exchanges, relying solely on his current prowess. However, just as Lin Wei reveled in the joy of his newfound strength, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. Almost instantaneously, a gleaming white long sword, shimmering with a cold light, shattered the window and hurtled toward Lin Wei's head with breathtaking speed. Fortunately, Lin Wei reacted swiftly, keenly perceiving the imminent danger. He hastily summoned the robust, primordial qi within him and deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. "Who dares to ambush me in such a manner?" Lin Wei bellowed, as a translucent, pale blue shield of primordial qi materialized around him, providing a tight defense. Simultaneously, he remained on high alert, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway, unwilling to let his guard down for a moment. Just as he had thought, a fierce gust of air surged forth, as if a tempest had swept through, instantly flinging the heavy door wide open. Amidst a cloud of dust, a mysterious figure slowly stepped through the threshold. The shadow gradually removed its hat, and as Lin Wei focused his gaze, he was taken aback to discover it was Elder Five. Startled yet quickly regaining his composure, he braced himself. "Kid, I warned you that you would pay for your words," Elder Five remarked with a grin, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Lin Wei retorted coldly, "So it is you. Are you not afraid that Elder Cold Moon will hold you accountable?" Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Elder Five erupted into laughter, a playful smirk gracing his face as he replied, "Ha! Even if I were to kill you, what could she possibly do about it for a mere outer sect disciple?" With that, Elder Five concentrated a dark red primordial qi in his hand, which he then molded into a dark red sword with a mere flick of his wrist. Seeing this, Lin Wei also condensed a surge of source energy in his hand. Subsequently, with a gentle grip, a blue long spear materialized instantly in his grasp. "How is this possible? You have actually reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Just yesterday, you were merely at the later stage of foundation establishment." The fifth elder, astonished by Lin Wei's ability to conjure a spear, was taken aback. For the ability to condense matter from source energy is a privilege reserved for those at the peak of foundation establishment. "What is the matter, old fool? Why not kneel and let me strike you a few times? Then, I may consider sparing you." Lin Wei, wielding the spear, looked at the fifth elder with a smile. "You wretched brat, the fifth elder growled, thrusting his sword towards Lin Wei. In response, Lin Wei smirked, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Just as the fifth elder's sword was less than half a meter away, Lin Wei's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 27. Defeating the fifth elder. Mastery of spatial power. How could this be? Where has he gone? The fifth elder gazed incredulously at the empty space before him, his heart gripped by fear. The strike he was so certain of had inexplicably missed, causing the typically composed and confident man to falter, losing his earlier poise. "Old fool, how about you receive my palm strike, and see for yourself?" Just as the fifth elder was still in shock, a booming voice erupted from behind him. In an instant, a figure appeared like a ghost, and it was Lin Wei. In his palm, a torrent of spiritual power rapidly coalesced, forming a vaguely visible, shimmering phantom imprint in the blink of an eye. The fifth elder, with his extensive combat experience, sensed the imminent danger the moment Lin Wei materialized. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a defensive maneuver, positioning it across his chest to block Lin Wei's attack. With a sharp crack, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly ethereal palm imprint unleashed an extraordinary force upon colliding with the sword. The weapon could not withstand such immense impact, and shattered into several pieces, splintering into the air. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's palm continued its relentless trajectory, striking towards the fifth elder's chest like a falling star. With a resounding thud, the fifth elder was struck by this thunderous blow, spewing a mouthful of crimson blood as he was propelled backwards through the open door. Moments later, a dull thud resonated as his battered form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You may have defeated me, but what of it? Do you truly dare to kill me? Lying on the ground, the fifth elder gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, pressing his hand tightly against his profusely bleeding chest. Suddenly, he erupted into a frenzied laughter, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Wei in the distance, revealing a near-mad ferocity. Oh, are you so certain that I would not dare to take your life? Lin Wei's expression darkened, as if it could drip with water. His gaze locked onto the fifth elder. Simultaneously, a palpable and formidable aura of killing intent surged forth from within him, swirling around like an invisible tempest. With deliberate steps, Lin Wei advanced toward the fifth elder, each stride seemingly causing the surrounding air to thicken, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the fifth elder, having recently endured a devastating blow from Lin Wei, was grievously injured, his body swaying perilously as standing became a tremendous challenge. As he beheld Lin Wei drawing closer, an unmistakable terror flickered in his eyes. Yet, in response to the fifth elder's fearful inquiries, Lin Wei remained silent, as if deaf to his pleas. Abruptly, he lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped the ground. With a resounding crash, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he stood before the fifth elder. Without hesitation, Lin Wei channeled the potent energy within him into his hands. The next moment, he ruthlessly swung his arms, his palms slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aiming directly at the fifth elder's pale, contorted face. The sharp, crisp sound of slaps echoed, relentless and unyielding. Lin Wei tirelessly struck the fifth elder's cheeks again and again. Time seemed to freeze, the scene consumed by the continuous sound of blows and the muffled groans of the fifth elder in agony. It was unclear how long this torment lasted, perhaps dozens of breaths, or even longer. Finally, Lin Wei felt a slight fatigue in his arms, prompting him to pause and catch his breath for a moment. However, after merely a brief respite, he clenched his fist anew, the right fist enveloped in energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei delivered a powerful punch to the fifth elder's chest. A sharp crack reverberated as the fifth elder's ribs shattered. His head drooped weakly, and the once wide, terrified eyes gradually dimmed, losing their luster. Ultimately, the fifth elder's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any movement. What shall be done with this wretch's body? Lin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless form of the fifth elder sprawled on the ground. He bent down, skillfully retrieving the faintly glowing Zhenyuan bag from the elder's waist. Then slowly rose, his eyes never leaving the elder's body, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a crisp notification echoed in Lin's mind. Ding! The system can open a spatial rift. All discarded items can be deposited within. Do you wish to open it? Upon hearing this, Lin was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a flicker of surprise on his face. How fortuitous! He had been pondering how to dispose of this corpse. He murmured to himself. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin promptly responded to the system. Open the spatial rift. Ding! Opening spatial rift. As the system's voice resonated, a pitch-black rift, reminiscent of an abyss, materialized before Lin's eyes. Within that rift lay an unfathomable darkness, instilling a sense of dread. Steeling himself, Lin took a deep breath, channeling the energy within him to coalesce in his palm. With a swift motion of his arm, a powerful force lifted the fifth elder's body into the air. Subsequently, without a moment's pause, he hurled the elder into the gaping black rift. As he watched the elder's form vanish into the rift, Lin's thoughts shifted, and the rift promptly closed, as if obeying a command, restoring the surroundings to their original state as if nothing had ever transpired. After completing this task, Lin exhaled in relief, The sensation of being watched was unsettling, and he had effectively resolved the immediate predicament. He wondered how many demonic points he had acquired this time. Upon regaining his focus, he recalled the arduous effort he had just exerted and was curious about the rewards. With that thought, he opened the system panel. Ding! You have obtained a total of 900 demonic points. Demonic points balance, 900 points. This seems a bit scant. Oh well, I shall set these aside for later use. Lin shook his head in mild dissatisfaction at the demonic points displayed in the system. Just then, a series of knocks resounded from outside the courtyard. Chapter 28. The 7 Gods' Relics. Participation in the finals. The moment the knocking reached Lin's ears, an instinctive alertness surged through him like an electric current. His nerves tensed, and the energy within him began to circulate subtly. "It's me, your junior brother," came the familiar voice of Chao Xuexing after a brief pause of knocking. However, despite recognizing the voice, Lin did not immediately lower his guard. In this world fraught with uncertainties and crises, even the slightest negligence could bear fatal consequences. After a while, noticing the silence within the room, Chao Xuexing seemed to grow increasingly anxious and intensified his knocking. Calling out, "Lin Wei, open the door quickly." At last, reassured that it was indeed only Chao Xuexing outside, Lin Wei gradually exhaled, the tension in his body easing. Nevertheless, he proceeded with a deliberate calmness, stepping steadily toward the door. As the door was gently pushed open, there stood Chao Xuexing, wearing a mischievous grin, arms wide open as if to leap into Lin Wei's embrace. Observing this, Lin Wei wasted no time in delivering a swift kick, striking Chao Xuexing squarely in the abdomen. A muffled groan escaped Chao Xuexing as he staggered backward, falling heavily onto the cold floor. "Oh dear, junior brother. Why do you always greet me in such an unwelcoming manner?" Chao Xuexing lamented, clutching his belly in pain as he slowly rose from the ground. A look of feigned sorrow etched across his face. Lin Wei, regarding the disheveled Chao Xuexing with an impassive expression, coldly remarked, "If you have something to say, then say it. Who told you to always act so frivolously?" He shot a piercing glare at Chao Xuexing as he spoke, rather than taking offense at Lin Wei's reprimand. Chao Xuexing continued to grin, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. With narrowed eyes and a broad smile revealing his pearly whites, he chimed, "I have something important to tell you this time." He winked at Lin Wei, adopting a mysteriously playful demeanor. Suddenly, a sharp and resounding slap echoed as Lin Wei raised his hand and delivered a forceful strike to Chao Xuexing's head. The blow was substantial enough to send Chao Xuexing reeling, nearly losing his balance. This could hardly be blamed on Lin Wei, as Chao Xuexing had certainly provoked it. Rubbing his stinging head, Chao Xuexing quickly pleaded, "Ah, junior brother, please don't hit me. I'll tell you, all right?" Internally, he lamented, fearing that Lin Wei might bestow upon him yet another slap if displeased. Wouldn't it have been better to say so from the start? Lin Wei shook his head in resignation, observing Chao Xuexing's antics. At that moment, regaining his composure, Chao Xuexing cautiously continued, "Your performance in this Sects grand competition was truly formidable, securing a place among the top 20. He paused, seemingly contemplating something before adding, "I heard that all disciples who advance to the top 30 will have the chance to accompany Elder Lin Wei to the 7 Gods' Relic for training. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not something one encounters casually." After uttering these words, a glimmer of envy involuntarily flickered in Chao Xuexing's eyes. However, Lin Wei remained utterly oblivious to what Chao Xuexing had just conveyed. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with a look of perplexity, "Oh, what exactly is the 7 Gods' Ruins? Why should I venture there? What benefits could it possibly hold?" A flurry of questions spilled from his lips. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, a series of black lines seemed to emerge from Chao Xuexing's forehead. As time ticked away, it took a considerable while before Chao Xuexing finally inhaled deeply and slowly opened his mouth, saying, "You cannot be serious. You have never even heard of the 7 Gods' Ruins?" Lin Wei, looking utterly bewildered, nodded earnestly and focused his gaze on Chao Xuexing, responding, "Indeed, I have not heard of it. Please elaborate." Realizing that Lin Wei was not intentionally teasing him, Chao Xuexing composed himself, gathered his thoughts, and prepared to elaborate. "The 7 Gods' Ruins, you see, are the mysterious sanctuaries left behind by 7 superlative powerhouses who reached the tribulation phase during ancient times. It is said that these formidable figures sought to seclude themselves here to overcome their cultivation bottlenecks. Who could have anticipated that unforeseen calamities would befall them? leading to a dreadful backlash? At this point, Chao Xuesheng couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. And then, Lin Wei asked eagerly. Chao Xuesheng continued recounting this historical tale. Just when these 7 powerhouses were on the brink of death, they exerted their last ounce of strength to collaboratively set up a formidable formation within the sanctuary. Not only that, but they also concealed countless precious treasures and unparalleled techniques they had accumulated throughout their lives within this very refuge. As soon as Chao Xuesheng finished speaking, he noticed Lin Wei staring intently ahead, seemingly petrified. With a sense of helplessness, he extended his right hand and gently waved it before Lin Wei's eyes. Finally, Lin Wei snapped back to reality, though a trace of confusion still lingered on his face as he murmured, "Is this truly how it ends?" Faced with Lin Wei's probing, Chao Xuesheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, glaring at him in annoyance. "Oh, come on. I am merely an outer sect disciple. The information I can gather is rather limited. Do you really expect me to provide you with more intelligence? I don't even have the qualifications to participate in that trial." Chao Xuesheng explained with a resigned expression, secretly lamenting his predicament. At that moment, he truly wished to smack Lin Wei on the head, but quickly reconsidered, realizing that if he did so, he would likely become the one who would suffer the consequences. He could only forcibly suppress the impulses within him. Lin Wei, after listening, gently nodded in acknowledgement of the information provided by Chao Xuesheng. After all, given the current circumstances, Chao Xuesheng's revelation was indeed quite valuable. The 7 divine ruins appeared to be worthy of exploration, and perhaps we could procure some treasures from therein. However, before that, it is imperative to find ways to elevate one's strength to the enlightenment stage. Otherwise, in the face of danger, one might lack even the most basic means of self-preservation. Lin Wei contemplated silently, his brow slightly furrowed. Just as he was deeply engrossed in thought, Chao Xuesheng suddenly interrupted him with a loud voice. "Junior brother, hurry up and prepare yourself. Soon, I will accompany you to the training ground." "What? Has it already reached the 2nd day?" Lin Wei responded, his face marked by disbelief. Ever since his return to the sect, he had immersed himself in cultivation, followed by attending to Elder Wu, thus completely neglecting the passage of time. Chapter 29. The finals begin, Shadows of the Elder's Court. Due to the previous incident, where Chao Xuesheng nearly fainted in fright on the way to their destination, Lin Wei, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to walk alongside Chao Xuesheng. The distance between Lin Wei's residence and the main peak was not excessively far. If they maintained a normal pace, they would arrive in approximately half an hour. At this moment, beneath the magnificent training ground atop the towering peak, numerous disciples gathered in throngs, resembling a surging tide. Looking out, the dense crowd almost filled the entire area. Why do I feel that the number of spectators this time is significantly greater than the last? Lin Wei mused, astonished at the bustling scene before him. A rough estimate suggested that the attendance was nearly double that of the previous occasion. Chao Xuesheng, standing beside him, seemed well aware of the situation, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Hee, this time it is not an ordinary competition. It is a showdown among the top 20 disciples of our sect. The most powerful of all. Such an extraordinary event is bound to attract every disciple from the sect to witness it, so a large crowd is only to be expected." As he spoke, Chao Xuesheng pointed toward a specific direction. Upon noticing this, Lin Wei hurriedly turned his gaze to where Chao Xuesheng indicated, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight before him. There, a group of youthful and vibrant female disciples were holding up a long banner, upon which several bold characters were elegantly inscribed. Lin Wei, indeed, must have his purpose. It appears that during yesterday's match, you garnered quite a number of young admirers. "My disciple," Chao Xuesheng remarked with a mischievous grin, his expression replete with playful mischief. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's visage betrayed a hint of exasperation as he gently shook his head. He had long grown accustomed to Chao's antics. The two walked side by side, casually selecting a seat to settle into as they awaited the commencement of the competition. This final round was unlike any before, as the participants were not required to draw lots themselves to determine the order of combat. Instead, the Elder Council would oversee the drawing. This arrangement allowed the competitors to relax individually, preparing themselves mentally for the impending challenges. Before long, the once empty seats in the arena began to fill with an excited throng, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation. A glance around revealed a sea of occupied seats, the air alive with chatter. Just then, a figure clad in white gracefully entered the arena, moving with an air of leisure. Clad in a robe as pure as freshly fallen snow, he stood tall and commanding, accompanied by several disciples, further enhancing his imposing presence. "Look over there. Is that not Mo Yuchen?" A surprised voice emerged from the crowd, sparking a ripple of excitement. "Wow, he's truly handsome." This was swiftly followed by a chorus of admiration. Many female disciples gazed in awe, their cheeks flushed, as if beholding their idol. Not only does he possess striking looks, but I have heard that his prowess has already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In my opinion, he is destined to claim the first prize in this competition. Someone added, their tone brimming with envy and reverence. As Mo Yuchen advanced, people instinctively parted, creating a wide path for him. He maintained an air of calm, his gaze unwavering, as he proceeded directly to his designated spot. "Isn't that the young man who greeted me last time?" Lin Wei mused, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. He recalled their previous encounter, during which he had chastised him rather sternly. However, Lin Wei quickly regained his composure, reassured that with 20 participants in the draw and the esteemed Elder Council presiding over it, it was unlikely he would encounter the likes of Mo Yuchen again. At this moment, the crowd was enveloped in a tense yet expectant silence, all awaiting the results of the draw. Suddenly, without warning, a formidable aura surged forth, sweeping across the arena like a tempest. Everyone present felt the weight of this pressure and instinctively looked upwards. There, the figure of Elder Lin Wei appeared, ethereal and ghost-like, hovering above the arena. She moved gracefully, her attire fluttering like the wings of a celestial being descending upon the mortal realm. The Grand Elder, Cold Moon, gazed down from her lofty perch, her countenance stern and imposing, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. In a voice that was both cool and resonant, she declared, "The drawing ceremony has just concluded in the Elders' Hall below. Now, Elder Yun will announce the list of participants for the upcoming finals." With a gentle wave of her hand, she signaled for Elder Yun to step forward. Subsequently, Elder Yun ascended slowly into the air, clutching a list that seemed to hold the fates of all present. As he cleared his throat, an anticipatory silence enveloped the entire square, with everyone holding their breath. First match, Ling Chun versus Zhang Chuan. Elder Yun proclaimed loudly. At this announcement, a murmur rippled through the crowd, a mixture of excitement and concern. Yet many continued to focus intently on the subsequent names. Second match, Xuanyin against Li Kuan. Elder Yun continued. One by one, the matchups were revealed, each name resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlookers. However, as time ticked away and the list reached the ninth match, Lin Wei's name had yet to be mentioned. At that moment, an ominous sense of foreboding surged within him, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. Could it be that I had been overlooked? Lin Wei thought, his heart filled with doubt as he gazed up at Elder Yun, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Yet, before he could decipher anything, Elder Yun's clear voice echoed throughout the arena. 10th match, Mo Yuchen versus Lin Wei. With this declaration, the previously hushed disciples erupted into a flurry of whispers. "Oh dear, Lin Wei truly has drawn a short straw, facing Mo Yuchen in the finals," one disciple lamented, shaking his head in dismay. Indeed, with Mo Yuchen's prowess, Lin Wei is likely to falter here and miss out on the top 10. Another disciple chimed in, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Wei. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Wei could clearly hear the biting remarks, his expression darkening as a few lines of frustration appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but wonder if the elders had conspired to pair him with Mo Yuchen intentionally. Chapter 30. A Comical Entrance? Elder Yun, standing upon the high platform with the completed draw results in hand, surveyed the gathered crowd with a serious demeanor. Once silence fell over the assembly, Elder Yun cleared his throat and continued to speak. Following this, please prepare the disciple who drew the number for the first match to take the stage. As Elder Yun's voice faded, a fervent cheer and applause erupted from the crowd, which began to stir with excitement, whispers filling the air. Meanwhile, Lin Wei appeared somewhat distracted, almost in a daze. He sat quietly, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd to a distant place. The only opponent in this contest that truly mattered to him, the one who could command his full attention, was Mo Yuchen. Lin Wei's thoughts began to wander, memories flooding his mind like a tide. He recalled his second uncle, who had sacrificed everything to save him. Each time he reminisced about that moment, a dull ache would grip his heart. Simultaneously, he thought of his parents, whom he had never met, and the so-called genius brother he had heard of. A long journey still lay ahead of him, Lin Wei murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion and helplessness. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Uncle, rest assured, I will devote myself to my training and one day eradicate the Xuanyin Sect to avenge you." Just then, Chao Xuesheng, seated beside him, noticed his unusual demeanor. Chao furrowed his brow, concern etched on his face as he gently inquired, "Lin Wei, what troubles you? Are you feeling anxious about your impending battle with Mo Yuchen?" He lightly patted Lin Wei's shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. Hearing Chao's caring words, warmth surged within Lin Wei. He shook his head slightly, replying softly, "It's nothing. Just some past memories that flashed through my mind." With that, Lin Wei took a deep breath, refocusing his gaze with determination towards the center of the arena. The preceding matches had been rather lackluster, lacking any dazzling confrontations. The two strongest competitors were merely at the late foundation establishment stage, while most of the other participants lingered around the mid-stage, with two newcomers just having advanced to the early stage. At that moment, the two combatants on the field finally determined a victor. Elder Yun gestured with his hands, a steady stream of energy emanating from his palms, enveloping his strong and resonant voice, which clearly echoed throughout the arena. In the next match, Mo Yuchen will face Lin Wei. As Elder Yun's words resonated, the audience briefly fell into a hushed silence. Yet, just moments later, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, a cacophony of cheers erupted, reverberating through the skies. The fervor of the gathered crowd was unleashed in that moment, for Lin Wei's formidable prowess displayed on the arena the previous day was undeniably evident. Now, anticipation and curiosity filled the air as they awaited the impending pinnacle confrontation. What kind of fierce battle would unfold when Lin Wei faced the equally formidable Mo Yuchen? One of the inner sect elders beside Elder Yun, wearing a slight smile, broke the silence with a question, "In my opinion, this lad won T last, even 10 rounds before suffering a crushing defeat." Another elder promptly echoed this sentiment, his tone dripping with disdain for Lin Wei's abilities. "Let us refrain from making hasty judgments and patiently await the outcome of the competition. It is about to commence," Elder Yun said, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression calm as still water. Upon hearing this, the other elders wisely fell silent, turning their gazes toward the expansive stone platform within the arena. At that moment, a figure gracefully leaped into the air from the side, landing steadily at the center of the stone stage. It was Mo Yuchen, arms naturally crossed before him, standing tall like a pine tree, his gaze as cold and deep as a frigid pool, devoid of emotion as he stared ahead. He exuded a unique aura, undeniably embodying the presence of a true powerhouse. Strange, why hasn't Lin Wei stepped onto the stage yet? Could it be that he truly fears and is avoiding the confrontation? The many disciples below began to murmur among themselves, noticing Lin Wei's prolonged absence. Humph, I believe that is precisely the case. Facing such a formidable senior brother as Mo Yuchen, he must have already entertained thoughts of retreat. One voice called out mockingly, "Indeed, with Mo Yuchen's strength and reputation, how could Lin Wei possibly be his match? He is likely cowering in some corner, trembling in fear." Another chimed in, eliciting laughter from those around. Hearing these comments, Lin Wei felt a wave of frustration. He anticipated that his brief delay would lead to such assumptions. Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed inwardly, "I merely wish to enter the arena a bit later." With that, Lin Wei prepared to take the side passage to the stone platform. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey Lin Wei, is this how you plan to enter the arena?" It was Chao Xuesheng, who, seeing Lin Wei's approach, voiced his confusion. Lin turned around, casting a glance at Chao Xuesheng, then replied, "How else could I ascend?" His tone revealed a hint of bewilderment, as though he found the question peculiar. Initially, Lin intended to maintain a low profile, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. Thus, he chose to discreetly ascend the stone platform via a side passage. Just as he was about to descend from the audience seats, he suddenly sensed a tremendous force propelling him from behind. The force arrived so unexpectedly that he had no time to react. He merely felt his body being violently thrust forward, soaring toward the stone platform. "Damn it, Chao Fatty," Lin exclaimed mid-flight, turning his head to see Chao Xuesheng wearing a mischievous grin. In that moment, he comprehended what had transpired and couldn't help but unleash a string of curses. However, he was already unable to alter his trajectory and could only strive to harness his source energy to maintain balance as he hurtled toward the platform. As Lin landed steadily on the stone platform, The entire square fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him, with expressions of astonishment and curiosity adorning their faces. They had anticipated Lin's arrival to be rather mundane, but he appeared in such a dramatic fashion instead. Mo Yuchen directed his gaze toward Lin, a playful smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Lin, how do you find a match I arranged for you? Indeed, you have been scheming in the shadows. I knew this coincidence was too convenient. Lin replied with an air of indifference, fully anticipating the unfolding events. At that moment, the smile on Mo Yuchen's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. The source energy within him surged outward like a tide, progressively enveloping his entire being. Humph, you shall pay a price for your arrogance. Do not think I am like that, Zhenyuan, Mo Yuchen coldly declared. I had initially considered befriending you, but you seem utterly ungrateful. As the words left his lips, the formidable aura emanating from Mo Yuchen at the pinnacle of the foundation building stage erupted with ferocity, akin to a tempest roaring through the air. Yet, in the face of Mo Yuchen's imposing presence, Lin remained unfazed. He slightly stretched his limbs and then, at a leisurely pace, took a single step forward. This seemingly inconsequential step, however, sent ripples through the atmosphere, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, provoking tremendous waves. In an instant, an imposing aura, rivaling that of Mo Yuchen, surged forth from Lin, swiftly engulfing the entire venue. How is this possible? Just yesterday, you were merely at the late foundation building stage. How could you have ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation building realm within a single day? Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Wei, the previously composed expression in Mo Yuchen's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. This young man has indeed presented me with an unexpected delight. Elder Yun stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Wei, revealing a hint of uncontainable joy in his eyes. It is worth noting that Lin Wei was the one he fervently advocated for to participate in this competition. Should Lin Wei emerge victorious, not only would he gain widespread acclaim, but Elder Yun, the one who recommended him, would also bask in the glory. Meanwhile, the numerous disciples below were utterly stunned by the scene before them. They could hardly fathom that Lin Wei could unleash such a formidable presence. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Could this fellow be putting on a show? One disciple remarked, his face filled with skepticism. Indeed, just yesterday he didn't seem this formidable. How could he transform so drastically overnight? Another disciple agreed. Even if he has reached the late foundation establishment stage, what of it? Mo Yuchen has already successfully broken through to that realm, and his strength far surpasses Lin Wei's. He is certainly no match for Mo Yuchen, scoffed a disciple who appeared to idolize Mo Yuchen. However, amidst the chatter, a voice called out from the crowd. Enough with the noise. Focus and watch closely. The competition is about to commence. At this, the previously raucous atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes turned in unison to the center of the arena. At this moment, Lin Wei appeared to be enveloped in vibrant blue source energy, which flowed around him like a lively stream, dancing joyfully in his vicinity. Conversely, a deep green source energy swirled around Mo Yuchen, resembling a nimble python, coiling and uncoiling around his form, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Let me ascertain whether your prowess is genuine. Mo Yuchen's gaze sharpened, akin to two bolts of icy lightning slicing through the air. In an instant, his figure shot forth, hurtling towards Lin Wei. Yet, in the face of Mo Yuchen's fierce onslaught, Lin Wei remained remarkably composed. With a gentle tap of his right foot upon the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at Mo Yuchen. In the blink of an eye, the two were mere inches apart. Neither employed any ornate martial techniques. Instead, they opted for the most direct and forceful approach, encasing their fists in source energy and crashing them together with tremendous force. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to two mountains colliding in a cataclysmic encounter. Immediately, an extraordinarily powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of collision between the two individuals, spreading violently in all directions. The air surrounding them was tumultuously disturbed, forming a ferocious whirlwind that howled and swept away everything in its path. The once tranquil ground now suffered a tremendous impact, with countless particles of dust soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. As time progressed, the two fighters steadfastly pressed their fists against one another, neither willing to yield an inch. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air, prompting those nearby to gaze intently and discover that the ground around Lin Wei and Mo Yuchun had begun to fissure with fine cracks. These crevices rapidly expanded outward, resembling a spider's web. However, the confrontation between the two did not cease there. When the energy from their clash reached a critical peak, it finally culminated in a momentous explosion. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, a blinding light surged upward between them, illuminating the entire horizon. Simultaneously, terrifying waves of energy surged forth like tumultuous tides. These two individuals were indeed monstrous, capable of generating such earth-shattering commotion without even unleashing their martial prowess. Xiao Yiyun stood below, gazing upwards at the fierce battle with an expression of astonishment, murmuring to himself. Reflecting on his previous encounter with Lin Wei, he realized that had Lin Wei unleashed such formidable power then, he would have likely been defeated within 3 exchanges. At this moment, Lin Wei and Mo Yuchun were each propelled backward several dozen steps by the violent shockwave from their collision. Remarkably, despite their staggering forms, they sustained no substantial injuries. "Kid, I didn't expect your brute strength to be quite impressive." Mo Yuchun narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Wei, speaking with an air of calmness. Yet, he discreetly tucked his trembling right hand behind him, revealing the toll that their earlier clash had taken on him. In response to Mo Yuchun's words, Lin Wei merely scoffed. "Let's talk, come at me if you dare." It must be noted that Lin Wei possessed the unparalleled physique of the demonic god ancient body. Mo Yuchun's audacity to confront him head-on was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Wei's figure had already shot forth toward Mo Yuchun like an arrow released from a bow, moving with the swiftness of lightning and stirring a fierce gust of wind. Chapter 32. Perilous Situations, the Most Powerful Strike. Seeing this unfolding scenario, Mo Yuchun dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to channel all his internal energy. His aura surged dramatically, propelling him forward with great intensity toward Lin Wei. "Kid, brace yourself. Let me show you my ultimate secret technique." With a thunderous roar, Mo Yuchun's voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. 8th level collapse. As those 3 words escaped his lips, a faint glow emanated from his right fist, initially dim. It transformed into a dazzling brilliance in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Mo Yuchun propelled himself forward like a released arrow, striking Lin Wei with overwhelming force. Unfazed by the onslaught, Lin Wei inhaled deeply, allowing the source energy within him to surge rapidly. In an instant, a solid palm print coalesced in his hands, pulsating with waves of source energy. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as their fists and palms collided, unleashing an immensely powerful gust of energy that radiated outward from the point of impact, stirring up clouds of dust. Both Lin Wei and Mo Yuchun were involuntarily pushed back several steps before regaining their footing. "I never anticipated that you could cultivate the long-derided Shattered Star Palm to such a formidable level, able to contend evenly with my 8th level collapse." Mo Yuchun gazed at Lin Wei with widened eyes, astonishment flickering within. He had paid little heed to this ability while observing from the sidelines, but now, facing Lin Wei directly, he truly grasped the terrifying power it wielded. In response to Mo Yuchun's astonishment, Lin Wei merely smiled calmly, saying, "In truth, there are no entirely useless martial techniques, only those who lack ambition. The efficacy of a martial art ultimately hinges upon its practitioner. Indeed, there are no useless martial techniques." Mo Yuchun remarked, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a hint of disdain evident. He then clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a long sword of pure white in his hands. Glistening with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine, Lin Wei cast a composed glance at Mo Yuchun, casually lifting his right hand to summon a shimmering blue light. In the blink of an eye, a blue spear materialized in his grasp, enveloped in a delicate mist, evoking a dreamlike quality. The two stood in silent opposition, neither willing to break the tension that enveloped the arena, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, both Mo Yuchun and Lin Wei sprang into action, their figures darting forward like lightning, intertwining in a swift dance of combat. In a fleeting moment, the glimmer of swords and the shadows of halberds intertwined, the sounds of their clashes resonating incessantly. Within a mere instant, Lin Wei and Mo Yuchun had exchanged blows dozens of times, each side unwilling to yield, engaged in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet, as time passed, Mo Yuchun began to sense an unsettling anomaly. How is it that this young man seems to grow more invigorated with each encounter? During yet another intense clash, Mo Yuchun found himself repelled by Lin Wei's strike, involuntarily retreating several steps. Regaining his composure, he pondered to himself. Since the onset of their battle, Lin Wei had exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared increasingly valiant, his aura swelling rather than diminishing. In stark contrast, Mo Yuchun felt himself becoming more fatigued, his internal source energy depleting rapidly, having consumed nearly half in the blink of an eye. If this continued, predicting the outcome of their confrontation would prove exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Mo Yuchun furrowed his brow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Young man, it seems this may soon come to an end. You are the first to compel me to resort to this technique, he declared, his gaze now devoid of its previous disdain, replaced instead by profound concentration as he fixed his eyes intently upon Lin Wei. In that moment, Mo Yuchun's hands moved like phantoms, swiftly forming intricate seals with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible. Simultaneously, the surrounding energies of the world appeared to be drawn to him, converging ceaselessly towards his hands. The surging flow of energy resembled a tide, each wave following the last, coalescing into a visible vortex of immense proportions. As the energies continued to pour into Mo Yuchun's grasp, an unparalleled force began to coalesce, solidifying into a formidable presence. This aura was as oppressive as Mount Tai, inducing a sense of trepidation. The air around him warped under the weight of this immense pressure, emitting a faint buzzing sound. When the energy reached a critical threshold, Mo Yuchun suddenly raised a finger towards the heavens, shouting, "Wind walk, spirit-splitting sword, condense." As his words fell, the overwhelming energy in his hands erupted like a barrel of gunpowder igniting. Subsequently, this energy fractured into countless streams, racing skyward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, these streams solidified into hundreds of white sword phantoms in midair, each glimmering with a chilling radiance, exuding an intensely sharp sword aura, as if intending to cleave the very fabric of space itself. "Go!" Mo Yuchun bellowed once more, his voice low yet fierce. In an instant, the hundreds of sword phantoms shrieked in unison, akin to arrows released from top bows, surging with formidable might towards Lin Wei. Wherever it passed, the air was torn asunder, emitting a sharp and piercing sound, rendering the entire scene breathtakingly thrilling, sending a chill down one's spine. It was indeed unexpected. To force Mo Yuchun into such a predicament, this young man possesses a measure of strength. Alas, this contest is likely to conclude swiftly. The elder observed the unfolding battle, involuntarily shaking his head gently, a hint of regret etched upon his face. Nevertheless, even if this young man ultimately succumbs, losing to a master like Mo Yuchun would not be excessively shameful. After all, Mo Yuchun is a paragon among the younger generation of our sect. Another elder beside him smiled faintly, beginning to speak slowly. At that moment, Elder Yun, with a face marred by anxiety, gazed intently at the scene, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes brimming with worry and self-reproach. Alas, it is all my fault. If I had imparted some martial skills to Lin Wei earlier, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. The techniques employed by Mo Yuchun are the advanced level in the profound tier, wielding tremendous power. At this moment, countless sharp sword shadows swept towards Lin Wei like a tempest. Each sword shadow glimmered with a chilling radiance, its momentum overwhelming, instantaneously sealing off all possible avenues of retreat for Lin Wei. The surrounding timid disciples, witnessing this, were so frightened they covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the sight of such a heart-stopping spectacle. The elders seated at the judges' table also shook their heads helplessly, inwardly sighing, feeling regretful for Lin Wei. After all, had it not been for the lack of superior martial skills, Lin Wei's exhibited strength and potential might not have led to such an easy defeat in this contest. At this moment, Lin Wei stood rooted to the spot, motionless, just as everyone presumed he was about to concede. Suddenly, he took a gentle step forward, his right hand slicing through the air, a rift in space, open. Chapter 33. If I cannot defeat you, I shall resort to secret arts? At this moment, a pitch-black rift in space, measuring several zhang in size, appeared above Lin Wei's head without warning. From within the rift, a disquieting dark energy surged, as if capable of devouring everything. This is astonishingly the power of space. Elder Lin Wei, upon witnessing the emergence of this rift, was jolted upright from her seat as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief and profound astonishment. It is known that the power of space is an exceedingly rare force, even across the continent. Only a select few top-tier experts can wield it. At this juncture, the numerous sharp white sword shadows, upon making contact with the rift, were swallowed mercilessly as if they were but a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving no semblance of resistance. In but a fleeting moment, the myriad of sword shadows that once danced and intertwined in the air were utterly devoured by the terrifying rift in space. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, as all present stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts trembling with astonishment. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Yuchen was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his being. His legs weakened, he staggered backward and then collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Mo Yuchen's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, clearly unable to fathom the reality unfolding before him. Once a celebrated prodigy, the foremost genius recognized throughout the sect, he had just unleashed his most formidable martial arts technique. Yet, despite his prowess, he found himself defeated by a mere outer disciple who had recently joined the fold. This outcome was an unbearable nightmare for the proud Mo Yuchen, rendering him incapable of accepting such a harsh truth. How could this be? This must be an illusion. Mo Yuchen let out a furious shout. His eyes blazed with a fiery red intensity as he fixed a defiant glare upon Lin Wei, his gaze brimming with resentment. As time passed, his expression transformed into one of unwavering determination, as though he had resolved to take a stand. Without hesitation, Mo Yuchen raised his hand and inflicted a deep cut upon his index finger. Crimson blood surged forth, trickling down his fingertip. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain of the wound, instead inscribing a mysterious mark upon his bleeding hand with astonishing speed. At that moment, Elder Yin, who had been closely observing the situation, could not contain his astonishment. This young man intends to employ the blood seal technique. His words betrayed an unmistakable sense of surprise. However, soon after, a glimmer of anticipation crept into Elder Yun's gaze. After all, the blood seal technique was an exceedingly rare and potent method, and he was eager to witness the heights Mo Yuchen could reach upon its execution. Once Mo Yuchen completed the inscription, he did not pause for even a heartbeat. He forcefully pressed his blood-stained palm against his chest. Instantly, a blinding crimson light erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The brilliance of that radiance was akin to a resplendent sun rising in the sky, illuminating the entire arena. Simultaneously, an immensely powerful aura surged forth like a tumultuous tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings. This aura eclipsed the strength previously demonstrated by Lin Wei, enveloping all present in a suffocating pressure. Mo Yuchen let out a long breath, a look of rapture gracing his face as he murmured, "What an extraordinarily marvelous sensation this is. Young man, allow me to demonstrate the true power of a practitioner at the enlightenment stage." With that, his figure flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Lin Wei. Why do they all prefer to employ secret techniques? Lin Wei sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he observed Mo Yuchen not far ahead. Gathering his strength, he propelled himself from the ground, his form darting forth like lightning, charging directly at Mo Yuchen. In the blink of an eye, the two were mere inches apart. They swung their iron fists, unleashing fierce gusts of wind as their strikes collided with tremendous force. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, as if the very fabric of space shuddered in response. The sheer impact sent Lin Wei hurtling backwards, and after soaring several dozen meters, he finally managed to regain his composure mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. However, his arm throbbed with a dull ache from the earlier blow. Is this the true strength of a practitioner at the enlightenment stage? Indeed, a considerable gap exists between us. Lin Wei pondered as he gently shook his still-numb right hand. Meanwhile, Mo Yuchen floated serenely in the air, surveying Lin Wei from his elevated vantage point. His elongated eyes glimmered with confidence, and a slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, if you have any sense, now would be the time to admit your faults and plead for mercy. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I might let you off the hook. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wei exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he tilted his head back and grinned at Mo Chun, retorting, "Hee. How long do you think your secret technique can last?" Mo Chun was momentarily taken aback by Lin Wei's unexpected question, but quickly regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "Humph. Why not tell you? With my current cultivation level, this technique can last at most 5 minutes. But that will be more than sufficient to deal with you." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Wei, his contempt becoming increasingly evident. "Oh, only 5 minutes? It seems you are not as formidable as you claim." Lin Wei's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Mo Chun. "Do you think 5 minutes is a short time?" Mo Chun barked in anger, his voice laced with indignation and frustration. Yet, before he could finish his retort, he suddenly realized he had been mocked. A fierce rage surged from the depths of his heart, quickly engulfing his entire being. His eyes widened in fury as he fixated on Lin Wei before him. Mo Chun could no longer suppress the fury that surged within him. With a fierce shout, he launched forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Lin Wei. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chun had reached Lin Wei's side. He raised his clenched fist high, the force of his punch slicing through the air as he aimed a vicious strike at Lin Wei. However, just as Mo Chun's fist was about to connect, Lin Wei's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Chapter 34. You are one realm above me. Do you expect me to fight you head-on? What in the world is this? Where could he possibly be? Mo Chun gazed incredulously at the empty space before him, realizing he had put all his strength into that punch. The momentum caused him to lose his balance, nearly toppling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Veins bulged on Mo Chun's forehead as he desperately summoned his acute senses, attempting to detect even the faintest trace of Lin Wei's presence. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the surroundings remained eerily silent, offering no response. In that moment, without warning, Lin Wei's form manifested before Mo Chun like a bolt of lightning. Before Mo Chun could react, a sharp crack echoed as Lin Wei mercilessly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap across Mo Chun's cheek. The crisp sound shattered the previous tranquility of the arena, reverberating throughout the venue and drawing gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Stunned by the sudden blow, Mo Chun was sent reeling backward like a kite with its strings severed, flying several paces before he managed to regain his footing. Yet, his chest heaved with turbulent breaths, a storm of anger and humiliation brewing within him. "Damn it! Today, I shall tear you to shreds to assuage my wrath." Mo Chun roared, his voice piercing the air. As a shout resonated, the once tranquil energy within him surged violently, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollably bursting forth. Transformed into a streak of light fueled by unbridled rage, Mo Chun charged toward Lin Wei. In an instant, he was upon Lin Wei, his right hand clenched tightly as a powerful surge of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled this formidable force towards Lin Wei. Just as this terrifying energy was about to strike its target, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A peculiar glimmer flickered beneath Lin Wei's feet, and in the next moment, he vanished once again without a trace. What kind of martial skill is this? If you have the ability, come out and face me. Before Mo Chun could finish his thought, a searing pain suddenly shot across his face once more. A formidable force struck his face in an instant, sending his body hurtling backward once more. Lin Wei's figure reemerged. He gently flexed his wrist and spoke slowly. "So, how does it feel to face me head-on?" With a playful smirk gracing his lips, he provocatively gazed at Mo Chun. The disciples below, witnessing this spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. "Goodness, this kid is utterly shameless. Why does he keep dodging?" One remarked, "Indeed, if he dared to confront Mo Chun directly, I would wager he stands no chance." Another chimed in, "Humph, if he is so capable, then Mo Chun should refrain from using his secret techniques. Just because he is a level above doesn't he mean he can't let others fight." Amidst the rising tide of chatter, Mo Chun's expression grew increasingly grim. He took a deep breath, enduring the pain etched on his face, and glared fiercely at Lin Wei. Meanwhile, Lin Wei appeared exceptionally relaxed, shrugging nonchalantly as he regarded Mo Chun. "I cannot afford to prolong this encounter. The duration of the secret technique is nearly expiring," Mo Chun thought anxiously, realizing that any further delay would jeopardize his position. His demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness, feeling his internal strength gradually waning. The side effects of the secret technique were manifesting. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. With this in mind, Mo Yuchen addressed Lin Wei. How about this? Let us each unleash one final move to determine the victor. After proposing this, a subtle smirk appeared on his lips, filled with cunning as he peered at Lin Wei. Upon hearing Mo Yuchen's words, Lin Wei contemplated for a moment before nodding earnestly. No problem. Let us proceed, he replied. Subsequently, Lin Wei summoned the source energy within him, enveloping himself in its essence. Seeing Lin Wei so readily agree, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Mo Yuchen's face. He recognized that his plan had succeeded, and now it was time to deliver the final blow to Lin Wei. He concentrated the majority of his source energy into his hand, exclaiming, "8th level collapse," as he drove his fist directly toward Lin Wei's face. This punch encapsulated the last of his strength, and he was confident it would suffice to defeat Lin Wei. As his fist neared its target, a smile unwittingly formed on Mo Yuchen's face. He even began to envision the taste of victory. However, at that moment, Lin Wei's figure abruptly vanished. Mo Yuchen's punch struck nothing but air, and due to the excessive force, he could not halt his momentum in time, causing him to tumble forward onto the ground. His body made intimate contact with the earth, resembling a helpless octopus. In that moment, fury ignited within Mo Yuchen, his eyes blazing with wrath. Struggling to rise from the ground, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His breath grew increasingly feeble, yet he remained oblivious to his disheveled appearance. Bellowing angrily into the surroundings, "Damn it, Lin Wei, you coward, have the guts to confront me directly." However, Lin Wei did not emerge this time. Mo Yuchen gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the last vestiges of his source energy into his palm. He gasped for breath, and with each swing of his arm, faint waves of source energy surged forth, striking fiercely against the ground and the air. "You worthless fool, come out!" Mo Yuchen shouted, his voice laced with fury and indignation. He continued to wave his arms, attempting to locate Lin Wei. Yet, his attacks bore no fruit, only hastening his own exhaustion. After a moment, his breaths became rapid, sweat soaking through his garments. He felt his strength waning. Damn it! Mo Yuchen clenched his teeth, despair flooding his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would soon be devoid of all power, reduced to a lamb for slaughter. At that moment, Mo Yuchen's breath vanished entirely, his body trembling as his complexion turned ashen, the once formidable aura dissipating as if siphoned away. His cultivation abruptly plummeted, descending to the foundational stage. His body swayed precariously, nearly unable to stand, yet he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings intently. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence. Lin Wei's figure appeared before Mo Yuchen in an instant, unhesitatingly delivering a resounding slap to his face. Mo Yuchen's body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Enjoyed your little tirade? Now it's my turn. Chapter 35, A Victorious Ease. In that fleeting moment, Lin Wei lightly tapped his feet against the ground and propelled himself towards Mo Yuchen with incredible speed. The onlookers barely had time to register the scene before Lin Wei landed firmly in front of Mo Yuchen. What followed was a spectacle that left everyone astounded, without hesitation. Lin Wei plopped down onto Mo Yuchen. Simultaneously, Lin Wei's hands became enveloped in a dense layer of source energy. He then raised his palm and, without a moment's pause, struck Mo Yuchen's cheek with tremendous force. A sharp, resounding slap echoed, akin to thunder splitting the sky. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A flurry of rapid slaps followed in quick succession, each sound reverberating through the arena. The disciples below, witnessing this scene, were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with disbelief, before they began to murmur among themselves. Isn't this fellow excessively brutal? How could he treat his fellow disciples in such a manner? One disciple furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, Mo Yuchen has clearly lost his fighting capability, yet he still resorts to such merciless actions. It is utterly outrageous." Another disciple echoed, "Oh dear, please do not ruin my idol Mo Yuchen's face. He is our beloved hero." A female disciple cried out, her heart filled with concern. Meanwhile, Elder Yun, seated at the judge's table, gazed at the scene unfolding before him with a furrowed brow. Ever since Lin Wei arrived at the sect, he had caused an immeasurable amount of trouble and had slapped countless faces. This competition, which was initially anticipated to be an exhilarating showdown, had unexpectedly devolved into a one-sided crushing and torment. Thus, Lin Wei's assault continued for considerable time until, seemingly weary from the exertion, he gradually ceased his actions and slowly rose from Mo Yuchen's form. Lin Wei lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the judge's table, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is there a conclusion to this match? Elder Yin nodded slightly, a faint glow emanating from his being as he enveloped his voice with source energy, then spoke slowly. In this competition, Lin Wei emerges victorious. As Elder Yun's words resonated, the entire square plunged into an oppressive silence, time seemingly frozen in that moment. However, mere moments later, this stillness shattered like fragile ice, engulfed by a deafening wave of cheers. Lin Wei smiled, gently nodding in acknowledgement towards Elder Yun, before swiftly leaping down from the stone platform with ease. At that moment, Chao Xuesheng, who had been closely observing from below, dashed over to Lin Wei's side as soon as he landed. Without waiting to approach, he spread his arms wide, excitement radiating from his face as he exclaimed, "Brother Lin, congratulations. Come, let me give you a big hug." Hearing this, Lin Wei's expression darkened as he glared at the approaching Chao Xuesheng and thundered without hesitation, "Get away from me, fatty Chao." With that, he delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at Chao Xuesheng's rotund belly. A dull thud echoed as Chao Xuesheng, caught off guard, was propelled backward several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his belly with both hands, Chao Xuesheng emitted wails akin to a slaughtered pig. "Ouch, that hurts. It hurts so much." Amidst his cries, he did not forget to complain, "Why do you always kick me? We are supposed to be good brothers." Lin Wei gazed at Chao Xuesheng, who lay on the ground wailing in despair, and smiled faintly as he raised his right hand, poised to deliver a slap. Sensing the impending blow, Chao Xuesheng quickly covered his mouth, fearing that Lin Wei's hand might indeed strike him. "By the way, Lin Wei, you actually managed to defeat Mo Yucheng. That is truly remarkable. You are undoubtedly the rightful number one on the strength rankings now," he exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. It is worth noting that Lin Wei was merely an outer disciple who had recently joined the sect, yet he had navigated through numerous trials to reach this remarkable position, which was indeed awe-inspiring. However, in response to Chao Xuesheng's accolades, Lin Wei appeared somewhat indifferent. What does being number one on the strength rankings matter? In the end, it is merely an empty title, he remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Chao Xuesheng, seemingly unimpressed by the so-called honor. Upon hearing this, Chao Xuesheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly lamenting, "This guy must be saying this on purpose. Who doesn't know the myriad benefits of becoming the number one on the strength rankings?" He quickly elaborated, "Oh, my junior brother, you must not take it lightly. Any disciple who ascends to the position of number one on the strength rankings is granted the privilege of directly entering the heavenly mechanism pavilion to select a martial technique." Seeing Lin Wei still wearing a puzzled expression, Chao Xuesheng continued, "Moreover, not only have you claimed the top spot, but you have also successfully advanced to the top 10 in the Sects Grand Competition. According to the regulations, you will receive a generous reward that is exclusively yours." At this point, Lin Wei, who had previously seemed indifferent, suddenly brightened at the mention of rewards and interrupted Chao Xuesheng, asking, "Oh, there is such a delightful opportunity? Does this mean I might acquire a new martial technique? To be honest, I have only mastered 2 techniques thus far." As he spoke, a hint of undeniable excitement flickered in his eyes. "What? You have only mastered 2 martial techniques?" Chao Xuesheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Wei, his voice involuntarily rising several octaves. He had initially assumed that Lin Wei was merely employing those 2 techniques with remarkable proficiency, which explained their frequent use in battle. To discover that Lin Wei had only grasped 2 techniques left him astonished. Chao Xuesheng pondered inwardly, with Lin Wei's strength and talent. How could he have learned so few techniques? Does he harbor some unknown secret or struggle? Inundated with countless questions, he found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Wei remained unfazed by Chao Xuesheng's astonishment. Noticing that Chao Xuesheng was still in a daze, he directly inquired, "After this competition concludes, will I be able to claim my reward? Can we return now?" Awakened by Lin Wei's words, Chao Xuesheng regained his senses and promptly replied, "Oh, the competition rewards can only be claimed the following day." After answering Lin Wei's inquiry, Chao Xuesheng couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lin Wei, his curiosity towards this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enigmatic individual growing ever more intense. With a definitive response in hand, Lin Wei nodded gently and, without uttering another word, turned on his heel and strode purposefully towards the exit of the training grounds, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chao Xuesheng thought to himself, is he already leaving? Chapter 36, The Refinement of Source Energy. Competition Rewards? The timing of a visit to the Seven Divine Ruins remains uncertain. At this moment, Lin Wei understood the urgency of elevating his strength to the illumination realm, for only then would he possess the requisite confidence. Upon hastily returning to his dwelling, Lin Wei entered and promptly closed the door behind him, swiftly activating the system panel. A clear and crisp notification chimed. Ding, you have acquired 4,000 Demon God Points. Immediately, the system panel displayed his current balance of Demon God Points. Remaining Demon God Points for 1,000. Please select an upgrade option. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei declared, allocate all points to cultivation. As his words fell, he decisively infused all his Demon God Points into his cultivation. In an instant, Lin Wei's hands were raised slightly, and a powerful surge of source energy began to coalesce in his palms. With a sudden, vigorous sweep of his arm, this source energy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Observing its trajectory, the energy rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire room in mere moments, coalescing into an impenetrable shield. Recalling the treacherous ambush by Elder Wu, Lin Wei's sense of vigilance intensified. He could not afford to be complacent. He must ensure his surroundings were absolutely secure. Once these defensive measures were in place, Lin Wei gradually settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes gently, and adjusted his breathing rhythm, entering a state of meditation. As he began to operate the celestial refinement technique, the energy of the surrounding cosmos seemed to respond to an unseen force, converging towards him at an astonishing velocity. This turbulent energy surged into Lin Wei's being like an unrelenting tide. However, under the miraculous, purifying influence of the celestial refinement technique, the initially chaotic energy was gradually tamed and refined, ultimately transforming into strands of pure source energy. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Lin Wei, who had been sitting with his eyes tightly closed, abruptly opened them. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful and fierce aura erupted from his core, surging forth like a tumultuous wave. Yet, astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, this magnificent force receded back into Lin Wei's body like a tide. In an instant, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. I have effortlessly advanced to the initial stage of enlightenment, Lin Wei murmured to himself. Subsequently, he leisurely rose to his feet and casually summoned and circulated the abundant source energy within him. As the source energy coursed through his meridians, Lin Wei distinctly felt his internal strength had augmented by several dozen times compared to before. This unprecedented sense of power filled him with both excitement and unease. Recently, the rapid enhancement of his abilities had left him with an inexplicable feeling of lightness. Furrowing his brow, Lin Wei pondered deeply. He could not help but recall the awkward and uncomfortable sensations he experienced during recent confrontations where he wielded his newfound strength. After much contemplation, Lin Wei resolutely stepped forward and exited the room. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the back mountain. For he understood that only through rigorous and intense training could he swiftly acclimate to the remarkable growth of his abilities in this short span of time. Before long, Lin Wei arrived at the back mountain. At this moment, the source energy within him began to slowly manifest on the surface of his body, gradually coalescing into a thin veil of light that enveloped him completely. Then, like a fleeting shadow, Lin Wei dashed downward. With each punch he unleashed, it felt as though he wielded the power of 1,000 forces, toppling massive boulders and towering trees with ease. A resounding boom echoed throughout the valley as Lin Wei, in a display of sheer strength, shattered a boulder that required several people to embrace. After this intense training session, he found himself somewhat exhausted, collapsing onto the dusty ground. Phew, my internal source energy has solidified significantly now. Lin Wei gasped for breath, feeling the richness and density of the energy within him, and finally relaxed his mind. He gazed up at the sky, which had begun to shimmer with a faint white glow. Lin Wei decided to return to his dwelling for a refreshing bath and a change into clean garments. After a while, having rested sufficiently, Lin Wei gradually stood up, slightly bending his knees and gently pushed off the ground. In an instant, he soared into the sky, tracing a brilliant arc as he swiftly made his way back to his abode. Just as Lin Wei had changed his clothes and was preparing to sit down for further cultivation, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. "Lin Wei, it's me. Please open the door." Only the urgent cries of Chao Xuexing echoed from outside the door. Lin Wei, with no other option, let out a resigned sigh and rose to open the door. As it slowly creaked open, he was met with the beaming visage of Chao Xuexing. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Chao Xuexing's abdomen. A dull thud resounded as Chao Xuexing, caught off guard, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Clutching his belly with both hands, his face contorted in a comical display of grievance, he muttered, "Lin Wei, this is too much. I haven't done anything yet. Why did you kick me?" As he spoke, he rubbed his round, ball-like belly in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Seeing this, Lin Wei merely smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Who told you to be so annoying every time you visit? I've grown accustomed to it." After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, tell me, what brings you here so early today?" Each time this rotund Chao Xuexing showed up at dawn, it was invariably for some request. Upon hearing this, Chao Xuexing scratched the back of his head and flashed Lin Wei a mysterious grin. Lin Wei, however, swiftly raised his hand and aimed a playful smack at Chao Xuexing's head. "I knew it. Why are you hitting me again?" Chao Xuexing looked at Lin Wei with a face full of grievance, shielding his head. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "You can claim your reward today. I specifically came to remind you. All the promoted contestants are gathering at the training ground." Before Chao Xuexing could finish, Lin Wei abruptly lifted him off the ground. In an instant, they soared into the air. "Ah, Lin Wei, what are you doing? Put me down." The air filled with the sounds of Chao Xuexing's panic cries, reminiscent of a distressed pig. Chapter 37. Onward to the Tiangui Pavilion. "Ah, Lin Wei, are you trying to scare me to death?" Once they landed, Chao Xuexing, panting heavily and clutching his chest, began to complain with a frown. Meanwhile, Lin Wei remained unfazed, wearing a serene smile. He gently patted Chao Xuexing on the shoulder before striding towards the center of the arena. At that moment, the top 20 disciples who had successfully advanced had already gathered in the training ground, each one holding their breath in anticipation. As Lin Wei made his entrance, he instantly captured everyone's attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. This guy was truly astonishing yesterday, defeating the top-ranked Mo Yuchen. Another disciple chimed in, "Indeed, I initially thought Mo Yuchen was formidable, but it seems he is merely a facade of strength." As Lin Wei approached, the conversations among the nearby disciples grew increasingly audacious. However, the previously silent Mo Yuchen's expression suddenly darkened like a stormy sea upon hearing these words. His once profound eyes were now ablaze with fury, glaring fiercely at the two disciples engaged in hushed whispers. Sensing Mo Yuchen's piercing gaze, the two disciples were taken aback, promptly sealing their lips, too intimidated to utter another sound. Lin Wei, after leisurely walking over, came to a halt and stood quietly in place. He gently closed his eyes, as if the clamor of the outside world had no bearing on him, entering a state of serene tranquility. Observing this scene, the previously murmuring disciples fell silent instantly, none daring to utter another word. After all, Mo Yuchen was a formidable figure not to be trifled with, and Lin Wei was someone they could never afford to offend. As time ticked away, everyone awaited in silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a figure appeared on the horizon, gradually drawing nearer. As it approached, the crowd recognized it to be Elder Yin. Elder Yin floated gracefully in the air, his garments billowing, as he descended lightly to the ground. "Greetings, Elder Yin," the disciples exclaimed in unison, hastily bowing in respect. Lin Wei, who had been with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and, like the other disciples, offered a respectful salute to Elder Yin. With a smile gracing his face, Elder Yin surveyed the talented disciples before him, nodding in satisfaction before speaking softly. "Indeed, you have all advanced to the top 20 in the competition through your own efforts. These rewards are rightfully yours." Upon hearing these words, a shared glimmer of anticipation illuminated Lin Wei and the others' faces. Clearly, each individual was filled with eager anticipation for the rewards to come. "Now, follow me to the Tianji Pavilion," Elder Yin instructed with a slight nod, and in the next moment, he flickered and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Lin Wei and the others dared not delay, promptly following suit as they leaped into the air, given that all present possessed strength above the Foundation establishment stage. Flight was no challenge for them. In an instant, dozens of figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, racing towards the Tianji Pavilion. Lin Wei and his fellow disciples closely trailed Elder Yun, their forms darting through the swirling mists with remarkable speed. Along the way, they passed numerous towering peaks that pierced the clouds. However, as they approached an unremarkable mountain, Elder Yun abruptly halted without warning, quietly suspending himself mid-air, resembling a statue. Utterly motionless. We have arrived. After a considerable interval, Elder Yun slowly turned his head and spoke in a calm tone. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. There's nothing here, exclaimed an impatient disciple, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings. Confusion etched upon his face. Indeed, is this not merely an ordinary peak? Where, pray tell, is the legendary Tianji Pavilion? Another disciple echoed, skepticism saturating his tone. Elder Yun, surely you are not jesting with us? A third disciple questioned, and all eyes turned toward Elder Yun, filled with bewilderment. Yet amidst this sea of doubt, only Mo Yuchen stood apart, exuding an air of tranquility. He remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if the unfolding events were entirely anticipated by him. At that moment, Lin Wei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I sense something amiss. The spatial fluctuations here are distinctly unlike those elsewhere. There must be hidden mysteries within, or perhaps an entirely different realm yet to be discovered. However, scarcely had Lin Wei's words left his lips when another disciple, unable to contain himself, interjected. Oh, you speak as if you possess profound understanding of this matter. Yet Elder Yun has yet to utter a word. The speaker was a disciple nearby, who brusquely challenged Lin Wei, his tone laden with disdain. Immediately, another voice chimed in. Indeed, do not let your recent victory over Mo Yuchen inflate your ego. In terms of experience, you are far from my level. This was Li Kuan who, sensing the tide turning against Lin Wei, hastily sought to diminish his stature. At that precise moment, Elder Yun, who had remained silent, gently interjected, interrupting the discourse. Lin Wei is correct. The Tianji Pavilion, being the most mysterious location within our sect, indeed possesses a separate space. Elder Yun's words fell like a bucket of cold water upon those who had just refuted Lin Wei, leaving them speechless and their faces flushed with embarrassment as they lowered their heads in silence. Elder Yun, unfazed, reached into his storage bag and retrieved a piece of crystal-clear jade. He then slowly raised his hand, infusing the jade with an exceptionally pure source of energy. Instantly, the jade radiated a brilliant light. With the jade in hand, Elder Yun made a gentle, sweeping motion through the air. The once tranquil atmosphere seemed to be torn asunder, and the space before them began to undulate violently. In a fleeting moment, a colossal iron door forged from fine steel materialized before the onlookers. Chapter 38. The Mysterious Gas. Step inside, but remember, once you enter, do not disturb anything. The consequences shall be yours to bear. Elder Yun's gaze was piercing, his expression grave as he fixed his eyes intently upon Lin Wei and the others, imparting his solemn warning. Having spoken, he resolutely lifted his leg and strode directly through the enigmatic iron door. Following closely behind, Mo Yuchen wore an impassive expression, exuding an air of calmness as he entered with measured grace, as if ambling through a leisurely garden. Lin Wei, too, hesitated not for a moment. His figure flickered briefly before he vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously within the confines of the iron door. Suddenly, Lin Wei was assaulted by a blinding white light that surged forth, nearly rendering him unable to open his eyes. As the radiance gradually receded, a structure emanating a rich and ancient aura revealed itself before them. Is this the legendary Tianji Pavilion? The strange ambience evokes an indescribable sensation within me, Lin Wei mused internally. Simultaneously, he unleashed his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Tianji Pavilion within his perception. In an instant, an icy chill surged from all directions, as though he were ensconced within a frigid cavern, sending shivers throughout his being. At that moment, Elder Yun, who had remained silent, observed that everyone had safely entered the Tianji Pavilion before he slowly began to speak. This is indeed Tianji Pavilion. Each of you may enter and select a martial skill that best suits your cultivation. However, I must caution you, the highest tier martial skills within are of the earth rank. Should you be fortunate enough to acquire one, it will greatly benefit your future endeavors in cultivation. Upon finishing his words, Elder Yun gently waved his right hand, and a formidable surge of energy coalesced in his palm. He then exerted his arm with force, hurling the mass of energy towards the grand entrance of Tianji Pavilion. With a thunderous roar, the ancient, weighty doors of the pavilion began to creak open, parting slowly to reveal a yawning chasm. Lin Wei widened his eyes, fixating intently on the widening crack of the door. As it fully opened, an intangible pressure rushed forth, instilling a sense of reverence within all present. Inside lay an unfathomable darkness, akin to a vast black hole, seemingly capable of effortlessly devouring all that exists. The darkness was so profound that not a single ray of light could penetrate, imparting an eerie sensation. Standing aside, Elder Yun's countenance was solemn, his gaze sweeping over each disciple with the acuity of a hawk. He cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You may all proceed, but remember, you have but 1 hour. Once the time limit is exceeded, one will forever be ensnared in this abyss of darkness, unable to return." The disciples nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they shimmered and swiftly vanished into the shadows like phantoms. Lin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and followed suit into the pavilion of heavenly secrets. Upon entry, he was immediately engulfed by an interminable darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Fortunately, he could employ his divine senses to perceive the surrounding environment. Just as he cautiously navigated this obscure expanse, a dazzling crimson light surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. Who could it be? Lin's heart jolted with alarm as he sensed impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively sidestepped in an attempt to evade the sudden assault. However, just as the red light was about to graze past him, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin's eyes. He recognized a familiar aura emanating from that radiance. It was a profound martial technique. Lin gazed in disbelief at the ancient tome emanating mysterious light before him, internally exclaiming in wonder. His breath quickened, and his heartbeat escalated as if he could hear the very rhythm of his heart. Almost reflexively, he extended his right hand, eager to grasp this invaluable martial art. Yet, just as his fingers were about to brush against the technique, Lin's body abruptly froze, as if caught by an invisible force. He swiftly withdrew his hand, recalling Elder Yun's admonition. Each person could select only one martial technique, and greed must be avoided. At this thought, Lin silently rejoiced in having stifled his impulse in time. Just then, a raucous laugh erupted nearby. "Ha! This profound martial technique is mine." With that exclamation, a figure darted towards him like a flash, appearing before Lin in an instant. It was Li Kun, his face alight with triumph, his eyes glimmering with greed and excitement. As he unhesitatingly lunged for the profound martial technique. "Lin, didn't expect it, did you? Your martial art is now in my grasp, and it's a profound one." Li Kun clutched the technique tightly, as though fearing it might escape, then turned to Lin, a victorious smirk on his face, laughing boisterously. "Observing el iconisch unrestrained delight." Lin merely muttered under his breath, "Fool," before disregarding him entirely. In a flash, Lin transformed into a streak of light, rapidly departing into the distance. In the depths of darkness, myriad colors danced like spirited sprites, ceaselessly swirling around. Amidst the enveloping darkness, Lin Wei found himself unfazed by the peculiar radiance before him. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his mind entirely, subsequently unleashing his formidable consciousness, now at the enlightenment stage. This consciousness unfolded like an invisible net, stretching towards the endless void of darkness surrounding him. Since his ascension to the enlightenment stage, Lin Wei's awareness had undergone a tremendous enhancement, its potency having multiplied several-fold compared to before. In mere moments, his consciousness swiftly expanded, enveloping a significant portion of the dark expanse. However, despite the enigmatic aura surrounding him, Lin Wei's focus remained steadfastly anchored on a specific area below. There, a faint azure mist hovered gently, emanating a soft, muted glimmer. As Lin Wei meticulously extended his consciousness over the ethereal blue vapor, an unforeseen phenomenon transpired. In an instant, he felt his awareness ensnared by an icy, bone-chilling aura, rendering him immobile. This chilling sensation penetrated deeply into his core, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Was this the very cold he had sensed earlier? What could it possibly be? Furrowing his brow, Lin Wei's mind raced with contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he arrived at a decision. A continuous flow of energy surged from within him, coiling around his form and enveloping him entirely. His gaze remained fixed on the azure mist below, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards it. Chapter 39. Refining the Celestial Chill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei's figure darted forth like lightning, reaching the mysterious blue vapor in an instant. Yet, just as he prepared to delve deeper with his consciousness, an unexpectedly crisp and familiar mechanical voice echoed within the depths of his mind. Ding! Celestial anomaly detected. Almost immediately, another notification followed. Target, Celestial Chill. Will you absorb it? Upon hearing the system's voice, a fleeting hesitation crossed Lin Wei's features. After all, facing such an unknown entity, one could scarcely predict the potential consequences and ramifications. Nevertheless, in a matter of moments, the uncertainty in his eyes dissipated, replaced by resolute determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded firmly, opting to absorb the entity. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling white light erupted from within Lin Wei, racing towards the azure mist with astonishing speed, beginning to entwine around it gently. At the moment when the white radiance came into contact with the frigid air, a crackling sound resonated, as if a fierce collision and friction were taking place between the two. Simultaneously, a thick plume of white smoke began to rise, enveloping the surrounding space in a haze. Although the frigid air lacked any autonomous consciousness, it seemed to sense the impending danger, and thus, relying on the last vestiges of instinct, it fought back desperately. However, faced with the overwhelming force of the white radiance, the frigid air's resistance appeared somewhat feeble. Before long, it gradually fell to the disadvantage, ultimately being completely enveloped by the white light. At that moment, the white radiance, carrying the subdued frigid air, shot across the sky like a meteor, heading directly towards Lin Wei. In the blink of an eye, the white light reached Lin Wei, and when it was merely an arm's length away, it plunged headlong into his body without hesitation. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Lin Wei felt a bone-chilling cold suddenly penetrate his being. In that instant, it was as if thousands of icy needles simultaneously pierced through every meridian, causing him to tremble in agony. The frigid air surged through Lin Wei's meridians like a wild stallion, violently expanding them to more than double their size wherever it traveled. The excruciating pain crashed over him in relentless waves, making him feel as though his head might explode at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Lin Wei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping down without him even noticing. At that moment, his entire world was consumed by unending torment. However, after enduring this unbearable pain for a brief moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Wei's eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, resembling burning flames, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Simultaneously, an incomparably potent aura and a palpable killing intent erupted from his gaze, chilling all who beheld it. With a guttural roar that emanated from the depths of his throat, akin to the growl of a beast, dark red energy surged forth from within him, flowing like agile serpents, swiftly coiling around his form. When this dark red energy made contact with Lin Wei's skin, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if scorching something. The previously rampant frigid air, upon sensing the presence of this dark red energy, trembled as if confronted by an immensely fearsome nemesis. Subsequently, under the protective embrace of the dark red energy, the frigid air, like a tamed lamb, obediently followed the meridians, slowly drifting towards Lin Wei's dantian. As the journey progressed, the previously arrogant demeanor faded, revealing an unexpected gentleness. Wisps of pale blue gas coiled around Lin Wei's form, intertwined with streaks of dark red energy, creating a sight that was truly extraordinary. Outside the celestial mechanism pavilion, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Could that recent surge of energy have belonged to a demonic cultivator, or was it merely a figment of my imagination? Elder Yun's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic structure before him. An unsettling feeling gradually welled up within him as he contemplated the situation. Elder Yun's hands trembled slightly, and his powerful divine sense surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards the pavilion in an attempt to uncover any hidden clues. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his formidable consciousness sank into silence, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, receiving no response whatsoever, let alone uncovering any anomalies. At that moment, several figures had gathered outside the pavilion. Some wore smiles, animatedly discussing the martial skills they had recently acquired, while others appeared utterly content, seemingly satisfied with their findings. Among them, Li Kuan stood out the most, exuberantly showcasing his latest triumph. Haha, look, Ivices Lin Wei's martial skill. What a tremendous gain. As time slipped away, each passing second felt interminable and fraught with anxiety. With only 3 minutes remaining until the designated time, two figures rushed out from the celestial mechanism pavilion, Mo Yuchen and Xuanyin. Their faces radiated satisfaction, clearly having reaped substantial rewards from their exploration. However, Elder Yun's frown deepened as he scanned the gathering of disciples outside, failing to spot the familiar figure of Lin Wei. A wave of concern washed over him. Why hasn't Lin Wei emerged yet? Could something have gone awry? Despite his growing impatience, Elder Yun understood the importance of adhering to the rules. If Lin Wei could not exit the pavilion on his own, he would be at risk of being consumed by the endless darkness within. At this moment, he could only silently pray for Lin Wei's safe return. As time dwindled, with merely a minute remaining, the tension among the crowd escalated. I reckon Lin Wei is likely to perish inside. Li Kuan smirked, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he envisioned Lin Wei's failure. Beside him, Xuanyin couldn't resist chiming in. I agree. After all, this arrogant fellow deserves it for his brashness. The memory of Lin Wei publicly humiliating him lingered in Xuanyin's mind, fueling his resentment. The moment arrived. The celestial mechanism pavilion would soon close automatically. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Elder Yun's eyes as he spoke softly. It seems. The grand doors of the pavilion began to shut slowly, and within moments, they were completely sealed. Chapter 40. Success in Refinement. Earth-level martial technique. This scoundrel has finally met his day. As Mo Yuchen beheld the scene before him, a cold smirk involuntarily graced his lips, his gaze tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. At that very moment, just as the grand doors began to close, Elder Yun's eyes dimmed considerably, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Alas, such a promising talent wasted. His tone was laced with a mix of regret and helplessness. However, just as Elder Yun turned to lead the multitude of disciples away, the space before them began to tremble violently without warning. Following that, a formidable and disquieting spatial force surged forth like a roaring tide, instantly forming a colossal vortex before the eyes of all present. This vortex resembled a mysterious black hole, emanating a powerful pull that rendered the entire scene utterly breathtaking, causing everyone in attendance to pale in astonishment. In the next moment, Lin Wei's figure slowly emerged from the enigmatic spatial whirlpool. His gaze was as calm as still water, as if the surrounding tumult bore no significance to him. He simply regarded the crowd quietly, ultimately fixing his steady gaze upon Elder Yun. Apologies for my delayed arrival, Lin Wei remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips, conveying a hint of warmth. Seeing Lin Wei's extraordinary ability to emerge from the depths of the spatial force, a profound shock initially crossed Elder Yun's face, soon replaced by an overwhelming joy. It is good that you have returned. It is indeed good, he said, hastening toward Lin Wei and gently patting him on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with pride and delight, reminiscent of a caring elder. Yet, Elder Yun's attention quickly shifted to Lin Wei's hands, which were conspicuously empty. You did not retrieve a single martial technique? He inquired, his expression tinged with confusion, as it was unusual for someone who had spent the most time inside to emerge empty-handed. Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing Elder Yun's words, Li Kuan erupted into a boisterous laugh, his voice brimming with arrogance and mockery. He then cast a scornful look at Lin Wei, his eyes filled with disdain. Elder Yun, you are perhaps unaware that this fellow had his martial techniques snatched away by me when he entered the Tianji Pavilion, which is precisely why he now stands empty-handed. As Li Kuan spoke, a smug expression adorned his face, as though he had accomplished something remarkable. Elder Yun's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to Li Kuan with a serious tone. What transpired? He sought to uncover the truth behind the matter. Li Kuan schmirkitsl, a glimmer of mischief illuminating his expression as he spoke. Elder Yun, you must be aware that within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, we possess the ability to seize others' martial skills. Unfortunately for this fellow, he crossed paths with me, and thus all the martial techniques he acquired were snatched away. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yun cast a glance at Li Kuan, his eyes betraying a hint of discontent, followed by a glance at Lin Wei, filled with curiosity. He sighed and replied, So it is. Elder Yun's tone held a trace of resignation. Though the rules of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion permitted such actions, he still found the act of plundering somewhat inappropriate. Observing this, Li Kuan's demeanor swelled with pride as he laughed triumphantly. He turned to Lin Wei and remarked, Lin Wei. You are truly unfortunate. Despite possessing the greatest strength, I have pilfered your profound martial skill. With that, he shot Lin Wei a provocative glance. Xuanyin, witnessing this, directed an approving look at Li Kuan and commented, "Well done. To think you could even seize this lad's martial skill." His words dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. As the two engaged in their banter, several onlookers regarded Lin Wei with pity, their eyes filled with sympathy. They felt that Lin Wei had suffered a great misfortune, having entered the heavenly mechanism pavilion only to leave empty-handed. Yet, some silently rejoiced in their fortune at having avoided Li Kuan, fearing they might share a similar fate as Lin Wei. It was well known that Lin Wei's current prowess was unmatched among them, yet he had nearly risked everything, ultimately achieving nothing, which elicited a sense of sorrow for many. However, Lin Wei merely smiled faintly, a trace of mockery evident in his expression. "Oh, who told you I didn't acquire any martial skills?" He then calmly withdrew a scroll, glowing with a faint golden light from his bosom. An ancient and mysterious aura swiftly permeated the air, instantly capturing the attention of all present, compelling their gazes to converge upon the scroll. "What? Is that a terrestrial martial skill?" Elder Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. He could hardly trust his own eyes. The rarity of terrestrial martial skills surpassed imagination, and Lin Wei had managed to obtain one. Meanwhile, the previously self-satisfied Li Kuan's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, a flicker of shock and jealousy dancing in his eyes. He actually acquired a terrestrial martial skill. He muttered to himself, his heart brimming with resentment, unable to fathom Lin Wei's unexpected fortune. Simultaneously, Mo Yuchen gazed enviously at the scroll in Lin Wei's hands. After all, he had only received a high-grade profound martial skill, which paled in comparison to a terrestrial one. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as all present were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. It seemed as if time stood still in that moment, with only the shimmering, golden-hued scroll of Earth-tier martial arts exuding an aura of mystery. Even if this fellow has acquired the Earth-tier martial technique, it is not guaranteed that he can master it, thought Xuanyin. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the scroll in Lin Wei's hands. Beside him, Mo Yuchen could hardly contain himself. Although he was not particularly fond of Lin Wei, he recognized the latter's innate talent. After all, he had managed to cultivate a yellow-tier martial art to perfection. Not to mention this current Earth-tier scroll. "I see you're merely envious. Lin Wei has already perfected the yellow-tier martial art," Mo Yuchen retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Xuanyin. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin dared not speak further, sealing his lips, for he knew that no amount of protest could alter the fact that Lin Wei had obtained the Earth-tier martial technique. At that moment, Elder Yun cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he began to speak. "Well, since everyone has acquired their martial techniques, let us return now. We must prepare. For tomorrow we shall set forth to the 7 divine ruins." Elder Yun's voice shattered the silence that enveloped the gathering, bringing everyone back to their senses. After speaking, Elder Yun casually unleashed a surge of energy, causing the iron gate before them to slowly swing open once more. With a swift motion, he led the way, soaring outward. Lin Wei and the others followed suit without hesitation, soaring into the sky, their figures gradually vanishing into the distance. However, unnoticed by all, the chill that had once permeated the heavenly mechanism pavilion quietly dissipated. Chapter 41. Departure to the 7 divine ruins. Upon exiting the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Lin Wei's expression was hurried as he shot into the air, racing like a bolt of lightning toward the back mountain adjacent to his residence. His figure traced an arc across the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. At that moment, within Lin Wei's dantian, a faint azure mist swirled around him. This was the frigid energy he had previously absorbed, standing quietly amidst the dense forest of the back mountain. Lin Wei could distinctly feel the blue mist gently coiling around his dantian. This mist was the precious frigid energy he had painstakingly gathered. Lin Wei furrowed his brows, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "What purpose does this frigid energy serve? Let me experiment with it here." Firmly grounded in the lush woods, Lin Wei closed his eyes, concentrating his mind as he endeavored to manipulate the frigid energy hidden within his dantian. Gradually, as his thoughts directed the energy, he sensed a peculiar and subtle sensation coursing through him like electricity, flowing from within his body to his palms. Immediately, A faint chill emerged from his hand, emanating a refreshing coolness that seemed to lower the surrounding air temperature. Go! Lin Wei suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted decisively. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he hurled the gathered chill toward a nearby tree with great force. Sizzle. The moment the chill made contact with the tree, a sharp, delicate sound resonated, reminiscent of two forces colliding in friction. This sound echoed through the tranquil forest, shattering the previous stillness. Unexpectedly, at that very instant, an intense wave of cold erupted from the point of contact, like a surging tide. The chill spread with astonishing speed, enveloping the entire tree in a thick layer of ice, transforming it into a crystalline sculpture. The branches and leaves were frozen within the ice, as if time itself had been suspended at that moment. Lin Wei stared wide-eyed at the tree that had instantaneously turned to ice, his heart brimming with shock and delight. Such formidable power, merely a casual attempt, had demonstrated such astonishing destructive capability, rivaling even advanced techniques of the Xian rank. His voice trembled slightly, reflecting his awe and exhilaration towards this immense strength. This could serve as a trump card in the future. After calming his racing heart, Lin Wei slowly retracted the chill back into his body and murmured softly. Then, with a flash of movement, he swiftly darted toward his residence. He was about to embark on a journey to the Seven Gods' ruins. It was imperative to adjust his state to its optimum, ensuring he possessed sufficient strength to confront the various unforeseen challenges ahead. On a certain peak of the Flower Sect, amidst the swirling mists, a tranquil courtyard rested. Within the courtyard, an elderly man glared grimly at Xuanyin, his eyes ablaze with fury. I have invested so much effort in you, hoping for your success, yet you cannot even handle an outer disciple. You have utterly shamed me. His gaze was filled with reproach, fixated on Xuanyin. Xuanyin lowered his head, a flicker of reluctance and helplessness crossing his eyes. He pouted slightly and softly defended himself. Master, you know that although he is merely an outer disciple, his strength is indeed formidable. When I fought against him, I could sense his prowess. I did my utmost. His voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of guilt and grievance. The elder merely snorted at Xuanyin's defense, his anger unabated. He fell silent for a moment. Then, he slowly retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his bosom and forcefully hurled it toward Xuanyin. The vial traced an elegant arc through the air, shimmering with a faint luminescence. The old man's voice was frigid and resolute, imbued with an inexorable chill. The elixir within this vial will aid you in transcending your current minor realm, enhancing your prowess. Utilize it wisely. I do not wish to hear any news of that boy's survival within the Seven Gods relic. Do you comprehend my intent? His gaze bore a fierce and unyielding intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Having uttered these words, the elder averted his eyes from Xuanyin and strode purposefully away towards the chamber. Xuanyin stood there in a daze, clutching the jade vial, a faint smile gradually emerging on his face, accompanied by a subtle hint of malice. The following dawn, Lin Wei slowly opened his eyes after a night of arduous cultivation, his gaze sparkling with vibrant light. It seemed as though his spirit and vitality had been profoundly rejuvenated through the night's endeavors. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure flickered like a specter, instantly transforming into a beam of light as he sped towards the main peak. His velocity was astonishing. The rush of wind howled past his ears, and the scenery flitted by like lightning. In but a brief moment, Lin Wei arrived at the training grounds, which were already teeming with dozens of individuals. Some engaged in hushed conversations, while others silently prepared themselves, each face reflecting varying degrees of excitement and tension. Elder Yin sat prominently at the forefront of the training grounds, his eyes closed, as if deep in contemplation or conserving his energy. As time progressed, upon the arrival of the last disciple, Elder Yin seemed to sense the gathering presence and gradually opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, his voice resonated powerfully and clearly, echoing across the expanse of the training grounds. This expedition to the Seven Gods relic will be led by Grand Elder Lin Wei. She will ensure your safety along the journey, guaranteeing that you reach your destination and reap benefits within the relic. You are to heed Grand Elder Lin Wei's commands and refrain from acting independently. Do you understand? Just as Elder Yun's words hung in the air, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from above. The sound echoed like distant thunder, approaching steadily and relentlessly, assaulting the eardrums of the gathered crowd. The entire training ground seemed to tremble in response to the cacophony, prompting many to gaze skyward. Lin Wei, too, was drawn to the tumult, directing his gaze aloft. There, a colossal airship descended slowly towards the training grounds, its surface glimmering with a metallic sheen, dazzling under the sun's radiant embrace. Surrounding the spaceship was a faint halo of light, reminiscent of a protective shield warding off external disturbances. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the vessel descended gracefully onto the training ground, landing with such smoothness that it barely caused a tremor. As it touched down, a powerful gust of air swept through, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. At the forefront of the ship stood the esteemed elder Lin Wei, her figure regal and commanding. Clad in a flowing white robe that danced in the wind like an ethereal being, her gaze was icy and piercing, as if she could see through all facades. She stood there, exuding an aura of formidable power that deterred any from approaching too closely. If you're all prepared, board the ship. We are about to embark for the Seven Gods Relic. During the journey, none shall disobey my commands. The consequences will be yours to bear. Her voice resonated with authority and finality. Upon hearing Elder Lin Wei's command, Lin Wei and the other disciples sprang into action, soaring towards the vessel. Inside the cabin, Lin Wei stood intently at a control console, her hand delicately placed on a shimmering device, continuously channeling vital energy into it. Her expression was focused and earnest, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Our destination is the eastern part of the empire. Now let us depart. As Elder Lin Wei's words fell, the spaceship erupted with a more intense roar. The entire craft began to tremble slightly before ascending slowly, lifting off the ground. It accelerated swiftly, racing away from the sect and heading towards the Eastern Empire. Lin Wei stood at the forefront of the ship, captivated by the rapidly receding landscape. However, in the background, a pair of eyes were fixed intently upon him. Let us see what cards you have to play this time. Chapter 42, Arrival at the Primitive Ancient Domain. In the eastern part of the primitive ancient domain, a spaceship sped forth like an arrow released from a bow. At the helm, Elder Lin Wei stood poised, her breathtaking visage now shadowed by a serious expression as her gaze swept over the multitude of disciples behind her. We are nearing our destination. This time, the Seven Gods Relic will not only attract many sects, but may also involve the sinister forces of the demon realm. Her voice rang clear and bright, yet tinged with concern. The reason for her personal attendance was to safeguard these disciples with all her might. For each of these young individuals represented the future backbone of their sect. Should any harm befall them, it would undoubtedly spell an unbearable loss for the sect. Upon hearing Elder Lin Wei's words, Lin Wei found himself deep in thought. Will there be demon cultivators as well? I wonder if they will sense my presence. Fortunately, just before his departure, he successfully broke through his limitations and entered the period of enlightenment. Thus, as long as he did not encounter a top-tier powerhouse of the fusion realm, he felt sufficiently confident to retreat unscathed. As the spaceship delved deeper into the desolate ancient domain, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bleak and lifeless. Scanning the horizon, not a single trace of green vegetation could be found. All the trees appeared withered and lifeless, resembling grotesque white bones strewn across the ground, evoking a chilling sensation. On the ground lay numerous remnants of magical beasts, some long since weathered and decayed, leaving only a few pale bones that gleamed with an eerie light under the sun. Others still bore traces of fresh blood, exuding a nauseating stench that hung heavily in the air, stirring a wave of nausea within him. This place exuded an unsettling aura. Lin Wei gazed at the silent desolation below and could not suppress a shiver. An inexplicable feeling crept into his heart, causing his hands to clench involuntarily, heightening his vigilance. Here is where we shall stop. With this cold declaration, the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered. The speaker was none other than Elder Coldmoon, whose chilling voice resonated sharply in the moment. At that instant, Lin Wei, who had been intently maneuvering the spaceship, swiftly altered her hand gestures upon receiving Elder Coldmoon's command, her movements both practiced and fluid. She deftly manipulated her fingers, sending waves of source energy forth, which seamlessly integrated into the spaceship's control formation. Under her guidance, the vessel gradually descended, finally landing firmly on the ground. We shall wait here until the others from the various sects arrive before proceeding together. Elder Coldmoon stood her ground, her gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples as she issued her command in an authoritative tone. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with a commanding presence that brooked no disobedience. After delivering her orders, she turned her attention away from the group, closing her eyes to adjust her own aura. Her figure stood tall like a pine, quietly embodying the essence of the world around her, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Observing this, Lin Wei quietly sought a relatively secluded spot to sit. He gently closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully releasing his formidable consciousness toward the outer gates. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from him, expanding outward like ripples in water. His consciousness, akin to sensitive tendrils, sought to explore every subtle movement in the vicinity. However, no matter how meticulously Lin Wei probed, the surrounding area remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. The eerie silence stirred a flicker of doubt within Lin Wei, causing his brow to furrow slightly. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air once more. Following this, a colossal spaceship streaked across the sky like a lightning bolt, rapidly descending towards the ground. The thunderous noise reverberated like thunderclaps, shattering the stillness and sending shivers through the hearts of all present. Has the Xuanyin Sect arrived? The Elder of Cold Moon, who had been with her eyes closed, seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the approaching vessel. A hint of an almost imperceptible smile flickered in her gaze. Beside her, the oddly shaped ship of the Xuanyin Sect sped forth like a bolt of lightning, coming to a halt in the blink of an eye. From the ship emerged 4 figures, the foremost being an elder clad in a black robe. His face adorned with a genial smile as he called out to the Elder of Cold Moon, "Elder of Cold Moon, it has been a long time." His voice was robust and cheerful, as if he were an old friend of the elder. Turning at the sound, the Elder of Cold Moon recognized the visitor as Elder Xuanyin of the Xuanyin Sect. Her cold, clear eyes merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering a slight nod as a greeting. Her expression remained aloof, making her seem unapproachable. Elder Xuanyin appeared unfazed by the elder's indifferent response, still smiling, and then gestured to the 3 figures behind him. Zhang Quan, is that person among them? Zhang Quan, standing behind him, promptly stepped forward. He first bowed respectfully to Elder Xuanyin, then began to scan the disciples before him with a keen gaze. His eyes pierced through the crowd like a sword, searching for the target he sought. However, at that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended from above, forcefully bearing down upon Elder Xuanyin and his companions. The intensity of this aura rendered the surrounding air almost solid, making it difficult to breathe, as if they were ensnared within an invisible pressure cage. Simultaneously, the cold and authoritative voice of the Elder of Cold Moon resonated. "Humph. Is it rather audacious to search for someone in my presence?" As her words faded, the Elder of Cold Moon leisurely retracted the terrifying aura back into herself. Nevertheless, the brief yet disconcerting sense of oppression left Elder Xuanyin and his companions profoundly shaken. Their expressions shifted slightly, and their understanding of the Elder of Cold Moon's strength deepened. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Elder Xuanyin's lips, yet it bore a complex undertone. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking at a measured pace. "I must admit, I have been rather abrupt." As soon as my words fell, he paused briefly, seemingly gauging the reactions of those present, before continuing. "My steward has some past grievances with a young brother from your esteemed sect. In my humble opinion, it would be more fitting for them to resolve their differences on their own, thereby ensuring fairness and justice. What does the Grand Elder think of this suggestion?" After speaking, Xuanyin's profound and piercing gaze remained fixed on Cold Moon, as if awaiting her response. Cold Moon, upon hearing Xuanyin's words, did not respond immediately. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Lin Wei beside her. In truth, she had already heard whispers of the entangled past between Lin Wei and the Xuanyin Sect from Enlinger. However, she had not anticipated that, to this very day, the Xuanyin Sect would still be so fixated on the matter, continuing to cling to it. At that moment, Lin Wei suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as they locked onto Zhang Quan across the way, exuding a formidable and terrifying killing intent. "Lin Wei, please do not act impulsively." Enlinger, witnessing Lin Wei's rash readiness to engage in battle, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. She quickly channeled her energy to communicate with him, hoping to instill a sense of calm and prevent him from acting recklessly. Her eyes were filled with concern, her brows furrowed tightly as she focused intently on Lin Wei. Yet, Lin Wei appeared oblivious to her pleas, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Zhang Quan. "Old scoundrel, I have yet to seek you out, yet you come to me." Lin Wei's voice brimmed with rage. "Enough with the words, let us fight." With that, he suppressed his aura to the Foundation establishment stage and slowly ascended into the air. Chapter 43. Reunion with Zhang Quan? A palm strike sends him flying. Umph. You arrogant young fool. How dare you speak so defiantly? You must truly be tired of living. Zhang Quan's anger ignited at Lin Wei's insults, his eyes blazing with fury. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, he launched himself towards Lin Wei like an arrow released from a bow, moving with lightning speed, closing the distance to within a meter of Lin Wei in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of Zhang Quan's fierce advance, Lin Wei stood resolute as an immovable mountain, remaining steady in the air without a hint of retreat. Clap! Just as Zhang Quan was mere inches away from Lin Wei, a crisp sound of a slap resonated through the air, deafening like a clap of thunder, echoing across the sky. Accompanied by this thunderous noise, a shadow was sent hurtling backward with astonishing speed, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the onlookers were finally able to discern that the figure sent sprawling was none other than Zhang Quan, who had moments ago been brimming with aggression. At this moment, he lay on the ground in a state of utter disarray, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a visage of sheer astonishment. Lin Wei slowly retracted his right hand, which had just delivered a resounding slap, and stared impassively at the members of the Xuanyin Sect. His icy, piercing gaze emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down spines. The worthless fool. Standing aside, Xuanyin's expression darkened dramatically upon witnessing this scene, his countenance as bleak as a stormy sky. He had eagerly anticipated Zhang Quan's strike to decisively defeat Lin Wei. Even if he could not slay him on the spot, at the very least, he hoped to deliver a severe lesson. Yet, to his astonishment, before a formal confrontation could even commence, Zhang Quan was effortlessly sent flying by Lin Wei's slap. Umph, old man, if you feel the urge for a beating, come over and test me. There isn't a single decent person in your Xuanyin sect. Lin Wei's gaze was cold as he fixated on Xuanyin, his expression devoid of emotion. However, the disciples of the Xuanyin sect below were taken aback by Lin Wei's audacious words, their faces paling, and they began to murmur among themselves. Has this guy lost his mind? How dare he provoke Elder Xuanyin, who is at least a master of the illumination stage? One disciple exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide. Indeed, it seems he is simply courting disaster, thinking that with Elder Lin Wei's protection, he can act with impunity. Another disciple scoffed disdainfully. Perhaps he merely wishes to show off in front of everyone, especially with Elder Lin Wei standing by his side. Yet another speculated sarcastically. At that moment, the murmurs of the disciples reached Xuanyin's ears, leaving him utterly humiliated, his face ablaze with embarrassment. You little brat, do you wish to meet the same fate as Lin Dan? Xuanyin bellowed furiously at Lin Wei. However, as soon as the words left his lips, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Xuanyin's towering figure was sent hurtling backward several meters, only stabilizing himself through the release of his energy. He quickly covered his now swollen cheek with his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. I will kill you. Xuanyin had long suppressed the raging inferno within, but at that moment, all his emotions erupted uncontrollably. His entire being radiated a brilliant aura, the fearsome power of the early illumination stage sweeping across the arena. The crowd was awestruck by this overwhelming presence, instinctively retreating in trepidation. His figure shot forth like lightning, a direct assault aimed at Lin Wei. The swiftness of the movement left no time for reaction. In the blink of an eye, Xuanyin had surged before Lin Wei. His right hand clenched into a fist, imbued with the might to shatter mountains, and he aimed a powerful strike at Lin Wei's head. However, just as Xuanyin's fist was a mere meter from Lin Wei, a dazzling beam of white light flashed, and a delicate hand, as pale as jade, appeared seemingly from thin air. What appeared to be a casual slap concealed boundless strength. With a thunderous bang, Xuanyin was struck as if by a colossal hammer. His body jolted violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. You, Lin Yu, how dare you interfere? Xuanyin struggled to rise, his face twisted in fury as he glared up at the ethereal figure hovering above, gritting his teeth in anger. At that moment, his expression was ominously dark, and his breath had become erratic, clearly wounded. Yet Lin Yu remained composed, gazing down at Xuanyin with a tranquil demeanor, her voice as calm as still water. As long as I am present, you shall not harm him in the slightest. Should you insist on making a move, I shall naturally accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, Xuanyin's expression darkened further, almost palpable with malice. He cast a fierce glare at both Lin Yu and Lin Wei before turning to the others behind him, bellowing, Xian, Yi Chun, we shall depart. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to their ship with the others in tow. Thank you, Elder Lin Yu, for your timely assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, today's affair might have ended poorly, Lin Wei said, gracefully approaching Lin Yu and respectfully cupping his hands in salute. Lin Yu's expression remained frosty as she gently waved her hand, her demeanor unperturbed. Having offended the Xuanyin Sect, you must exercise greater caution in your future endeavors. I cannot be by your side to shield you at all times. With that, she vanished like a wraith, leaving only a gentle breeze that caressed Lin Wei's cheek, signifying her return to the cabin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Wei descended onto the deck. Reflecting on his impulsive attack on Xuanyin, he realized that his sole intention had been to gauge Xuanyin's true strength, thereby preparing for any potential conflicts that might arise. Judging by the aura the old man had exuded earlier, it was likely that his cultivation was at the early stages of the illumination realm. Lin Wei pondered quietly, his gaze shifting toward the distant ship of the Xuanyin Sect, a hint of gravity evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the far end of the cabin, a figure stealthily approached the Xuanyin Sect ship, taking advantage of the distraction. Chapter 44. The Ruins Unveiled. A sudden turn of events. Before long, the previously serene sky was once again pierced by a thunderous roar, a sound that resonated through the heavens. Lin Wei, startled by this sudden commotion, instinctively cast his gaze upwards. To his astonishment, he beheld two colossal spacecraft hurtling through the lofty expanse like meteors. The crowd, gathered below, upon witnessing these imposing vessels, could not contain their excitement and began to murmur among themselves. Look over there. Could that be the legendary Zhenyuan Sect? One exclaimed, pointing towards one of the ships. The one beside, it must be the renowned Star Pavilion. Another chimed in. Yet, amidst the admiration, there were those who regarded these two sects with skepticism. One voice rang out above the rest. What is so impressive about them? I wager that the strength of these two sects pales in comparison to our Huazong. His words sparked a chorus of agreement from those surrounding him. As the crowd debated fervently, the two ships descended gracefully onto a nearby open space. Moments later, two figures emerged from each vessel, soaring towards Lin Wei and the others with the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the four individuals stood before them. The foremost of the duo clasped their hands in greeting and spoke with a smile. Elder Xuanyin of Zhenyuan Sect and Deacon Su Jinyan. Pay their respects to Elder Lin Wei, Elder Lu Yu of Star Pavilion, and Deacon Jun Moxie. Also pay their respects to Elder Lin Wei. Their faces radiated with respect as they spoke. At that moment, a cool and ethereal figure appeared in midair without warning. Lin Wei, draped in flowing garments, resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With an air of calm, she addressed the assembly. Indeed, since everyone is gathered, let us prepare to open the spatial passage. As her melodious yet slightly frosty voice echoed, an elder from the Xuanyin Sect, Elder Xuanyin, soared into the air like a streak of black lightning. Upon witnessing this, Xuanyin and Lu Yu quickly turned their attention to Xuanyin, greeting him in unison. Elder Xuanyin, it has been quite some time. However, to their surprise, Xuanyin did not respond to their salutations. Instead, he hastily covered his cheeks with both hands, mumbling incoherently, quite good. Hearing this, Xuanyin furrowed his brow, pondering, this is odd. This behavior does not align with Elder Xuanyin's usual demeanor. With that thought in mind, Xuanyin wasted no time and swiftly approached Elder Xuanyin, moving like a specter. In an instant, he extended a hand with remarkable swiftness, firmly grasping the arm of Elder Xuanyin, who had covered his face, and then he yanked it forcefully. The moment Xuanyin succeeded in pulling back Elder Xuanyin's arm, time seemed to come to an abrupt halt. The surrounding air appeared to solidify, and the entire world plunged into an eerie silence. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden burst of laughter. It turned out that upon catching sight of Elder Xuanyin's face, Xuanyin and Lu Yu could no longer contain their overwhelming mirth, erupting into a fit of laughter, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Elder Xuanyin, your face has swollen to resemble that of a pig's head. Who on earth has done this to you? Xuanyin, doubled over with laughter, pointed at Elder Xuanyin's disfigured visage and exclaimed, Indeed, I feel like my stomach might burst from laughing. Elder Xuanyin, Which formidable expert have you provoked that they would target your face specifically? Lu Yu chimed in, tears of laughter nearly spilling from her eyes as she bent over, incessantly patting her knees. Elder Xuanyin's countenance grew increasingly flushed as he observed the two before him. Enough, this is serious business. Cease your antics. The cold, piercing voice of Lung Yu resonated, chilling to the bone. At her words, Lu Yu and Xuanyin shuddered slightly, refraining from further jests. They exchanged a glance filled with resignation, yet complied obediently, soaring towards Lung Yu. Although their bickering had ceased, their glances still occasionally darted towards Elder Xuanyin, as if engaged in a silent contest. Join me in opening this spatial entrance, Lung Yu commanded, her gaze sweeping over Xuanyin and the others. A flicker of authority glinting in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she quickly formed a series of intricate hand seals, white energy gathering rapidly in her palms. Without hesitation, she unleashed her power towards the seemingly empty space before her. Observing this, Xuanyin and the others promptly followed suit, each coalescing a formidable surge of energy, synchronizing their assault with Lung Yu's as they propelled it forward. With a thunderous roar, the once tranquil space was as if disrupted by colossal stone, stirring up tumultuous waves. The immense energy fluctuations distorted the entirety of the space, conjuring a terrifying tempest. Crack, accompanied by a deep rumble. The space before them shattered like fragile glass, revealing a substantial fissure. Within this crevice, a grand iron door emanating an ancient aura slowly materialized, heavy and dignified. It stood there silently, exuding a mysterious and timeless essence, as if it had been awaiting countless ages. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed upon the immense iron gate before them. An invisible pressure emanated from the gate, weighing heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Was this truly the entrance to the ruins? Lin Wei's expression revealed a hint of astonishment as he stared at the colossal door. At that moment, Lung Yu spoke again, suggesting that they combine their efforts to push open this final iron barrier, after which everyone would rely on their own abilities. Following her words, Lung Yu conjured a stream of white elemental energy in her hands, prompting Xuanyin, Lu Yu, and the others to summon their own energies as well. Almost in unison, they unleashed their elemental forces for powerful blasts striking the iron gate. Yet, no sound erupted from the impact. Gradually, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the gate began to swing open slowly. I shall not wait for you all. The Xuanyin Sect shall enter with me. Xuanyin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, surged forward towards the gate with his companions. You shameless old fool, Xuanyin scolded angrily, noting how eager Xuanyin had suddenly become when it was time to exert effort. However, just as Xuanyin was nearing the grand entrance, two black long swords materialized abruptly, thrusting directly towards him. Chapter 45. The Emergence of the Demon Clan. Xuanyin sensed the danger the instant the swords appeared. His expression hardened as he hastily formed hand seals. Xuanyin's shield. With a low shout, a powerful yellowish light erupted from him, rapidly coalescing into a shield of considerable size. The shield shimmered with a faint yellow glow, seemingly indestructible, encasing his companions within its protective barrier. In mere moments, the two black long swords reached Xuanyin, striking the shield with a resounding crash. Boom! The collision produced a deafening sound, reverberating through the surrounding air, creating ripples that spread outward. Yet, this commotion lasted only a brief moment. Countless fissures appeared upon the surface of the shield, ultimately shattering it completely into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the air. The two black swords, undeterred, continued their fierce assault towards Xuanyin. I shall see who is orchestrating this from the shadows. Xuanyin furrowed his brow, a sense of irritation bubbling within him. He pressed his palms together, softly chanting an incantation. By my blood, I summon your soul. With my power, I shall breach your defense. As his voice fell, a surge of crimson mist erupted from his palms, swiftly coalescing into a massive bone dagger that radiated an unsettling aura. Gripping the bone dagger, Xuanyin struck fiercely at the two long swords before him. Bang! The clash of blades resonated throughout the space with a dull thud. Yet this time, the bone knife did not yield as effortlessly as before. Instead, it steadfastly withstood the assault of the black longsword and repelled it back. Swiftly, Xuanyin flicked his wrist, causing the bone knife to swing fiercely, conjuring a gust of fierce wind that struck down upon the two black swords. A crisp crack echoed as the swords shattered into countless fragments, littering the ground. Whoever lurked behind could hardly be deemed a formidable adversary. Xuanyin's gaze became piercing. His vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings in search of his foe's trail. At that moment, a surge of red mist enveloped the air, swirling restlessly as if something was poised to emerge from within. Gradually, the mist coalesced into two humanoid figures. Such a lively scene. How could we demons possibly miss out? A hearty laugh reverberated, causing the very air around to quiver. As the sound faded, the onlookers finally discerned the faces of the figures in the sky. The mad bull heavenly python and the divine lion king. Xuanyin could not suppress a gasp at the sight, his expression darkening instantaneously, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. Cold Moon regarded the figures with a grave demeanor, her expression tightening. She furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, if those two decide to join in, the situation may turn dire. Xuanyin and Lu Yu also fixated their attention on the two figures, their hearts brimming with caution. They knew that both the Mad Bull Heavenly Python and the Divine Lion King were formidable entities within the demon race, their power exceedingly terrifying. Should they engage in battle, the complexity of the situation would undoubtedly escalate. After lingering briefly in the air, the Mad Bull Heavenly Python and the Divine Lion King gradually descended to the ground, exuding a formidable aura that sent chills down one's spine. The demon god body seems to have stirred slightly. Lin Wei, standing amidst the crowd, suddenly emanated a crimson glow, only for it to retract almost instantaneously. The Mad Bull Heavenly Python, sensing something amiss, surveyed the surroundings and turned to the Divine Lion King with a smile. Brother Lion, I felt a familiar presence here just now, but it has since vanished. The Divine Lion King nodded solemnly, responding, indeed, it is rather peculiar. However, this is, after all, human territory. Caution is advisable. The Mad Bull Heavenly Python chuckled heartily. Fear not. With our combined strength, we can easily handle any peril that may arise. With that, he turned his gaze toward Cold Moon and the others, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. What is this? You all seem rather unwelcoming. The ruins never stated that our demon race is forbidden from participating, did they? The Divine Lion King gazed coldly at the individuals before him, his demeanor icy as he spoke. He and a rampaging bull, celestial python, both possessed early-stage enlightenment strength. Moreover, the physical prowess of the demon race surpassed that of human warriors of equivalent rank, leading them to regard Cold Moon and her companions with disdain. How dare these two early-stage enlightenment fools boast so audaciously? With a sharp reprimand, Cold Moon unleashed the overwhelming aura of her late-stage enlightenment power, crushing toward the two adversaries. Sensing her formidable presence, the expressions of the Divine Lion King and the rampaging bull, celestial python, shifted slightly. While they believed they could manage against a mid-stage enlightenment warrior, they had not anticipated the presence of a late-stage opponent. The Divine Lion King scoffed, "It is merely a late-stage enlightenment warrior. What is there to be so arrogant about?" Yet, beneath his bravado, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. After all, he and the rampaging bull celestial python were only early-stage practitioners, and they still fell short compared to Cold Moon. The rampaging bull celestial python, sensing the precariousness of their situation, could not help but inquire, "What should we do? Should we retreat for now?" Through gritted teeth, the Divine Lion King replied, "No. We have come this far. We cannot easily give up. Furthermore, if we can enter the ruins, there will undoubtedly be numerous treasures inside, which will significantly enhance our strength and render us unafraid of these humans." Seeing that the two showed no intent to withdraw, a flicker of anger ignited within Cold Moon. She shouted, "Since you are so obstinate, I shall send you on your way." With that, she darted forward like a wraith toward the Divine Lion King and the rampaging bull celestial python. However, just as she was within mere meters of them, the two exchanged glances and swiftly began forming hand seals. In an instant, their bodies were enveloped in a crimson glow. "Little beauty, I do not relish violence. We shall await you in the ruins," they declared just before their forms transformed into two streaks of red light, vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Damn it! Cold Moon seethed, her eyes filled with unwillingness as she watched the two disappear. She had not anticipated that the demon race would become involved in this affair. "Cold Moon, Elder, what shall we do now?" Xuanyin asked, his gaze toward Cold Moon tinged with flattery after witnessing their escape. However, Cold Moon merely shot him a disdainful glance and replied coolly, "What you do is of no concern to me. Seek your own fortune, disciples of the Flower Sect. follow me into the ruins. With Cold Moon's command, Lin Wei and the others fell in line behind her, plunging through the grand entrance. Chapter 46. Entering the ruins. The formidable Lin Wei? What is there to be so arrogant about? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Xuanyin watched as Cold Moon and her companions disappeared without a trace, a flicker of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Yu noticed the scene unfolding before him. He turned a glance at Xuanyin, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound significance, and then exchanged a knowing look. Xuanyin, comprehending the unspoken message, nodded in agreement. After sharing a brief smile, Lu Yu cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Disciples of the Starry Pavilion and the True Sun Sect, follow my lead." Upon hearing the command, disciples from both factions sprang into action, swiftly assembling into formation. Meanwhile, Xuanyin strode furiously towards Zhang Quan, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Zhang Quan's head, his voice laced with exasperation as he bellowed, "What are you still doing here, dawdling? Get moving now. If we encounter those two fiends, I won't have the time to look after you." Having said that, Xuanyin darted forward, akin to a bolt of lightning, racing towards the entrance of the ruins and vanishing in a flash of brilliance. Seeing this, the disciples trailing behind Xuanyin felt compelled to hasten their pace, closely pursuing him. Simultaneously, Lin Wei and his companions also soared towards the ruins. Just as they entered the ruins, a blinding flash of white light erupted before them, nearly rendering their eyes unable to open. Almost immediately, a formidable force of suction surged forth, as if an invisible giant hand had seized them. Before Lin Wei and the others could react, their bodies were irresistibly drawn into the light, disappearing in an instant. "Where am I?" Lin Wei struggled to sit up from the ground, rubbing his throbbing head, which felt as if it might explode. His gaze wandered through the unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered. He noticed that this place bore a striking resemblance to the outside world, adorned with various flora, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing fragrance. However, what struck him as eerie was the complete absence of any magical beasts or birds. The entire space resonated with an unsettling silence. But where have Elder Lung Yu and the others vanished? Could it be that the powerful and mysterious suction force scattered us apart? The thought sent a wave of dread through Lin Wei's heart, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of any trace of his companions, but to his dismay, there was not a single figure in sight. Left with no other choice, Lin Wei resolved to extend his consciousness to detect any presence of others nearby. Yet, to his astonishment, he found his consciousness inexplicably restrained, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to extend beyond a mere 10 meters. This phenomenon was exceedingly peculiar, suggesting that an unknown, potent restriction was firmly suppressing his awareness. "Something feels amiss," Lin Wei murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly grave. He dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Swiftly retracting his consciousness into his body while mobilizing his entire source energy, cautiously releasing it outward to form a thin protective barrier, prepared to confront any imminent danger. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice resonated through the air. TSK, young man, I have been searching high and low for you. Yet here you are, foolishly presenting yourself." A jolt of shock coursed through Lin Wei, and instinctively, he turned towards the source of the voice. There, suspended in midair, was Zhang Quan, standing confidently in the void. A mocking grin plastered across his face as he looked down upon Lin Wei. Beside Zhang Quan stood another man clad in opulent robes. The moment Lin Wei recognized the figure beside Zhang Quan, a surge of rage ignited within him. The middle-aged man, adorned in resplendent brocade, was none other than the ruthless perpetrator who had annihilated the Lin family, leaving him bereft and shattered. "You shall perish," Lin Wei bellowed through clenched teeth, his once clear eyes now ablaze with a fiery crimson, reminiscent of an inferno. He fixed his gaze upon the two figures in the sky, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed as an overwhelming force erupted from Lin Wei's being. This energy swept outward, and in an instant, the sturdy trees surrounding him were reduced to mere splinters, as if they were fragile straw, their debris soaring through the air. "What? How can you possibly be at the Golden Core stage?" Zhang Quan stared in astonishment at Lin Wei below, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, Lin Wei himself was somewhat taken aback. He distinctly remembered just recently breaking through to the illumination stage. Yet the formidable power he now exhibited left him momentarily astonished. However, this emotion flickered briefly in his mind, not prompting any extensive contemplation. "You two scoundrels, today marks your demise." With Lin Wei's furious proclamation, the entire space seemed to quiver. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy coalesced from thin air, rapidly forming an enormous energy seal that obscured the sky. This seal radiated a terrifying aura, as if it harbored the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a swift motion, Lin Wei's arm cut through the air, and that energy seal, imbued with the force of 1,000 thunders, surged forth at breakneck speed towards Zhang Quan and his companion. "Oh no, please." Faced with such a terrifying assault, Zhang Quan and his companion were paralyzed with fear, their voices rising in desperate cries. Nevertheless, their pleas for mercy and cries of despair were utterly powerless to impede the advance of the energy imprint. Under the gaze of their desperate eyes, that colossal handprint expanded in the blink of an eye, ultimately engulfing their entire field of vision. Then, with a resounding crash, Zhang Quan and his companion were rendered into two grotesque puddles of flesh before they even had a chance to react. Blood splattered, and flesh flew in all directions, painting a scene of utter carnage that was both gruesome and chilling. "Ha ha! This overwhelming power is precisely what I have long desired. Uncle, rest in peace. Your nephew has avenged your blood-soaked grievances. Next, I shall annihilate the Xuanyin Sect entirely, ensuring they pay a heavy price for their deeds." Lin Wei, feeling the surging power within him, was unable to contain his excitement and burst into maniacal laughter. In that moment, his eyes blazed a furious red, resembling a beast driven to madness, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Subsequently, Lin Wei transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the heavens as he sped towards the distant horizon, vanishing into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47. The Willow Tree Becomes Spirit. The illusionary realm of Shimi. Wherever Lin Wei traversed, devastation followed. All living beings were ruthlessly slain in an instant. The once vibrant earth was now stained a shocking crimson, ressembling à doomsday tableau. This power is truly intoxicating, Lin Wei murmured to himself, his eyes now fully turned crimson, enveloped in a dense miasma of blood. The stench of blood clung to him like a thick fog. Just as Lin Wei prepared to continue his relentless charge forward, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him like a specter, abruptly blocking his path. It was Lin Wei, her face a mix of terror and fury as she shouted at Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, take a good look at what you have done. If you do not restrain yourself and continue this wanton slaughter, you will undoubtedly become an irredeemable demon cultivator." Hearing her words, Lin Wei turned his gaze towards Lin, a flicker of struggle crossing his features as the last vestiges of rationality granted him a momentary clarity. Yet, that clarity lasted but an instant before his eyes were once again flooded with bloodlust, turning a fierce crimson once more. "Get out of my way. Anyone who dares to obstruct me today shall be met with death," Lin Wei bellowed, his voice echoing through the skies. He slowly raised his right arm, finger splayed, and viciously grasped towards Linger. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth from his palm, sweeping towards her with relentless ferocity. And Linger was unable to utter a single word before being crushed by the overwhelming force, exploding into a mist of crimson. The scarlet vapor spread through the air. "Ha ha ha! Now, no one can thwart me." Lin Wei erupted into a manic laughter, his voice brimming with madness and ferocity. His aura surged with bloodthirst, transforming him into a demonic figure, radiating an inexhaustible intent to kill. In an instant, he became a streak of blood-red light, soaring towards the distant horizon. However, at that very moment, a chilling aura inexplicably surged from within Lin Wei's body. It was as though a long-repressed power had finally found its outlet, sweeping around him with astonishing speed, wrapping him in a delicate veil. In an instant, the pungent stench of blood, as if confronted with its nemesis, rapidly dissipated under the assault of the cold aura, vanishing within moments. Yet unexpectedly, this chilling energy did not cease its advance. Like agile serpents, it darted straight towards Lin Wei's eyes. As the cold aura surged into his gaze, time seemed to freeze. Then, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes, and his previously muddled consciousness suddenly regained clarity. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty aura enveloping him receded at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a tide retreating. "What have I done?" I just killed Senior Sister Linger with my own hands. With his mind restored, Lin Wei stared vacantly at the horrific scene before him, engulfed in profound guilt and regret. However, just as he was ensnared in endless sorrow and pain, the surroundings began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The blood-soaked images and shattered objects appeared to fade away, as if erased by an unseen hand, growing increasingly indistinct. Before long, the entire space reverted to its original state, all appearing so tranquil and serene. Was everything he just experienced merely an illusion? Gazing at the ever-changing scenery, Lin Wei was struck with astonishment, his heart filled with immense shock. He had anticipated encountering mechanisms or unpredictable formations within this ruin. Who could have foreseen that upon entering, he would plunge into such a dreamlike environment without warning? How fortunate! Thankfully, the cold aura within him activated in time, allowing his consciousness to awaken. Should one find oneself tragically ensnared within this illusion, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Lin Wei murmured, haunted by a sense of trepidation. He dared not indulge in the slightest negligence, swiftly summoning the chilling energy within him. This energy surged forth, enveloping him in a relentless embrace, forming an impenetrable barrier of protection. In that moment, he felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, his heart racing with anxiety, fearful that a moment's lapse could plunge him once more into the abyss of this entrapping illusion. Yet at that very instant, a colossal willow tree, as if conjured by a specter, materialized before Lin Wei's eyes. Towering into the clouds, its branches lush and abundant, upon closer inspection, it emanated a chilling aura. The gnarled limbs were ensnared by tendrils of ominous black mist, and from afar, the tree exuded an indescribable sense of the uncanny. With a jarring sound that sent shivers down his spine, the willow began to writhe violently, its massive trunk contorting as if enduring immense agony. Suddenly, a spectral projection emerged from thin air, presenting itself directly before Lin Wei. Through this phantasm, he discerned the silhouettes of 7 figures. Before them stood an equally immense willow tree, devoid of the sinister mist. These 7 individuals launched a relentless barrage of fierce attacks upon the tree, their movements swift and their intentions resolute, seemingly determined to extract something of paramount importance from its very essence. Initially, the towering willow withstood the assault with apparent ease, its supple yet resilient branches deftly countering the onslaught with grace. However, as time inexorably passed, the attackers' faces began to betray growing agitation and impatience. Suddenly, as if sharing an unspoken connection, the 7 halted their actions in unison, clasping their hands together in a fervent gesture, chanting incantations. Soon after, a powerful surge of energy, palpable and overwhelming, erupted from their beings, coalescing into a formidable force. This energy roared forth like a dragon, hurtling towards the willow with cataclysmic intent. In the face of such a violent onslaught, the willow remained unfazed. Instead, it swiftly unfurled its elongated branches, weaving them into an immense green net that spanned across its front, resembling an indomitable shield. A resounding crash echoed as the energy collided with the colossal net. In that moment, brilliance erupted in all directions, and the surrounding air seemed to tear asunder. Though the net successfully withstood the impact of the energy, it bore the strain, revealing several fissures under the tremendous force. Just when everyone believed that the willow tree had succumbed to weakness, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The willow tree unexpectedly extended several robust branches, sweeping toward the 7 individuals with astonishing swiftness. These branches surged forth like arrows released from a bow, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 7. However, this was not the culmination of the event. In the very moment the branches penetrated their forms, a glint of resoluteness flickered in the eyes of the 7. They exerted their last vestiges of strength to infuse a faint but infinitely resentful fragment of their consciousness into the willow tree. At this juncture, Lin Wei stood astonished, his mind tumultuous with a storm of thoughts. Could it be that the eerie black mist enveloping the willow tree was the remnant of those 7 formidable beings? Chapter 48. Ethereal Illusions. On the surface, the gathering was ostensibly a quest to explore the 7 divine ruins. Yet the true purpose was the willow tree itself. Lin Wei gazed intently at the willow before him, his thoughts swirling until a bold notion arose within him. Upon this realization, he instinctively distanced himself from the tree. Not out of cowardice, but but due to the grim fate that had befallen those 7 transcendent beings beneath its branches. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of enlightenment. Should he approach recklessly, he might not even qualify to serve as cannon fodder. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated, and the once motionless branches of the willow began to twist anew. Suddenly, an unusual projection materialized without warning. Within this projection, wisps of pale blue gas floated serenely in mid-air, accompanied by a diminutive, exquisite replica of the willow tree. This was indeed the celestial chill. Lin Wei fixated on the gas within the projection, instantly recognizing it as the celestial chill that resided within him. The wisps descended like ethereal fairies, gently drifting into the body of the willow tree. Remarkably, as these celestial chills entered the willow, the pervasive black mist within it rapidly dissipated. Do you wish for me to use the celestial chill to dispel the black mist within you? Lin Wei furrowed his brow, a hint of wariness in his gaze as he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary, yet oddly enigmatic willow tree. Suddenly, as if it comprehended Lin Wei's words, the willow emitted another sound. Startled by this unexpected noise, Lin Wei observed that the tree seemed to merely respond to him, devoid of any aggressive intent. Allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, beginning to summon the source energy within him. Before long, a chilling, bone-piercing aura surged from Lin Wei's palm, coalescing into an ethereal frost that gathered in his hand. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he swung his arm vigorously, and the icy essence darted forth like a nimble white serpent, swiftly entwining itself around the trunk of the willow tree. The moment the frost touched the tree, a sizzle filled the air, and a billowing cloud of white smoke erupted, enveloping the surroundings. Observing the once dense, ink-like black mist dissipating at a visible rate from the willow's trunk, Lin Wei noticed the branches swaying up and down, joyfully expressing their elation. Seeing this, Lin Wei felt a surge of happiness within, realizing that his method was effective. Without hesitation, he intensified the output of his source energy, allowing the continuous flow of icy essence to take shape in his hand, spiraling layer upon layer around the willow. However, such vigorous exertion exacted a tremendous toll on Lin Wei. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, and his breaths became increasingly labored. Eventually, after a considerable effort, Lin Wei could no longer endure. He felt the last remnants of his source energy being drained, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "I can't go on. My source energy has been completely depleted," he uttered weakly, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. Suddenly, accompanied by a peculiar sound, the massive willow tree began to tremble slightly, emitting a series of strange noises. In an astonishing turn of events, countless slender and supple willow branches intertwined rapidly, forming a vibrant emerald green seat that resembled a finely carved jade. Before Lin Wei could comprehend the situation, the branches, akin to lively tendrils, shot out and ensnared him tightly, effortlessly dragging him upon the seat. Almost the instant his body made contact with the jade seat, an extraordinarily pure energy surged into him. In mere moments, Lin Wei felt his nearly depleted source energy revitalized, as if quenching a long-standing thirst, replenishing and nurturing him immensely. Not only did he return to peak condition, but he also felt even more robust than before. To his astonishment, this wondrous seat possessed the ability to refine source energy. It seemed that his labor had not been in vain. Lin Wei gazed at the spirited willow tree before him, a contented smile gracing his face. Subsequently, he inhaled deeply, steadied his breath, and renewed his spirit, diligently repeating the same motion time and again. Lin Wei concentrated, gradually channeling the frigid energy within him into the palm of his hand. As the cold energy continued to coalesce, a delicate mist of white gradually enveloped his palm, evoking an intensely chilling sensation. Then, with a swift motion of his arm, the gathered frigid energy transformed into a streak of luminous light, shooting directly toward the willow tree, expertly entwining itself around its branches. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after what felt like an eternity of arduous effort, Lin Wei successfully infused the last wisp of cold energy into the willow. The final trace of elusive dark energy slowly dissipated from the tree, liberating it from the shadows that had plagued it, and it blossomed with renewed vitality. The willow now resembled its original vibrant green form, and, simultaneously, radiant beams of light surged forth from within, illuminating the surroundings and enveloping the area in a dreamlike spectacle. Ah, Brother Willow, all is well now. Lin Wei exhaled a breath of relief, smiling at the tree before him. The willow seemed to comprehend his words, swaying its branches in response. Yet in the next moment, a small orb of emerald light burst forth from within the tree. This luminescent sphere rushed towards Lin Wei, entering his body directly. Lin Wei was taken aback, realizing that within the light lay what appeared to be a heartbeat, rhythmically pulsating. With each pulse, he felt a surge of pure energy coursing through him. "Thank you, Brother Willow," he exclaimed. With this newfound essence, even without training, Lin Wei would continue to grow stronger, akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. Suddenly, the willow emitted another sound, and a stream of vibrant green liquid erupted from its core, floating before Lin Wei, brimming with life. As Lin Wei stood entranced, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Youngster, leave the ethereal liquid before you. We shall allow you to depart." Chapter 49. The Pressure of the Ancient Demon God Body. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Wei's heart quivered slightly, and he slowly turned his gaze to the source. Not far behind him stood the Lion King and the rampaging bull python, side by side. At that moment, both powerful beings wore smiles, their eyes firmly fixed upon Lin Wei. "Ah, it is you two, the little lion and the little python." Lin Wei gazed at the two individuals before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke first. However, this seemingly casual address elicited an immediate darkening of expressions from the Lion King and the mad bull python. The two exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of anger in the other's eyes. Yet, confronted with Lin Wei's teasing, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Their retorts swallowed back down. At that moment, the mirth in the Lion King's eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. His black source energy erupted forth like a volcano, surging relentlessly and creating an immense pressure that radiated outward. "Kid, you no longer have the chance to escape." The Lion King's chilling voice resonated, as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. Beside him, the mad bull python seethed with rage, bellowing, "Old lion, why waste words on him? Just strike down this audacious brat." With that, the mad bull python darted forward like a bolt of lightning, raising his colossal hand, which sliced through the air with fierce winds, aimed directly at Lin Wei's head. A cruel smile flickered in the mad bull python's eyes, as he envisioned Lin Wei being reduced to a mere pulp beneath his mighty blow. However, just as the mad bull python closed in within half a meter of Lin Wei, a sudden, sharp clap reverberated through the tense silence. Instantly, a shadow was propelled backward like an arrow, crashing violently against the hard ground, producing a resonant thud. How is this possible? This kid's strength is astonishing. As the dust settled, the Lion King finally discerned the identity of the figure that had been forcefully sent flying. To his utter disbelief, it was none other than the previously formidable mad bull python. Now he lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing gravely injured. "Old lion, what are you still doing there? Hurry and kill this insolent brat. Do you wish to witness my humiliation?" The mad bull python struggled to rise, casting a venomous glare at the still-dazed Lion King, his eyes betraying his simmering dissatisfaction and fury. Hearing the mad bull python's furious outburst, the Lion King's heart tightened. Yet, in the face of Lin Wei, he felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, recognizing the lack of an escape route, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself to charge fiercely at Lin Wei. Almost at the moment the divine Lion King made his move, a sharp and resonant slap echoed through the air. In the next instant, the enormous form of the divine Lion King was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled with a velocity surpassing that of its arrival, before crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Indeed, a family ought to be united in harmony. A faint smile graced Lin Wei's lips as he observed the divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python lying side by side, a subtle mirth reflected in his gaze. With a swift motion, Lin Wei descended gracefully, akin to a delicate bird, toward the duo. Encasing his body was a thin layer of chilling aura, akin to an enigmatic veil, imparting an air of coldness and majesty. "What were you two just saying you would do to me?" Lin Wei inquired with a calm demeanor as he landed firmly on the ground, his expression inscrutable. Simultaneously, he lifted his right foot and unhesitatingly delivered a kick to the divine Lion King's face. Little brother. No, big brother, we were wrong, the Divine Lion King stammered, momentarily dazed by Lin Wei's sudden assault. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a pitiful expression, his face awash with grievance as he pleaded for mercy. However, within, he schemed that if Lin Wei would spare them, he would seek an opportunity to exact revenge later. Lin Wei gently lifted his foot from the Divine Lion King's face, signaling that both he and the frenzied bull python could rise. Just as the two were still reeling from the shock, an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from Lin Wei's being. This oppressive force surged like a torrential flood, instantly enveloping the entire space. It emanated from Lin Wei's ancient demonic body, which naturally exerts dominance over demonic cultivators and beasts, creating an immediate and intense sense of subjugation. This was the weight of his bloodline. Even those more powerful than Lin Wei might struggle to withstand it. This was the ancient demonic body. The expressions of the Divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python morphed into one of sheer horror, their pupils contracting sharply. Disbelief etched across their faces. The earlier air of disdain had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable shock and terror. Time seemed to stand still, and after a considerable pause, Lin Wei gradually retracted the terrifying pressure back into himself. You two still possess some utility. How about serving as my attendants? Lin Wei mused internally, for he had much yet to uncover about this relic, and keeping these two around might alleviate a fair amount of trouble. Upon hearing Lin Wei's suggestion, the Divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes, which swiftly transformed into resolute determination. The Divine Lion King gazed at Lin Wei with an ingratiating smile, nodding repeatedly, saying, "No problem, boss. We are willing to be your followers." As he spoke, he made a move as if to embrace Lin Wei. However, what awaited him was a forceful kick to his foot. With a dull thud, the Divine Lion King was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. "Stop disgusting me, you foolish golden-haired creature," Lin Wei exclaimed with evident disdain as he glared at the Divine Lion King. The Divine Lion King clambered awkwardly to his feet, dusting himself off, and cast a pitiful look at Lin Wei. Meanwhile, the wild bull python stifled a laugh, suppressing any sound. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wei's gaze settled upon the Divine Lion King and the wild bull python, and he stated coolly, "From now on, you shall be known as Golden Hair. And as for you, I shall call you Little Python." The Divine Lion King, with a face full of grievance, looked at Lin Wei and asked, "Could I possibly have a different name?" However, as Lin Wei raised his right foot, the Divine Lion King quickly fell silent. Only when Lin Wei lowered his foot did he speak again. "Your initial purpose for entering here was not to seek the so-called 7 divine relics, was it?" As soon as Lin Wei's words fell, both the Divine Lion King and the wild bull python fell silent, as if enchanted. After a prolonged moment, the Divine Lion King slowly regained his composure and, after a brief hesitation, replied, "Indeed, did you come here for the treasures held by those 7 individuals?" There was a hint of astonishment in his tone. Lin Wei nodded slightly in affirmation. "As I suspected. So, does your true purpose for intruding here relate to the willow tree? Please divulge all that you know," Lin Wei inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the Divine Lion King and the wild bull python exchanged glances, sharing a complex look. They then sighed softly. "To be honest, our understanding of this willow tree's origins is rather limited. We have merely heard some rumors suggesting it originates from the end of the River of Time." As the Divine Lion King spoke, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "Moreover, this willow conceals 2 rare treasures. One is the well-known ethereal essence, while the other, seldom seen, is called the glazed heart. However, our knowledge regarding the specific uses and effects of the glazed heart is regrettably scant." At this point, the Divine Lion King's gaze inadvertently flicked toward the ethereal essence beside Lin Wei. Lin Wei, naturally, did not overlook the significance of that glance, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He leisurely reached into his waist pouch, retrieving dozens of translucent jade vials. Under the watchful gaze of the Divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python, Lin Wei deftly collected every last drop of the ethereal liquid into these vials. Once the gathering was complete, Lin Wei turned and smiled at the Divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python, gently saying, "Golden Fur and Little Python, as long as you both obediently follow me, I assure you, upon our exit from this relic, you shall not be treated poorly." As he spoke, he lightly patted their broad, sturdy shoulders, Upon hearing this, the divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python were momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement. However, it wasn't long before they seemed to realize something amiss. How did we, in such a muddled manner, become this brat's subordinates? The divine Lion King mused inwardly, a look of confusion etching its features. Yet, just as it remained in a daze, Lin Wei unhesitatingly extended a hand and gave a firm slap to the divine Lion King's massive head, exclaiming, "Golden Fur, stop daydreaming. Let us go." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wei's figure flickered, darting away like an arrow. The divine Lion King, jolted by the slap, quickly regained its senses, muttering a few complaints, but soon found itself racing after Lin Wei, accompanied closely by the frenzied bull python. Just as Lin Wei, the divine Lion King, and the frenzied bull python took flight, the willow tree that had been silently standing there suddenly erupted in a dazzling emerald radiance. The brilliance illuminated the entire space as if it were broad daylight. As the light gradually faded, the willow tree inexplicably vanished from its place, leaving behind an empty expanse, as if it had never existed. Elder Cold Moon, what on earth has transpired? Have we just fallen into an illusion? Enlinger exclaimed, her beautiful, expressive eyes wide with panic as she gazed at Cold Moon, her voice trembling slightly from anxiety. Indeed, Elder, echoed Mo Chun, equally shaken, his handsome face still bearing traces of confusion. That illusion was so vivid, I nearly lost myself entirely. Cold Moon's expression was grave. She too had been ensnared by the illusion, unable to extricate herself. Had the illusion not shattered on its own, she might still be ensnared in its grasp. The experience had felt incredibly real, as if everything truly existed. After regaining her composure, Cold Moon turned to Enlinger, speaking in a low tone. Enlinger, please take a moment to meticulously count the number of individuals with us and ascertain if anyone has sustained injuries or gone missing. We must continue our exploration into the depths of the ruins shortly. Upon hearing this, Enlinger nodded earnestly, striving to calm herself amidst the fear and panic. Taking a deep breath, she stepped towards the side of the group, beginning to inquire and confirm each person's condition one by one. Before long, Enlinger's expression darkened considerably, her footsteps heavy as she hastened towards Lung Yu. Approaching her, she spoke with evident alarm. Elder, it is dire news. We have 2 individuals missing, Lin Wei and Xuanyin. Lung Yu furrowed her brow slightly, acknowledging the situation with a subtle nod. After a prolonged silence, seemingly contemplating a strategy, she finally spoke. In that case, we must proceed deeper into the ruins while simultaneously keeping an eye out for the whereabouts of Lin Wei and Xuanyin. Let us hope they do not encounter grave danger. With that, before Enlinger could utter another word, Lung Yu turned and walked purposefully into the dense forest. Enlinger could only let out a resigned sigh and follow closely behind, leading the disciples of the Flower Sect onward. This place is fraught with peril. Everyone, remain vigilant. Lung Yu warned, her gaze fixed intently on the thick foliage ahead, an unsettling feeling rising within her. This sense of unease heightened her alertness, and, simultaneously, the source energy within her began to circulate quietly and autonomously. Just then, Li Kuan's excited voice abruptly pierced the tension. Elder, look, I have found a profound grade martial technique. Ha ha! As he spoke, Li Kuan's face radiated joy, his hands tightly gripping a scroll, emanating a faint red glow as he rushed towards Lung Yu. However, just as Li Kuan was about to reach her, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by 2 piercing energy arrows that shot forth like lightning, striking him with lethal precision. In an instant, blood sprayed forth as Li Kuan's form staggered, the smile that once lit his face frozen in shock. The 2 deadly arrows did not relent. They hurtled towards Lung Yu with alarming speed. Faced with this sudden assault, Lung Yu's brows knitted in concern. With a cold huff, she raised her jade hand, unleashing a powerful surge of source energy. A resounding boom echoed as the arrows collided with her energy, shattering upon impact and dissipating into the air. Almost simultaneously, from the depths of the dark forest, several shadowy figures began to materialize. The cautious elder Lin Wei indeed exhibits remarkable prudence. Such an attack fails to inflict any harm upon her. Chapter 51. The Alliance of the 3 Sects. The Betrayal of Xuanyin. Lin Wei's beautiful eyes fixate on the figures ahead, revealing a hint of astonishment. I never anticipated that you would align yourselves with him. Who could blame you for being the strongest among us? If it weren't for the fear of unequal distribution, who would willingly collaborate with that fellow? Xuanyi's lips curled into a faint smile as he regarded Lin Wei, his eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible cunning glimmer. At this moment, Lu Yu, who had remained silent, stepped forward. His countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, glaring intently at Lin Wei. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, "You are merely a fraction stronger than us. Why you command us so? I have long had enough of you." Scarcely had his words fallen when Lu Yu and Xuanyin simultaneously channeled their inner energy. Waves of power surged forth from their bodies, enveloping them in a formidable aura. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. "Brother Lu, Brother Xiao, cease the banter. Let us unite and subdue her. The treasures within this relic shall be evenly divided among the three of us." At this juncture, Xuanyin, who had remained silent, took a step forward to stand alongside Lu Yu and Xuanyin. Yet, at that very moment, Mo Yuchan suddenly fixed his gaze in a particular direction, exclaiming in disbelief, "That is Xuanyin. Unbelievable. He has betrayed his own sect." Upon hearing Mo Yuchan's words, Lin Wei swiftly turned her gaze in the direction he indicated. Indeed, there stood Xuanyin, composed and unwavering behind the disciples of the Xuanyin Sect. However, after a mere glance at him, Lin Wei nonchalantly shifted her focus away. Her expression turned as serious as water, and she took a deliberate step forward. In an instant, a tremendous aura, characteristic of a late-stage enlightenment expert, erupted from her being. "You lot are far too verbose. If you possess any true ability, let me put it to the test." Before her words could fully resonate, Lin Wei transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards the trio with breathtaking speed. On the other side, and Lin Wei observed this scene, quickly scanning the surrounding disciples of the Xuanyin Sect before exchanging a knowing glance with Mo Yuchan. In the next moment, as if sharing a silent understanding, all the disciples of the Flower Sect roared in unison, launching themselves at the enemy like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain. "Xuanyin, you wretch, daring to betray your sect. Today, you shall find no place to rest in death." Mo Yuchan's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he let out a furious roar. As his voice faded, a once tranquil aura within him surged forth, a formidable presence sweeping through the surroundings, distorting the very air itself. In an instant, Mo Yuchen propelled himself from the ground, akin to a cannonball, racing toward Xuanyin. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Xuanyin, his right arm bulging with muscle, a fist brimming with boundless power hurtling towards Xuanyin's face with a fierce gust. Yet, confronted by the onslaught of Mo Yuchen, Xuanyin remained unfazed. A subtle smile gracing his lips, laced with sarcasm, his eyes reflecting disdain. "Do you truly intend to extinguish my life? Let us see if you possess the capability." Just as Mo Yuchen's fist was about to make contact, a tremendous aura erupted from Xuanyin, akin to the surging waves of a tempestuous sea, expanding in all directions, rivaling the formidable pressure Mo Yuchen had unleashed. Simultaneously, the others engaged in fierce combat, the air filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of fists, and the resonant sounds of various artifacts colliding, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Meanwhile, on the side of Lung Yu, despite facing three formidable adversaries alone, she exhibited an air of calm and ease. Her figure flitted unpredictably, like a specter darting between her foes. Suddenly, with a delicate wave of her right hand, she seemingly delivered a casual strike. Yet, this simple motion contained astonishing power. A muffled thud echoed as Xuanyin, unable to evade, was struck squarely in the chest, sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. Without pausing, Lung Yu pivoted gracefully and charged toward Xuanyin and Lu Yu. Seeing this, Xuanyin and Lu Yu's expressions shifted dramatically, hastily employing all their might to counter Lung Yu's relentless assault. As Lu Yu desperately summoned his inner energy to withstand Lung Yu's tempestuous onslaught, he turned to Xuanyin beside him and exclaimed, "Old Xiao, this woman is incredibly formidable. If this continues, we may not stand a chance against her. Shall we resort to that strategy?" Xuanyin stood rooted, his brow furrowed, his gaze flickering as he wrestled with his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he slowly raised his head, his expression grave, nodding heavily. He then glanced at the distant Xuanyin. "Old man, stop dawdling. If you don't come over now, are you content to watch us fall one by one?" As his words lingered in the air, Xuanyin inhaled deeply, his hands rapidly forming seals. In an instant, his fingers danced like phantoms, their speed dazzling to behold. Simultaneously, his body began to emanate a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of flickering flames, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Lu Yu and Xuanyin, refusing to show the slightest hesitation, swiftly darted to Xiaoyan's rear. Both extended their right hands, converging radiant source energy within their palms. Without a moment's pause, they decisively infused this energy directly into Xiaoyan's body. Feeling the immense power surge from behind, Xiaoyan's spirit surged, and he murmured, heaven-splitting palm. Accompanied by his low exclamation, a formidable force rapidly coalesced upon his right palm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal and awe-inspiring palm imprint. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, witnessing the ferocity of Xiaoyan's strike, was secretly astonished yet did not falter. With a cold snort, she extended her delicate hand, swiftly forming a seal. In an instant, a tangible palm imprint materialized in her grasp. Mountain-splitting seal, Lin Wei declared, her beautiful eyes flashing with a glint of frost. With a sweep of her arm, the imposing seal hurtled towards Xiaoyan like a miniature mountain. A thunderous crash echoed as the two formidable palm imprints collided midair. The entire space trembled, and a tremendously powerful energy wave radiated outward from the point of impact, sweeping in all directions. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. Chapter 52. Lin Yu's defeat. In a moment of crisis. How could this be? Lin Yu gazed incredulously at the shattering palm imprint above. Her heart brimmed with shock. How could her mountain-splitting seal be so effortlessly countered? Surprise flickered in her eyes, while Xiaoyan, standing opposite her, merely smiled lightly. A subtle glimmer of amusement dancing in his gaze. Ah, Lin Yu, it seems you are not quite up to par, Xiaoyan remarked with a hint of derision. As his words lingered in the air, he intensified the output of source energy within him. In an instant, an even more tumultuous force erupted from his being. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yu's mountain-splitting seal was utterly shattered. The once mighty palm imprint now resembled fragile glass, disintegrating into countless shards scattered across the ground. With the destruction of the palm imprint, a powerful energy wave surged forth with a fierce momentum, rushing directly toward Lin Yu. Instinctively, she glanced back at the dozens of disciples behind her, who were clearly incapable of withstanding the impending assault. In the cold moonlight, Lin Yu understood that if she chose to evade this strike, the disciples behind her would meet with certain doom. With this thought, her gaze hardened with unwavering determination. Disperse! She bellowed, her voice resonating with authority. Her hands moved swiftly, drawing forth an unending stream of energy that coalesced into a brilliant orb of light in her palms. In an instant, her delicate form surged forward, darting toward the terrifying palm imprint like a flash of lightning. Bang! The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air, rendering it nearly palpable. The immense shockwave caused the surrounding atmosphere to feel as if it had solidified. Lin Yu's body trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer, and she was sent flying several meters backward. After a brief moment, she managed to steady herself, gently wiping away the trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. Hee, Lin Yu, why not sever your own source veins and obediently follow me, serving me like a maid in my daily needs? What do you say? Xiaoyan smirked, an insidious grin curling at the corners of his lips, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu with unabashed greed. Upon hearing this, a surge of intense murderous intent welled up within Lin Yu's beautiful eyes. Having been pure and unsullied since childhood, she had never engaged in any intimate acts with the opposite sex, and now Xiaoyan dared to utter such lewd words. He even dared to suggest she serve him. She was all too aware of the sordid intentions that lay behind such a proposition. Serving you isn't entirely out of the question, but you must first satisfy one condition, Lin Yu retorted icily, her body gracefully leaping into the air. From her elevated position, she looked down upon Xiaoyan, her expression as frigid as ice. Xiaoyan's heart surged with elation at her words, and he eagerly inquired, "Oh, what's the condition? As long as it is not too outrageous, I shall gladly agree." As he spoke, he unconsciously licked his lips, appearing exceedingly lascivious. Standing nearby, Lu Yu and Xuanyin were filled with disdain and revulsion at Xiaoyan's grotesque behavior. But just as everyone anticipated that Lin Yu was about to propose some condition, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Yu's figure suddenly vanished from midair like a wraith. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed in Xiaoyan's ear. "The condition is to take your wretched life. Today, I shall personally slay you, the lecher, and afterward find someone to collect your remains. Xuanyi's heart sank, a powerful sense of crisis washing over him. He dared not hesitate for a moment, hastily channeling the immense energy within him, akin to a mighty river. White light surged forth from his being, rapidly intertwining to form an impenetrable barrier of protection around him. In that fleeting moment, the ethereal figure of Lin Wei appeared silently before Xuanyin. Her countenance was as frosty as the moon, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a chilling intent to kill. With a graceful sweep of her jade hand, she unleashed a formidable palm strike directed at Xuanyin. The gust of her attack howled, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. However, Xuanyin had long anticipated Lin Wei's sudden and fierce onslaught. He deftly shifted his footing, his form slightly angled, evading her seemingly inevitable strike with the grace of willow fluff dancing in the wind. Why cling so desperately? Xuanyin mused, casting a gentle sigh towards the formidable Lin Wei before him. In the next instant, he raised his right hand sharply, a sphere of source energy coalescing rapidly within his palm. As he swung his arm, that sphere surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with the power to devastate the heavens and earth, hurtling directly towards Lin Wei with relentless fury. Lin Wei felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon her. She gritted her silver teeth, determined to withstand the impending blow, yet ultimately found herself unable to resist. A muffled grunt escaped her lips as her petite frame was struck, causing her to tremble violently before being propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. At this moment, Xuanyin's strength had reached an unprecedented level, having successfully fused the formidable powers of Lu Yu and Xianyi, rendering his cultivation unfathomable. In stark contrast, while Lin Wei was indeed a formidable warrior in her own right, she appeared utterly eclipsed in the presence of Xuanyin, no match for his prowess. All disciples of the Flower Sect, lay down your weapons and cease resistance immediately. Otherwise, you shall face annihilation, Xuanyin declared, standing imperiously in midair, his icy gaze sweeping over the battlefield below. As his authoritative words echoed, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an immediate silence. All disciples of the Flower Sect halted their movements, their gazes converging upon the fallen Lin Wei. It is unbelievable that Elder Lin Wei has been defeated by a disciple of the Flower Sect, one astonished elder murmured, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Indeed, what purpose does our resistance serve? Lamented another disciple, his spirit visibly crushed, as if all hope had been extinguished. How can you all give in like this? We must vow to fight to the death. A petite yet resolute female disciple reprimanded fiercely. However, her words failed to alter the prevailing despondency among the surrounding disciples. Below, the Flower Sect disciples bore visible wounds, each marred by grievous injuries. Faced with overwhelming numbers, they found themselves in the daunting predicament of battling two foes for every one of them. In that critical moment, Elder Lin Wei, despite her extreme weakness, summoned her remaining strength and slowly rose to her feet. Her frame trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolutely determined. Cease your resistance. Once I am gone, they shall no longer trouble you. Cold Moon's voice, though frail, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. As her words fell, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin and staining the ground below. The Grand Elder, Mo Yuchun, and Ling Air gazed upon Cold Moon, their eyes instantly brimming with tears. A profound sorrow and indignation filled their hearts, yet they felt utterly powerless. Cold Moon, having suffered such grievous injuries, still remained preoccupied with their safety. It was indeed a poignant scene, yet tragically futile. Cold Moon, should you perish, I shall ensure their demise as well. I have stated before, you must sever your source vein and accompany me. Xuanyin's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, echoing the frigidness of his intent. Just then, Lin Wei's figure suddenly materialized in midair. He regarded Xuanyin with a calm demeanor and spoke. Oh, is that so? Then I shall take them with me today. What will you do about it? Chapter 53. Lin Wei appears. The situation turns. As Lin Wei's words settled, an ephemeral silence enveloped the scene. Cold Moon's beautiful eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment as her gaze fixated on the familiar figure above. She had never expected Lin Wei to reappear at such a critical juncture. Previously, everyone had searched in vain for him, and Cold Moon had assumed he had fled the scene. Yet here he was, unexpectedly present before them. In stark contrast, Xianyi's already grim visage twisted further in rage. his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Lin Wei from the air. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yearning to leap forward and rend Lin Wei to pieces to satiate his wrath. Lin Wei, so it is you. Just a moment ago, we remarked upon your absence. Yet you were hiding in secret. Xuanyi's expression was laced with disdain as he coldly regarded Lin Wei, his tone dripping with mockery. At that moment, Xuanyin, who had been standing below, suddenly flickered, appearing beside Xuanyin like a specter, and whispered, "Elder Xiao, allow me to handle this rogue. You may watch with ease." Upon hearing this, Xuanyin turned slightly to regard Xuanyin, noting his confidence, and nodded in acquiescence. With permission granted, Xuanyin wasted no time. A formidable surge of source energy erupted from his being, propelling him forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward Lin Wei with fierce momentum. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events was about to unfold. As Xuanyin's figure approached Lin Wei, a sudden sharp crack reverberated throughout the arena. In an instant, the onlookers were astonished to witness Xuanyin's body being propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "If you wish to subdue me, you shall have to take action yourselves," Lin Wei remarked nonchalantly, taking a measured step forward. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming and unsettling aura erupted from Lin Wei, akin to a volcano in full eruption. This formidable presence stirred the surrounding air, creating a visible ripple that expanded outward. What? This kid has actually reached the enlightenment stage. The once dismissive Xuanyin's face was now etched with profound astonishment. His eyes widened as he fixated on the figure suspended in midair. The earlier disdain evaporated, replaced by an unmistakable trepidation. Beside him, Mo Yuchen stared in disbelief at Lin Wei above, his heart a tumult of emotions. He murmured to himself, "This lad's rate of cultivation is simply terrifying. When I last saw him, our strengths were comparable." Reflecting on the meager progress he had painstakingly achieved, a wave of genuine shame washed over him in contrast to Lin Wei's astonishing growth. This fellow has concealed his prowess quite adeptly. After the initial shock, Lung Yu's eyes quickly reignited with fervor. However, unlike the others' reactions, Xuanyin merely snorted coldly. Although a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, the disdainful expression remained stubbornly fixed. Do not presume that reaching the initial stage of enlightenment makes you formidable. We have 3 individuals of the same realm on our side. Xuanyin spoke with an air of menace, evidently unperturbed by Lin Wei's sudden display of strength. Lin Wei, however, merely smiled faintly and then gently clapped his hands. A subtle energy ripple emanated from his palm. In the next moment, the figures of the divine Lion King and the rampaging bull python appeared beside him with thunderous speed. "Now, our numbers are equal," Lin Wei remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he cast a teasing glance at the trio opposite him. At that moment, Xuanyin's expression darkened significantly, his eyes flashing with fury. The nonchalant demeanor that had adorned his face now vanished. Although the divine Lion King and rampaging bull python were also at the enlightenment stage, their might far surpassed that of his own side. This shift rendered the balance of power precarious, placing them at a severe disadvantage. How did this fellow end up allied with those 2 fiends? Lung Yu furrowed her brow, casting a grave glance at Lin Wei suspended in the air, her mind racing with concern. "Golden Retriever, little python, follow me," Lin Wei shouted loudly, and in an instant, his form darted forward like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a shadow as he raced towards the trio. The divine Lion King and the frenzied bull python exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, and could only trail behind him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei arrived before Xuanyin, whose eyes widened in surprise. Clearly caught off guard, at that moment, Lin Wei suddenly raised his palm and delivered a fierce slap to his cheek. The crisp sound of the slap resonated in the air as Xuanyin was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, spitting blood and staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. "Xinyi, Mata, this kid seems to have a grudge against you. Now we're all in trouble together," Lu Yu exclaimed, turning to Xinyi as the divine Lion King charged aggressively towards him. Xinyi at that moment felt as though he were a mute, consuming bitter gall. He had no words to express his frustration. He never anticipated that Lin Wei would become the most pivotal variable in this unfolding drama. In an instant, the divine Lion King and another had engaged fiercely with Xinyi and Lu Yu. Xuanyin finally managed to stabilize the chaotic energy within him, his gaze fixed on Lin Wei, seething with murderous intent. "You little brat, I had no intention of taking your life, but you have brought this upon yourself." Before he could finish speaking, Xuanyin gathered his energy into his palm and struck towards Lin Wei with great force. Yet, Lin Wei displayed no hint of fear in the face of such a fierce assault. With a determined look in his eyes, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Xuanyin. When their fists collided, an exceedingly potent gust of energy erupted forth. However, this intense clash lasted only a brief moment before Xuanyin's body was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. How is this possible? You can't be this strong. Xuanyin thought of fleeing despite the turmoil raging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reversed his direction and fled in the opposite way. "Lin Wei, do not let him escape." Lung Yu called out weakly, glancing at Lin Wei in midair. Does he think it will be that easy to get away? Lin Wei's feet glowed faintly, and in the next moment, he vanished from his spot. Chapter 54. Killing Xianyi, the mysterious shadow? A mere brat dares to challenge me. Xuanyin scoffed contemptuously, glancing back at the diminishing figures behind him, a smug smile gracing his face. However, in the next moment, as if ensnared by an invisible force, Xuanyin abruptly halted in midair, his body frozen in place. Meanwhile, an unprecedented terror flickered in his eyes, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Why aren't you running away?" A mocking voice echoed in Xuanyin's ear. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wei had appeared before him, with arms crossed over his chest and a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He gazed at Xuanyin with keen interest. How could you possibly be this fast? Xuanyin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Wei. At that moment, he felt his heart racing, and his voice trembled involuntarily. In response to Xuanyin's inquiry, Lin Wei remained silent, standing still as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Gradually, a frigid energy began to seep from his being, curling around him like agile serpents, enveloping him entirely in a chilling embrace. His eyes, illuminated by the icy atmosphere, transformed into an eerie, ghostly white, instilling an unsettling fear. "Today, let me show you the true power of this cold energy," Lin Wei said coldly. Before his words had fully settled, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, lunging directly at Xuanyin, awash in the oncoming chill and murderous intent. Xuanyin had no time to ponder. He swiftly summoned all his energy, condensing it into a thin protective shield around himself. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei appeared before him, his expression as somber as a winter's night, his gaze sharp as ice. Without a word, he struck the shimmering shield surrounding Xuanyin with a fierce palm. A crisp crack reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, the seemingly impregnable shield shattered, transforming into specks of starlight that gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. Left defenseless, Xuanyin was completely exposed to Lin Wei's onslaught. Lin Wei's hand ruthlessly struck Xuanyin's cheek, the immense force propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. With a dull thud and a cloud of dust, the earth was indented, creating a deep pit, while Xuanyin lay motionless at its bottom. After a considerable time, he struggled to move, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the ground beneath him crimson. At that moment, Xuanyin's face was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes burned with a terrifying darkness, fixating on Lin Wei high above as if he wished to consume him whole. "You forced my hand." Xuanyin gritted through clenched teeth, his voice laced with unending fury. Immediately, Xuanyin slowly rose from the ground, his body trembling slightly. Yet his gaze conveyed an unprecedented determination. In the next moment, a faint layer of flames ignited upon his surface, though seemingly weak. These flames emanated an extraordinarily terrifying heat and formidable pressure. The surrounding air appeared to warp under this oppressive force. Was this the self-detonation of a burning soul? Witnessing this scene, Lin Wei could not help but feel a jolt of surprise as the figure of Lin Dan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Once, Lin Dan had similarly chosen self-detonation to protect him, ultimately leading to his downfall. Reflecting on this, Lin Wei let out a soft sigh, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He then slowly raised his right hand. A chilling aura surged from his palm, racing toward Xuanyin below like a roaring dragon. The instant this icy breath touched Xuanyin's body, the flames that had been fervently burning around him were extinguished in an instant. Xuanyin had no time to react. He was immediately encased in a crystalline ice sculpture. The sculpture was lifelike, resembling a magnificent piece of art, yet the coldness it exuded was chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, with a stoic expression, raised his hand toward the spot where Xuanyin lay and gently probed. An invisible force surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the bag containing Xuanyi's belongings was securely in his grasp. Without delay, Lin Wei's figure flickered, transforming into a wraith as he sped away into the distance. Before long, Lin Wei reappeared on the battlefield where the fierce confrontation had taken place. At this moment, Xuanyin and Liu Yu had both been thoroughly defeated, subdued by the Divine Lion King and the Mad Bull Python. They lay on the ground in a pitiful state, the brilliance in their eyes long extinguished, replaced by profound despair and fear. "Brother, how shall we deal with these two?" The Divine Lion King approached Lin Wei hastily, bowing respectfully as he inquired. A hint of ingratiating amusement flickered in his gaze. However, Lin Wei did not immediately respond to the Divine Lion King's question. He stood silently, casting a faint glance at the Divine Lion King before falling into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, Lin Wei finally parted his lips, his voice low and frigid. "Bring this old fellow and the one named Zhang Quan before me. As for the others, leave them entirely to Elder Lin Yue." With that, Lin Wei's expression remained unyielding and devoid of emotion. Upon witnessing the scene, the Divine Lion King swiftly extended his hand towards Zhang Quan, unleashing a formidable force that drew him closer in an instant. The Divine Lion King seized Zhang Quan by the throat and cast him before Lin Wei. "Boss, these two are in your hands now. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to call," he declared before discreetly stepping back. Lin Wei regarded the two individuals before him with a cold, unwavering gaze, an invisible current of energy swirling around him, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Brother Lin Wei," Zhang Quan stammered, terror etched across his face, his voice trembling. "I implore you, show mercy and let us go. This is truly just a misunderstanding." His eyes were fixed on Lin Wei, fearful of missing any subtle shift in his expression. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile emerged on Lin Wei's previously stern visage. His lips curled slightly as he softly replied, "Very well, I can spare you." Zhang Quan, elated by this unexpected turn, hastily stood up, his steps unsteady as he prepared to flee. However, at that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. His feet became as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, rendering him incapable of movement. Soon after, a bone-chilling cold surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being as he slowly transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. What a fool to believe so easily," Xuanyin remarked, a shiver running through him despite his scornful words. Lin Wei's icy gaze shifted towards Xuanyin. "You people from a Xuanyin Sect deserve to perish." Before his words had fully dissipated, an overwhelming wave of frigid energy erupted from within him, rushing forth like a roaring dragon toward Xuanyin. Caught unprepared by such a terrifying assault, Xuanyin was instantly engulfed by this potent icy force, his form frozen into a lifelike ice statue, motionless in place. However, as the battle concluded, a shadow emerged beside Xuanyin. The shadow waved a hand lightly over Xuanyin's body, enveloping him in a shroud of dark energy. Chapter 55. The transformation of Cold Moon's attitude. Lin Wei, appearing calm, stealthily extended his hand and inconspicuously retrieved the Qinkuan bags hanging from the waists of Xuanyin and his companion. At that moment, Cold Moon had also successfully dealt with Liu Yu and the other adversaries. She approached with a graceful gait, eventually halting before Lin Wei. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to solidify around them, as both stood in silent contemplation, neither daring to break the stillness. As time passed, Lin Wei could no longer suppress the unease swirling within him and was the first to shatter the silence. "Are you all right?" As soon as Lin Wei uttered the words, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Embarrassed, he instinctively raked his fingers through his hair. However, Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no immediate response. After a brief pause, she finally parted her lips. "I thought you had abandoned us and run away." Her tone, though tinged with mild reproach, was suffused with an indescribable complexity of emotions. With that, she produced a delicate porcelain vial from her pocket and gently extended it towards Lin Wei. "Here, this contains some healing medicine. You may find it useful." Lin Yu's voice remained as cool as frost, yet her eyes betrayed a subtle glimmer of concern. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly delicate and awkward, Lin Wei hastily accepted the vial, as if fearing that lingering any longer would lead to further embarrassment. Without a word, he turned and briskly walked away. In truth, Lin Wei had little experience interacting with women, And under Lung Yu's direct gaze, he felt his cheeks burning as if engulfed in flames, his heart racing uncontrollably. Lin Wei is quite the intriguing character, thought Lung Yu, watching his flustered retreat. Initially taken aback, she soon could not help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. She had not anticipated that Lin Wei, who usually appeared composed and calm, could exhibit such shyness. Old Lion, do you think our leader has a bit of a crush on that Lin Yu girl? The burly face of the wild bull python was alight with amusement. His eyes fixed mischievously on the divine Lion King, who nodded in agreement with a smirk. Indeed, I believe there is something brewing between the two. Otherwise, why would he have rushed us back to rescue her so fervently? As the two of them animatedly discussed their theories, they remained blissfully unaware of Lin Wei's silent approach from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei raised his right hand and struck their heads with a resounding smack. The sharp sound echoed as both the wild bull python and the divine Lion King simultaneously yelped in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Who did that? The divine Lion King, nursing his throbbing head in anger, turned to confront the culprit, only to deflate like a punctured balloon upon recognizing Lin Wei standing before him. Hee leader, what brings you here? I was just praising your wisdom and might to old bull. And here you are, what a coincidence. The King of Lions instantly donned a sycophantic expression, his smile more grotesque than a frown, desperately attempting to curry favor with Lin Wei, trying to mask the fact that he had just been gossiping about him in private. Enough of this pretense. Let us be on our way. There are still treasures left behind by those 7 fellows that we have yet to discover. Lin Wei cast an exasperated glance at the King of Lions, inwardly muttering. This fellow is like an incessant firecracker, never pausing in his chatter. He is truly tiresome. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, both the King of Lions and the frenzied bull python hurriedly followed Lin Wei, resembling 2 eager lackeys. Meanwhile, Lin Wei paid them no heed and strode purposefully towards the direction where Lung Yu was situated. How about we enter together, esteemed elder? It would be prudent for mutual support. As Lin Wei approached Lung Yu, who was seated on the ground regulating her breath, he spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, Lung Yu slowly opened her previously closed eyes, yet to Lin Wei's surprise, there was a flicker of barely concealed anger within her gaze. However, it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and she expressionlessly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. Disciples of the Flower Sect, prepare to move forward. With that, Lung Yu swiftly bypassed Lin Wei, striding ahead without a backward glance. Observing this scene, Mo Chun could not help but smile faintly, revealing a knowing grin. Then turned to Ling Air beside him, lowering his voice to tease. Ling Air, it seems that Elder Lung Yu harbors some interest in our young friend Lin Wei. He punctuated his words with a playful wink. What nonsense! I find that utterly implausible. It could never happen. And Ling Air stared intently at Mo Chun, vigorously shaking her head to express her vehement disapproval. She continued with fervor, just look at him. Lin Wei is merely ordinary in appearance, not particularly handsome, and his abilities are hardly remarkable. How could someone as ethereal as Elder Lung Yu, who is both stunning and powerful, ever take a liking to him? At that moment, Lin Wei, overhearing their conversation, was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of sheer dismay as he inwardly lamented, what have I done to deserve this? Nevertheless, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, hey, can you two refrain from discussing me so openly? I can hear every word you're saying. Upon hearing Lin Wei's protest, Mo Chun and Ling Air were instantly flustered, hastily covering their mouths with their hands, fearful of uttering anything further that might be inappropriate. Subsequently, the two of them, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, lowered their heads and hastily followed the advancing troop ahead. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wei quickened his pace to catch up with the aloof Lung Yu. With a grave expression, he spoke. Might our complete annihilation of the Starry Pavilion and the Zhenyuan Sect provoke any significant trouble? Upon hearing this, Lung Yu turned her head to cast a disdainful glance at Lin Wei and replied nonchalantly, what trouble could arise? It was these rascals who sought us out to instigate conflict. We have not even stormed their sect to demand an explanation. After Lung Yu finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment before slowly continuing. By the way, Lin Wei, did you happen to see a sentient willow tree in the ruins? Lin Wei, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered and responded without hesitation. I haven't encountered such a tree. After all, we are here to search for the remnants left by those 7 individuals, are we not? Upon hearing Lung Yu's words, Lin Wei felt a flicker of surprise, yet he promptly fixed his penetrating gaze upon her, as if attempting to peer into the depths of her innermost thoughts through her eyes. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely asked out of curiosity." Lung Yu's expression briefly flickered with unmistakable disappointment, yet she swiftly regained her composure, restoring her demeanor to its usual tranquility. Thus, it became clear to Lin Wei that the primary objective for the multitude visiting the fabled Seven Divine Ruins was indeed to seek that willow tree. His earlier suspicions were now firmly validated, though he remained entirely ignorant of the precise nature of the two items the tree had bestowed upon him. Before long, Lin Wei and his companions arrived at the entrance of a cave. The mouth of this cave emanated a powerful and palpable energy fluctuation, clearly indicating that a formidable sealing spell had been cast here. This must be the place. If we work together to dismantle this seal, we shall gain entry and uncover its mysteries. Lung Yu gazed intently at the elusive energy pulses emanating from the cave entrance, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. "Golden-haired little python, come forth and lend a hand," Lin Wei bellowed, his voice resonating through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle. Who is the golden-haired little python? It seems our group does not include such a person, came the puzzled response. Upon hearing the peculiar names uttered by Lin Wei, Lung Yu could not help but furrow her brows slightly, a hint of perplexity evident in her gaze. She cast a swift glance around, finding no unfamiliar figures in sight. Just as her mind was clouded with doubt, she suddenly noticed two silhouettes leisurely approaching from a distance. As they drew nearer, a gentle smile involuntarily graced Lung Yu's face. One of the figures was none other than the imposing Lion King, though at that moment, it exuded none of its usual regality. Instead, it appeared to bear an immense grievance. Its head hung low as it trudged forward. The other figure was the formidable bull python, its massive frame cloaked in a myriad of golden scales that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a suit of golden armor that dared one to gaze upon it directly. "Boss, could you please refrain from addressing us so in front of outsiders? It's rather embarrassing," the Lion King muttered, cautiously stepping forward while casting a pleading glance at Lin Wei, its voice filled with discontent. However, Lin Wei remained unfazed by the Lion King's lamentations, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his right hand, poised to deliver a playful slap to the Lion King's head. Boss, have mercy. Please don't go from using me as a tool to slaying me," the Lion King exclaimed, hastily retreating to the side, desperately attempting to appease Lin Wei. "I was wrong. Upon reflection, those names aren't so bad after all. I find them quite agreeable. Had you done that sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Lin Wei chuckled with a hint of reprimand, then turned his attention to the radiant energy shield before them. "All right," the Lion King replied enthusiastically, striding alongside Lin Wei toward the energy barrier. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Wei inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes to summon the source energy within him. Streams of blue energy erupted from his pores, winding around his arms like nimble serpents, gradually converging into his palms. Meanwhile, Lung Yu and the others were also in motion. With a firm command, Lung Yu's delicate figure trembled as a surge of icy blue source energy erupted from within her, forming a colossal vortex above her head. The Lion King, meanwhile, opened its enormous maw, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames in the form of source energy, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. At that moment, the four of them struck simultaneously, for formidable streams of source energy shot through the void like lightning, crashing into the energy shield with cataclysmic force. A tremendous roar resounded, akin to the thunderclap of the heavens, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. Rocks fractured, colossal boulders tumbled down, and a thick cloud of dust erupted, instantaneously obscuring the vision of all present. The various magical beasts, which had previously rested in tranquility, were thrown into a state of panic by this abrupt upheaval, scattering in all directions amidst the ensuing chaos. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, a crisp sound echoed, distinctly audible. The once impenetrable energy shield finally succumbed to the fierce assault, its surface marred by a multitude of fine cracks that swiftly spread. Ultimately, with another resounding crack, the entire energy shield shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. "Haha, we have succeeded," Lin Wei exclaimed with fervor, his eyes alight with excitement. "All disciples of the Flower Sect, heed my call and swiftly follow me into the ruins." Cold Moon commanded loudly. With a flash of her figure, she was the first to plunge into the newly opened entrance. The multitude of Flower Sect disciples followed suit, entering in a steady stream. What is this? It's so hot. Bernik. One disciple exclaimed as they stepped into the cave, only to halt abruptly, desperately channeling their inner energy to combat the heat emanating from the molten lava ahead. To their astonishment, the cave revealed an unexpected world within. Cold Moon regarded the lava below with a serious expression, while their strength had reached the enlightenment stage, allowing them to disregard the lava's temperature. The accompanying disciples could not do the same. "Allow me to give a try," Lin Wei declared, darting forward. He extended his right hand, and a stream of white cold air surged forth. With a gentle grip, the cold air coalesced into a massive shield of frost, enveloping everyone within. Is that truly the cold air? Cold Moon gazed in astonishment at the chilly aura in Lin Wei's hand. For the rarity of such air was scarcely found across the continent. She was surprised to discover that Lin Wei had managed to refine it. However, Lin Wei paid no heed to her astonishment, swiftly leading the group onward. Not long after their departure, a shadow quietly infiltrated the cave. Chapter 57. The Ancient Altar. An unexpected turn. Why is this lava passage so long? Something feels amiss, Lin Wei muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in concentration as he skillfully manipulated the cold air. The cold air, under his command, wove into the shield, countering the searing heat of the lava. Nevertheless, despite the formidable power of the cold air, its consumption of inner energy was exceedingly substantial. A mere moment had passed when Lin Wei could distinctly perceive the source energy within him depleting at an astonishing rate. Upon rough estimation, nearly half of his source energy had already been consumed. Indeed, there was an unmistakable peculiarity to this place. Logically, considering the time they had spent flying, at least half an hour, one would expect to have traveled several dozen miles, yet who could have anticipated that this magma passage appeared endless? Beside him, the Lion King surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression, his tone revealing a hint of despondency. Just as despair began to settle among the group, the previously silent Lung Yu unexpectedly took action. With a graceful lift of her jade-like hand, she summoned a dense surge of source energy and struck forcefully towards the depths of the magma below. As time ticked away, everyone held their breath in quiet anticipation of the outcome. Finally, after a brief moment, a faint smile began to grace Lung Yu's beautiful eyes. Could it be possible, she inquired, that the true passage lies not above us, but hidden in the depths of the magma below? Her melodious voice resonated in the ears of her companions, and as her words lingered, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Even Lin Wei, who had appeared somewhat fatigued, suddenly sparkled with newfound vigor. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that instantly propelled everyone, including Lung Yu and the Lion King, downward like meteors into the seething, molten magma below. As the chilling shield made contact with the fiery magma, it ignited, emitting wisps of white smoke accompanied by a sizzling sound. The descent lasted for several tense seconds, and just as anxiety began to grip them, the scene before them suddenly opened up to reveal a radiant light surging forth like a tidal wave. Initially blinding, the brilliance soon became bearable, allowing them to adjust to the intense luminosity. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a vast expanse below, adorned with trees of various shapes and forms. Yet, what captivated their attention most was the ancient altar situated at the center. Its design was archaic, exuding an aura of antiquity. This place truly holds wonders, exclaimed the Lion King, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gave Lung Yu a thumbs up. Observing this, Lin Wei swiftly retracted the cold energy shield back into his body. Subsequently, he reached into the previously confiscated bag and, after a brief moment of searching, retrieved a pill that swiftly replenished his vital energy, swallowing it without hesitation. After making a few adjustments, Lin Wei, with a grave expression, slowly began to speak. Let's first investigate the altar. As he spoke, he deliberately released his spiritual sense, aiming to probe the surrounding environment. However, to his astonishment, even here, the range of his perception remained exceedingly limited, never exceeding 10 meters. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Lung Yu slightly nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes betraying no significant emotional fluctuations. Lin Wei transformed into a streak of light, soaring downward, followed closely by Lung Yu and the others, including the divine Lion King. In mere moments, they swiftly approached the altar. When they fixed their gaze upon the scene before them, they were all profoundly shaken. This ancient altar, having endured the ravages of time, had long since lost its former splendor. It stood like a weary elder, silently revealing an air of desolation and melancholy. However, what captured their attention were the 7 figures seated cross-legged in the center of the altar. Surely, these must be the legendary 7 powerful beings in the tribulation stage. Lin Yu gazed intently at the 7 figures, involuntarily letting out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a sense of lamentation. Yet, Lin Wei merely snorted coldly, thinking that these 7 individuals had brought this upon themselves. If they had not coveted the spiritual treasures of the willow tree, they would not have fallen to such a fate. A trace of disdain flickered across his face at this thought. At that moment, the divine Lion King stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with greed as he surveyed the altar back and forth. A slight smirk graced his lips. Let me see what treasures these fellows have left behind. With that, he eagerly stepped towards the altar. No, Lin Wei, quick-witted, hurriedly reached out to grasp the divine Lion King's arm. But before he could finish his warning, disaster struck. Suddenly, dozens of razor-sharp blades of light coalesced within the altar, racing toward them with blinding speed. These blades illuminated the entire space, bright as day. You fool! Lin Wei's face flushed crimson as he shouted in anger. Accompanying his exclamation, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from his body, gathering swiftly in his palm. Then, with a swift motion of his arm, the condensed sphere of vital energy shot forth like a cannonball toward the oncoming blades of light. Simultaneously, Lin Yu reacted the instant the blades appeared. She swiftly darted forward, akin to a specter, positioning herself protectively before several disciples of comparatively lesser strength. In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, descending into a state of utter chaos. Fortunately, the seemingly formidable energy sword possessed limited might. After an intense clash, the energy sword was ultimately vanquished, dissolving into scintillating stardust that evaporated into the air. Remarkably, despite the fright it induced, none among the crowd sustained any injuries. Phew! I'm relieved that my reflexes were sufficiently quick, the Lion King thought, his heart still racing as he patted his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the altar nearby, as if fearing any further disturbances. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp sound pierced the air smack. It was Lin Wei, who had stealthily appeared behind the Lion King. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the Lion King's head. Good grief! You fool! If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. After this blow, Lin Wei seemed not yet satisfied, lifting his foot as if to kick the Lion King again. However, the Lion King was quick-witted, twisting his body just in time to evade the impending kick, then leaping to a safe distance. Enough, Lin Wei. Stop fooling around. We have serious matters to attend to, Cold Moon interjected, stifling a laugh. Lin Wei nodded slightly, and the group prepared to advance towards the altar. Just then, a dense black mist suddenly enveloped the space above them. Chapter 58. The Reappearance of Xuanyin, the Pinnacle of Enlightenment. What on earth is this? Why do I feel an unsettling familiarity with this aura? The Lion King gazed at the inky black mist above, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, standing nearby, remained vigilant, swiftly channeling his inner energy and activating it with urgency. The recent surprise attack from the energy sword still lingered in his mind, rendering him exceptionally alert. As if on cue, the previously motionless black mist began to stir, as though animated. Before long, the mist astonishingly coalesced into the shape of a person. Lin Wei, I bet you never anticipated we would meet again so soon. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed, and the figure fully revealed its visage. As the onlookers focused intently, they collectively inhaled sharply. It was none other than Xuanyin, whom Lin Wei had recently slain. Oh, so it's you. I never imagined you had such resilience, surviving despite everything. Lin Wei, with a stoic expression, raised his gaze to the looming figure shrouded in swirling black mist above, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Upon hearing Lin Wei's scornful words, Xuanyin was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes transforming into a fierce crimson, as if they might ignite with fire. Gritting his teeth, he fixated on Lin Wei, forcing out each word through clenched jaws. Were it not for you, I could have returned to the sect unscathed. How could I have ended up in such a dire state, reduced to this wretched semblance of humanity? Had it not been for your insatiable greed. How would you find yourself in such a predicament, appearing, as you do now? Cold Moon interjected, her voice as frigid as ice. abruptly cutting off Xuanyi's words. Infuriated by Cold Moon's interruption, Xuanyi's fury erupted, his eyes wide as he bellowed, "I shall see just how long you can maintain this facade." Before his words could fully dissipate, the black mist enveloping Xuanyin thickened like ink, threatening to saturate the very air around him. Subsequently, an overwhelming force surged from within him, akin to a tempest, sweeping outward with tremendous might. The onlookers, sensing this terrifying aura, were seized with shock, their faces paling instantly. Some trembled uncontrollably in fear, while others stared with wide eyes, their expressions wrought with disbelief. Is that the peak of the Enlightenment stage? How can this be? What kind of sorcery has this fellow employed? A voice among the crowd broke the oppressive silence, shattering the stillness of the moment. Even Cold Moon's flawless visage betrayed a flicker of alarm. Already injured, she now faced the surging power of Xuanyin, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the Enlightenment stage, with no hope of victory. Beside her, the Lion King and the rampant bull python shared a grave expression, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual trepidation. Though renowned for their formidable physical prowess, they were, at best, only capable of contending with mid-level Enlightenment stage warriors. The Lion King discreetly leaned closer to the rampant bull python, lowering his voice, "Old bull, given the current circumstances, we may not stand a chance. Perhaps we should make our exit while the situation is still manageable. You may leave if you wish. This matter has never involved you. This was merely something promised to you beforehand." Lin Wei's voice interjected smoothly. At that moment, Lin Wei's figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, silently materializing behind the Lion King and the rampant bull python. With an air of tranquility, he extended his hand and gently patted the Lion King's broad and sturdy shoulder. Following that, Lin Wei delicately rummaged through the cosmic bag hanging at his waist, retrieving 2 crystalline jade vials. He presented these vials before the Lion King, signaling for them to accept. "Is it true that you are genuinely willing to offer them to us?" The Lion King stared wide-eyed, his face a canvas of disbelief. He fixated on the jade vial in his hand, as if unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. Observing this, Lin Wei merely smiled faintly and nodded gently in affirmation. After this exchange, he turned his gaze towards the Cold Moon beside him, speaking earnestly, "I must entrust you with this task. Please ensure you delay that person for a moment." Without hesitation, Cold Moon responded, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." Almost instantly, a resolute glimmer flashed in her enchanting eyes. She was acutely aware that if they failed to eliminate Xuanyin, the looming threat, none of those present would likely escape unscathed. In the next moment, Cold Moon uttered a sharp command, her graceful form trembling slightly as she shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, she had reached Xuanyin, and they were engaged in fierce combat. Lin Wei stood solemnly in place, gradually lowering himself into a seated position. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he unhesitatingly opened the system interface. A clear chime echoed, and the system prompted, "Remaining demon points, 5,000. Please select an upgrade option." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei invested all 5,000 points into enhancing his cultivation. At the very moment he made this decision, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Streams of pure celestial energy surged from all directions, converging ferociously above Lin Wei's head. These energies intertwined and fused, ultimately forming a colossal vortex several yards in diameter. The vortex spun at high speed, emitting a howling sound akin to a roaring beast. Meanwhile, not far away, Xuanyin witnessed this extraordinary event. Seeing Lin Wei audaciously attempting to break through his limits before him ignited a profound murderous intent in his eyes. With a cold snort, Xuanyin swiftly gestured with his hands. As he moved, the swirling dark mist around him seemed drawn by an unseen force, rapidly coalescing into thick, ebony chains as robust as arms. Each chain flickered with an eerie glow, emanating an unsettling aura. Once the chains were fully formed, Xuanyin swung his hand forcefully. The chains shot forth like arrows released from a bow, ensnaring Cold Moon with unparalleled might. "Ha ha ha! Who can stop me now?" Xuanyin let out a triumphant laugh, propelling himself forcefully off the ground and transforming into a shadow that surged towards Lin Wei with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, Xuanyin stood before Lin Wei, conjuring a cloud of dark energy that he aimed to strike down upon Lin Wei's head. At that moment, a beam of golden light appeared unexpectedly, crashing heavily against Xuanyin's hand. Chapter 59. The Outbreak of Battle. In a moment of crisis. Oomph. Who dares to seek their demise? Xuanyi's body was sent flying backward, gliding through the air like a meteor for several dozen meters before he barely managed to regain his balance, letting out a roar. As the energy gradually dissipated, the figure of the Divine Lion King slowly materialized beside Lin Wei. Each golden strand of its fur radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if the sunlight flowed through its being. Furthermore, the wild bull python made its entrance as well. The python's muscular form appeared as if forged from steel, exuding a raw sense of power. Its scales shimmered with a mysterious luster under the faint light, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Should you wish to lay a hand on our master, you must first pass through us. The Divine Lion King glimmered with resplendent golden light, its radiance akin to a tangible flame. Casting a casual glance at Lin Wei, a glimmer of determination flared in its eyes. Initially, the two had intended to depart, but just moments ago, Lin Wei had unhesitatingly bestowed upon them the invaluable ethereal illusion liquid. At that moment, as the Divine Lion King accepted the liquid, a wave of complex emotions surged within, and after a brief hesitation, its gaze hardened with resolve to return immediately. "Ha, so it is you too. How fortuitous. I have long sought a formidable steed, and you two would be perfect." Xuanyin extended his tongue to moisten his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he fixated on the Divine Lion King and the wild bull python, his desires laid bare. However, the Divine Lion King and the wild bull python disregarded Xuanyin's greedy words, their forms flickering as they transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Xuanyin like lightning, accompanied by the sound of a howling wind. Simultaneously, the Divine Lion King stealthily maneuvered to the rear, channeling its source energy to shatter the heavy chains binding Cold Moon in an instant. Thus, Cold Moon, the Divine Lion King, and the wild bull python once again engaged in a breathtakingly fierce battle against Xuanyin. In a short span, the sky was ablaze with the light of colliding energies, and the thunderous roars echoed incessantly. As time passed, Cold Moon and her companions began to feel the toll of the conflict. Wounds appeared upon their bodies, blood gushing forth and streaming down. Their movements grew sluggish, each strike becoming increasingly arduous, and slowly, they found themselves at a disadvantage in the battle. With a dismissive snort, he thought to himself that their demise was of no concern to him. After yet another confrontation, Xuanyin remained suspended in midair, akin to an immovable mountain. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Long Yusan. With swift motions, he began to weave intricate hand seals, his fingers transforming like phantoms as complex runes rapidly took shape. As his hands shifted, a dense wave of black energy surged forth from within him, resembling tendrils of shadowy smoke that swiftly engulfed the surroundings, seemingly devouring the very light itself. This dark energy, as if drawn by an enigmatic force, swiftly coalesced into a vast cloud of darkness, enveloping Xuanyin entirely. The ominous mist emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth. Sen, Luo Vangxiang, with a low, resonant command, an overwhelming wave of power radiated from his being. This force rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing the air around him to tremble violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Simultaneously, the black energy began to writhe as if it possessed a life of its own, weaving through the dark cloud. In an instant, the chaotic mass transformed into hundreds of tangible chains, each glistening with a cold sheen, forged from the universe's iciest metals. Adorned with intricate runes that flickered with an eerie glow, they exuded an oppressive force that instilled fear merely by being observed. "This is dire. Just a few chains have already proven formidable." Lung Yu's expression darkened as she regarded the chains above, beads of sweat forming on her brow, a flicker of despair igniting in her eyes. The light within them dimmed gradually, as if being consumed by the encroaching darkness. The Divine Lion King and the mad bull heavenly python sighed softly, shaking their heads in resignation, casting a casual glance towards Lin Wei, who remained absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to the chaos around him. Energy swirled around him like a gentle stream, his countenance serene and tranquil. "Let us gamble one last time." The Divine Lion King and the mad bull heavenly python exchanged glances, a spark of resolute determination igniting in their eyes. Their internal energies began to circulate rapidly, accumulating strength within their bodies. A mere swarm of ants, attempting to halt a chariot, Xuanyin observed their actions with a hint of disdain. His lofty demeanor utterly disregarded the three individuals before him, perceiving them merely as audacious fools attempting to challenge his authority. With a mere wave of his hand, the ominous black chains in the air surged forth as if commanded to charge, racing towards the trio with alarming speed. These chains, akin to bolts of black lightning, bore an insatiable destructive force, each slicing through the air with a piercing howl. Bang! Bang! With all their might, the trio of Lin Wei concentrated their energy, each collision with the chains resonating with a crisp sound that echoed across the vast expanse. However, the disparity in strength between the Divine Lion King and his companions in Xuanyin was insurmountable, despite their utmost efforts after shattering 3 or 4 chains. The overwhelming force crashed upon them like a relentless tide, toppling them to the ground. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, splattering onto the ground, a clear indication of their grievous injuries. Damn it! Lin Wei gazed at the incapacitated Divine Lion King and his companion, a surge of fury igniting within her beautiful eyes. Ha ha! You shall all perish today. Xiaoyan's gaze was icy as he regarded Lin Wei, who was now ensnared by 2 chains, rendered incapable of resistance. In that moment, Xiaoyan's figure flickered as he charged towards her. Is this the end? Lin Wei, sensing impending doom, helplessly closed her eyes. Yet, just as Xiaoyan was less than a meter away from her, an overwhelming chill erupted. Xiaoyan's feet began to freeze gradually. Chapter 60. The Frigid Aura Against All Things. What is this? Xuanyin stared incredulously at his feet. The once normal appendages were now enveloped in a strange layer of ice, the biting cold seemingly penetrating his very heart and lungs. In an instant, his complexion turned ghostly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of panic. Nevertheless, possessing a wealth of combat experience, Xuanyin swiftly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his shock as an immense power surged within him, a torrent of black energy erupting forth like a crashing wave. As this dark energy surged, the unyielding ice beneath him shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, Xuanyin swiftly retreated several dozen meters. So does you. Once he steadied himself, Xuanyin focused intently, and upon recognizing the figure standing before Lin Wei, he was taken aback. It was none other than Lin Wei. At that moment, Lin Wei stood with his hands behind his back, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. He chuckled. Well, you certainly reacted quickly. Lin Wei slightly raised her head, casting a dispassionate glance at Xiaoyan, and spoke in a languid tone. In response to Lin Wei's mockery, Xiaoyan let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Even if you have achieved a breakthrough, what of it? In my eyes, reaching the mid-stage of enlightenment is akin to being a mere insignificant ant. Before his words had fully dissipated, a surge of dark energy erupted from within Xiaoyan, swirling around him like serpentine shadows, tightly enveloping his form. Oh, who bestowed upon you such confidence? Lin Wei inquired, her face still adorned with a playful smile as she stepped forward. Beneath this seemingly casual movement, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, akin to an invisible tidal wave sweeping outward. The surrounding air seemed unable to withstand this pressure, emitting sharp, piercing howls. The formidable energy radiating from Lin Wei had unmistakably reached the pinnacle of enlightenment. How is this possible? How could you have reached the pinnacle of enlightenment so swiftly? Xiaoyan gazed at Lin Wei in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not fathom how this individual, who once stood at the same level as himself, could achieve such a remarkable breakthrough in such a brief span of time. It was only shortly before that he had clashed with Lin Wei, who at that time was far inferior in strength, but had still managed to effortlessly vanquish him. However, mere moments later, Xiaoyan forcibly steadied himself. As a seasoned warrior, he understood that one must maintain composure in times of crisis. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the fear within, fixing Lin Wei with a gaze filled with murderous intent, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Boy, though I do not know how you accomplished this feat, today marks your end. Everything is about to conclude." With that, Xiaoyan unleashed a furious roar, and in an instant, a torrent of dark energy surged from his body, enveloping him entirely. Following this, he darted forward like a streak of black lightning, racing toward Lin Wei with astonishing speed. "Lin Wei, be careful," Cold Moon interjected urgently, her exquisite face now etched with worry. Upon hearing her call, Lin Wei merely turned her head slightly, offering a faint nod to reassure her not to fret. Subsequently, Lin Wei gradually raised her right hand, though her movements appeared unhurried. They exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. A tremendous chill abruptly surged from her palm, rushing forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. In the moment that the originally swift Xuanyin came into contact with this chilling aura, it was as if he had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis. His entire being suddenly became extraordinarily sluggish, as though the very air surrounding him had crystallized into ice. "Damn it, get away from me." Xuanyin's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed in fury. With this roar, a torrent of thick, inky black mist surged forth from within him, rapidly spreading in all directions. Where the black mist flowed, the bone-chilling cold that permeated the air was ever so slightly dispersed. "If you cannot approach me, then let me show you this." Xuanyin gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. His hands formed intricate seals at an almost imperceptible speed. Simultaneously, an even denser and deeper black energy erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. The onlookers gazed upwards to witness this black energy shooting straight into the sky, ascending higher and higher until it transformed into an immense cloud of darkness. This mass of black cloud loomed overhead like a weighty mountain, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression and dread. "Sun Luo Wanxiang," Xuanyin intoned softly, his voice, though not loud, seemed to resonate with boundless magic. No sooner had he spoken than the previously motionless black cloud began to writhe violently, as if it had come to life. Then, a series of crackling sounds erupted as the black cloud morphed into substantial chains of deepest ebony. These chains glistened with a dark sheen, emanating faint tendrils of coldness, each one several lengths long and as thick as a child's arm. They twisted and turned in mid-air, weaving into an impenetrable net that descended upon Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, let's see how you will handle this move." Xuanyin hovered in mid-air, gazing down at Lin Wei with a triumphant smile, accompanied by a boisterous laugh. At that moment, the divine Lion King on the ground looked up at the multitude of black chains, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He hastily shouted to Lin Wei, "Be careful, my lord. We were just defeated by this very attack." However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Lin Wei remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he watched Xuanyin with a hint of amusement. Slowly, he extended his right hand, his movements gentle and deliberate, as if caressing a treasured artifact. At that moment, a pure and flawless chill silently coalesced in his right hand. This cold energy was crystalline and translucent, exuding a heart-stopping aura of frost. Lin Wei then gently clenched his right hand. Instantly, the cold energy dispersed and floated into the air. "Congeal." As Lin Wei's voice faded, the chilling air above unexpectedly transformed into a multitude of ice spikes, numbering in the hundreds. Chapter 61. Defeating Xuanyin. The mysterious crystal orb? "Let us see whether your coldness surpasses my boundless might." Xuanyin bellowed with fury, his gaze fixed intently on the overwhelming array of ice spikes before him, his heart secretly shaken. Yet, within moments, his expression regained its composure. Drawing a deep breath, he waved his hands vigorously, shouting, "Arise." Instantly, the countless black chains that had been quietly suspended in the air seemed to respond to an enigmatic force, beginning to tremble violently. Subsequently, these chains hurtled downwards with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing whistle of slicing wind. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a disdainful smile. Unhurriedly, he extended his right index finger, lightly tapping the air and murmuring, "Swift." With his gesture, the previously motionless ice spikes suddenly sprang to life, transforming into fierce beams of cold light that shot forth with astonishing speed towards the oncoming chains. In the blink of an eye, the ice spikes and chains collided with a resounding crash, filling the space with a cacophony of clashing metal. Each impact sparked dazzling flames and generated powerful shockwaves, distorting the surrounding air due to the intensity of their confrontation. Surprisingly, with each ice spike striking true against the chains, the seemingly indestructible black chains were shattered into fragments. The broken chains dissipated into dense clouds of black mist, swiftly vanishing into the atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Xuanyin's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of incredulity. He had unleashed his most formidable might, yet Lin Wei effortlessly neutralized it. as he beheld the dwindling number of chains in the air. Beads of perspiration began to form on Xuanyi's forehead, and a flicker of panic emerged in his gaze. This subtle shift did not escape Lin Wei's keen observation. A glimmer flashed beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chilling proclamation in the air. It is over. In an instant, Lin Wei reappeared behind Xuanyin, exuding a menacing aura. He swiftly coalesced a frigid force in his hand, a power so cold it seemed capable of freezing the very essence of the world. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Xuanyin. Faced with such a sudden onslaught, Xuanyin's expression shifted dramatically, yet his response was remarkably swift. He promptly channeled the internal energy within him, coalescing a jet-black aura upon his arms, which he swiftly crossed over his chest, attempting to withstand Lin Wei's thunderous strike. Lin Wei's fist, imbued with an inexhaustible chill, struck Xuanyin with lightning speed. The moment their forms collided, an extraordinarily intense wave of cold erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This frigid force was so potent that it enveloped Xuanyin entirely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had been transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. Through the ice, one could vividly perceive the terror etched upon his countenance. At this juncture, his body had succumbed to immobility, plummeting directly towards the ground. With a resounding thud, Xuanyin's form crashed heavily to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Lin Wei was far from finished. He swiftly darted back to join Lung Yu and the others. Is this truly sufficient to eliminate him? Lung Yu pondered as she gazed at the frozen Xuanyin in the distance, her brow furrowed with concern. After all, for certain formidable beings of inscrutable power, even in the absence of breath, survival for an extended duration remained a possibility. Upon hearing Lung Yu's inquiry, Lin Wei's lips curled into a confident smile. He then gradually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, the once impenetrable ice shattered instantaneously, dispersing into countless tiny ice crystals that scattered upon the ground. Surely, he must be dead now, Lin Wei remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as his gaze swept over Lung Yu and the others. The Lion King and the berserk bull python, witnessing the scene before them, could not help but take a sharp breath in astonishment. Inwardly, they mused, this individual appears even more ruthless than we, the demon cultivators. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand and investigate the altar. We cannot afford to return empty-handed, Lin Wei stated nonchalantly, shrugging as if utterly unfazed by the recent events. With that, he turned on his heel and strode purposefully towards the altar. Lung Yu, the Lion King, and the others quickly followed suit. The other disciples of the Flower Sect remained behind, vigilantly alert to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. The Lion King led the charge at the forefront, his intense gaze fixed firmly upon the 7 figures at the center of the altar. He soon reached for his Qinquan bag within his attire, eager to procure what he sought. However, at that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air. A muffled sound echoed through the air, and without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei delivered a powerful kick squarely to the rear of the Divine Lion King. The unexpected force of the blow left the Divine Lion King no time to react. Its body lost balance and shot forward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. You fool! If you want to die, don't drag us into it. Lin Wei scolded angrily, swiftly retracting the foot he had just used to kick. His face contorted with disdain as he glared at the Divine Lion King, who lay on the ground clutching its backside. At that moment, the Divine Lion King grimaced in pain, rubbing its sore rear while laboriously attempting to rise from the ground. Its eyes filled with an endless sense of grievance as it pitifully gazed at Lin Wei, muttering, "Boss, that was rather harsh. Is it really fair to treat your little brother this way? It's just too much for a lion to endure." Unfazed by the complaints of the Divine Lion King, Lin Wei had no intention of engaging. He clasped his hands together, gently closed his eyes, and began to channel the source energy within him. In no time, a small, pure, and potent stream of source energy coalesced in his palms. He then cautiously directed this energy towards the skeletal remains before him. However, much to his disappointment, no matter how he manipulated the source energy in an attempt to probe, the skeleton remained utterly unresponsive, standing there as inert as a lifeless object. The other 6 figures in the vicinity were equally motionless, resembling statues frozen in time. Boss, see? I told you nothing would happen. Observing this scene, the Divine Lion King immediately regained its confidence, bounding forward with a spring in its step. Without hesitation, It reached out and effortlessly plucked one of the bags hanging beside the skeleton. Just as the divine Lion King was about to revel in the treasures contained within the bag, its gaze was suddenly drawn to the center of the altar as if captivated by an unseen force. There, in the central position, lay a crystal-clear orb. This orb not only exuded transparency, but also radiated a soft, gentle glow. The divine Lion King murmured to itself as it approached, reaching out to grasp the crystalline orb. What a magnificent treasure this is. Chapter 62. A sudden turn of events. 7 peaks of enlightenment. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen occurrence transpired, leaving the divine Lion King frozen in place. The onlookers, with bated breath, beheld the astonishing sight as 7 dazzling red beams of light erupted from the orb in the divine Lion King's grasp, racing towards the 7 skeletal remains. "Boss, I sense something is about to emerge." The divine Lion King nervously pointed at the 7 remains, fearful that a careless move might provoke another of Lin Wei's wrathful blows. After all, the lingering memory of that earlier slap still haunted him. In the blink of an eye, the 7 crimson rays, upon making contact with the remains, merged seamlessly into them, akin to droplets dissolving into the ocean. An audible crack echoed through the air. The crystal orb held tightly in the hands of the Lion King lost all its luster in an instant, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Everyone hastily retreated. The situation had shifted dramatically. Lin Wei's expression grew grave as he shouted, his feet propelled by an unseen force as he swiftly darted backward. For in that fleeting moment, he had keenly sensed an exceedingly dangerous aura emanating from those 7 figures, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Cold Moon and the Lion King, along with the others, recognized the urgency and wasted no time, employing their techniques to evade to a safe distance like lightning. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the 7 remains at the altar center. To their astonishment, the remains, which had lain quietly on the ground, began to emit a faint glow, intensifying with each passing second. Moments later, accompanied by a slight rustling sound, the 7 corpses appeared to be infused with life, slowly rising to stand. With a deep, resonating roar, they unleashed a chilling cry that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Subsequently, waves of overwhelming momentum surged forth from these remains, powerful enough to pierce the heavens and rend the earth asunder. They were undeniably at the pinnacle of their power. Feeling this terrifying presence, Lin Wei and his companions turned pale. "What shall we do, Captain?" The Lion King, standing behind Lin Wei, asked in a trembling voice. Just then, Cold Moon stepped forward without hesitation, positioning herself at the forefront of the group. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the 7 imposing remains, her figure standing tall. "Lin Wei, you must lead the disciples to evacuate at once. I will hold them off for a while," Cold Moon stated gravely, her gaze fixed on Lin Wei. However, faced with such a dire situation, Lin Wei fell into a brief silence. Soon, his previously uncertain eyes began to shine with clarity and resolve. He understood that whether on the path of demonic cultivation or the righteous way, if one were to surrender at the first sign of adversity, they would never ascend to greatness in their lifetime. With this thought, Lin Wei took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and turned to Cold Moon. "No, I shall fight alongside you." With that, Lin Wei's gaze burned with determination as he looked into Cold Moon's eyes, filled with unwavering resolve. Immediately, Lin Wei slowly turned around, directing his gaze towards the divine Lion King and the raging bull python behind him. With a serious expression, he earnestly urged, "You two must assist me in safely escorting the other disciples out of this relic. I entrust this task to you." After uttering these words, Lin Wei swiftly moved to Cold Moon's side. Upon hearing his request, the once majestic gaze of the Lion King transformed into a complex array of emotions as he stood silently for a moment. Suddenly, his body began to tremble slightly, and a hint of crimson flickered in his eyes. How profoundly moving. "Today, I shall resolutely stand by my leader," with a determined grit of his teeth. He stepped forward to Lin Wei's side without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. "Leader, I will not retreat even a single step. I shall fight alongside you to the end." Accompanied by this fierce proclamation, the bull python's figure streaked through the air like lightning, landing firmly on Lin Wei's other side. Upon closer inspection, it was the massive bull python, its powerful limbs thumping heavily against the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Lin Wei silently regarded the Lion King and the bull python standing before him, a warm current surging within his heart. To be honest, initially, he merely sought to harness their strength to fulfill his own ambitions. However, he never anticipated that, when confronted with the critical choice between life and death, these seemingly rugged companions would so selflessly choose to follow him, even at the cost of their own lives. How could such sincere and profound friendship not evoke deep emotions? Thus, let's give our all. Let us vanquish these long-dead foes once more. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Wei fixed his unwavering gaze upon the 7 corpses, exuding an aura of chilling terror. In an instant, a formidable wave of energy surged from within him. This energy was so potent that it forcibly dispersed the malevolent aura emanating from the 7 corpses, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. I will confront 4 of the corpses. Each of you take one. Lin Wei's eyes blazed with intensity as he focused on the 4 eerie corpses before him. No sooner had he spoken than his figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a tempest as he flew directly toward the corpses in the center of the altar. His speed was astonishing, seemingly traversing dozens of yards in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei had engaged the 4 corpses in battle. He swiftly waved his hands, and streams of pale blue energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, subsequently launching forth like cannonballs towards the remnants ahead. Simultaneously, Lung Yu and her companions showed no signs of retreat, each selecting a fragment and transforming into 3 streaks of light, dashing forward with blinding speed. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with energy, the combat intensifying to an extraordinary degree. In the face of Lin Wei's fierce assault, the 4 remnants displayed no hint of fear in their eyes. They emitted low growls, advancing with stiff strides, unhesitatingly charging towards the energy Lin Wei had unleashed. A thunderous crash resounded, akin to a bolt from the blue, deafening in its ferocity. The powerful shockwave generated by the collision of energies swept outward, raising a cloud of dust. The 4 remnants staggered back a few steps under the immense force. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Wei's strike had been endured by them without faltering. Witnessing this, Lin Wei's heart sank. It appeared these entities truly possessed peak enlightenment strength, rather than merely projecting a facade of intimidation. However, at that moment, several muffled thuds echoed nearby. Lin Wei turned towards the sound, only to find that Lung Yu and her companions, who had been battling the remnants, had now been overwhelmed and brought to the ground. Yet, the 3 remnants showed no intention of sparing them. They surged forward, reaching Lung Yu and her companions in an instant. They coalesced a crimson radiance in their hands, unleashing it upon the trio. I shield. In the next moment, Lin Wei materialized before them, forming a massive ice shield that thwarted the impending strike. He cast a grave glance back at his companions and spoke with a serious tone. You must retreat. I will handle the rest. Chapter 63, Crisis Moment. Capturing the 7 divine remnants? No, we cannot leave. Lung Yu exclaimed, struggling to rise from the ground. Her exquisite visage appeared somewhat pale, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as her lips parted slightly. Nevertheless, she gently shook her head, raising her delicate hand to wipe away the blood. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, standing a short distance ahead, did not turn to look at her. With his eyes slightly closed, he took a deep breath, and the pressure of peak enlightenment suddenly erupted from within him. This oppressive force surged forth like a tempest, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. Golden Fur, take her out of here. Lin Wei abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of cold light shooting forth. With his hands clasped behind him, he emanated a powerful aura as he sternly commanded the 2 companions beside him. Before his voice faded, Lin Wei casually waved his arm, unleashing a surge of source energy that rushed toward Lung Yu and the others. The King of Divine Lions, witnessing this, felt a sudden shock. Initially intending to resist, he was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Wei's ancient demonic form, and all thoughts of defiance evaporated. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, lifted Lung Yu, and, along with another companion, soared toward the skies above the ruins. Just then, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed. Following the sound, the 7 corpses appeared as if stimulated, unleashing a collective roar of fury. In the next moment, they swayed and transformed into 7 streaks of light, hurtling toward Lin Wei with astonishing speed. Yet, Lin Wei faced the onslaught of the 7 corpses with unwavering composure. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the approaching figures, a glimmer of anticipation flickering within. today presented an opportunity to test the true power of his demonic form. With a thought, he activated the source energy within, channeling it through specific meridians in a wild frenzy. Instantly, every pore of his body opened wide. Dark red source energy gushed forth, enveloping him completely. From a distance, Lin Wei appeared as a demon from the depths of hell, radiating a heart-pounding aura. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Lin Wei slightly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the formidable enhancement that his demonic form bestowed. In that moment, he felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, filling him with an unprecedented sense of grandeur. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, forcefully pushing off the void beneath his feet. In an instant, he shot forward like a cannonball, accelerating at an astonishing speed. Before long, Lin Wei found himself face to face with the nearest corpse. Without hesitation, he raised his right arm, firmly clenching his fist. With no frills or intricate techniques, he delivered a simple yet thunderous punch toward the corpse before him. A resounding boom erupted, akin to thunderclaps striking the earth, deafening in its intensity. The remains were sent flying by the sheer force of Lin Wei's punch, soaring through the air in a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, Lin Wei showed no signs of slowing down. His feet shimmered with cold light, and he darted like a specter among the scattered remains. With each movement, he left behind a series of illusory afterimages, making it difficult to discern his true path. Simultaneously, his fists were relentless, striking out like a tempest, swift and devastating. With each punch that landed, a dull thud echoed through the air, followed by the resounding impact of debris being propelled back several dozen meters. Thus, Lin Wei continued his relentless assault, forcing all remnants to retreat multiple times before finally pausing for a brief respite. Yet at that moment, he suddenly observed that the 7 remnants, previously repelled, surged forward once more. This time, however, their speed was even greater, and their attacks were more ferocious and relentless. If this continued, it seemed that he would succumb before he could vanquish them entirely. As Lin Wei gazed at the oncoming 7 remnants, his expression grew increasingly grave. These entities exhibited no sense of pain. Regardless of the blows they endured, they relentlessly pressed their assault. Before Lin Wei could delve deeper into contemplation, the 7 remnants struck forth like lightning. He dared not exhibit any negligence and promptly summoned the source energy within him. As he moved, a robust stream of source energy surged forth, transforming into ethereal ribbons that repeatedly forced the remnants back. Yet, despite this, their offensive remained fierce and unyielding, as if they were utterly tireless. While struggling to fend them off, Lin Wei meticulously scrutinized their attack patterns. Gradually, he discerned a chaotic, erratic quality to their movements, devoid of any discernible strategy or rhythm. Could it be that they lacked independent consciousness? If that were the case, might it be possible for him to exert control over them? Once this notion took root in Lin Wei's mind, it spread like wild grass, consuming his thoughts. He fixed his gaze firmly on the 7 remnants relentlessly charging toward him, his eyes gleaming with a newfound determination. In the next instant, he inhaled deeply, extending his right hand with deliberate grace. Suddenly, a chilling gust of frigid air erupted from his palm, coiling up his arm like a sinuous serpent. Without hesitation, Lin Wei swung his right arm fiercely, amplifying the previously slender stream of cold air into 7 robust tendrils, imbued with a bone-chilling essence, racing directly towards the 7 remnants. As the icy tendrils approached, the remnants seemed to sense an imminent threat, emitting a low, guttural growl in unison. Instinctively, they attempted to evade. It was far too late. Seeking to flee? It was too late. Coalesce. With Lin Wei's commanding shout, he waved his hand once more. In that instant, the 7 icy tendrils converged at lightning speed, forming a colossal net of frost that ensnared the 7 remnants, binding them firmly in place. Now was the moment. Seeing this, Lin Wei swiftly maneuvered to the side of the 7 remnants, dividing his consciousness into 7 strands and directing them into the remnants. The 7 remnants, which had been struggling intensely, suddenly fell into a profound silence, collectively turning their gazes towards Lin Wei. To Lin Wei's astonishment, the 7 remnants knelt before him on one knee. Chapter 64. Rushing back to the Flower Sect. The shadow reappears? Could it be that this has truly succeeded? Lin Wei gazed at the 7 figures before him, his heart overflowing with joy. At that moment, he could distinctly sense a peculiar force emanating from within him, establishing a remarkable connection with the seven remnants. This bond resembled an invisible tether, binding them closely together. Go! With a gentle command and a vigorous wave of his arm, Lin Wei pointed toward the altar below. Instantly, the seven remnants, as if receiving a divine mandate, transformed into streaks of light and surged towards the altar with unhesitating speed. Then, a thunderous roar resounded as the seven remnants struck the altar with tremendous force. Indeed, as long as I summon them with my thoughts, they will unfailingly obey my commands. A look of satisfaction spread across Lin Wei's face. Initially, he had not harbored high expectations for this exploration of the ruins, but the bountiful rewards he had reaped far exceeded his imagination. First, he unexpectedly discovered and successfully acquired the immensely valuable ethereal essence and the extraordinarily rare glazed heart. Subsequently, by a stroke of luck, he managed to subdue seven remnants, each possessing the peak strength of the Enlightenment realm, beside this mysterious altar. However, just as Lin Wei was reveling in his joy, a pressing reality suddenly emerged. How, then, could he successfully transport these remnants from this place? Contemplating this, Lin Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow, his gaze once again settling on the seven figures below, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. After all, if he were to boldly carry these seven remnants out of the ruins, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other powerful beings. Once those watchful predators set their sights on him, the seven remnants he had painstakingly acquired could swiftly fall into the hands of others. Just as Lin Wei was racking his brain over this matter, a sudden inspiration struck him, and an idea flickered in his mind. Perhaps he could attempt to place them into a Zhenyuan bag? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Wei became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this method, and he promptly retrieved the Zhenyuan bag from his bosom. Fixing his gaze intently on the seven remnants radiating a faint glow below, Lin Wei aimed the opening of the Zhenyuan bag towards them. In an instant, an immensely powerful suction emanated from the Zhenyuan bag. It is worth noting that these seven remnants had already acknowledged Lin Wei as their master, and in response to their master summons, they exhibited no inclination to resist. In the blink of an eye, the seven remnants were swiftly drawn into the bag of the universe. Gazing down at the ground, Lin Wei could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He never anticipated that he would become the most fortunate individual in this expedition, and his words could scarcely conceal his joy. Subsequently, Lin Wei cautiously tucked the bag into his embrace. He then slightly raised his right foot and gently tapped the void, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the heights of the ruins. At this moment, having undergone a series of extraordinary encounters and trials, Lin Wei had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of enlightenment. His speed of movement was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. In the blink of an eye, he shot out of the ruins like a bolt of lightning. Just as Lin Wei emerged from the cave, a delicate figure appeared at his side in an instant. It was Lung Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she anxiously inquired, "Lin Wei, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Upon hearing Lung Yu's question, Lin Wei's face broke into a warm smile, and he gently shook his head, replying in a soft voice, "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Look, I made out safely." However, Lung Yu did not seem entirely reassured by Lin Wei's words. She furrowed her brow and, with a slight pout, admonished him, "You must not act so recklessly in the future. What if you encounter danger?" In response to Lung Yu's reprimand, Lin Wei did not feel anger. Instead, a mischievous smile graced his lips. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Are you worried about me?" After saying this, he playfully winked at her. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Lung Yu delivered a firm slap to his head without hesitation. "I'm an elder. What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me?" Lung Yu looked at Lin Wei with a smile, yet as she spoke, her hand, which had just struck him, unconsciously clenched into a fist. "I was merely joking," Lin Wei quickly interjected, waving his hands in a flurry, thinking to himself that he must not provoke this lady again, lest he find himself in trouble. However, at that moment, Lin Wei suddenly seemed to realize something and began to scan the surroundings rapidly. Yet, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the divine Lion King or the wild bull python. In confusion, he turned his gaze back to Lung Yu and asked with a puzzled expression, "Where did the golden-haired one and the little python go? Where could those two possibly be?" Lung Yu, initially suppressing a smile, found herself unable to contain her laughter upon hearing Lin Wei's words, letting out a soft chuckle. I must say, you ought to consider that they are indeed prominent figures within the demonic realm. How could you bestow such an unpleasant nickname upon them? You truly leave them no dignity. She chided playfully. What a misunderstanding. This is not a whimsical nickname I devised, but rather one they themselves consented for me to use. Lin Wei replied, a look of earnest grievance upon his face. Lung Yu chuckled again and continued. They mentioned that the outside is now safe and that they are returning to the demon clan, promising to visit you again when the opportunity arises. Those two. Lin Wei shook his head in resignation. The Lion King and the Mad Bull Python are commendable, indeed, for they always show up when needed. There shouldn't be any lingering matters at the ruins, and we must return to the Flower Sect now. Lung Yu interjected, interrupting Lin Wei's thoughts. Very well, let us depart. Lin Wei nodded, still grappling with a myriad of uncertainties that had arisen during this expedition to the ruins. No sooner had he spoken than he and Lung Yu soared towards the exit of the ruins. However, shortly after they had emerged, a shadow steeped in dark energy silently materialized. Lin Wei, I wonder if Lu Lisin is still with him. Chapter 65. The functions of Lu Lisin and the ethereal illusion liquid. Just as Lin Wei and Lung Yu stepped out of the ruins and were regaining their balance, a throng of figures swiftly gathered around them. It was Lin Mo Yu Chun and several other disciples, their faces etched with concern. Eldest Elder Lin Wei, you two have finally emerged. Are you unharmed? Enlinger's luminous eyes were fixed intently on the duo, revealing her deep concern as her delicate features creased into a worried frown. Ha ha ha. Lin Wei, what a fine young man you are. I never expected you to display such valor this time. You have truly impressed me, Mo Yu Chun exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to clap Lin Wei on the shoulder. His tall, imposing figure combined with his boisterous laughter exuded an air of unrestrained vigor. The crowd surrounded the two, engaging in animated chatter. Yet, as a gentle breeze swept through, everyone leapt onto the massive airship anchored nearby. Once aboard, an unspoken agreement settled among them, as they each found a spot to sit cross-legged, closing their eyes to recuperate their expended energy and source power. Enlinger and Mo Yu Chun proceeded into the control cabin of the airship, where they began to form intricate hand seals, continuously channeling pure source energy into the control panel. With their concerted efforts, the airship glided through the sky like a streak of light, racing towards the Flower Sect. Merely half a day's time passed before the vessel steadily descended within the confines of the Flower Sect. As the cold moon gracefully descended from the spacecraft, she stood elegantly at the forefront, her gaze sweeping slowly across the gathered disciples. This time, each one of you has exerted considerable effort. Everyone is entitled to collect 1,000 spirit stones from Elder Yun as a reward for this task. Afterwards, take a well-deserved rest for 2 days. Her voice was melodious yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The disciples echoed in unison, expressing their gratitude towards the Grand Elder. Before her words had faded, Lin Wei leapt off the spacecraft, soaring back to his residence. Utilizing his peak illumination strength, he darted through the skies like a bolt of lightning, returning to his abode in mere minutes. Upon entering, Lin Wei swiftly closed the door behind him, clasped his hands together, and began to gather a continuous flow of source energy within his palms. With a mere flick of his hand, the previously delicate source energy expanded dramatically as if summoned by an extraordinary force, swiftly transforming into a thick and impenetrable shield that enveloped the entire room. With the strength he currently possessed, the shield he had conjured could hardly be breached by anyone within the Flower Sect. Lin Wei gazed at the room, securely protected by the source energy, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Ever since the unfortunate ambush by the Fifth Elder, he had become increasingly cautious in his actions. After all, for him, it merely required expending a bit of source energy to solidify such a reliable shield. This not only ensured his safety, but also allowed him to cultivate with peace of mind. Although he had successfully acquired the exceptionally rare glazed heart and ethereal liquid, it perplexed him that he remained unaware of their true purposes. As Lin Wei silently contemplated the translucent, emerald-glazed heart within him, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. However, after a brief moment of reflection, his once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. How could I have forgotten? I possess a system. I can inquire whether it knows the uses of these two spiritual items. With this thought, excitement and anticipation surged within him. What exactly are the glazed heart and ethereal liquid? Lin Wei, filled with curiosity, connected with the system through his thoughts. Soon a response emerged. Glazed Heart, an ancient divine artifact. Upon reading this, Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. He continued to read. Function. The bearer of this divine object can leverage its power to break through bottlenecks during the tribulation phase, successfully entering the realm of the divine. Lin inhaled sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. It is well known that the tribulation phase represents a formidable obstacle on the path of cultivation, a barrier that countless formidable beings struggle to overcome in their lifetimes. Yet, the fact that the Glazed Heart could assist individuals in transcending this arduous trial to attain divinity is indeed astonishing. Following this revelation, the description of the ethereal elixir caught his eye. Ethereal elixir, an ancient divine artifact. Function. It harbors immensely powerful energy, which upon consumption can elevate one's cultivation level. Moreover, remarkably, users have a certain chance to comprehend the legendary Shumi illusion. Lin's breath quickened dramatically. Initially, he had merely speculated that these two spiritual treasures might slightly accelerate his cultivation speed, never anticipating their extraordinary capabilities. No wonder the 7 formidable beings in the tribulation phase had joined forces to confront that willow tree. Their objective must surely be the Glazed Heart. Lin murmured to himself, fully grasping the unfolding events. In the current epoch, the celestial energy across the continent had gradually thinned, resulting in a significant decline in the number of powerful beings. In such a challenging environment, treasures as priceless as the Glazed Heart and ethereal elixir naturally became the focal point of pursuit for many top-tier masters. Particularly for Lin, the ethereal elixir was an unexpected boon. After all, beyond its immense energy, it also held the potential to learn the Shumi illusion. The Glazed Heart might not yet prove useful, but the significance of the ethereal elixir was undeniable. Without hesitation, Lin reached into his spatial pouch and retrieved a vial of ethereal elixir. He tilted his head back and consumed the entire vial in one swift motion. In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed, as if a thunderclap had erupted within him. Once the ethereal elixir entered Lin's body, it unleashed an incredibly potent energy, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. This energy surged forth, recklessly coursing through his meridians. The originally delicate and fragile channels could not withstand such a fierce onslaught, and in the blink of an eye, they were brutally expanded. Lin had not anticipated such an intense reaction. Caught off guard, his body lurched violently, and he fell to the ground. Then, like a wounded beast, he writhed in agony upon the earth. At that moment, Lin's face and body became marred with ghastly bloodstains, which slowly and mercilessly spread, rendering him a fearsome sight. Was he destined to perish here today? Lin's heart was filled with despair and resentment. As time ticked away, his body grew increasingly feeble, and his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Ultimately, following a surge of excruciating pain, darkness enveloped him, and he completely lost consciousness, plunging into a profound state of oblivion. However, as the formidable energy within Lin Wei's body rampaged unchecked, the icy essence deep within his dantian seemed to sense a looming threat. It awakened with the ferocity of a long-dormant beast, beginning to surge forth with wild abandon. Chapter 66. Mastering the Illusory Realm. The Summoning of the Sect Leader. The icy essence within Lin Wei erupted, lunging directly toward the mysterious and potent energy ahead. This energy, seemingly aware of the icy essence's provocation, charged forward unyieldingly. Yet, just as the two forces were about to collide, the icy essence instantaneously fragmented into countless slender streams, dancing like ethereal serpents as they swiftly coiled around the energy produced by the ethereal liquid. Upon their initial contact, the energy recoiled in apparent shock. But the icy essence would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Its speed surged, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, swiftly enveloping the energy within its grasp. The once arrogant energy now appeared remarkably docile, as if thoroughly tamed by the icy essence. Thus, the icy essence, entwining this energy, began to navigate through Lin Wei's intricate meridians. Time passed quietly, and it was uncertain how long had elapsed. Suddenly, Lin Wei, whose eyes had been tightly shut, abruptly opened them, two beams of brilliance erupting from his gaze. Immediately, an immensely powerful and tumultuous wave of energy radiated from him, expanding wildly in all directions. Merely a small vial of ethereal liquid had propelled his cultivation to surpass the enlightenment phase, successfully crossing the threshold into the realm of fusion. Lin Wei, feeling the surging power within, was filled with astonishment. Indeed, this experience was fraught with peril, yet ended without calamity. Had it not been for the icy essence's timely protection, he might have perished long ago. Lin Wei gradually drew the overwhelming aura back into his being, reflecting on the near calamity with a shiver of relief. Recalling the thrilling scene, he realized that without the icy essence's timely intervention, he could have been obliterated by the violent energy of the ethereal liquid. Just as he fell into contemplation, an indescribable and peculiar sensation surged unexpectedly from within him. It seems my source energy has acquired something extraordinary. Lin Wei's heart raced with curiosity. Instinctively, he lifted his right hand and concentrated, summoning a wisp of source energy. As this energy ascended from his palm, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. With a mere clench of his fist, the very fabric of space around him shimmered with subtle, undulating distortions. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed as if manipulated by an invisible hand, shifting with a speed perceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the once humble wooden cabin vanished, replaced by a resplendent and magnificent castle. The soaring towers, intricately carved walls, and dazzling gemstone embellishments all showcased the opulence and grandeur of this fortress. Could this be the legendary realm of illusion known as Xuanyin? Lin Wei gazed incredulously at the spectacle before him, forcefully suppressing the tumult within and redirecting his thoughts. In the next moment, as his mind stirred, the scene around him underwent yet another dramatic metamorphosis. The castle, akin to a fleeting dream, dissipated without a trace, giving way to a solemn and ancient ruin. The 7 divine relics he had previously explored. Fortune had favored him unexpectedly. Yet it seemed that the illusion I conjured was still in its nascent stage. As Lin Wei pondered, he gently waved his right hand, and the Xuanyin illusion enveloping the surroundings instantly dispersed like smoke scattered by the wind, gradually fading away. Once the illusion was entirely lifted, Lin Wei found himself deep in thought. He recalled that when he had stepped into the Xuanyin illusion within the 7 divine relics, the immersive experience felt as real as the world itself, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. However, the illusion he had just summoned felt somewhat lacking in authenticity. Reflecting on this, Lin Wei shook his head lightly. Subsequently, he slowly rose from the ground, and as he did, the protective shield that had safeguarded him began to dim and eventually dissipate into the air. His seclusion for cultivation must have consumed the entirety of the previous night. Nonetheless, it was imperative to visit Elder Yun to collect spirit stones today. Lin Wei lifted his gaze toward the window, where the rising sun cast a gentle glow across the sky, and a faint smile graced his lips. In the next moment, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, racing swiftly toward the main peak. Before long, Lin Wei landed steadily atop the summit. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Mo Yuchen and Linger, among others, had been waiting there for quite some time. Ha ha ha, you finally made it, Montag Yuchen exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he stepped forward and clapped a hefty hand on Lin Wei's shoulder. The consumption was considerable, and the recovery time has taken longer, Lin Wei replied with a smile, looking at Mo Yuchen. Prior to this, Lin Wei and Mo Yuchen had engaged in a fierce confrontation. However, as the saying goes, one must fight to truly understand another. Following their encounter, Lin Wei discovered that they held no profound enmity towards each other. Rather, they gained a certain appreciation for each other's strength and character. Consequently, a budding camaraderie emerged between them. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Linger gazed wide-eyed at Lin Wei and Mo Yuchen, her expression peculiar as she incessantly scrutinized them. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Could it be that these two have secretly gotten together?" Though her voice was soft, it reached the ears of both Lin Wei and Mo Yuchen. Upon hearing her words, their faces instantly clouded with exasperation as they exchanged a helpless glance, pondering how Linger, who usually appeared astute and clever, could harbor such strange thoughts at this moment. Just as they were engulfed in awkwardness, a figure suddenly emerged before them like a specter. Upon closer inspection, it was Elder Yin, with a smile gracing his face. Elder Yin nodded in satisfaction and spoke softly, "Well done. Your performance at the ruins was commendable, although there were some minor hiccups along the way. Overall, it went quite smoothly. This is the reward you deserve." With that, Elder Yun produced 9 Qingquan bags from his robe and with a flourish of his hand, sent them flying into the hands of Lin Wei and the others. At the moment they received the Qingquan bags, Lin Wei and the others hastily clasped their fists and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Elder Yun." Elder Yun smiled and waved his hand dismissively, but then his gaze shifted to Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, come with me. The sect leader wishes to see you." Chapter 67. A subtle atmosphere? A gentle trap? Could it be that the sect leader is aware of the willow tree secret? It hasn't been long, and my recent advancement must have drawn her attention. Lin Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly before nodding in response. At that moment, a faint sense of unease surged within him. Thus, Lin Wei quietly followed Elder Yun, and together they soared towards the rear of the main peak. Along the way, the scenery rushed past him like a fleeting gale. Before long, they arrived at a relatively secluded mountain peak. That courtyard below is where the sect leader resides. It would be inappropriate for me to accompany you inside, Elder Yun said, extending his hand to gesture towards the small courtyard below, a gentle smile illuminating his features as he regarded Lin Wei. Before Lin Wei could formulate any response, Elder Yun's figure flickered and, like a bolt of lightning, he darted into the distance, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Wei stood still, his gaze fixed intently upon the elegantly quaint courtyard below. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he resolved to descend and investigate further. After all, given his current strength, he believed he could manage any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Taking a deep breath, he plunged swiftly towards the serene courtyard. However, just as he was within 10 meters of the garden, an immense and mysterious force unexpectedly enveloped his being. In an instant, he felt the once surging power within him being firmly suppressed by an unseen hand. No amount of exerting his source energy could liberate him from this binding force. What manner of power is this? His expression shifted to one of grave concern. Suddenly, beneath his feet, a faint glow began to flicker, resembling vibrant threads intertwining in a delicate dance. In a flash, he was instantaneously transported into the tranquil courtyard. "Come in," a melodious voice beckoned, possessing an enchanting allure that tugged at Lin Wei's heartstrings. Yet, he remained vigilant, his keen instincts warning him of potential danger. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously pushed open the door. The instant he stepped into the room, a blinding white light surged towards him like a colossal wave. Startled, Lin Wei swiftly channeled the tumultuous source energy within him, erecting a formidable barrier to envelop his form. As time passed, his eyes gradually adjusted to the dazzling brilliance, revealing an astonishing scene before him. However, upon witnessing the spectacle, a complex expression crossed his face, and he instinctively shielded his eyes. For within that room lay a realm of mystery, an extraordinary space unfolding before him. At that moment, a voluptuous woman stood serenely in the stream, her graceful form partially obscured, her skin emanating an ethereal allure that whispered of endless temptation and enigma. It was finally clear why Elder Yun had warned against entering this place. Lin Wei mused silently. Elder Yun must have been fully aware of the circumstances here, yet chose to withhold this knowledge from him, likely hoping to witness his embarrassment. Just then, the woman in the flowing stream parted her lips gently. "Do not continue to disguise the truth. Open your eyes." Upon hearing these words, Lin Wei hesitated for a moment before slowly withdrawing his hand. The woman before him was adorned in an exquisite gown, her graceful figure more enchanting than ever. "Lin Wei, I pay my respects to the sect leader." Gazing upon the extraordinary beauty of the woman, Lin Wei had already formed a conjecture. She was indeed sect leader Li Shui, prompting him to hastily bow in greeting. Li Shui let out a gentle chuckle and spoke. "Lin Wei, your performance in this relic has been truly commendable." "This is all thanks to the elder's meticulous guidance," Lin Wei replied, bowing once more as a surge of source energy within him seemed to awaken, quietly beginning to circulate. Li Shui astutely noticed Lin Wei's actions, yet chose not to address it, instead gracefully sauntering to his side, her movements as elegant as petals drifting in the breeze. The atmosphere shifted subtly, an indescribable aura enveloping the air. Li Shui leaned closer to Lin Wei, softly exhaling a breath against his ear. Lin Wei felt an electrifying sensation coursing through him, akin to countless delicate serpents slithering across his skin, each nerve ending tingling as if pricked by a multitude of tiny needles. This sensation was reminiscent of the first rays of spring sunshine warming the heart, gentle yet profoundly intense, spreading throughout his entire being. Sect leader, what are you doing? Lin Wei's eyes brimmed with confusion as he gazed at the approaching Li Shui, an unprecedented panic surging within him. At that moment, an inexplicable fire ignited within him, like a beast awakening from the shadows, unleashing chaos. His eyes turned crimson in an instant, as if drenched in blood, the fervent glow revealing an uncontrollable impulse. Soon after, an overwhelming desire surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to drown his reason. Thus, Lin Wei could no longer restrain his actions. He abruptly embraced Li Shui with fervor and urgency, as though striving to meld her into his very being. Without hesitation, his lips descended upon Li Shui's, kissing her passionately, as if this singular kiss could quell the restlessness of his soul. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into that forbidden realm, a chilling energy that had long lain dormant in his dantian erupted forth, as if summoned by some mysterious command. The frigid essence rapidly spread through the intricate meridians, instantly freezing the malevolent fire and desires within him, awakening him from his state of disorientation. Lin Wei exerted every ounce of strength to push Li Shui away. Gasping for breath, the sound of his hurried inhalations echoing distinctly in the stillness of the room. However, Li Shui continued to regard him with a smile, and after a moment, she slowly spoke. He, even my seductive arts could not ensnare you. You possess some skill. Nevertheless, you ought to surrender the glazed heart within you. Chapter 68. Li Shui takes action. Lin Wei falls into a deep slumber. The glazed heart. How do you know about it? Upon hearing these 3 words, astonishment washed over Lin Wei's face. In an instant, the source energy within him surged forth without restraint, a formidable aura enveloping the space, causing the very air to tremble. At that moment, Lin Wei fixed his gaze on Li Shui, his eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility. Yet, in the face of Lin Wei's palpable tension, Li Shui's lips curled into a slight smile, her brow arching playfully as she remarked, I could scent it from you. As her words lingered in the air, Li Shui's delicate form shivered gently, and streams of pink vapor began to emanate from her, ethereal and dreamlike, wafting through the air like gossamer smoke, quickly filling the entire room. Simultaneously, a faint, intoxicating fragrance began to pervade the atmosphere. The moment Lin Wei caught a whiff of this aroma, alarm bells rang in his mind, an unprecedented sense of danger surging within him. Aware of the perilous situation, he focused his gaze and resolutely activated the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch. However, as he attempted to channel his source energy along the prescribed path, he was astonished to find it ensnared as if bound by countless invisible shackles, refusing to flow smoothly despite his strenuous efforts. This is bad. I cannot utilize the shrinking technique. Lin Wei's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized he had fallen into a perilous predicament. Yet his instinct for survival compelled him to turn and dash towards the door, yearning to escape the confines of the room. However, at the very moment he took a step, something inexplicable occurred. His feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, utterly unresponsive to his commands, no matter how forcefully he struggled. Then, an overwhelming desire surged forth, as uncontainable as a tidal wave, swiftly drowning Lin Wei's rationality. His eyes turned crimson under the onslaught of this desire, the clarity of his gaze fading into a hollow void as if his very soul had been stripped away. Come now, willingly surrender your glazed heart. I promise to treat it with care, Li Shui said, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she spoke sweetly to Lin Wei. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, a soft and inviting bed materialized beneath them. Unwittingly, Lin Wei was drawn back as if by an invisible hand, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the bed. Li Shui's lips curved into a slight smile as she gracefully approached Lin Wei, her movements fluid and enchanting. She extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand, resolutely placing it upon Lin Wei's chest. In that instant, a flash of pink light erupted, as if to tear through the very fabric of space. As Li Shui intensified her grip, Lin Wei's previously serene countenance began to contort in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His brow furrowed tightly, and his lips quivered with excruciating pain, emitting low, sorrowful groans. Ha ha ha! The Liuli heart is finally mine. Li Shui cackled triumphantly, her laughter echoing throughout the room, her eyes glinting with unmasked greed. However, Just as she reveled in her impending success, an unforeseen occurrence transpired in the next heartbeat. Lin Wei's form began to emanate a faint crimson glow, rapidly enveloping him in its embrace. Soon after, an overwhelming and heart-stopping force erupted from within Lin Wei. Akin to a volcanic eruption, unstoppable in its might. This formidable aura caused the surrounding air to tremble, creating visible ripples that radiated outward. What is happening? How can there be the aura of a demon god within him? Li Shui's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her features. In a moment of panic, she felt a tremor run through her body, realizing with dread that she needed to withdraw her hand from Lin Wei. Yet, to her astonishment, no matter how forcefully she tried, her delicate hand remained inexplicably affixed to him, unmoving. How can this be? Li Shui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured to herself. A sense of panic began to cloud her gaze, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Determined, she bit her lip and resolved to channel all her energy into her hand. However, just as she was about to concentrate her energy fully, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously dull, crimson glow surrounding Lin Wei's body began to pulsate violently, as if it were alive. Simultaneously, an incredibly powerful suction emanated from within him, akin to a bottomless black hole, greedily consuming everything in its vicinity. Li Shui felt an irresistible force firmly grasping her arm, and the source energy within her surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, continuously streaming into Lin Wei's body. "Oh no, I cannot accept this." Li Shui let out a desperate scream, her eyes brimming with fear and resentment, as she watched the source energy she had painstakingly cultivated swiftly dissipate. Her heart raced with urgency, and she struggled desperately, yet all her efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, Lin Wei lay quietly on the bed, utterly unresponsive to the events unfolding around him. As time ticked away, Li Shui's complexion grew increasingly pale, her breath growing ever weaker. Ultimately, when the last vestige of source energy within her was completely drained, she collapsed limply to the ground, as if bereft of support, stirring up a cloud of dust. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, and Lin Wei's internal energy began to surge wildly. Mid-integration, late integration. Just as this power reached its peak, it suddenly began to plummet. After a brief moment, Lin Wei's realm stabilized at the pinnacle of late integration. His eyes snapped open. The aura of late integration instantly permeated the entire space. "I have broken through to late integration?" As he sensed the transformation of energy within him, Lin Wei felt a twinge of astonishment. He vaguely remembered being swept away to a most comfortable place after being entranced by Li Shui. However, just as Lin Wei was lost in thought, a wisp of source energy unexpectedly floated forth from within him. This source energy began to swirl incessantly in the air. Chapter 69. The Elimination of Li Shui. Lin Wei's ambition. Is this the illusory realm of Xiumi? Lin Wei gazed in astonishment at the swirling source energy above him, distinctly sensing a unique and mysterious aura belonging to the illusory realm of Xiumi. Then, under Lin Wei's unwavering gaze, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The source energy gradually morphed, transforming into vivid scenes as real as life itself. In one such vision, Li Shui extended her hands, delicately placing them upon Lin Wei's chest, her movements cautious, seemingly attempting to extract the hidden glazed heart from within him. Yet, just as she was about to succeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Wei's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling red light, shining like a blazing sun, resplendent in its brilliance. Oh, so this is the truth of the matter. It appears that Li Shui is not as innocent as she seems. Observing the scene before him, Lin Wei could not help but furrow his brow, revealing a trace of disdain and aversion. He turned to look at Li Shui, who lay beside him. Although she retained a faint glimmer of life, she had clearly lost her power to resist. After all, the formidable demon body possessed by Lin Wei merely absorbed all the source energy within her, with no intent to claim her life. Oof. This is all a consequence of your own actions. Do not blame me, sect leader Li Shui. With a cold snort, Lin Wei's gaze sharpened, and his right hand extended slightly, a wisp of pale blue chill emanating from his palm. This icy aura seemed to possess a life of its own, rushing eagerly towards Li Shui the moment it appeared. In the blink of an eye, Li Shui was entirely encased in ice, transformed into a crystalline sculpture, devoid of vitality. However, the dilemma arose. How would he explain Li Shui's demise to the elders outside? This was indeed a thorny issue. Lin Wei furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the Shui before him, filled with helplessness and conflict. He gently shook his head, acutely aware of the grave implications of this matter. After all, the Flower Sect concealed some high-ranking elders whose powers were unfathomable. As far as he knew, these elders all possessed at least the cultivation of the fusion realm. If Lin Wei failed to handle this matter properly, it could unleash tremendous trouble, possibly rendering him an enemy of the entire Flower Sect. The thought alone sent a sharp pang through his head. Even if he showcased the earlier Shumi mirage to others, it would likely be met with skepticism. Just as he was deep in thought, a bold and astonishing idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Wait, the Shumi mirage. Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Wei's eyes as he hastily reached into his waist pouch, carefully retrieving a remnant. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the robust source energy within him and struck the surface of the remnant with determination. In an instant, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The lifeless remnant began to exhibit subtle changes. Flesh and blood emerged visibly from the bones, as if brought to life. In mere moments, the remnant transformed completely, resembling Li Shui not only in appearance, but also in the minutiae of her actions and expressions, as if reborn. Master has arrived. The Li Shui before him knelt respectfully on one knee, her voice clear and resonant, adorned with a hint of reverence and submission. Lin Wei regarded this Li Shui, conjured by the Shumi mirage, with satisfaction. He thought to himself that this should ensure success, as the faux Li Shui bore almost no difference from the real one. He privately rejoiced in possessing the Shumi mirage, which allowed him to effortlessly resolve the current predicament. Come, let's depart together. As Lin Wei spoke, he carefully stowed the eye-sculpted figure of Li Shui into his portable Qingquan bag. He then turned to Li Shui beside him and softly instructed her. Li Shui nodded slightly in understanding and promptly followed closely behind Lin Wei, the two of them soaring into the sky like twin bolts of lightning, swiftly traversing the horizon. During their flight, Lin Wei suddenly halted as if struck by a vital thought. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. You are to convene an elders' meeting and propose my appointment as the next sect leader. Lin Wei was acutely aware that eradicating the lurking threat of the Xuanyin Sect would be a formidable challenge if he relied solely on his own strength. A golden opportunity now lay before him. If he could successfully gain control of the Hua Sect, he would acquire a powerful ally. Yes, master. Li Shui rapidly uprumly, bowing respectfully to Lin Wei before turning to race toward the main peak, drawing upon the memories she had just acquired from the real Li Shui. Lin Wei stood alone in the air, gazing at Li Shui's retreating figure. He anticipated that the forthcoming situation might encounter some turbulence. Yet he believed that his current strength would suffice to navigate through it. As Lin Wei sped toward the main peak like a flash of lightning, he contemplated the inevitability of dissenting elders emerging during the meeting Li Shui would convene. His task would be to silence these discontented voices. He held confidence in his abilities. Just as Lin Wei arrived at the main peak, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Lung Yu. She appeared hurried, also racing toward the main peak. What brings you here, Lin Wei? She inquired with an icy tone, her exquisite features betraying little emotion. In response to Lung Yu's question, Lin Wei allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, exuding an air of calm as he replied, I believe I may find use for my skills here shortly. Hence my presence. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Lung Yu could only shake her head in mild exasperation. She understood that her purpose for being there was to convene the elders' meeting, while Lin Wei's appearance was likely a mere coincidence. With this thought, she chose not to engage further, directing her focus toward the elders' hall. Meanwhile, figures from the other peaks were also seen soaring toward the main peak. It appeared that the Hua Sect was indeed more complex than it seemed on the surface. Lin Wei released his consciousness to perceive the auras of the figures in the air, and to his astonishment, he discerned several powerful beings at the fusion realm. However, just as he was momentarily taken aback, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. You brat, step aside for this elder at once. What are you obstructing for? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, does a mere disciple not understand the rules? Do we need to teach you? Following their gazes, Lin Wei saw two elderly figures with flowing white hair slowly approaching him. Very well, I look forward to witnessing how you intend to educate me. Lin Wei's expression darkened instantly, and he vanished from his position without a trace. Chapter 70. A lesson for the impudent Lin Wei's figure appeared before the two elders like a specter, his countenance grim. his eyes glinting with a hint of frost as he slowly raised his right hand. Before anyone could react, two crisp slaps resounded through the air, reverberating like thunder throughout the plaza. The sharp sound seemed to possess an extraordinary penetrating power, causing everyone present to turn their heads in astonishment. Disciples passing by and other elders hurrying to investigate paused in their tracks upon hearing the sudden commotion. They gazed toward the source of the noise, their hearts filled with confusion and shock. Who is this audacious individual? How dare he strike an elder? This is sheer folly, one disciple exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, regardless of his strength, such brazen defiance of the sect's rules and disregard for hierarchy is utterly outrageous. Another disciple concurred. Yet among the crowd, there were those who held a differing opinion. On the contrary, I find him rather courageous. Those two elders are notoriously acerbic and unbearable. Today, he has avenged us. A few disciples stood nearby, whispering among themselves. Although they lowered their voices intentionally, their words reached the ears of the two elders who had just been struck. Their faces, already swollen from the slap, turned a deeper shade of crimson and fury. "You insolent brat, you are courting death," one elder bellowed, his eyes blazing with wrath. Then, exchanging a glance with the other elder, they seemed to reach a silent agreement. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from both of them, their inner energy surging forth like a torrential flood. As their energies churned, the two elders moved with astonishing speed toward Lin Wei. "How foolishly arrogant," Lin Wei remarked with a slight smirk, a cold snort escaping his lips. He gazed at the two elders, his eyes betraying no emotion. At that moment, Lin Wei took a measured step forward. Yet, this seemingly insignificant movement unleashed a torrent of energy that surged forth from within him, akin to a flood that instantaneously engulfed the surroundings. The two elders had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, they were violently struck by the ferocious wave of energy. They felt an irresistible force sweep over them, propelling their bodies backward, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. How could this be? A disciple achieving such a state of fusion realm? One elder's eyes widened in sheer terror. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Lin Wei. At that moment, the shock coursing through him was beyond the realm of words. The calm demeanor he once possessed had vanished without a trace, replaced by profound dread and despair. Meanwhile, the two venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, hovered steadily in the air. This young man possesses such formidable strength. Having attained the fusion realm at such a tender age, it seems we, these old fools, have been overly arrogant, underestimating the heroes of the world. Enough is enough. Let us depart, for these two old geezers have brought shame upon themselves. With that, the two elders transformed into streaks of light, hastily retreating toward the elders' pavilion. At that moment, one of the elders, who had been sent flying by Lin Wei, surprisingly regained his composure with remarkable speed. He squinted his eyes, his gaze dark and stormy like clouds before a tempest, fixated intently on Lin Wei in the distance. "You little rascal, I shall remember this debt. Just wait. After the elders' conference concludes, you will pay the price." His tone was rife with bitterness and fury, and with that, he vanished from sight. "Hey, old Bao, wait for me." The other elder, witnessing his companion's hasty retreat, was suddenly filled with panic. He scrambled to rise from the ground, clumsily following in the wake of the former, terrified that he would become a target of Lin Wei's vengeance if left alone. In stark contrast, Lin Wei made no move to impede their frantic escape. Instead, he paused, slowly turning to stride toward the elders' pavilion. His steps were steady, as if the chaos that had just unfolded was but a trivial interlude. Before long, Lin Wei arrived at the entrance of the elders' pavilion. However, he did not rush to enter. Instead, he stood quietly in place, resembling a statue, for at this moment, he still appeared as an ordinary disciple. To gain entry into the elders' pavilion, he would need to await the arrival of Li Shui to guide him. At that moment, two disciples stationed at the entrance of the elders' hall noticed Lin Wei. Observing him standing unabashedly at the entrance, they furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing a clear displeasure. "Hey you, what are you doing standing there? Can't you see this is the elders' hall? Hurry up and move aside." One of the disciples shouted at Lin Wei without a hint of politeness. In the face of their reprimands, Lin Wei displayed no sign of fear. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips. "Someone will come to take me in shortly," he replied calmly. However, the two disciples erupted into laughter upon hearing his words. "You must be out of your mind. This is the elders' hall, and you're not even an inner disciple. You think you could just walk in? One scoffed. Yeah, brother. It's fine to put on a show in front of us, but don't deceive yourself. They continued, mocking him with disdainful glances. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from within the elder's hall. The two disciples quickly fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of respect as they gazed at the figure behind them. Greetings, Elder Lin Yu, they exclaimed. Lin Yu offered a slight nod, but did not acknowledge the two. Instead, she approached Lin Wei amidst their astonished stares. To my surprise, you have even garnered the support of the sect leader, she said, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and her tone filled with approval. Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent. Lin Wei shrugged in response. Lin Yu shot him a sharp glare before she spoke slowly. Come. This elders' conference will see sect leader Li Xuan nominate you as the next sect leader. With that, she led Lin Wei into the elders' hall, leaving the two disciples in shock. Chapter 71. Entering the elders' hall, shocking the crowd. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu and Lin Wei remained silent, as if the air around them had solidified. After a few minutes, they arrived before a wooden house that appeared somewhat worn yet exuded an air of antiquity. Lin Yu halted, turning to Lin Wei with a serious expression. This is the elders' hall. Today, several esteemed elders will be present, so you must exercise caution in your speech. She was acutely aware of Lin Wei's temperament. He was known for retaliating without hesitation against those who dared to provoke him. However, in response to Lin Yu's warning, Lin Wei merely smiled faintly, offering no nod of agreement. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, I will do my best, but if someone deliberately provokes me, that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Lin Yu, upon hearing Lin Wei's response, could only shake her head in resignation. She understood that, given his nature, it was nearly impossible to expect him to completely temper his brilliance. However, given the circumstances, she could only pray that no disturbances would arise today. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped forward with Lin Wei into the room. The moment Lin Wei crossed the threshold, the previously cacophonous chatter abruptly ceased, plunging the entire chamber into a profound silence. All the elders turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Lin Wei at the entrance. Each elder bore a serious expression, meticulously assessing Lin Wei. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Wei discovered that 5 of the elders had already attained the fusion realm, a commendable level of cultivation. Among them, one elderly man with hair as white as snow stood out, exuding an aura of formidable strength that indicated his mastery was at the mid-fusion stage. Since the principal has arrived, let us proceed, said the venerable elder with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, clasping his hands and inclining slightly in deference to the elegantly seated Li Shui. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the assembly hall. Li Shui, adorned in resplendent white garments, possessed an exquisite visage yet displayed no emotion. Her cold, piercing gaze surveyed the assembly of elders below, and after a moment's pause, she spoke in a measured tone. I have articulated my stance clearly. It is Lin Wei who shall succeed me as the new sect leader. As her words echoed, her frost-bitten gaze swept across the elders once more, causing an immediate uproar among those who had harbored doubts. Particularly affected were the 2 elders who had recently suffered a severe reprimand from Lin Wei, their expressions shifting dramatically. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes betraying disbelief and profound discontent. After a brief hesitation, one elder could no longer contain his fury. He rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Wei and vociferously declaring, Sect leader, what merit does this young man possess to even entertain the notion of usurping your position? In response, he shot a provocative glare at Lin Wei. Just as their defiance subsided, another elder, having attained the fusion realm, slowly stood as well. With a grim countenance and narrow eyes fixed intently on Lin Wei, he spoke deliberately. Indeed, sect leader, if a new leader is to be appointed, it ought to be someone of immense strength and profound experience, akin to the esteemed elders. Lin Wei, upon hearing these words, did not even cast a glance at the elder who had spoken against him, but instead directed his attention toward the venerable elder with snow-white hair. The esteemed elder sat serenely upon his chair, his expression as tranquil as still water, as if the events that had just transpired bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Oh, are you suggesting that you believe my capabilities are insufficient to assume the position of sect leader? Lin Wei gradually shifted his gaze to the elder who had just spoken in contradiction, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of mockery as he softly inquired. It was evident to any discerning observer that this elder was merely a pawn, covertly maneuvered by the venerable elder to test Lin Wei's depth. "Umph. Do you truly believe you possess such strength?" The elder retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. "Indeed, your performance in the Seven Gods' ruins was commendable. Yet with merely your pinnacle of enlightenment cultivation, you are far from deserving the title of sect leader." As he spoke, he deliberately released a fragment of his aura, causing the surrounding air to ripple subtly under its influence. However, Lin Wei remained unfazed by this blatant provocation, treating it with the utmost indifference. He casually surveyed the assembly of elders before him and then, with a measured tone, posed a question. "Aside from him, is there any other elder who believes my prowess is inadequate for the role of sect leader?" As Lin Wei's words echoed through the hall, a stir of murmurs erupted among the previously silent assembly. The venerable elders exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Soon, several elders, their expressions darkened, rose from their seats, glaring intently at Lin Wei. "We also dissent." Upon witnessing this, Lin Wei slightly turned his head, directing his gaze toward the distant venerable elders. These 5 elders unusually remained still, devoid of any movement or speech. They sat quietly, the corners of their mouths curling into faint, inscrutable smirks, seemingly eager to witness Lin Wei's potential embarrassment. Lin Wei quickly averted his gaze, refocusing on the dissenting elders before him. In an instant, the faint smile that had lingered on his face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor and unmistakable fury. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the formidable source energy that had long lain dormant within him. This powerful energy erupted from Lin Wei's dantian with tremendous force. In a swift motion, he waved his arm, unleashing several streams of source energy that hurtled toward the dissenting elders with breathtaking speed, accompanied by a series of resounding impacts. The streams of energy collided forcefully against the bodies of the elders. The tremendous force rendered them utterly defenseless, propelling their bodies backward involuntarily. After tracing an arc in midair, they crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. At this moment, opposition seemed non-existent. Lin Wei, with an impassive expression, surveyed the writhing elders on the ground and remarked coldly. Following this, a smile once again graced his visage as he cast his gaze over each individual present. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. With a resounding bang, the previously silent elder in the initial stage of fusion abruptly slammed his hands on the table and rose to his feet. "I, Gao Qixing, am the first to dissent." His fiery gaze was fixed upon Lin Wei, as the aura of the initial stage of fusion erupted from within him. Chapter 72. Who else wishes to feast on frozen fish? Lin Wei stood quietly, his expression unchanged as he felt the powerful aura emanating from Gao Qixing. Yet, his eyes remained as tranquil as a deep pool, unruffled by the turmoil. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, Lin Wei leisurely stepped forward. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. This force surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, sweeping outward in relentless succession. With the eruption of this aura, waves of formidable energy radiated from Lin Wei, expanding rapidly in all directions. Where these energy waves passed, the air twisted and contorted, producing piercing howls. The elders of lesser strength felt the overwhelming pressure, and their faces paled, forcing them to summon their internal energies to resist this formidable force. The atmosphere became tense and grave. How is this possible? You have already reached the late stage of fusion. Gao Qixing's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed upon Lin Wei. His expression a mixture of shock and horror. He could hardly fathom that this disciple, who had kept a low profile, possessed such astonishing power. Simultaneously, the other 4 esteemed elders gazed at Lin Wei, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Prior to this, their assessment of Lin Wei's strength had been confined to the peak stage of illumination. Witnessing his true might in the late stage of fusion left them utterly speechless. Even the elder who had attained the mid-stage of fusion could not conceal his astonishment. However, being seasoned by the vicissitudes of life, he quickly regained his composure. He remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Wei, with his deep-set eyes revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. "Test his strength," murmured the elder, his lips barely moving, the faint sound reaching Gao Qixing's ears. Clearly, faced with Lin Wei's sudden display of formidable power, the elder had resolved to have Gao Qixing probe the depths of his capabilities. Although a tempest of emotions surged within him, Gao Qixing understood the gravity of the situation and resolutely chose to heed the elder's counsel. After all, in his previous understanding, how could an ordinary disciple possibly possess the prowess of a late-stage fusion cultivator? Such an extraordinary notion was difficult for him to accept. Young man, allow me to thoroughly assess your abilities today. Let us see if your so-called late-stage fusion power is indeed as substantial as you claim. A flicker of barely perceptible sharpness flashed in Gao Qixing's eyes as a low, commanding voice escaped his lips. Immediately, his hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, forming intricate seals. As his hands wove through various gestures, the air began to coalesce into a peculiar creature composed of pure, water-like energy. Lin Wei focused intently and discovered that this entity bore an astonishing resemblance to a fish. Its flowing lines and agile form evoked the image of a lively spirit of the water. At that moment, Gao Qixing let out another low shout, and the energy fish, formed from the water attribute, surged towards Lin Wei with a fierce momentum. In the face of this sudden and ferocious assault, Lin Wei exhibited no signs of anxiety. He extended his right hand slightly, and wisps of chilling energy began to emanate from within him, wrapping around his hand like ethereal threads. Go! Lin Wei uttered sharply, and as his voice fell, the chilling energy in his hand seemed to respond to an unseen call, erupting with astonishing force. It expanded like a tempest, its might rendering onlookers speechless, transforming in the blink of an eye into a surging torrent of icy wind. With a speed that was almost blinding, it surged forward, colliding violently with the energy fish conjured by Gao Qixing. The impact did not unleash the anticipated explosive energy waves. Instead, it produced wisps of curling white smoke. In mere moments, the energy fish that Gao Qixing had summoned morphed into a frozen fish, its surface encrusted with frost. The crystalline ice shell shimmered under the sunlight, casting an eerie glow. Old fool, it is time for you to pay the price, Lin Wei remarked, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Lin Wei gracefully leaped into the air, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he unhesitatingly seized the frozen fish suspended above and charged towards Gao Qixing below. Water condensation shield. Upon witnessing Lin Wei's advance, Gao Qixing exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, drawing upon years of training and mastery of his water-based abilities, he rapidly conjured a robust and formidable water shield in front of him. The shield resembled a transparent mirror, exuding a gentle mist. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei arrived before Gao Qixing, and without hesitation, he raised the frozen fish, exerting all his strength to strike down upon that water shield with tremendous force. Bang! Accompanied by a deep, resounding thud, it felt as though the very space trembled. Lin Wei's full-force strike was met with unwavering resistance. The water shield remained unyielding. However, Lin Wei merely smiled lightly, a calmness in his expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he began to rain down blows upon the water shield with the frozen fish, each strike infused with immense power. The incessant collisions between the frozen fish and the water shield evoked a sense of dread for Gao Qixing. Crack! With a crisp sound, the water shield shattered, dispersing into mist in the air. As the shield dissolved, Lin Wei glanced at Gao Qixing with a slight smile, then raised the frozen fish, mercilessly bringing it down upon Gao Qixing's head again and again. Initially, Gao Qixing could still muster his source energy to defend, but Lin Wei unleashed his own might, forcing Gao Qixing's energy back within him. Bang! 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 With each muffled thud, Gao Qixing was rendered unconscious by Lin Wei's relentless assault. Witnessing this, Lin Wei ceased his actions, slowly rising to his feet with a broad smile directed at the crowd. Yet, to the elders present, Lin Wei's grin appeared devilish, commanding an immediate respect that none dared to dismiss. After a moment, Lin Wei spoke slowly. Is there anyone else who wishes to partake in fish? Chapter 73. Assuming the role of sect leader. Sect assembly? As Lin Wei's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the spacious hall, the air seeming to solidify, devoid of any sound. Since there are no objections, let us allow the sect leader to continue. Lin Wei raised his hand slightly, and with a gentle grip upon the frozen fish, it shattered like fragile glass, scattering glimmering shards of ice across the ground. Li Shui rose from her seat, clearing her throat, her melodious voice resonating in the hushed hall. Before she spoke, I believe you all witnessed Lin Wei's display of strength. With such talent, It is only a matter of time before he surpasses me. Thus, I formally declare that the esteemed leader of the Hua sect from this day forth shall be Lin Wei. As Li Shui's words resonated, the entire hall seemed to freeze in time, enveloped in a momentary silence. Soon after, several esteemed elders initiated a round of applause, their clapping echoing sharply in the stillness, causing the other elders to exchange glances. Reluctantly, they joined in the applause, which rippled through the hall, yet bore an undercurrent of ambiguity. Once Li Shui concluded her speech, she gracefully rose from the main seat, gliding to stand beside Lin Wei. Lin Wei, standing tall and composed, slowly approached the main seat, and amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, he seated himself with tranquility. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your support. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings in management. Henceforth, aside from matters of utmost importance, I shall entrust all decisions to Elder Lung Yu. Lin Wei cleared his throat, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, reaching every corner of the hall. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Lung Yu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise and doubt dancing in her expressive eyes, clearly not anticipating that Lin Wei would bestow such significant authority upon her. Yet, Lin Wei offered her no chance for response or refusal. He continued without pause. During our expedition to the Seven Gods' ruins, several major forces, led by the Xuanyin Sect, struck us with unrelenting ferocity. What are the elders' thoughts on this matter? Upon concluding, Lin Wei's gaze precisely landed on the most formidable elder, Lin Zhui, whose name had just been softly conveyed to him by Li Shui. The hall once again succumbed to a profound silence following Lin Wei's declaration, where one could almost hear the faint sounds of breaths and heartbeats. After a moment, Lin Zhui broke the oppressive quietude with a steady voice. Sect leader, we were fortunate this time, as there were no casualties. I believe it is essential for us to prioritize harmony and coexist peacefully. Lin Zhui's somewhat hoarse yet calm voice reverberated throughout the hall. Indeed, I concur. At present, our strength is insufficient to confront them directly. Should they unite their forces, we would undoubtedly find ourselves in a perilously passive position. Lung Yu softly echoed, her expression grave. The surrounding elders, upon hearing the sentiments of Lung Yu and Lin Zhui, nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing their words, Lin Wei's countenance suddenly darkened. Oh, are you suggesting that the losses we have incurred this time must simply be swallowed and accepted without retaliation? Lin Wei slammed his palm onto the table, the resounding impact reverberating through the hall like a clap of thunder. The hall fell into a brief silence once more, as all present were taken aback by Lin Wei's sudden outburst of fury. Though Lin Wei primarily sought to utilize the strength of the Flower Sect to annihilate the Xuanyin Sect and avenge past grievances, as the leader of the sect, he could not suppress a surge of indignation upon witnessing the elders' timidity and conservatism. Observing this, Lin Zhui coughed lightly twice to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, subsequently directing his gaze towards Lin Wei. In truth, the sect leader's unwavering dedication to the Flower Sect was commendable. As elders, we welcomed such devotion. Yet, it was evident that brute force was not the sole means of confrontation. There existed a more cunning resolution. Upon uttering these words, a mysterious smile graced Lin Zhui's face, rendering his intentions inscrutable. Upon hearing Lin Zhui's remarks, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Lin Wei's eyes. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What solution does Elder Lin propose?" With that, Lin Wei fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Zhui. The others in the hall, too, were stirred by Lin Zhui's words, their attention turning towards him. Unperturbed, Lin Zhui gradually lifted his somewhat wrinkled yet sagacious visage and spoke with a smile. "Might the sect leader have heard of the sect assembly?" "The sect assembly? I have not," replied Lin Wei, shaking his head gently. Having recently arrived in this world and spent much time in the remote stone desert city, he was largely ignorant of external affairs. Lin Zhui regarded Lin Wei earnestly and continued patiently. "The sect assembly is a grand event jointly held by various sects within our empire, where only the leaders of each sect are qualified to participate. It is a place where victories and fates are determined." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei felt a surge of exhilaration swell within him. He abruptly rose from his seat, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This could provide him the legitimate opportunity to slay the leader of the Xuanyin Sect and alleviate his deep-seated resentment. "What a splendid notion, where victory and fate are decided," he exclaimed, striking the table with fervor. However, at that moment, Lin Zhui continued, gently interrupting Lin Wei's exuberant thoughts. Originally, our sect had no intention of participating, but it appears that you, sect leader, may wish to give it a try. The sect competition is merely 3 days away. Very well, I understand. Let us conclude this elders' assembly for now. Lin Wei nodded, his expression returning to calm as he gestured for everyone to depart. Yet, before Lung Yu exited, he deliberately approached her to convey a quiet instruction. Lung Yu, please assist me in promoting Chao Xuesheng to an inner core disciple, and take some time to pay attention to him. After all, it was Chao Xuesheng who had initially provided Lin Wei with significant assistance upon his arrival. Now that he had ascended to the role of sect leader, he would not forget this kindness and would extend the necessary support within his capacity. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Lung Yu initially expressed surprise, but soon nodded and departed from the hall. After everyone had exited, Lin Wei's expression turned grave once again. With a sweeping motion of his hand, streams of source energy surged forth, coalescing in the air to form a vividly lifelike image. In this tableau, Lin Wei and Lung Yu emerged from the Seven Gods ruins, only for a shadow to gradually materialize in the sky. Chapter 74. Ascension once more. Was Chao Xuesheng abducted? Since Lin Wei successfully manifested an image through the Shumi illusion for the first time, he discovered that any experience he had personally undergone could be perfectly rendered within this mystical realm, as if time were reversing, revealing every detail with exquisite clarity. Who exactly was this shadow? The resurrection of Xuanyin must surely be linked to it. Lin Wei furrowed his brow, fixating on the enigmatic silhouette, feeling a dull ache in his head. This sensation of being shrouded in uncertainty was akin to wandering through a fog, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Lung Yu investigate further. With a gentle wave of his hand, the image in the air seemed to receive a command, gradually transforming into motes of light that slowly dissipated into the ether. After retracting the Shumi illusion, Lin Wei focused his intent, swiftly condensing a stream of source energy in his palm, which glimmered brightly. He then gestured lightly towards the air, and the energy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The moment it left his grasp, it appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, expanding as it met the wind. In an instant, it became a vast luminous curtain, enveloping the entire hall securely, resembling a colossal transparent dome that radiated a gentle yet powerful aura. What remained was to further enhance his strength. Lin Wei murmured to himself, then settled onto the ground, legs crossed in a stable posture. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, he swiftly retrieved a small vial of ethereal illusion liquid from his Zhenyuan pouch. The vial shimmered with a faint, ghostly light in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he tilted the vial to his lips, consuming its contents in one swift motion. Boom! In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Lin Wei's mouth, akin to a torrential flood, racing through his meridians with reckless abandon. Wherever this energy coursed, his meridians quivered slightly, as if bearing the weight of immense impact. However, having learned from past experiences, Lin Wei remained composed, meticulously channeling the celestial cold energy within him. He carefully enveloped it around the energy of the ethereal illusion liquid, creating a resilient shield to contain the ferocious power. Subsequently, he guided the enveloped energy to traverse his meridians in a slow, repetitive manner. Each passage resembled a profound tempering of the meridians, gradually rendering them more resilient and expansive. As time silently slipped away, Lin Wei's internal aura grew increasingly robust and potent, a thread of icy chill swirling around his exterior like ethereal smoke, bestowing upon him an air of solemnity. It was uncertain how long had passed when Lin Wei's tightly shut eyes gently fluttered open, a flicker of brilliance flashing within his gaze. Simultaneously, the source energy and the frigid essence that had lingered around him were instantly drawn into his being, vanishing without a trace. This time, he had merely ascended to the pinnacle of fusion. Evidently, prolonged use of the ethereal liquid would induce some form of resistance. Lin Wei let out a soft sigh as he sensed the power within him, now magnified several-fold, yet a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Had others at the fusion realm been privy to Lin Wei's current sentiments, they would likely be rendered speechless, perhaps even enraged to the point of spitting blood. It is well understood that as one progresses along the path of cultivation, the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially. Many spend their entire lives only to remain stagnant at the initial stages of fusion, finding it nearly impossible to ascend further. The challenge of promotion is akin to reaching the heavens. Lin Wei gently shook his head, consolidating his thoughts, and then gradually rose to his feet. As he did so, the protective shield of source energy that had safeguarded him began to dissipate like the retreating tide until it vanished completely. However, just as Lin Wei was poised to exit, the crisp yet slightly anxious voice of Lung Yu echoed from outside. Lung Yu seeks an audience with the master. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Lung Yu's sudden arrival. Before he could respond, she hurriedly entered the room. A look of urgency painted her features, her bright eyes fixed intently on Lin Wei, brimming with concern. Master, you instructed me to inquire into Cao Xuexing's situation. I visited his residence to investigate thoroughly, yet found no trace of him. After some inquiries, I learned that he has been abducted by the True Sun Sect. Lung Yu's voice quivered slightly, clearly indicating the gravity of the matter. Upon hearing this news, Lin Wei's expression darkened considerably. What transpired? Why would the True Sun Sect abduct him? Such incidents should not occur within our sect. There was a hint of anger in Lin Wei's words. Cao Xuexing accompanied Su Wanqing from our sect to search for spiritual herbs. It appears that Su Wanqing caught the eye of a disciple of the True Sun Sect's Grand Elder, and when Cao Xuexing attempted to protect her, he was captured as well. Lung Yu quickly explained, observing Lin Wei's reaction. After listening, Lin Wei's internal momentum erupted like a surging tsunami, his expression darkening to an ominous shade, as if it could drip with intensity. The Zhenyuan Sect, is it? I have yet to settle the score for the last relic incident, and now they have the audacity to come to me. Take me to the Zhenyuan Sect, immediately. Lin Wei commanded coldly to Lung Yu. Master, is that wise? Should we not gather some elders to accompany us? Lung Yu hesitated, gazing at Lin Wei. She understood well that the strength of the Zhenyuan Sect should not be underestimated. Going with just the two of them could lead to unforeseen dangers. Not necessary. I insist that you take me there now. Lin Wei interrupted her with a resolute tone that brooked no dissent. Although Cao Xuexing often appeared unreliable, he was Lin Wei's first friend in this place. Moreover, as the master of the Flower Sect, Lin Wei could not turn a blind eye to Chao's plight, given that he was also a disciple of the Flower Sect. Very well, then follow me. Recognizing Lin Wei's unwavering determination, Lung Yu ceased her attempts to dissuade him. In an instant, she vanished like a phantom, racing towards the door, with Lin Wei following closely behind without hesitation. The disciples below, upon witnessing the two swift figures streaking through the air, were taken aback. News had already spread within the sect over the past few days that the new master was an exceptionally young disciple who had not been in the Flower Sect for long. Where do you think the elder and the master are headed? It seems to be in the direction outside the sect, one disciple remarked, gazing up at the rapidly departing figures with curiosity. Let us focus on our training and not overthink things, another disciple retorted, giving him a light slap on the back, and they both turned to leave. Lin Wei and Lung Yu swiftly exited the Flower Sect, racing towards the Zhenyuan Sect's location. Chapter 75. Arriving at the Zhenyuan Sect. You talk too much. Half a day later, Lin Wei and Lung Yu traversed through the void like two meteors streaking across the sky, eventually landing steadily at the foot of Wuhuan Mountain, where the Zhenyuan Sect was situated. Looking up, the towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, revealing a magnificent array of buildings. Master, the Zhenyuan Sect is atop this Wuhuan Mountain, but the defenses here are formidable. How shall we gain entry? Lung Yu inquired softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Wei, revealing her doubts. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's lips curled into a confident smile. Since we are here, we shall simply break through. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall not be spared. I will teach them a lesson. With that, Lin Wei's gaze sharpened, and a powerful surge of energy erupted around him. The source of energy swirled around Lin Wei and Cold Moon like a tempest, propelling them swiftly towards the summit of Wuhuan Mountain. In a mere instant, their figures emerged atop the peak. They hovered gracefully in midair, their garments billowing, resembling celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. At that moment, within the martial arts arena on the mountaintop, numerous disciples of the Zhenyuan Sect, who had been diligently practicing, halted their movements, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the sudden appearance of Lin Wei and Cold Moon. A profound silence enveloped the entire arena, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yet, amidst this stillness, a familiar cry suddenly resonated from below. Lin Wei, I'm here. Quickly, have Elder Cold Moon save me. Lin Wei's heart stirred, and he promptly turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice. There, upon a colossal stone pillar not far away, a figure was bound tightly, revealing none other than the long-missing Chao Xuesheng. At this moment, Chao Xuesheng appeared ragged and haggard, his attire tattered and his countenance weary, presenting a woeful sight. Witnessing Chao Xuesheng's dire state ignited a flame of anger within Lin Wei. He turned to Cold Moon and spoke in a grave tone. "Cold Moon, go rescue Chao Xuesheng." As Lin Wei's words fell, Cold Moon surged towards the massive stone pillar with remarkable speed, her movement a blur. However, just as she was mere inches away from the pillar, a man clad in garments as white as snow materialized before Chao Xuesheng like a specter, appearing without warning. This man stood tall, his features striking, exuding an air of coldness and authority. He regarded Cold Moon, who was hurtling towards him like a shooting star, with a calm and profound gaze. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he nonchalantly waved, and in an instant, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a roaring dragon that lunged fiercely at Cold Moon. Perceiving the imminent threat, Cold Moon swiftly retreated, her delicate hands, as graceful as jade, began to move rapidly, forming intricate seals. In the blink of an eye, an equally magnificent source of energy coalesced in her hands, which she then unleashed fiercely towards the approaching force. A resounding boom echoed as the two energies collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of power that swept through the arena like a tempest. The sheer force of this tempestuous energy sent Cold Moon staggering back several dozen steps. Once she regained her footing, her exquisite visage was now as frigid as ice, her beautiful eyes glinting with fury as she fixed her gaze upon the man before her. "Su Jinyin, it is you. Do you intend to obstruct today's events at all costs?" Faced with Lung Yu's inquiries, Su Jinyin's faint smile that once lingered on his lips vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of solemnity and gravity. "Why should I refrain from intervening? You storm into my Zhenyuan Sect with such ferocity. Do you truly believe that I, as the Grand Elder, would stand idly by?" Xiao Jinyin's eyes glinted with cold light, fixating intensely on Lung Yu. "And what if I insist on taking him away today?" Lung Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze locked on a Xiao Jinyin, her voice frigid enough to freeze the very air. Clad in snow-white attire, her graceful figure exuded an unsettling aura. However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Jinyin merely chuckled softly, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, conveying a sense of disdain. "Then we shall see if you possess the capability. You dare to come here with merely a brash youth, utterly overestimating your own strength. Had you brought a venerable elder of high esteem from your sect, perhaps there would have been a chance for you to succeed, but with just you and this boy? Such delusions are laughable." Before his words faded, the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Jinyin erupted like a volcano. In that moment, the surrounding air churned violently, a tempest rising, causing the garments of those present to flutter wildly. At this juncture, Lin Wei, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his impatience and exclaimed, "Who is this fool, speaking so much nonsense?" This statement struck like a thunderous bomb upon the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples of shock through the assembly. Xiao Jinyin's previously composed demeanor twisted into a grotesque expression of rage, his sinister eyes fixated on Lin Wei as if they could ignite flames. "You boy, even the Grand Elder of your sect speaks to me with deference. Who do you think you are to utter such arrogant words? Today, you shall learn how to write the word regret." Xiao Jinyin roared in fury, his figure darting towards Lin Wei like a bolt of lightning. His right hand clenched into a fist, charged with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Lin Wei's face. In the face of Xiao Jinyin's fierce and relentless strike, Lin Wei remained remarkably calm and composed, displaying no trace of panic. Just as Xiao Jinyin closed the distance to less than half a meter, Lin Wei suddenly raised his hand. Clap! The sound rang out sharply, echoing like a clap of thunder across the mountain peak. In an instant, the mountain wind seemed to freeze in place due to the abrupt sound of the slap. Following the crisp noise, a shadow was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in an utterly disheveled manner, producing a dull thud. As the billowing dust settled, the disciples of the Zhenyuan Sect finally discerned the true identity of the figure on the ground. That was actually Elder Su. My heavens, how could he be so easily defeated by this boy in a single move? A disciple stood in sheer astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg, incredulously exclaiming, Meanwhile, another disciple beside him nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is utterly unbelievable. The Grand Elder is a formidable figure of the early fusion stage. Never did we anticipate that he would be vanquished today in such a humiliating manner. This is truly beyond our expectations. Lower your voices, you two. You mustn't let the Grand Elder hear you." At that moment, a female disciple nearby urgently interjected, her expression tense, her gaze darting anxiously towards Su Zhenyan, fearful that their remarks might reach his ears. However, despite their efforts to suppress their voices, every word of their discussion resonated clearly in Su Zhenyan's ears. Struggling, Su Zhenyan slowly rose from the ground, his right hand pressed firmly against his swollen cheek, which resembled that of a pig's head. His eyes blazed with fierce anger, and his countenance was dark and foreboding. "All elders, heed my command. Immediately establish the protective formation of our sect. We must capture this individual today, or else what face would the true Sun sect have left?" Chapter 76. One against the protective formation. At Su Zhenyan's command, figures began to shoot forth from the various peaks like meteors streaking across the sky. In a mere moment, a dozen esteemed elders had gathered behind Su Zhenyan. Each elder exuded an aura of formidable strength, their spiritual energy swirling around them, commanding respect. Among them was one elder whose power had reached the mid-fusion stage. The pressure emanating from him sent shivers through those nearby. Su Zhenyan's expression was grave. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, his face, red and swollen from Lin Wei's earlier strike, rendered his speech somewhat slurred. "Elders, quickly take your positions at the formation's focal point and prepare to establish the array. This individual possesses unfathomable strength. We must not underestimate him." Upon hearing this, several elders almost burst into laughter, covering their mouths to stifle their amusement, wary of betraying their mirth. After all, Su Zhenyan's current appearance was undeniably comical, half of his face swollen to the size of a ripe peach. Despite their amusement, the elders responded in unison, "At your command." They then focused their minds, suppressing their laughter, and swiftly transformed into streaks of light, racing toward their designated positions within the formation. As the elders accurately positioned themselves at the formation's focal points, the previously tranquil Wuhua mountain began to tremble slightly, as though a slumbering giant was on the verge of awakening. Soon after, the energies of the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, converging relentlessly toward the mountain's peak. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly coalescing into an immense shield above the mountaintop. This radiant shield shimmered with blinding brilliance, enveloping the entire summit in its protective embrace. At the very center of this protective circle stood Xiao Zhenyan, poised and composed, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully, utterly unfazed by the astonishing spectacle before him. "Master, what shall we do?" Cold Moon exclaimed, her delicate figure trembling as she hastily flew to Lin Wei's side. A flicker of anxiety glimmered in her autumn-like eyes as she urgently inquired about their predicament. Lin Wei, too, sensed the profound energy concealed within the grand formation, a solemn expression emerging upon his visage as he furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with deliberation. "Cold Moon, retreat for now and exercise caution. I shall contend with this formation." With that, Lin Wei gently raised his right arm and unleashed a soft yet powerful gust of wind, akin to an invisible hand that safely cradled Cold Moon, guiding her back to the ground. Subsequently, he extended his right hand forward, and in an instant, the surrounding elemental energy seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, rushing fervently toward his palm. As Lin Wei's hand closed gently, this energy rapidly coalesced into a long spear, its entire body a deep azure, radiating a chilling brilliance. "Ha ha ha! Today, I shall see just how formidable this so-called protective formation truly is in obstructing my path." Lin Wei's voice resonated with wild laughter as the formidable aura within him, now at the pinnacle of fusion, erupted with unbridled intensity. Like a tempestuous hurricane, it surged forth, significantly diminishing the grand momentum of the formation. This lad possesses the strength of the pinnacle of fusion. Observing the powerful aura erupting from Lin Wei, Xiao Zhenyan's gaze involuntarily shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. It was indeed astonishing that someone so young could wield such power. However, being a seasoned warrior, Xiao Zhenyan quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of surprise. He waved his hands lightly, summoning a surge of white light that gradually materialized into a long sword exuding a fierce aura. Do not presume that just because you have reached the pinnacle of fusion, you can act recklessly before me. With this grand formation as my ally, what can your prowess truly accomplish? Xiao Jinyan's expression darkened, his eyes fixated coldly on Lin Wei not far away. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning, hurtling towards Lin Wei with remarkable speed. Confronted by the formidable Xiao Jinyan, Lin Wei exhibited no fear. Grasping his long spear firmly with his right hand, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, illuminating the ground beneath him. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of lightning, engaging in a fierce clash mid-air. The incessant sound of clashing echoed around them, their energies surging forth. Their velocity was astonishing, and their techniques dazzled the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, yet the outcome remained indecisive. At that moment, both Lin Wei and Xiao Jinyan halted mid-air, silently confronting one another. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, the tension palpable. "You possess some skill, young one," Xiao Jinyan sneered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "But with such meager prowess, to think you can contend with me is sheer folly. Now, let us see how you will withstand my next move." With that, he swung his radiant sword with a flourish, its brilliance intensifying. Swiftly, he formed intricate and enigmatic hand seals with both hands, each seal brimming with boundless power and mystery. As Xiao Jinyan's gestures evolved, the previously tranquil energy within the formation became restless, as if summoned by an unseen force, surging furiously towards him. This energy amalgamated into a colossal vortex, with Xiao Jinyan at its epicenter. Invincible sword intent, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, and the atmosphere crackled with electricity. Suddenly, a gigantic sword of light, several meters in length, materialized from thin air, exuding a terrifying aura that could cleave mountains and rivers. "Go!" Xiao Jinyan commanded, his gaze fixated on the enormous sword as he waved his hand gently. In that moment, the colossal sword surged forth like a comet, speeding towards Lin Wei with blinding swiftness. The air was cleaved as it passed, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Lin Wei remained remarkably composed. He stood firm, his posture as upright as a pine tree, with no trace of panic on his face. "Ha ha ha! You dare to underestimate my invincible sword intent. It seems you are truly oblivious to your own demise. In that case, do not blame me." Xiao Jinyan laughed boisterously at Lin Wei's apparent indifference. However, just as the giant sword was less than a meter away from Lin Wei, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then raised his right hand towards the sky. "Space, tear apart, open." As Lin Wei's words echoed, those present felt a moment of disorientation. Before him, the previously tranquil space began to ripple violently, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a serene lake. In an instant, a gaping chasm of unfathomable darkness, akin to a monstrous maw, materialized before everyone's eyes. The edges of this fissure shimmered with an eerie luminescence. At that moment, a colossal sword, exuding a fierce aura, swung down with the might of thunder towards the rift. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated cataclysmic collision never occurred. In the instant of contact, there was not even a whisper of sound, nor a tremor to be felt. Merely moments later, the once mighty sword was mercilessly engulfed by the chasm, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Witnessing this scene, the entire assembly was plunged into a profound silence, each individual wide-eyed with disbelief. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, that was the power of space. This young man managed to harness such terrifying strength. At this juncture, Xiao Jinyan, who had maintained his composure, could no longer conceal his alarm. Fear flickered in his gaze. It is crucial to understand that the power of space cannot be easily mastered through sheer strength alone. It demands extraordinary talent and the rarest of fortuitous encounters. Xiao Jinyan could hardly fathom that someone as obscure as Lin Wei not only succeeded in grasping this rare ability, but wielded it with such adeptness. As the crowd remained in astonishment, Lin Wei effortlessly leaped, his form stabilizing once again in midair. He looked down upon Xiao Jinyan, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. "Ah, so this is the so-called sword intent. I must say, it does not seem as formidable as I had imagined." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyan's expression darkened ominously. Very well, I have trained for years, weathered countless storms, and never have I been so belittled by a mere junior. Today, you shall pay the price. A tempestuous aura surged from Zhenyuan, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished like a specter, charging directly towards Lin Wei. Close combat. How delightful. Observing that Zhenyuan had not unleashed any martial techniques and was approaching straightforwardly, Lin Wei instantly discerned his intentions. Within his calm, once placid gaze, an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation began to surface. Lin Wei took a deep breath, allowing the source energy within him to surge rapidly. In an instant, a faint crimson glow began to emanate from the surface of his body, resembling flickering flames. Subsequently, he clenched his right hand into a fist, the muscles of his arm bulging and veins protruding, brimming with boundless strength, as he unhesitatingly faced the oncoming Zhenyuan. At the moment their fists were about to collide, time seemed to stand still. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a resounding explosion echoed, akin to thunder crashing, deafening in its intensity. The two immensely powerful forces collided with a thunderous impact, sending visible ripples through the surrounding space, reminiscent of waves spreading across water. The tremendous shockwave propelled both Lin Wei and Zhenyuan backward, forcing them to retreat several paces before regaining their footing. At that moment, bolstered by the great formation, Zhenyuan's strength surged significantly, nearly surpassing Lin Wei's current cultivation level. Ha, kid, I did not expect your brute strength to be quite formidable. However, regrettably, this body of mine has consumed body-refining pills and is as solid as a rock. Zhenyuan's boisterous laughter echoed across the mountain peak. After his mirth, he suddenly pushed off the ground with force, charging toward Lin Wei once more. This cannot continue. I must not exhaust myself any further against him. It seems I must resort to that technique. Lin Wei's expression grew grave in an instant. He could distinctly sense the source energy within him diminishing rapidly. Just then, Zhenyuan, like a specter, closed the distance in the blink of an eye, appearing at Lin Wei's side in a flash. With his fists tightly clenched, glowing with power, he struck fiercely towards Lin Wei. As Zhenyuan's fist was about to make contact, mere inches separating them, at the critical moment, a peculiar light flickered beneath Lin Wei's feet. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei's figure vanished without a trace. Zhenyuan's fully unleashed punch met only empty air, the tremendous force striking the atmosphere with a resounding thud, deafening in its echo. Where'd he go? What kind of martial technique is this? Zhenyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart filled with disbelief. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of Lin Wei. Simultaneously, Zhenyuan unleashed his formidable mental prowess, spreading it like a tide in all directions, leaving no corner unexamined. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not detect Lin Wei's presence, as if he had simply evaporated from existence. As Zhenyuan was entirely absorbed in his search for Lin Wei, suddenly, without any warning, Lin Wei's figure inexplicably reappeared before him. A crisp and resounding slap echoed throughout the mountain peak. Without hesitation, Lin Wei raised his right hand and, with all his might, delivered a fierce blow to Zhenyuan's face. The force of the slap was tremendous and executed with such swiftness that Zhenyuan had no time to react. Following the sound, Zhenyuan spun around several times before managing to regain his balance. His left cheek swelled immediately, 5 distinct crimson fingerprints evident upon it, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "You brat, I will tear you to shreds," Zhenyuan exclaimed, clutching his swollen cheek, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Wei. Some elders below, unable to contain their amusement at Zhenyuan's comical appearance, burst into laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived as a series of sharp slaps began to resonate incessantly. Lin Wei's feet shimmered with radiant light, and in an instant, each elder bore a blood-red imprint upon their faces. Just then, Zhenyuan's voice suddenly erupted from behind. "You brat, if you make another move, I will kill her."